Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Not Heaven, Not Hell. In a bustling market, a small pharmacy stood tucked between stalls and chatter. From its doors, a black-haired boy walked out, a paper bag of supplies in his hand. "Why do prices keep rising practically every day?" he muttered, sighing as he looked at the receipt. As he turned the corner, something caught his eye, a child suddenly startled by a hissing stray cat. The kid stumbled backward, straight onto the road. The sharp blast of a car horn shattered the air. Tires screeched. The car was too fast. Without thinking, the boy sprang forward. He grabbed the child with all his strength and yanked him away from the road. The kid landed safely on the curb. But the boy, just a moment too late, stumbled. The car hit him. He opened his eyes. He was now standing in a vast, majestic hall. At the far end sat an old man on a throne. In front of him stood the same black-haired boy, unharmed, yet the memory of the car's impact lingered. He could still feel it. The deceleration. The pain. It hadn't been instant. It had taken a few long, terrifying seconds for life to slip away. The old man watched him patiently, sympathy in his gaze. After a pause, he spoke. "You died." The blunt words pulled the boy out of his daze. Crude as they were, there was something comforting about the tone. The boy let out a sigh and nodded slightly. "May I ask what happens next?" The old man leaned in, curious. No crying. No bargaining. No threats. He already knew the answer but asked anyway. The boy frowned, thoughtful. "Why would I? My life was short, yes, but fulfilling. I don't have any family left. I'll miss my friends, but what is friendship in front of death?" The old man chuckled. "Just 14, and already thinking like that." He let out a sigh. "Well, it was my daughter, Fate, who shaped the life you lived. She gave you a path that forced early maturity. I'm sorry your life was hard, and so short." The boy looked up at the man, a little surprised. He wasn't foolish, he could sense this man was no ordinary being. Perhaps a god. Or something even higher. And yet, he seemed so human. "So, heaven or hell?" the boy asked. "Neither," the old man replied. "Though they exist, I brought you here to offer an opportunity. You'll be reincarnated into another world, with some gifts. Are you willing?" The boy paused. "Why?" The god simply smiled. "Why not?" The boy blinked, taken aback by the simplicity of the answer. Then he smirked, amused. "Will I get wishes of my choosing? Can I pick the world?" The old man shook his head. "The wheel of fate will decide. Don't worry, she was unkind to you in life, but she won't be in death." At that, a woman entered the room. Her skin was pale like candle wax, her limbs adorned with soft, shimmering scales. She carried 3 wheels and gently set them down before stepping aside with a kind smile. "These wheels," the old man explained, "will determine your reincarnation." He pointed to each one. "The first chooses the world. The second grants a talent or bloodline. The third gives a gift, an item, a weapon, or even a celestial artifact." The woman, silent and graceful, spun the first wheel. Names blurred past, fictional worlds from books and movies the boy had read, strange Earth variants labeled with numbers like Earth 21. The wheel stopped on Harry Potter. The second wheel spun. It clicked into place on ritual talent. The third came to a halt on an item called the Celestial Gourd. "See," the god said with a grin. "I told you, she wouldn't be unkind to you in death." The boy nodded, satisfied, even if he didn't quite know what the Celestial Gourd was. The old man's reaction told him it was something powerful. "So what now?" he asked. "Will I be born holding a giant gourd? Poor future mother." The god burst out laughing. "No. You won't regain your memories until you turn 8. The gourd will appear to you then. Reincarnation will begin in 3 hours, ideal conditions must be prepared." The boy gave a small nod, then looked around. "Would you both like to spend time with me until then? And, what should I call you?" He asked the second question sheepishly, realizing he hadn't introduced himself or asked theirs. The old man chuckled. "Call me God. And this is Vasuki." He smiled warmly. "And yes, let's have a little picnic." 3 hours later, the 3 of them sat in a beautiful garden. God and Vasuki sat on a mat surrounded by incredible food, while the boy ran around, playing with exotic creatures that seemed pulled from myths and dreams. Laughter filled the air, carefree and light. Eventually, the old man stood. "Time's up," he said, his voice tinged with reluctance. The boy returned to them, bowing his head. He thanked them both, God, for giving him another chance at life, and Vasuki, for her warmth and the wonderful food. Both smiled. As the final moment approached, Vasuki stepped forward. She pulled a shimmering scale from her arm and placed it in his hand. "Here," she said gently. "A small gift. It may influence your fate, and might even alter the world you're going to." A warm light enveloped him. The boy smiled one last time. And then, with a soft flash, he was gone. Chapter 2, Awakening. April 29, 1988. A boy of about 8 years lay asleep in his bed. He had light brown skin and black hair. Suddenly, he woke up, staring at the ceiling with gritted teeth, enduring a sharp, burning pain in his chest. The last 8 years of his life had been some of the best he had ever known. His earlier memories, stretching back 14 years before that, occasionally surfaced in his dreams, but he rarely paid them much mind. His name now was Eric Hawthorne. His first name came from his mother, and his last from his father. His mother was Indian, his father British. The Hawthorne family was a well-established noble line of wizards, wealthy, influential, and deeply rooted in both the Muggle and wizarding worlds. After a moment, the pain subsided. Eric relaxed and closed his eyes once more. There was nothing he could do about it right now. That morning, Eric woke fully aware that the memories of his previous life had returned. He was now part of a loving, magical family. His mother's name was Edwina Hawthorne, and his father's was Simon Hawthorne. As Eric came downstairs, he saw them both in the kitchen preparing breakfast together. When Edwina noticed him, she smiled warmly, came over, and pinched his cheeks. "Your dad and I are preparing a special dinner for you today," she said softly. "Today is the birthday of my precious child." Eric jumped onto a chair, swinging his legs as he waited. Most of his current life felt like his true one, while the memories of his past remained distant shadows. Magic had fascinated him since birth. Now, being part of a wizarding family, he was eager to learn all he could. "I want to learn magic as soon as possible," he thought, his face contemplative and eyes filled with determination. Surely being born into this family came with some advantage. "Mom," he asked quietly, "is there any magic I can try right now?" Hearing the question, his mother was a little surprised, then shook her head. "Not for some time, son. Your magic is still a little volatile. But don't worry, I'm from a very special clan in India, and once your magic settles, we can start your magical journey properly." Eric wasn't disheartened. He knew his mother belonged to a special Indian clan, though she had been born in Britain, 10 years after her parents moved there. He felt a strong connection to his gifts and sensed he would learn more about them today. The family enjoyed breakfast and celebrated his birthday with a trip to the park, games, and some shopping. As evening approached, a tired Eric wandered into the lawn to explore the growing connection he felt within. He called out to the presence in his soul, and immediately, information began flowing into his mind. One gift revealed itself as a ritual talent, granting him a natural aptitude for learning and performing rituals, both on himself and others, with great success. Then came the gourd. As he thought of it, a small, silver gourd with a moon carved on its surface appeared in his hand. Information about its function entered his mind. It could store moonlight-infused liquid, enhancing the growth of magical herbs and even creating entirely new ones under certain conditions. A third presence stirred. A scale thumped in his chest like a heartbeat, causing a wave of intense heat to rise through his body. This was the snake given to him by Vasuki. Eric, familiar with Indian mythology, knew Vasuki, the Serpent King, a demigod of immense power. As he recalled Vasuki's face, the scale dissolved into his body, unleashing searing energy and flooding his mind with spontaneous knowledge, rituals, spells, and their intricate requirements. The surge overwhelmed him. Eric passed out on the grass. Some moments later, his parents found him unconscious and rushed him inside in a panic. Half an hour later, Eric awoke to the familiar ceiling of his room and the cooling comfort of a wet cloth on his forehead. Turning his head, he saw his worried father on the right, and his mother on the left, gently holding his hand. What shocked him most was the sight of his mother speaking in Parcel tongue. She waved her wand slowly over his body, speaking in the ancient snake language. A cold current flowed through him, soothing the raw energy the scale had released. The foreign power was now integrating seamlessly with his blood, becoming part of him. With another whisper from his mother, he started feeling drowsy and fell into a slumber. Chapter 3, The Talk. The next day, as Eric woke up, he had to lie in bed for 15 minutes, simply sorting through the new knowledge swirling in his mind. He was worried his parents might question him about yesterday. He remembered holding the gourd in his hand when he passed out. Where is it, he thought, looking around in mild panic, then sighed in relief as he saw it safely on his bedside. He got up, walked over, and opened the gourd. Only a few drops of silver liquid remained inside. He pocketed it quickly, the gourd was about the size of an apple, and headed downstairs. As he entered the hall, he spotted his mother sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. When she saw him, her face lit up with a warm smile. She beckoned him over. He walked up to her, and she scooped him into her lap. He leaned into her embrace instinctively. "Are you feeling all right, baby?" his mother asked softly. He nodded silently. "It seems your magic has settled in and awakened. That likely caused the fever and the passing out," she said, gently brushing his hair with her fingers. He looked up at her for a moment, then leaned in again. She seemed to be drawing her own conclusions about yesterday. Of course, no mother would suspect her 8-year-old son of anything too mysterious. "Though, where did you find the silver gourd you were holding in your hand yesterday?" she asked, her voice curious but gentle. She seemed to have some inkling of what it might be. Eric took it out of his pocket and replied, "I went in the basement yesterday and found it in Grandpa's stuff." Edwina was mildly surprised. Her father, a powerful, eccentric wizard, had passed away when Eric was 5. He had traveled the world, collecting ancient artifacts, and filled her childhood with stories of his magical adventures and deep arcane knowledge. Knowing his whimsical nature, she thought it entirely possible that he had left the gourd behind, designing a mechanism so that Eric would discover it on his 8th birthday. She figured it must have some kind of magical property and could prove useful to Eric's magical development in the future. "Do you know what it does?" she asked. He nodded and said, "It makes something that helps grow plants." His vocabulary was still limited, as he was just a little kid. His mother was intrigued. She had never heard of such an object before, but she already had a few ideas on how to help Eric use it. She gently placed him back on the floor and took his hand. "Come with me, son." He followed her eagerly. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, and the love and affection of his parents was all he had ever longed for. He would gladly give up all his gifts and magic if it meant never losing their love. With the warmth of his mother's hand in his, he walked beside her to a small sapling in the garden, one that seemed to be surviving purely by chance. "This is a nagavriksha, a serpentwood tree sapling," she began. "It was gifted to me by the noble house of Greengrass after I healed someone in their family. It's a rare and powerful plant, used for wand making, potion brewing, ritual catalysts, and more. It's native to Kerala and is notoriously difficult to grow." She gave him a long, detailed explanation about the plant's value and magical uses. Eric loved these lessons. His mother was a gifted healer from an ancient lineage that used parseltongue for healing spells, runes, and even powerful secret magic only passed down through blood. A/N. I have not seen or read any skin color-based racism in the Harry Potter world, books or movies, so any discrimination will not happen to him in either the magical or muggle world. These are sensitive topics. This was the family's greatest secret, one she had only recently revealed to Eric. No one outside their bloodline knew the truth. Edwina was famously secretive, known across Britain as the mysterious healer who never let anyone witness her healing rituals, but was widely respected for her results. She was credited in several major healing texts, and her herbal remedies were referenced by other celebrated healers. When her explanation was done, Eric brought out his gourd and gently poured the silver liquid onto the struggling plant. Within moments, the dying sapling shimmered with life, it sprouted fresh leaves and grew to nearly half a foot in height. His mother's eyes widened with astonishment. She squealed in delight and hugged him tightly. He hugged her back, laughing softly. "You know, these plants aren't even meant to grow here," she said in amazement. "Even in Kerala, they take years to reach this size with constant attention and resources." Even though it hadn't felt like much, Eric relished in his mother's praise and her joy. They walked back into the house. His father was sitting in the living room, reading the newspaper. As they entered, he smiled and said, "What mischief were mother and son up to today?" he asked playfully. Edwina stuck her tongue out at him. "That's between mother and son." He chuckled and shook his head. "Nibbin, please set up the table." With a soft pop, their house elf appeared and began preparing the meal. Nibbin was usually cheerful, but still sulking a little. He was upset that they had insisted on cooking dinner themselves yesterday for Eric's birthday. They both smiled knowingly. Nibbin would come around in time, they were used to his quirks. It was Saturday, and since both Edwina and her husband were their own bosses, they would be going to work late. They wanted to spend more time with Eric after the scare from yesterday. "Now that your magic has stabilized, we can start teaching you some basics," his father said, remembering Eric's request. "We'll begin in a few days." The three of them sat together, discussing the morning's events in the warmth of their home, Eric feeling, perhaps for the first time in 2 lifetimes, truly safe. Chapter 4, Foundation and Harry. A week has passed since Eric's birthday, and as promised, his parents will be helping him with some magic. In the garden of the Hawthorne mansion, 3 figures could be seen, Alaric and his parents. "You can't have a wand right now, as you will be getting your official wand when you turn 11 and you get your Hogwarts acceptance letter," Simon explained to his son. Eric just hung his head dejectedly at that. Well, if you had a wand right now it would not be of much use to you, as we will be building your foundation first, Simon explained with a chuckle looking at Eric's cute reaction. Well then start running laps around the field and do push-ups and squats, said the man with hands on his hips and chin high. Eric gawked at his father for a moment before the look in his father's eyes made him instinctively start running. This is not magical, I wanted magic, the boy said looking betrayed. His father just laughed. This training was not just to torment him but also to increase his magic capacity. No wizarding family would make their kids do physical exercises. It was Edwina who found the correlation with physical exercises and the capacity of the magic the person can hold. She was just sitting on the porch watched the father and son in amusement. As Simon was getting all the hate for her doing, she looked at a wand at her side. Her father's wand. This was the wand she would be using to train her son, but after some time it would not be advisable to use a wand with so little time passing from the maturation of Eric's magic. As Eric looked at his father's face in hatred while running, he was surprised that he was not feeling much fatigue. It seems that the scale has changed his body in some way. Now he was just being a hater for no reason, but can't stop now, can he? A week has passed with the brutal training, and once when Eric's parents were having an argument and asked him who he loved more, he just said, I love mom more than dad, in a second, and got lots of kisses from his mom and the depressed face of his dad. With his revenge done, he just went out to the park to play and make some friends. He actually just lived near the town of Little Winging and went out exploring the area on his bike, hoped to meet the famous boy who lived. Just as he rounded a corner, he saw Harry sitting on a bench in the park, just looking at the cloudy sky. Harry's clothes were big enough to fit two of him, so he was very conspicuous. Eric saw his search bearing fruit and approached the boy with the scar. That one looks like a dog, doesn't it? He asked Harry, pointing at a cloud. Harry was surprised someone was taking to him a look to the side to a boy his age with black hair and black eye looking at him. Harry just nodded and didn't say anything. He just guesses that if he would say yes, the boy would say, just like you, and start bullying him like the others. Eric, seeing the reaction, knew what Harry was thinking and just sighed and sat beside him, to which Harry flinched. Eric just decided to be direct. I am not going to hurt or call you names. Harry just looked at him and looked back up and said, it does look like a dog. Eric just chuckled and patted him on the back. You want to wait for another dog to appear and make them fight, or do you want to come with me and play? Saying that, Eric stood up and took out a ball from his pocket, showing it to Harry. Eric in his previous life found a connection with the fictional character of Harry Potter, as both were orphans and had a hard life. He was not really planning to seek out Harry at the beginning, but when we learned from him mother how near they were to Little Winging, he decided to meet Harry. After a moment, Harry got up and just nodded, and they started playing a little. The two boys spent the afternoon playing. No one disturbed them. No cruel Dudley. No suspicious adults. Just two boys being boys. When it was time to leave, they said their goodbyes, and Eric biked home with a grin on his face. A/N, I don't know what else to do. It's not like friendship between kids is complicated. Mom, I made a friend today, he shouted as soon as he stepped through the door. Edwina's heart swelled with joy. Eric had always been a bit standoffish around other kids, and she had worried. But it seemed some physical exertion and structure had helped after all. I should tell Simon to increase his training, she mused while ruffling Eric's hair. Eric felt a sudden cold breeze pass through him and shivered slightly. Maybe it was just the weather. At dinner, he told his father about Harry. Simon listened intently and said, I'll come with you to the park tomorrow. It'll be good to meet your friend. Eric just nodded, not realizing his father's deeper thoughts. A little father-son time and he'll forgive me for all that training, Simon thought. But Eric didn't hate him, not even close. The training wasn't even that hard for him, not with his enhanced physique. This was their little game, and they both secretly enjoyed it. Chapter 5, The Mark Beneath the Mask. Let's go, son, shouted Simon as Eric appeared from his room, fully dressed and ready to leave. They both hopped into Simon's 1961 XKE and set off toward Little Whinging. The purebloods would have been spitting blood at the indignity of the patriarch of the ancient and noble house of Hawthorne using a muggle contraption. But Simon didn't care, never had. Status meant nothing compared to family. Father and son reached the park where Eric was to meet Harry. Eric had told Harry they'd be meeting in the morning, but the boy was running a little late. About half an hour passed, and as Eric and Simon kicked a ball around, Harry finally appeared, walking in small, hesitant steps with the lower part of his face covered by a cloth. Eric looked at him strangely. What's with the cloth? He asked. I've got a little cold, Harry replied quickly. Didn't want you to catch it. Harry was lying. Earlier, Dudley had seen Eric leaving after playing with Harry and grown jealous, angry that Harry had made a new, wealthy friend. He ran to tell Uncle Vernon, who saw this as a threat. If people found out a freak lived at number 4 Privet Drive, it would ruin their reputation as a perfectly normal family. So, Vernon had taught Harry the consequences, again. The next day, Harry had made up several excuses to leave the house. Despite the beatings, he just wanted to play. To feel like a normal boy, even for an hour. Simon was quietly alarmed at Harry's appearance. The boy looked malnourished, like he came from poverty. But he said nothing. Eric's choice in friends was his own, and if this boy made his son happy, that was enough. "Hello, Mr. Hawthorne. Nice to meet you," Harry greeted politely. Simon simply ruffled the boy's hair and stepped aside to watch them play. As Eric and Harry ran about, the cloth slipped from Harry's face. Eric caught a glimpse of a dark scar and stopped in his tracks. "What happened? Why do you have a scar on your face?" Simon walked over, eyes narrowing. Harry hastily replaced the cloth. "I just fell, don't worry about it," he said quickly, shivering slightly. But Simon had already seen enough. "Don't you live at number 10, Privet Drive?" he asked casually. Harry instinctively replied, "No sir, I live at number 4. Then looked confused. Simon feigned ignorance. "Ah, I must have mistaken you for someone else." Eric noticed the cold glint in his father's eyes. He knew what it meant, he wouldn't have to do anything. His father had seen. His father would act. "I'll be back in a minute." "Don't go far," Simon said, making up an excuse about forgetting something. Eric waved him off. "We won't," he promised. Simon Hawthorne was not a man who liked meddling in others' affairs. But he was a good man, and a powerful one. The moment he saw the scar on Harry's face, and the lightning-shaped one on his forehead, he knew exactly who the boy was. He didn't care that Harry was the boy who lived. He cared that Harry was his son's friend. And that meant something. He had used a bit of legilimency, not enough to hurt, just enough to skim the surface of Harry's thoughts. It confirmed what he feared. That was enough. Number 4, Privet Drive. The doorbell rang. Vernon Desley, holding an ice cream cone, opened the door and blinked at the sight of the tall, well-built man standing there. "How can I help you?" he asked, a bit thrown off. Petunia appeared from the kitchen, curious. "Hello, is this the Desley residence?" Simon asked calmly. Vernon wanted to scoff, of course it was, didn't the men see the plaque beside the door? But he simply nodded. "Would your son be home, Mr. Desley?" Simon asked. The couple stiffened slightly. "No." "Did he do something?" Petunia asked, alarmed. Simon almost sighed in relief. Good. He didn't want a child witnessing what was about to happen. Without warning, Simon drew his wand. In the blink of an eye, the Desleys were paralyzed, silenced, and seated like puppets on their couch. Simon stepped inside, casting several silent, precise charms, no wasted movements, no noise. He sat across from them and began. Looking Vernon in the eye, he used legilimency at full force. He saw everything. Every act of cruelty. Every moment of fear. Simon's face grew colder by the second. A small flame ignited in his left hand. He waved it before them, and they paled. "You will not make Harry do chores again. He will have his own room. You will feed him properly. And you will leave him be." Vernon tried to speak, furious, but still paralyzed. "You're not capable of love," Simon continued, his tone colder than the flame in his hand. "But you will comply." With a flick of his wand, the Desleys silently screamed in pain, as if engulfed by fire. The illusion lasted only seconds, but it was enough. They were drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, trembling. Simon released their voices. "You won't get away with this," Vernon growled, enraged and humiliated. Simon raised a brow. "I already have. I'm not just a wizard, I'm a powerful and influential wizard. If I so much as hear a whisper that you've deviated from what I told you, I'll crush you like ants. And should the wizarding world learn what you've done to the boy who lived for the past 8 years?" He didn't need to finish. The Desleys turned ghostly pale. Their silence was answer enough. Simon stood, adjusting his coat. Good. Then he left without another word. Chapter 6, The Party. June. Eric had been diligently sticking to his exercise routine, and the results were showing. He was noticeably leaner now, and the baby fat on his face was beginning to fade. His features were sharpening, and there was a quiet pride in the way he carried himself. Something unusual had occurred last month. Eric had accidentally performed a bit of magic. He pulled an object toward himself without a wand. What made it different wasn't just the act itself, it was Eric's extraordinary awareness during the event. Unlike most magical children who would forget such an experience or barely notice it, Eric remembered it clearly. He recalled the distinct sensation of the magic as it flowed through him. He felt it, understood it, and even analyzed it. His maturity far surpassed that of other children his age. Inspired by that moment, Eric had added a new routine to his day. Every night before sleep, he practiced pushing and pulling objects, trying to recapture that feeling. Over the past month, he had made remarkable progress. He proudly demonstrated his ability to his parents, who were more than a little surprised. His mother had smothered him with kisses that evening, and his father had been so proud he walked with his chin held high all day, so high, in fact, that he stepped in dog poop because he wasn't watching where he was going. Eric's parents took his efforts seriously. They knew he wasn't an ordinary child, and they were proud of his discipline and talent. Intrigued by their son's progress, they too began experimenting with wandless magic. Simon, who already had considerable experience in that area, found it easier to adapt and even began coaching Edwina and Eric through more advanced techniques. Meanwhile, Harry Potter's life had taken an unexpected turn. Though still marked by fate, he was no longer abused. The Dursleys, driven more by fear than affection, had begun feeding him properly and even bought him some basic clothes. To everyone's surprise, including Harry's, he spent a weekend at the Hawthorne estate. It had been the best weekend of his young life. Edwina had treated him with warmth and kindness, and for the first time, Harry had experienced what it felt like to be safe and wanted. "Let's go, son," Simon called as Eric emerged dressed in black pants and shirt, with well-worn boots and a brown robe layered on top. Edwina and Simon were also dressed in elegant robes, and together the family looked both refined and formidable. It was July 5th, Draco Malfoy's birthday. The Malfoys had invited them to the celebration in thanks to Edwina, who had once saved Narcissa from a rare magical plant-borne illness. Though the Malfoys were bigots, they weren't fools. They recognized that Edwina was one of the finest healers in the wizarding world, and Simon Hawthorne, head of an ancient and powerful family, commanded immense influence. Many owed the Hawthorns their lives, or their positions. Their affairs were draped in secrecy, but none dared cross them. At the fireplace, Edwina gently reminded Eric how to use the Fleur network, though he had done so before. With a flash of green flame, the family vanished. Malfoy Manor. 3 figures appeared in the grand entry hall of Malfoy Manor, stepping gracefully from the emerald flame. Heads turned immediately. Lucius and Narcissa approached with dignified poise. "Thank you for coming, Lord and Lady Hawthorne," Lucius greeted smoothly. Simon smiled in return. "Thank you for the invitation. You have a magnificent home. And happy birthday to you, Draco," he added as the young Malfoy approached, receiving the well wishes with a polite nod. Although the Hawthorns were known to support Muggle rights, they were regarded as neutral by the pureblood elite. No one dared label them blood traitors, doing so would be political suicide. Simon commanded an extensive trade network spanning France, India, and the United States. Angering him would mean cutting off access to rare magical commodities and invaluable contacts. After the women exchanged greetings, Narcissa turned to Eric and pinched his cheek lightly. "What a handsome young man. Take care of my little Draco, won't you?" Draco, clearly embarrassed, just shook Eric's hand. The two boys wandered off together toward the other children, and to Eric's surprise, Draco wasn't unbearable. At 8, he hadn't yet fully absorbed the supremacist ideals he would one day spout. For now, they had a relatively amicable time and even enjoyed parts of the party. Lucius watched them with cool satisfaction. He knew his son was arrogant, much like himself, but had instructed Draco not to treat Eric as a subordinate. So far, it seemed Draco had listened. In another room, the adults gathered, men and women mingling separately with drinks in hand. "You have a fine child, Lord Hawthorne," Lucius said smoothly. "And he seems to be getting along well with Draco." Simon inclined his head modestly. "He has always been a sensible boy." Ignatius Greengrass, patriarch of the Greengrass family and a longtime friend of Simon's, joined the conversation. "Indeed. Eric is a polite boy and gets along well with my daughters too. And I would like to thank Lady Hawthorne again for the help in previous matters." Simon waved his hand modestly and simply accepted the thanks. The women of the Greengrass and Hawthorne families, both known for their healing expertise, shared a close bond. Edwina had once helped Celine when she fell ill, and since then they had become good friends. Serene often visited to speak with Astoria and discuss healing-related topics. Serene Greengrass, the mother of Astoria Greengrass and a healer, had dedicated her life to finding a cure for the Greengrass blood disease. To that end, she had once experimented on herself, resulting in her being afflicted with a different curse. Edwina had helped Serene at that time. Although Serene had been unconscious during the treatment and did not see the method Edwina used, she now held deep respect for her and often sought her guidance when facing problems in her own research. The Hawthorne family actually enjoyed the party, as there was no bigotry in their presence and only amiable conversation. Eric and Draco had been talking and playing as well. Eric had become more social after meeting Harry, and he spoke to Draco about many topics, even slightly influencing his views on Muggles during their conversations. Draco liked Eric too. He was the heir of a family on par with the Malfoys, engaging to talk to, and confident. He didn't argue with Eric about pureblood ideals, as he found Eric to be cool, especially after Eric showed him a bit of his push and pull magic, which left Draco with stars in his eyes. A/N, stones and feedback please. I wrote a bigger chapter today. Give me your thoughts on it, as Eric will be helping the Golden Trio a little bit but will not be a part of them, and I am planting seeds for his future friends. Chapter 7, Inheritance. Mom, can we go to Diagon Alley? Asked Eric, his eyes wide and pleading like a puppy's. Edwina glanced at his expression and tried her best to stay firm, but her resolve crumbled in just 5 seconds. She sighed, already knowing she'd lost. Why do you want to go there? She asked, resigned. Ice cream, came the casual reply, as if it were the most obvious reason in the world. And I'll just look around for fun things. She raised an eyebrow at the fun things part but didn't press further. Take Nibbin with you. Her tone left no room for argument. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Diagon Alley was a safe place, especially for wizard-born children. Trips there for errands or sweet treats were part of normal life, like going to the market. Eric hugged his mother with genuine affection as she called for Nibbin. But what he'd told her wasn't the full truth. The real reason for his visit wasn't ice cream or window shopping. 2 nights ago, he had dreamt of a majestic, silver-scaled serpent, enormous and ancient, that spoke only one word: inheritance. The serpent's voice had a soothing cadence, rich with magic, and its aura pulsed with power. Eric recognized it instinctively: Vasuki. He'd woken up breathless, his heart pounding, but somehow calm. After reflecting on the message, he concluded it wasn't a random dream. Vasuki had sent him a sign. He needed to go to Gringotts. He needed to take an inheritance test. And so, off he went with Nibbin. The cheerful little house elf, seemingly recovered from the emotional chaos of Eric's birthday, was in high spirits again, delighted just to accompany his young master. Eric enjoyed a scoop of chocolate fudge swirl, his favorite, and even shared some with Nibbin, who accepted it with gleeful gratitude. As they wandered through the cobbled streets, Eric asked casually, "Do you know where Gringotts Bank is, Nibbin?" Nibbin nodded eagerly but tilted his head. "Why does young master ask?" Eric waved his hand vaguely. "I heard it's really pretty to look at." It was a flimsy excuse, and he knew it. But he needed Nibbin to lead him there without asking too many questions. Nibbin blinked in confusion. Pretty. It was just a bank, a grand one, yes, but hardly something children got excited about. Still, orders were orders. Without pressing further, he guided Eric toward the towering white building at the far end of the street. As they neared Gringotts, Eric turned and asked, "Do you want to come in with me?" Nibbin was caught off guard. "Why would young master go into the bank?" he asked, concerned. "You're just 8 years old." Eric was prepared. "Mom only gave me enough for the ice cream. I want to get her a gift, so I'll make a small withdrawal from my heir account." It wasn't unheard of. Among noble wizarding families, heirs often had vaults set up in their name, with money added annually for their future. Most children weren't allowed access until they were older, but Eric was an exception. His father, Simon, trusted him deeply and had given him limited access. He knew Eric was mature beyond his years. Eric might have been a spoiled young master if not for his previous life. "You wait outside, Nibbin. There are goblins inside," Eric said with a grin. But Nibbin frowned and shook her head. "Nibbin is allowed to enter with young master. Mistress told me to keep you safe." Though her vocabulary was better than most house elves, she still slipped up occasionally. "Gringotts is the safest place in Britain," Eric said flatly, staring at her with a look that brokered no argument. Nibbin hesitated, then sighed. "Fine. But young master must call if he needs help." "I promise." Eric smiled warmly. "You can go fetch some supplies while I handle things in the bank. It'll save time." Nibbin gave one last worried glance before vanishing down the alley, muttering about parchment and polishing soap. Eric stepped up to the grand marble steps of Gringotts, ignoring the worn inscription above the doors that threatened those who would steal. He pushed the doors open and walked inside with as much confidence as an 8-year-old could muster. A long hall stretched before him, lined with goblins at high desks. He made his way to one with a polished nameplate, Nuck. "Excuse me," Eric said, standing tall. "Can I have an inheritance test?" Nuck didn't even look up. 50 galleons. Deducted from my Hawthorne heir account, Eric replied. That made the goblin pause. He slowly raised his head and stared at the boy. His eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Instead, he retrieved a form and slid it across the counter. "Signature," he said curtly. Eric signed. Nuck didn't ask questions. Goblins knew better than to meddle in wizarding affairs, especially old families. He simply stood and gestured for Eric to follow. Inside a private chamber, Nuck handed Eric a small, silver needle and a blank parchment. "Prick your finger. Let one drop of blood fall onto the parchment." Eric nodded. He pierced his finger without flinching. But then, something strange happened. A dormant scale within his body pulsed, reacting to the blood. A second drop emerged, not from his finger, but from the scale itself. It hovered in the air, glowing faintly, before merging with the blood from his finger and dropping onto the parchment. There was a brief flash of light. Runes lit up along the edges of the parchment as magic flared. Nuck's eyes widened. Alongside the expected Hawthorne lineage and all its associated titles and assets, there was another name etched into the glowing list. Another inheritance. One that should not have been there. A/N, yes, a cliffhanger. I've scattered the clues. Let's see if you can guess whose inheritance Eric just unlocked. Give me stone, and I'll give you chapters. Chapter 8, Resin and Ring. A/N, I have a confession, guys. Well, I tricked you yesterday. The inheritance is actually from an OC, and honestly, I just used it as a plot device to give the MC a castle and some subordinates. Cry about it, I don't care. Love you. Eloria Nightshade. That was the name written on the parchment. Nuck's pupils dilated the moment he saw it, leaving Eric confused. Well, it seems you have quite the future ahead of you, though whether it will be a blessing or a curse to those around you remains to be seen, Nuck said cryptically, and left the room before Eric could ask any questions. Wait here for a minute, were his final words as the door closed behind him. Eric didn't have to wait long. Nuck soon returned, carrying a beautiful silver box, which he placed gently on the table. This is your inheritance. It was entrusted to us by a powerful wizard hundreds of years ago. Curious, Eric asked about the wizard. Nuck simply rubbed 2 fingers together in a universal sign, pay up. Eric's lip twitched in irritation. 10 galleons. 20 it is, Nuck replied smoothly, already pulling out a form for Eric to sign, one that would deduct the amount from his account. Eric signed with a reluctant sigh. Even before the founding of this bank, goblins weren't held in high regard by wizard kind. But there was one thing they needed us for, inheritance testing. Any wizard who wanted a true inheritance test had to come to us, and our results were universally accepted. During that time, a powerful witch by the name of Eloria Nightshade entrusted us with this box. Though little known among human wizards, we goblins knew her well. She earned our fear, and our respect. Nuck grimaced at the admission, clearly disliking the idea of revering a human. Even if human, the strong deserve respect, he thought. She saved a group of centaurs and even aided the goblins in difficult times, earning our favor. Then, one day, she vanished. What he didn't say was that after the bank's founding, some foolish goblin heads tried to tamper with her box, and their entire bloodline ceased to exist. That legacy alone was enough to strike fear into goblins who had never even heard her name. Eric, silently contemplating the goblin's words, opened the silver box. Inside were a letter and a golden ring coiled with a silver snake. The letter read, My dear inheritor. It is not my blood that grants you this inheritance, it is the blood of my goddess, Yasuki. In life, I was her devoted follower and chosen avatar in the mortal world. It appears you, too, have been chosen by her. All that was mine is now yours. This ring is a permanent portkey to my castle, the essence of my life's work and my goddess's will. Speak her name, and you shall be transported there. The ring will grant you full control over the castle and the island upon which it stands. I regret that I cannot meet you in person and offer my protection, but know that I am with my goddess, watching over you and wishing you well. Eloria Nightshade. Eric had never met the woman, but at that moment, he knew she would have died for him if she could. With a quiet reverence, he folded the letter and tucked it into his breast pocket, feeling a melancholy affection for someone he had never known. Nuck had been observing him the entire time. When the ring responded to Eric's touch, he was certain the test had not failed. A gleam appeared in the goblin's eye. Would you like me to manage your account and financial affairs? I'll charge less than the others, and I will swear a vow to be fair to you, he offered. Nuck saw promise in the boy. If he stayed close, he could climb to the top of goblin society. He handed Eric a charm for contact and left, giving him time to consider the offer. At the Hawthorne mansion, Edwina was tending to the Nagavriksha tree she and Eric had nurtured. Though it had stopped growing after reaching the height of a normal tree, even with water from the silver gourd, it had been changing internally, evolving into something far more powerful. Its resin held immense magical properties and was worth waging a war for, if wizards could even get a drop. Edwina had collected enough for 3 people, an amount that usually took decades to gather. Simon, aware of the tree's potential, was now preparing a potion using the resin. He was one of the greatest potion masters of his time, though he kept his talents hidden from the world. I'm back. Eric called, entering with Nibbin. Edwina immediately came over, picked him up, kissed him, and patted Nibbin's head. Still in her arms, Eric presented her with a golden pendant containing a small moving family photo. She smiled brightly and wore it without hesitation. Simon, feigning sadness, asked, No gifts for your dear father? Eric responded slyly, Can I skip training tomorrow? Simon rolled his eyes in amusement. Eric had truly tried to find a suitable gift for his father, but Simon already had everything. He'd think of something special soon. Simon wasn't upset. He knew what his son was thinking and appreciated his kind heart. Turning to Nibbin, Simon asked, "Did you bring the hibiscus petals and moonstone powder?" Nibbin handed over the ingredients, and Simon continued brewing the potion. Soon, 3 vials stood completed before them. "Son, these potions are made from the tree's resin. They possess extraordinary magical properties and are completely safe. Would you like to take it?" Eric nodded immediately. He trusted his mother. In a blank room within the Hawthorne mansion, Eric sat cross-legged in the center. His parents sat at either side, ready to assist if anything went wrong. He drank the potion in one gulp. A cooling sensation spread through his body. His entire being felt reinforced, every cell, every bone. Even his soul felt nourished. His senses sharpened, and his mind felt stronger, more resilient, as if something fundamental had changed within him. Simon and Edwina observed quietly, sensing the powerful potential growing in their son. They knew he was destined for great things. A/N. Should Eric tell his parents about the inheritance? He won't reveal all his secrets, but as seen with the Dursley situation, his parents will be helping him for some time, and will also take the resin potion. Give me stones and I'll give you chapters. Thank you for your comments and support. I hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 9, The Village. After Eric, it was Edwina and Simon's turn to drink the potion, and just like with Eric, it went without a hitch. But there was one notable difference. Eric now possessed 2 scales within his body, something his parents did not. He was certain the original scale had been absorbed by him on his 8th birthday, so where had the second one come from? Could he give them to others? Well, those were questions for his future self. Right now, it was time to begin his first true magical training. After the ritual, Edwina handed him the wand of his grandfather. With that, Eric could finally begin proper spell work. "What do you want to start with?" asked Simon. Although he posed the question, it was clear Eric would need to begin with basic spells like the levitation charm or lumos. "How about freezing stuff?" Eric asked softly. Simon considered it for a moment, then agreed. They began training with the spell Chillaria, which produced a cold breeze and could chill the air or small objects like a drink or potion vial. To Simon's surprise, it took Eric only about 15 minutes to successfully cast the spell. A chilly gust of wind flowed from his wand and cooled a glass of water. Pleased, Simon introduced him to the intermediate version, Chillaria Glacius, a spell that could freeze small surfaces and create slippery ice traps. This spell was considered quite advanced, too difficult for most third-year Hogwarts students, let alone an 8-year-old, but Simon himself had created the Chillaria spell series up to 4 levels and was currently developing a 5th, which he believed might verge into the realm of ancient magic. Though talented, Eric couldn't master such a spell in just one day. Still, he tried several first-year level spells, managing to cast most of them within 1 or 2 attempts, or at most 15 minutes. Later came potion training with his father. The first day wasn't particularly eventful, but foundational knowledge was crucial, and Eric was diligent in learning it. That evening, he turned to his parents. "Mom, Dad, come with me. I want to show you something." Despite the full day of training, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Curious, Edwina and Simon followed him as he pulled a beautiful gold and silver ring from his pocket. "When I went to Diagon Alley yesterday, I took an inheritance test at the bank," he said quietly. "Why?" Edwina asked. "I had a dream, Mom. I saw a big, pretty snake, and it said, 'inheritance,' to me." Simon looked confused, but Edwina's eyes flickered with a glimmer of recognition. Just as Simon was about to question further, she gently placed a hand on his, signaling him to let Eric continue. "I received the inheritance of a witch named Eloria Nightshade. This ring is a portkey to her castle." Simon took the ring and inspected it for enchantments or curses. "I'll go there first and check if it's safe. Then the 2 of you can come with me," he said, and asked Eric for the portkey password. "Vasuki," Eric replied. With a soft pop, Simon disappeared. He landed smoothly in front of a village, not one inhabited by humans, but by centaurs. Surprisingly, they showed no signs of hostility and approached him calmly. If these were the centaurs from the Forbidden Forest, they'd be pointing arrows at me, he thought as their leader stepped forward. "How did you get here?" asked the centaur, a tall figure with brown skin and long white hair. Simon held up the ring silently. The centaur's eyes widened, and he bowed. "Welcome to our humble village, my lord. Our tribe is at your service." Taken aback, Simon responded quickly, "I'm the father of the inheritor. I came here first to scout the area. Please show me the important places, I'll return shortly. My family must be worried." An hour later, Simon reappeared at the manor with a pop. Before departing, he had created a temporary portkey linked to the manor's wards to ensure his return. Edwina and Eric rushed to meet him, bombarding him with questions. He raised his hands to quiet them, then sat down and explained what had happened. "We'll go together tomorrow and explore," he said. It seems safe. He ruffled Eric's hair and kissed Edwina before heading to his study to finish some work before bedtime. A/N, short chapter today. Thank you all for the amazing response. Chapter 10, The Legacy of Nightshade. Previously on, Eric freezes water, inherits a castle, meets bowing centaurs, and casually drops he's chosen by a snake goddess, just your average Tuesday for an 8-year-old wizard. Edwina's clan in India was widely regarded as the most skilled group of healers in the magical world. Their unparalleled reputation came from their use of parseltongue in healing, a secret, sacred tradition passed down through generations. But what outsiders didn't know was that her clan were not just healers, they were also formidable fighters. Over centuries, they had developed spells in parseltongue, spells far more potent and precise than any common wizard magic, handed down in secret through bloodlines and ritual. Another rare trait of the clan was their belief in gods, something most wizards found quaint or outdated. Among those deities, they revered Vasuki, the serpent goddess, who was both patron and protector of the clan. To them, she wasn't just a divine symbol, she had once walked the earth in mortal form as a woman named Eloria Nightshade, the first of their line. That night, after returning to their room, Edwina spoke to Simon in a low, serious voice. She told him about the visions and stirrings within the bloodline, about Eloria, and her growing belief that Eloria had chosen Eric as her successor. Simon's brows furrowed in concern. If that's true, he said, it might attract dangers even I can't protect my little prince from. But Edwina reached for his hand and held it tightly. Then we'll stand together and protect him, she said. Whatever it takes. The next morning, the family gathered in the mansion's entrance hall, dressed in comfortable travel clothes. Eric wore the ring and held the hands of his parents. He spoke the word. Vasuki. And with a soft pop, the three of them vanished. They landed on soft earth before a grand sight, a towering castle of black stone, laced with glowing runes that pulsed gently in the morning light. It's comparable to Hogwarts, Simon murmured in awe. Eric took a moment to steady himself after the teleportation, and Edwina gently patted his back. Let's go meet the centaur tribe, said Simon. They know every corner of this island, and it seems they're here to serve you, son. As the family entered the centaur village, the herd immediately noticed Eric. They bowed to him, a surreal sight, watching proud, towering centaurs lower their heads before a child. Welcome to the village of the Astrotherian herd, my lord, said the centaur leader, his voice calm and respectful. He was called Orion, and he offered to personally guide the family around the island. The island was lush and alive. Its forests teemed with magical beasts, unicorns, thestrals, mooncalves, and even rare magical hybrids, all living in perfect harmony. The very land seemed to shift subtly with the seasons, shaped by enchantments that maintained balance and beauty. Even the beasts appeared drawn to Eric. They offered the family rides, nuzzled against them, and gifted rare items, scales, feathers, and other magical parts they had naturally shed over the years. Finally, they arrived before the gates of Castle Eloria, sleek and imposing, its black stone walls etched with glowing runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. I must leave you now, Orion said at the entrance. You will be in the care of the castle's guardian. With that, he turned and departed. As they stepped inside, a figure awaited them just beyond the threshold. A humanoid being stood tall, with bark-like skin etched with glowing blue veins. His hair looked like flowing moss woven with silver threads, and his eyes gleamed like pale blue crystals, pupilless and ancient. I am Thimril, a Velarin, a rare magical being born of tree spirits and lightning, he said, his voice slow but warm. I have guarded this castle since its inception. Welcome. The family followed him inside and were surprised to find the castle not cold and grim, but bright, spotless, and serene. The floors and walls were polished white marble, and enchantments flowed softly through the halls. Inside Castle Eloria, the air was cool and still, yet heavy with ancient magic. The vast corridors echoed softly with each step. Tall arched windows lined the halls, glowing faintly even without sunlight. The great hall was circular with a domed ceiling that reflected the sky above in real time. Phoenixes roost high in the rafters, their radiant feathers warming the air. A few circled down around Eric, singing as they playfully danced through the air. Next, Thimril led them to the treasury, and even Simon was taken aback, not by the piles of gold, but by the ancient artifacts, each shimmering with runes and layered enchantments. Most of these were crafted by the goblins who live on the island, Thimril explained. Simon raised a brow. Not like those greedy buggers from Gringotts, I hope, he said, dodging an elbow from Edwina. Thimril tilted his head thoughtfully. I do not know of the others, but our goblins are not greedy. They would give their lives for the young lord. They are mastersmiths, perhaps greater than those you've encountered. They have honed their craft and shared their knowledge freely for centuries. Simon was surprised. He didn't believe goblins were beneath him, but being a wealthy lord, he'd grown used to Gringotts goblins trying to exploit him, and that had shaped his views. Eric's eyes lit up at the glittering treasures. Simon chuckled and tapped him on the forehead. We're not much poorer than this, you know, well, if we're only counting gold. Eric rubbed his forehead, then asked with curiosity. Do we have spellbooks, potion scrolls, and ritual texts here? We do, said Thimril with a smile. He guided them to the castle library. The family explored the immense library, its curved shelves filled with tomes of magic old and forgotten. They didn't take the original books. Instead, Thimril provided blank ones, and they used duplication spells to copy what they needed. Simon selected the oldest and most advanced books on ice magic, hoping to refine his Chillaria spell series, along with high-level potion texts. Edwina picked out ritual and healing books, eager to expand her knowledge for both her son and herself. Meanwhile, Eric stood in a corner, deep in conversation with Thimril. Probably up to some mischief, his parents thought. Before they left the library, Thimril handed them a small enchanted statue of a thunderbird. Link this to the wards of your house, he said. You'll then be able to travel between the castle and your mansion at will. It will also enhance your home's magical defenses. Later, Thimril showed them to the sleeping quarters, and they each chose rooms with windows facing the moon. That night, bathed in soft moonlight, the family drifted into sleep beneath the watchful presence of phoenixes and ancient magic. A/N, I was excited to write this chapter and I hope you like it. Stones and comments please. Up next, the first ritual for the family. Chapter 11, Blood, Bone, and Flame. Parts of a magical beast willingly given. A place that has stood for more than 500 years. A silver bowl filled with moon water, spring water left under the full moon. Runes long forgotten by time itself. These were the requirements for the ritual the Hawthorne family would be performing today. The knowledge of this ancient rite had been implanted in Eric's mind on his 8th birthday, a gift from his unique ritual talent. The purpose of the ritual was clear, to merge the essence of a magical beast with a human, granting them abilities reflective of the creature. In a secluded room atop the roof of the castle, with 4 pillars shimmering with ancient runes and open to the sky, the Hawthorne family prepared. The space radiated magic older than memory. Eric carried the egg of a mutated ashwinder. While ordinary ashwinders lived only a few hours and laid sterile eggs, these mutated ones, born on the island, lived for years and wielded refined control over fire. The egg Eric held belonged to the oldest among them. Though sterile, it pulsed with dormant power. Simon, his father, held the horns of a Romanian longhorn. These dragons thrived in cold regions and were famed for their growing intelligence and strength with age. The horn Simon had belonged to one born on the island, hundreds of years older than even the ancient ones outside it. Edwina, Eric's mother, brought the horns of a graphorn, prized for their use in advanced healing potions and their powerful healing magic. I will go first, Simon said firmly. If anything goes wrong, I don't want either of you caught in it. Eric and Edwina could only nod under the weight of his gaze. Simon placed the dragon horns into the silver bowl. The runes etched around the circle shimmered, and the moon water inside stirred into a red, icy liquid. Simon seated himself in the center of the ritual circle, and the chilled liquid was poured over him. Instantly, his body froze, and shivers racked his frame as though he were atop Mount Everest. Yet he held firm. In his mind, the image of a majestic dragon emerged. The freezing cold now brought him comfort rather than pain. Time blurred. His bones strengthened, his skin gained magical resistance, and his eyes glowed faintly with ancient wisdom. The surrounding ice shifted with his mere gesture. The dragon bowed to him. Simon opened his eyes. He felt his magic expand, his strength soar beyond what any human should be capable of and a higher understanding of ice and an element. There were no complications, it seems, he said, smiling. Next was Edwina's turn. The same process followed. As the moon water ritual enveloped her, her body reached its peak potential. Her healing magic ascended to a higher plane. A subtle aura now clung to her, altering the flow of magic in others, especially dark magic. It now bent in submission before her. Finally, Eric stepped into the circle. Unlike the others, he took the egg with him and placed it gently on his lap. As the moon water was poured, the egg dissolved into a stream of fire and flowed into his body. His body, already enhanced, absorbed the flame eagerly. It settled in his heart, docile and obedient, nourished by his magic. Eric discovered he could control it with his thoughts, without spell, without wand. You did good, son, Simon said, proud, as Eric stepped away from the circle. They all turned and thanked Thimril, who had been assisting them for the past 2 days. Even now, he stood at the side, ensuring every preparation was perfect. With their ritual complete, they used a temporary port key to return home. Once back, Simon took the Thunderbird statue to the mansion's ward stone. He placed it beside the stone. The statue expanded, and lightning crackled as the stone sparked to life. Nibbin, the family's loyal house elf, was preparing food when he felt a surge of power rush through him. House elves are connected to the wards of the homes they serve, and draw magical energy from them for survival. The ward's shift had affected him directly. Sparks of electricity danced around Nibbin, and the ingredients around him spoiled with a crackle. Simon, sensing the surge, ran into the kitchen. "Sorry, master. Nibbin ruined the family dinner," he cried. Simon simply patted his head gently. "It's all right, Nibbin. That was my fault. I was adjusting the wards and didn't account for how they would affect you." Nibbin blinked. "So, it wasn't my fault?" "No. And now that you seem to have gained some elemental magic of the thunder aspect, you'll be able to protect the mansion, and your young master, even better." At that, Nibbin jumped with joy. After a few moments, he got back to cooking with newfound enthusiasm. He now stood a little taller than before, and even looked a little less, well, ugly. A/N, these were the foundational chapters. There aren't many chapters left before the Hogwarts arc begins. Eric is just too OP right now. I hope you like the chapter. Tell me your thoughts and suggestions in the comments. Chapter 12, Forged in Magic. Months had passed since the ritual, and the Hawthorne family had been carrying out their daily lives during this time. They would visit Nightshade Castle frequently, spending peaceful evenings there after their daily duties, nourished by the castle's ancient magic through the night. Eric had been visiting the goblins of the island and mingling with them for some time now. He was keen to learn smithing from them and was currently crafting a wand holster and a sword, working with the head goblin by his side. The goblins of the island were the ideal goblins anyone could imagine. Unlike British goblins, who were greedy hoarders that didn't even share knowledge among their own kind, leading to stagnation, these goblins were the opposite. They shared their knowledge freely and had advanced their craft over the past hundreds of years. Before Eric burned a silver flame, metallic in color, as if made of real liquid silver, molding the metal in front of him. He would soften the metal so the goblin could draw runes on it, after which the metal would be submerged in a golden liquid. The process would repeat again and again. This silver flame was the same flame Eric had acquired via the ritual, now mutated by his magic, showing its current form. Image of the flame. Splendid, my lord. You have great talent, and the flame is exceptional. Even in hundreds of years, we have not been able to create a technique that molds this metal as precisely as your flame has, praised the goblin. Eric smiled shyly at the compliment. After 2 more hours of work, the task was complete. A wand holster and a sword lay in front of them, months of labor brought to fruition. Sword image. This was what he had been discussing with Thimrel that day, and now, with his hard work, it was complete. The holster was made of dragon hide leather but featured metallic parts crafted from a black metal, etched with runes. The sword was forged from a dark metal, glowing with golden runes. The metal we used was created by my ancestor 300 years ago, using dragon bones refined with magic over decades and goblin steel, the goblin explained. He began teaching Eric, restating old knowledge like a seasoned instructor, and Eric listened diligently. "Don't try to look," Eric said to his blindfolded father as he led the men by the hand to the great hall of Hawthorne Mansion. Simon sighed helplessly while Edwina chuckled beside them. As soon as they reached the hall, Edwina gasped and hugged Eric, praising him. "Your father will love it," she said, causing Simon's curiosity to rise. "Okay now, Dad, remove the cloth," Eric said as he stepped aside. Simon removed the cloth and looked ahead. He didn't need even a second to adjust to the light. He was surprised to see the 2 objects before him, a beautiful sword and a wand holster. He caressed the objects with his fingertips, marveling at the craftsmanship. There wasn't a goblin in Britain who could create such quality, no matter how much money was offered. Simon smiled broadly and picked up Eric in his arms. "Did my little prince make this?" he asked. Eric nodded and hugged him. "Well, it was mostly the chief goblin from the village," he clarified. Simon ruffled his hair and kissed his forehead, mist forming in his eyes as Edwina joined in the family hug, praising their son. Simon wore the holster, which fit comfortably. "Press this part and your wand will appear in your hand. It can also summon your wand from a short distance," Eric explained. Simon was surprised but listened quietly as Eric described both objects in detail. Eric sat in Edwina's lap as she playfully pinched his cheeks and molded them into different shapes. Later that night. "You know," Edwina said softly, watching Simon admire the blade from different angles in the hall mirror, "they're going to talk." "Let them," Simon replied calmly, adjusting the holster on his hip. "They always do." "Yes, but this time they'll whisper about you. That sword, it's not just craftsmanship. It's a statement." "Then let the statement be clear," he said, brushing a finger over the golden runes. "We forge our own path. We bow to no one. Most wizards don't carry swords on their hip, not because they don't want to, but because few swords are worthy of a pureblood lineage. Even goblin-forged blades, the most respected among them, are governed by contracts that demand they be returned if not renewed every 3 generations. To most pureblood families, the idea of paying goblins across generations is a distasteful notion to the purebloods. So when Simon Hawthorne arrived at the knot gathering with a sword on his hip, its scabbard adorned in blackened runes, the hilt subtly gleaming with inlaid gold. The entire party noticed. And envied. Thaddeus Caro leaned subtly toward Lucius Malfoy, who stood stiffly near the wine table, his eyes locked on Simon across the room. "You see that sword?" Caro muttered. "That is not something bought over a shop counter." Lucius didn't glance away. "No. That's forged. And old magic touches it. Think it's goblin work? It has the weight of it, yes. But I haven't seen craftsmanship like that in decades." The gold runes etched into the blade caught the chandelier's light as Simon passed by, causing an involuntary silence in his wake. There was no need to flash the weapon, it made its own impression simply by existing. Across the room, Ignatius Greengrass approached with a drink in hand and a glimmer of genuine curiosity in his eye. He was someone Simon considered a true friend to. Simon was a little more open. "Simon," he greeted, his tone even and friendly. "That's quite the blade. May I ask where you acquired it?" "You may," Simon said mildly, "but I'll give you only a modest answer. It was a long process." "A process involving goblins?" Simon tilted his head thoughtfully. "Their ancestors, perhaps. The metal itself is centuries old, refined by techniques lost in Britain long ago. The finishing work was done somewhere less territorial." Ignatius chuckled knowingly. "So, not through Gringotts, then. That explains the absence of a chain of debt." Simon smiled faintly at that. They both knew how goblin-forged artifacts were bound by law and legacy. Avoiding entanglement was a feat in itself. "I'd offer to commission something similar, but I doubt I'd know where to begin," Ignatius said, sipping his drink. "Still, beautiful work." "Thank you," Simon said. "It's more than a symbol, but symbols matter too." Their conversation shifted to trade. Ignatius lowered his voice slightly, glancing around. "I heard you have been importing some high-quality pioneering ingredients and some great potioners are trading with you exclusively." Simon nodded. "We also have been growing and cultivating magical plants lately along with the food we produced. Would you be willing to add them to your trade network? I guarantee premium quality, reasonable prices and ample supply," said Ignatius without any pretenses. "Possibly," Simon said with quiet interest. "Send me samples." The subtle nod between the two men sealed far more than a business opportunity, it marked a growing alliance between their families. Meanwhile, Lucius hadn't moved. His expression was unreadable, but his gaze lingered on Simon's sword. He shifted uncomfortably as if weighed down by thoughts best left unspoken. "He walks into the room with nothing to prove and somehow still overshadows us all," Lucius thought bitterly. "That sword isn't just a weapon, it's a message." Across the floor, others had begun to take notice too. Whispers rose and fell as noble lords exchanged speculations. "It must have cost a fortune. More than that, it likely cost favors. Do you think he'll forge more?" Simon offered no answers. He merely stood tall, the quiet power around him more effective than any boast. Since the ritual, there was something new about him, an aura, faint but undeniable. Magic responded to him now as if it recognized its own master. Lucius, on the other hand, had other thoughts. "I've fattened my pawn in the ministry all this time. At the very least, I deserve to get an exquisite goblin-made sword for all those connections." That night, many corrupt ministry officials used their positions to try and find goblins who could forge a sword for them. A/N, phew, a monster chapter today, as a thank you for the stones and comments from yesterday. I added some conversations to make it more interesting. Stones and suggestions please. Love you. Chapter 13, The Silence That Followed. "Right this way, my lord," Thimril said, bowing slightly as he guided Eric through the ancient corridor. The path twisted gently, lit by enchanted torches, each flame flickering in a quiet rhythm. The air was calm but expectant. They stopped in front of a domed chamber. At its center stood a towering marble statue, silver and coiled, its surface smooth and cold like moonlight. Eric's eyes widened. "Vasuki," he whispered and instinctively pressed his hands together in reverence. "Thank you. For the new life you gave me." Before the words fully left his lips, a soft hand rested on his head. The castle vanished. He was now standing in a quiet garden. Familiar. Beyond time. Before him stood Vasuki, radiant and still, and beside her was a pale woman with long black hair and thoughtful eyes, Eloria Nightshade. Vasuki smiled. "Thank God for that. I was nearby when it happened." "I'm glad I was." Eric didn't speak. He ran forward and wrapped his arms around her waist, hugging her tightly. She returned the hug and stroked his back. "I missed you too." Then, with a small flourish, she brought out a picnic box. "I made this for you," she said. The scent hit him instantly. Eric's stomach growled, and he laughed before digging in, cheeks quickly puffing with food. The three sat together under the trees. No pressure. No expectations. Just the silence of people who understood one another. We can't meet like this very often anymore, Vasuki said after a moment. Now that you're living again, contact with divine realms becomes limited. When you were only a soul, it was easier. Eric slowed his chewing and glanced down. He didn't want to go. So he turned instead to Eloria. Thank you, Miss Eloria Nightshade, for everything you've done for me. She smiled gently. You're welcome. Vasuki leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. Have you noticed more scales in your body lately? Eric nodded with a mouthful of food. She poked his cheek. Those are part of you now. Unlike the first one I gave you, which was a piece of me, these new ones are born from our bond. They can be shared. Anyone you give one to may receive my blessing, or, if they're more aligned with someone else, another cosmic power entirely. Eric blinked. But how are they made? Vasuki lifted him onto her lap, speaking calmly. They grow from the heart. Not just physically. I don't mean the muscle, though it begins there. I mean the center of you. Who you are. The more you grow, the more they appear. Can I give them to anyone? He asked. You can, she said. But the result isn't in your control. Your gift opens a path, but where that path leads depends on the other person's spirit. Eloria watched them quietly, her hands folded in her lap. Eric looked so at peace in Vasuki's arms. She wanted to play with him too, maybe even hold his hand or ruffle his hair. I'll be able to visit more often one day, Vasuki added, brushing Eric's hair with her fingers. If your connection grows strong enough, I might even gain a form in your world. She kissed his forehead. But for now, you have to return. The light around them began to fade. You could have let me play with him too, Eloria muttered, puffing out her cheeks. Vasuki laughed. Next time. I promise. After returning to the real world, Eric looked down at the ground for a moment and then looked up at the statue in gratitude. Thimril just stood to the side, he seemed to know what had happened. Simon was walking down the hall of Gringotts Bank on business when he noticed the looks the goblins were giving him. The usual expressions, as if he were a fat cow walking into the lion's den, had changed, now they showed shock. As he approached the head receptionist, he said, "The Hawthorne seat wishes to make a deal with Gringotts." The goblin looked up, pretending to notice him only then, a little trick goblins used to show they didn't hold wizard lords in high regard. But as soon as the goblin truly saw him, his pupils shrank. It seemed he hadn't noticed the sword at Simon's side before. The goblin's demeanor changed instantly. "Welcome, my lord. Let us discuss your business in a private room." He stood up and led Simon to a luxurious private chamber. Snacks and tea were brought in. The goblin bowed slightly. "Allow me a moment as I bring someone of higher standing to help in the discussions." He walked out calmly at first, but once he thought he was out of Simon's view, he started running. Simon chuckled in the quiet room as he sipped his tea. "Good tea," he muttered. He didn't have to wait long. The earlier goblin returned with Zargrin Ironquill, director of Gringotts and High Chancellor of the Goblin Enclave. Zargrin was the highest authority among goblins, the unofficial king. Even the worst of pureblood supremacists had to show him courtesy, he managed their fortunes. Zargrin greeted Simon respectfully, unable to hide his greed and astonishment as he looked at the sword, though he said nothing about it. "How may Gringotts help Lord Hawthorne?" "I have been importing potion ingredients from India and magical beast parts and wand-making equipment from the US for some time now," Simon said, pausing briefly before continuing. "I will be expanding the venture, and with the help of the Greengrass family, I will export British goods to other magical societies. I want Gringotts to assist with transport and officiate the business. I assume your network will be essential for logistical support of my goods and services." Simon didn't hide much. Goblins might be greedy, but they weren't stupid enough to reveal the secrets of a lord on the level of the Hawthorns. Zargrin didn't even need to think. "Done. And in exchange, I want the sword." Simon looked at him. "No. Know your worth." Simon's aura silenced Zargrin, who chastised himself inwardly for the lapse in control. "I apologize for my outburst," he said through gritted teeth. Simon leaned back. "You will get a stake for managing the books and logistics. These papers have all the finer details. Don't try to negotiate, I'll just walk out." Negotiating with goblins was like swimming upstream. Simon came prepared. The deal was generous, and Zargrin, though unhappy about losing control of the conversation, accepted it. "The terms are well thought out and agreeable, Lord Hawthorne. Our representatives can iron out the finer details." Simon nodded, but only after securing Gringotts' official stamp on the document. "I do have a request, if the kind lord will indulge me," Zargrin said. Simon knew what was coming and drew the sword, placing it on the table. The goblins were surprised to be seen through but recovered quickly, examining the sword as if nothing else mattered. "May I touch it?" Zargrin asked. Simon nodded. After a while, one of the goblins looked up. How? There were a million questions in that one word. The greed of your kind has blinded and stagnated you as a species, Simon replied. This is the result of goblins who don't hoard knowledge, but share it. Goblins I respect and trust. He didn't linger after that. Later that evening, back at Hawthorne Manor, Simon returned home quietly. The soft click of the front door didn't go unnoticed. Edwina looked up from her reading chair by the fireplace. Back early, she said. Simon hung his coat by the door, then placed the sheathed sword gently on the stand beside the mantel. It went well. Edwina raised a brow. Did it? Simon walked over and sat across from her. Gringotts is on board. Logistics, accounting, the whole network. It's official now. She gave a slow nod. And the sword? Did they ask? Simon smiled faintly. Of course they did. Zargrin himself. Edwina laughed under her breath. And let me guess, you told him no in the most Simon Hawthorne way possible. I reminded him to know his worth, Simon said, eyes calm. Then I let them hold it. That shut them up. Edwina leaned forward, elbows on knees. And what did they say? Simon shrugged. They asked how. Edwina studied him. You told them. I told them what they needed to hear. That greed has stagnated them. That not all goblins hoard. Some share. And those are the ones I trust. She smiled and reached out to squeeze his hand. You really do walk into every room like you own it. Not every room, he said, lacing his fingers with hers. Just the ones that matter. She stood and walked behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind. I'm proud of you. Simon exhaled, letting the day fall away. Eric's going to change the world one day. I just have to make sure the path stays clear. And I'll make sure he doesn't lose himself along the way, Edwina whispered. A/N, the next chapter will be the final one before the Hogwarts arc. I hope you like the story so far. I wanted to establish Eric's parents as key figures and not just side characters. As Simon said, he will be cleaning Eric's path some time now. Stones and comments, people, that's how you get laid. Chapter 14, Before the Train Arrives. Years had passed, and the Hawthorne family had only grown in prosperity and strength. Eric had matured a little, though his playful spirit remained very much intact. Thanks to the regular use of the Moonblood resin potions, both Simon and Edwina appeared younger than their years. The potion seemed to fundamentally alter one's essence on first use and continued to enhance magical and physical vitality with each dose. As a gift, Eric had given a divine scale to each of his parents. Edwina had immediately received Vasuki's blessing, while Simon had been chosen by Makara, the divine sea beast with the head of an elephant and the body of a crocodile. Even Nibbin had received the potion. His posture was straighter now, his movements more graceful. He'd even been given a series of butler-style suits to wear, something he wore proudly. He considered himself free already, and clothes, to him, were simply fashion. Today was Eric's 11th birthday, and the party was extravagant. Guests arrived from all parts of the magical world. Representatives from the Beast Reserve Simon managed in the US, and relatives from Edwina's clan in India, were among the first to arrive. Right now, Eric was being cornered by a group of aunties from Edwina's side, who were affectionately assaulting his cheeks with pinches. Eric tried to keep a brave face and shot a desperate look at his father, who very pointedly ignored him. I will have my revenge, he thought with narrowed eyes. What can I even do? Simon thought helplessly. Soon, the Knott and Malfoy families arrived. The green grasses were already there. Daphne and Astoria had greeted Eric earlier and were now happily poking at him like he was some magical plush toy. Lucius Malfoy entered with a swagger, a flashy goblin-forged sword strapped at his hip. Runes were etched across the blade. The quality was decent, and Lucius wore the smug grin of a man who thought he was walking perfection. The goblins who'd worked with Eric, though, would have been unimpressed. All this time and you're not even close, they would have scoffed. Eric and Draco still maintained a strong friendship. Draco had long stopped repeating the prejudiced nonsense he'd grown up hearing. Eric had even taken him to watch Tim Burton's Batman, which had left a mark. Why don't we have things like this? Draco had asked. Because your dad thinks muggles are stupid, Eric had replied with a grin. Later, Simon had even invested in Warner Brothers, helping prevent several idiotic decisions that would have haunted the company. The boy has reached 11, the age of magical maturity. Why don't we celebrate with a duel? The suggestion, surprisingly, came from Lucius. Friendly duels were traditional among noble families, especially during coming-of-age ceremonies. Lucius turned to Simon, clearly intending a challenge. Simon raised an eyebrow. It seems Lord Malfoy wishes to test his new sword. I accept. What will be the rules? Lucius grinned. Swords and wands. Like the true-blooded nobles we are. In the mansion's garden, Simon wordlessly conjured an arena with a few elegant waves of his wand. Lucius was capable of the same, but Simon's effortless precision made him raise a brow. They entered the ring and bowed. Lucius drew his wand from his cane. Simon activated the mechanism on his holster, and his wand smoothly slid into his palm. Lucius struck first, sending a volley of stunners, disorientation charms, and a slicing hex towards Simon. Simon calmly dodged, countered the hex with one of his own, then bent his knees and launched forward, sword drawn. Their blades clashed with a loud clang. Lucius staggered slightly and swung again, mixing the motion with a leg-binding jinx and a downward sword arc aimed at Simon's chest. Simon sidestepped, parried the sword, dodged the jinx, and sent Lucius stumbling with a wind knockback charm that knocked the air from his lungs. Though holding back significantly, Simon grew to admire Lucius a little. The Malfoy patriarch kept his chin high for a reason. Lucius regained his footing and fired a confringo. Simon, smirking, slashed at the spell mid-air, deflecting it cleanly, causing gasps from the crowd. With a precise leglocker curse, Simon closed the distance, disarmed Lucius, and placed his wand at his throat. Lucius sighed in reluctant defeat. Simon helped him to his feet, and they bowed respectfully as the audience applauded. Narcissa fixed Lucius's robes while Lucius kissed the back of her hand, sharing a smile with his wide-eyed son. Simon stepped down, kissed Edwina, and ruffled Eric's hair. "Thank you for the duel, Lucius. I admire your strength." "And I yours," Lucius replied. Draco, Eric, and the Greengrass sisters laughed and played the rest of the evening. Later that night, a snowy owl arrived, carrying a parchment envelope sealed with red wax, the Hogwarts crest pressed into it. Simon opened it, and they all read it together. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Hawthorne, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your all no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. First-year students will require uniform. 3 sets of plain black work robes. 1 plain black pointed hat, 4-day wear. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. That night, the family celebrated joyously, though a faint melancholy hung in the air. Their son would be leaving home soon. The next morning, the Hawthorns headed to Diagon Alley for Eric's school shopping. They visited Madame Malkin's, where Eric got 4 sets of robes enchanted for comfort, temperature control, and minor self-repair. He also purchased a light brown owl, which he named Dune. But the stop he was most excited about was Ollivander's. "Welcome, child," said the wandmaker, measuring Eric and vanishing into the back. Half an hour later, the shop looked half destroyed, and Ollivander looked utterly thrilled. "Would you consider a custom wand?" Simon asked casually, fixing the damage with a wave of his wand. Ollivander's eyes sparkled. "It would be an honor." Edwina gently stopped him before he could begin pulling out stock wood. "Try these," she said, offering a moonlight-infused piece of serpent wood and a basilisk scale, both soaked in essence drawn from the Celestial Gourd. Ollivander was speechless. "These are exquisite. The kind of materials wand-makers dream about." He held them with reverence. 3 days. 70 galleons. Though he would have done it for free. They agreed. After a few more stops, and a round of ice cream, they returned home. Chapter 15, The Start of Something Greater. A/N, thank you for everyone who commented and voted. Ravenclaw won the house vote. You guys don't like Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, huh? I could have done something interesting with Hufflepuff, but I would have to add some OC characters which I want to keep at a minimum. I'm still thinking for the FMC though. And guys, where are the stones? This simply won't do. Shower me in stones and watch me dance, people. Enjoy the longest chapter till now. Edwina sat by the hearth, Eric's school robes folded neatly across her lap. Her wand moved in slow, deliberate strokes, tracing faint silver runes along the seams, charms of warmth, resilience, and quiet protection. Her brow was furrowed, but her hands were steady. Simon leaned against the nearby doorway, arms crossed as he watched her work in silence. "You've gone over every seam twice," he said gently. "I'm not just stitching," Edwina replied, not looking up. "A few comforts. A few wards. Nothing too noticeable. Just enough to keep him safe." Simon stepped forward and gently took her hands, stilling them. She met his eyes. "He'll be all right," he said. "You've taught him more than most learn in a lifetime." Edwina hesitated, then leaned into his chest with a sigh. I know. But he's still my little boy. Simon held her close, his voice low but steady. He's your boy, and our son. He's strong. He's ready. And he'll do more than all right. He'll make his own mark. At King's Cross Station, the Hawthorns moved as a family of 4, attracting curious glances from muggles. There was something unmistakable in their bearing, refined but unforced, like they belonged to another time. Simon's rune sword hung at his side, invisible to muggle eyes thanks to layered concealment charms. Ministry personnel on site worked harder than usual to ensure the noble-looking group slipping through a brick wall didn't cause a scene. Harry was with them, dragging his trunk and glancing between the Hawthorns with an expression caught somewhere between awe and gratitude. At the platform edge, steam billowed from the scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express. Edwina knelt before Eric, brushing a strand of hair behind his ear and murmuring a final list of things to remember. He nodded along with quiet patience, even as she whispered, "Don't get into fights. And if you do, don't hit girls." Harry wasn't sure he was meant to hear that part, but it made him grin. Edwina turned and hugged Harry too, more warmly than he expected, whispering something that made his eyes go wide before softening into a smile. Simon gave each of them a firm, encouraging pat on the shoulder. "Right home," Edwina said, straightening her robes. "We'll be seeing you soon enough," Simon added. The boys nodded and turned toward the train. As they approached, Eric spotted the Greengrass family. He raised a hand. "Daphne." Daphne turned, her face brightening. "Hi, Eric. Let's go together." She quickly hugged her parents. "Bye, Mom, Dad. Love you." Then she joined Eric and Harry as the 3 stepped aboard. The corridor was packed, students dragging trunks, owls hooting, cats escaping their cages. Prefects barked orders in vain as chaos reigned. "Everything's full," Harry muttered after glancing into yet another crammed compartment. "We'll find something," Eric said calmly. "Worst case, I conjure a bench in the hallway." Daphne shot him a sideways glance. "We are not sitting in the hallway like vagrants." Eric smirked. "Then let's hope this next one works." He stopped at a compartment with only one occupant. Inside, a red-haired boy sat alone, finishing a sandwich and lazily brushing crumbs off a snoring rat sprawled across his lap. Eric knocked once, then slid the door open. "Mind if we join you?" The boy looked up, startled but polite. "Nah, go ahead. Plenty of room." They stepped inside. Daphne claimed the window seat, primly adjusting her skirt. Harry sat across from the redhead. Eric dropped into the middle seat, looking right at home. "Thanks," Harry said. Everywhere else was packed. "No problem," the redhead replied through a mouthful. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." "Eric Hawthorne," Eric said with a nod. Ron blinked. "Hawthorne? That's a name I've heard, my dad's mentioned your family. Said something about international trade, old estate lines, and, well, stuff I didn't really follow." "Something like that," Eric said, amused. Ron turned to the others. "And you are?" Harry offered. "Daphne Greengrass," she said, polite but reserved. "Nice to meet you," Ron replied quickly, sitting up straighter. "Guess you all know each other already." "We met over the summer," Harry said. Ron nodded, trying not to seem too out of place. "That's Scabbers," he added, nodding to the rat. "He was my brother's. Doesn't do much except nap." Harry peered at the rat. "He always sleep like that." "Pretty much." "Sounds ideal," Eric said. Ron grinned. "I'd trade him for an owl, though." "You've got older brothers at Hogwarts?" Harry asked. 5. Fred and George are 3rd years. Percy's a prefect. Charlie and Bill already graduated. I'm the last one. "Quite the crowd," Daphne murmured. "Must be hard making your own name." Ron gave a small shrug. "Yeah. I'm used to it." A knock came at the glass. The trolley which appeared with her cart. "Anything off the trolley, dears?" Ron glanced down at his squashed sandwich. "I'm good. We'll take a bit of everything," Eric said, already reaching for his pouch. Soon, the bench was loaded with sweets, pumpkin pasties, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, and every flavor beans. Eric handed them out without fuss. Ron blinked as a chocolate frog landed in his hand. "You sure?" "Take it," Eric said. "Thanks." They chatted as the train rumbled on. Eric demonstrated a small floating charm on a chocolate frog, making it hover just above Scabbers' nose. The rat twitched once, then rolled over in protest. "You're going to make him throw up," Ron laughed. "Just checking his reflexes," Eric said with a smug grin. The mood in the compartment had shifted, lighter, easier. Even Daphne had relaxed, sipping a bottled pumpkin juice as she read the back of a Bertie Bott's box. Then the door slid open. A girl with bushy brown hair and an eager expression peered inside. Her robes were already on, and a slightly bulging satchel hung off one shoulder. "Sorry, have you seen a toad?" A boy named Neville's lost one. "No toads here," Harry said. "Haven't seen one, sorry." Ron added. "Oh. Right." She lingered. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." "I'm Harry, there are Eric, Daphne, and Ron," Harry replied politely. Hermione's eyes widened as she locked onto Harry. "You're Harry Potter? I've read all about you. The boy who lived. It's in modern magical history, Anne." Harry looked like he wanted to vanish through the seat. Eric gave her a look that said, "Ease off." Hermione blushed at her outburst, and as if to brush that away she continued, "That was a nice levitation spell you were performing there." She then hurried off to hide her embarrassment. Ron's eyes widened too as he looked at Harry, seemingly recognizing him from Hermione's outburst. "Don't start," said Eric with a grin, looking at Ron's reaction, making the boy choke on his coming words. The group laughed at that, even Daphne has a smile. The train came to a halt, steam hissing as students stood to gather themselves. "We're here. Leave your trunks, they'll be taken up." Harry, Eric, Ron, and Daphne stepped out onto the dark platform, joining the cluster of first years near a large man holding a lantern. "First years, this way," Hagrid called. They followed him down a sloping path toward the lake. Dozens of small boats floated near the shore. "No more N4 to a boat," Hagrid shouted. Harry, Eric, Ron, and Daphne shared one boat. A quiet breeze passed over the water as the boats moved on their own, gliding toward the castle. No one spoke much. When they reached the other side, they climbed out and followed Hagrid up a narrow path. The castle loomed ahead. "Wait here. You'll be sorted soon," Hagrid said, before knocking on the doors. They opened slowly. Greeting them was a stern face of one Professor McGonagall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said crisply. "I am Professor McGonagall. In a few moments, you will enter the Great Hall to be sorted into your houses. Your house will be your family while you are here. Please wait quietly." She turned and disappeared inside. Ron leaned over to Harry. "House with the least trolls, hopefully." Eric smirked. "No promises." Daphne gave them both a glance. "Just don't embarrass yourselves." "Eric, it's nice to see you finally," Draco entered the chat. He then noticed Harry and remarked, "I had Harry Potter was around. Nice to meet you, I am Draco Malfoy. I hope we can be friends." "Yeah right," said Ron from the side. "Oh no, it's a Weasley, please don't throw rubber duck at me," said Draco in mock fear. He has improved but he is not a push-around. Just as Ron was about to retort, McGonagall returned. "Follow me." They entered in rows, the tall doors swinging shut behind them. The Great Hall was wide and long, filled with enchanted candles floating in midair. For long tables stretched across the room, upper years already seated and watching with interest. At the far end sat the staff, a golden hat placed on a small stool in front of them. The first years came to a stop as McGonagall stepped forward, parchment in hand. "When I call your name, come forward and sit. The sorting hat will decide your house." She called the first name. A hush fell over the room. They watched as each student stepped forward, the hat placed on their heads, the hall reacting with claps or cheers depending on the house called. Eventually. Greengrass, Daphne. Daphne walked calmly to the stool and sat. The hat took only a moment. Ravenclaw. She nodded and stepped down, joining her house at their table. Next came a few more students before. Hawthorne, Eric. There was a slight murmur at the name. Eric walked with quiet confidence. The hat barely touched his head before it spoke. Ravenclaw. Eric gave a small nod and stepped down. He just ordered the hat to do so. The hat keeps the opinion of students in mind and Eric did not let it read his mind. Potter, Harry. The hall went nearly silent. Harry approached, nervous but composed. The hat sat on his head a little longer this time. Gryffindor. Loud cheers erupted from one table. Harry walked toward it, glancing back at the others for a brief moment. Weasley, Ronald. Ron almost tripped on his way up. The hat hesitated, then. Gryffindor. He let out a relieved breath and jogged over to sit beside Harry. From their new seats, each of them exchanged quick glances across the room. The sorting was over, but something deeper had begun. The food appeared. And Hogwarts welcomed its newest players. A/N, I rushed the last part but I hope you still liked it. Anywho, I welcome the comments and suggestions. Stones people, stones. Chapter 16, First Class. School life was simple for Eric. He settled in quite nicely. Eric caught the attention of Professor Flitwick in his first class and made quite an impression on the professor. Potions classes were with Slytherin. Snape entered with his usual gusto and began his speech. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Eric rolled his eyes at the speech but knew what the guy said was true. Simon was a potion master, and Eric had seen bizarre potions wizards were capable of making. All those things were possible if one was good enough. Snape clearly favored his house, deducting points from Ravenclaw students for the smallest mistakes and ignoring errors from Slytherin. Have you done anything involving responsibility in your life? I am wasting my time on you dunderheads trying to teach you how to make potions. He was berating a Ravenclaw girl for a small mistake. She was on the verge of tears. How about instead of insulting and demeaning someone who cannot speak back to you because of your position, you actually use your words to teach her? Eric could not bear to listen anymore and spoke up. Snape's lips curled into something between a sneer and a smile. Tell me, Mr. Hawthorne, do you often mistake arrogance for intellect? Or is it simply that you believe your family's name grants you the right to challenge authority? He stepped closer, voice dropping into a near whisper that carried across the silent classroom. You presume to lecture me on how to conduct my classroom. On how to deal with incompetence. He flicked his wand, and the cauldron nearest to Eric stilled instantly. Perhaps next time, you would like to take over the lesson and teach this dunderhead how not to confuse crushed snake fangs with moonseed. He straightened. 5 points from Ravenclaw for insubordination. And I suggest you keep that silver tongue in check, Hawthorne, unless you prefer I test the limits of your courage and your grades. Eric's expression remained calm, but there was a quiet fire behind his eyes. I wasn't lecturing you, Professor, he said evenly. I was asking you to teach, not belittle. There's a difference. Around the room, students held their breath. Daphne, across the table, gave Eric the barest shake of her head, but didn't look away. Snape's eyes narrowed further, his voice now like ice slicing through glass. 10 points from Ravenclaw, he said softly. And a detention. He turned his back with a swirl of his cloak, but there was no satisfaction in his posture, only something darker, unsettled. Eric said nothing more. He simply returned to his notes, back straight, face unreadable. Snape did not bother the kids after that and even answered some of the students' questions. They were making boil cure lotion. One of the ingredients was cowbane essence. Professor, I hear cowbane essence is used as a magical pest repellent too. What is it most useful against? Eric asked. Snape answered, doxy swarms and niffler digging. Eric grinned and replied, thank you, Professor. It's clearer now that you've explained it properly. A sour expression appeared on Snape's face, but he couldn't do anything. Thank you for helping me, said the Ravenclaw girl, Alice Marwood. Eric smiled at her. You are welcome. How about the hero enjoy detention now, sneered Snape as he appeared behind Eric. Sorting out spoiled potion ingredients should do. Eric did not protest in detention and did his work diligently. Snape checked students' homework and then began brewing a potion. Later, Snape stepped out, saying, you have 15 more minutes, then you may leave. He didn't wait for a response. Eric looked at the potion Snape was making. It was elixir of mind fire. Snape was even using phoenix ash, an optional ingredient used to increase its efficacy. Right now, it was boiling and would need to boil undisturbed for the next half hour. There was one thing Snape hadn't considered, though, thought Eric. The phoenix ash is pushing the burn rate too hard. It'll overshoot clarity and begin to distort. This was a basic lesson taught by Simon to Eric. And though Snape was a master potioner, even masters overlooked basic lessons. On the nearby ingredient tray, his eyes caught sight of an unopened vial. Mind Shade Stabilizer. Subtle, rare, not usually added, but it could buffer the burn phase. Bring the potion to clarity without compromising potency. Eric lowered the heat slightly with a silent cooling charm. Then, 1 drop of stabilizer. No flash. Just a subtle shift, the fumes cleared, the potion steadied. He returned to his work. Snape came back minutes later. He stopped and stared at the cauldron. A pause. Then a charm. The potion glowed, stronger than before. He said nothing at first. Then, without looking at Eric. You're done. Leave. Eric packed up. At the door, Snape spoke again. Next time, don't touch my cauldron. A beat. Unless you intend to finish the brew better than I did. He didn't turn. Just added. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Eric gave a nod. Understood. And walked out. Daphne was waiting in the common room. How was it? She asked. Eric shrugged. Less painful than expected. Learned a bit. Improved his potion. She blinked. Wait, you what? He was burning it too fast. Phoenix ash needs buffering. I fixed it. You're insane. I'm practical. She smirked. If you're done risking your life, can you help me with charms? Only if you follow me first, Eric replied, standing. He grabbed her hand and tugged her along. They entered the 7th floor, in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet. Daphne chuckled at the painting, but then saw Eric pace around the wall and grew confused, until a door appeared where the wall had been. Come in, Eric beckoned. She followed Eric inside and was surprised to see a room full of books and a practice area. It was the perfect room for practicing charms. My dad told me about it, Eric said. He found it when he was studying at Hogwarts. I didn't believe him at first and thought he was messing with me. Seems he wasn't. He was lying. He knew about it because he was a reincarnator. Daphne was surprised. So this is the secret charms practicing room. Eric clarified, it will mold to your tastes. When you're pacing that wall, just think of what you want the room to be. Come in. Let's practice. Eric helped Daphne with the charms she was struggling with. He then copied some books that weren't in the library or syllabus and gave one copy to Daphne. You can't take the books out. You'll have to copy them. This charm will help you copy a book to a blank one. He then taught her the Scribblifor's replicata spell. A/N, Thoughts and Stones my people. Chapter 17, The Serpent Below. Quirrell was a stuttering, garlic-smelling annoyance for Eric during Dada classes. So Eric would just bring his own books into class and read from them, ignoring the men, and never once did Quirrell chide him for it or even seem to notice. Daphne would also just sit with Eric and study the books she copied from the room of requirement and even practiced a spell in class once, distracting the class. But after a moment, Quirrell just continued his lecture. On Halloween night, Quirrell stumbled inside, his turban askew, face pale and drenched in sweat. He staggered toward the staff table, clutching the edge for support. Troll, he gasped. In the D-dungeon. Troll in the dungeon. A ripple of gasps and shrieks went through the students. Then Quirrell added, almost fainting, thought you ought to know. And with that, he collapsed in a dead faint on the stone floor. Eric's eyes widened and a thought came to his mind, Hermione. He chastised himself for his carelessness and sneaked out from the commotion, running toward the girls' bathroom. He heard a commotion in a girls' bathroom and ran towards it. Hermione was about to be clubbed to death when Harry jumped at the troll and Ron distracted it. Eric sent a small stunner at the beast to get its attention as Harry and Ron were pushed to the side. Eric looked at the troll defiantly and raised his wand as the troll charged toward him, but Harry got hurt trying to stop the troll, hoping to help Eric escape. Seeing this, Eric got angry and sent a powerful severing charm at the troll. Even with its resistance, it had a major wound on its chest as it roared in pain and swung its club at Eric. Eric sent another severing charm at the troll's wrist, took the club in both hands, and swung it at the brute's head, breaking its neck and killing it. What the fuck was I doing? There were a million ways I could have defeated it with ease and Harry wouldn't have been hurt, thought Eric. That was the moment the professors entered the hall. What happened here? McGonagall inquired. Eric explained how he saw Ron and Harry slipping past the crowd and came to inquire about the situation. And then I killed the troll, concluded Eric. The teachers were surprised. Before they could question him further, Dumbledore intervened and asked Snape to tend to the wounds of the boys. I will collect someone to remove the troll's body. And I have a question, he said to Dumbledore. Certainly, my boy, he replied. Why did you ask the students to return to their dorms when the Great Hall is the most protected place for the students, and the Slytherin dorms are in the dungeons where the troll was supposed to be? Ignoring the fact that Professor Quirrell is the person who is supposed to teach us how to defend against such threats and is the same person who came running into the hall scared and on the verge of fainting. Snape looked up from tending Harry's wounds. He realized his house was the one most endangered in this situation. McGonagall had a horrified expression too. Dumbledore seemed to be contemplating. You are right, young Eric. This situation was handled in the worst way by me, and I apologize for putting you in harm's way, the old man said, and even apologized to the trio. They were not interrogated further, as that would be just cruel, and they were just kids who needed rest. In Dumbledore's office, there sat 3 people, the headmaster, Snape, and McGonagall. Albus, Mr. Hawthorne was right in his deduction. We have failed the students, McGonagall said. Even Snape agreed. Dumbledore raised his hand. Please do not blame yourselves. The fault lies solely on my shoulders. Eric is a young prodigy to have defeated the troll. It seems this year's batch is truly exceptional, McGonagall said. Dumbledore and even Snape agreed. The boy's arrogance knows no bounds, but he made the right deductions. We should keep an eye on him, Snape sneered. After some more talking, the professors left. Dumbledore was left in the office to contemplate. He sighed and thought. How foolish was I to have narrowed my view toward only one student and disregard the rest. He hung his head in sadness. Eric was the talk of the school for some time. One day, he was walking through the corridors when Draco approached him. Hi, mate. How did you manage to kill a troll? Eric chuckled and said. All the time I told you to train with me, if you had agreed, you would have been able to do it too. Draco scoffed and did not ask many questions, choosing instead to just chat with Eric and catch up with his friend. Daphne and the trio joined them. Ron and Draco chose to ignore each other for the time being, as it would only sour the atmosphere. Classes and days went by as Eric, on the second floor, entered Moaning Myrtle's bathroom when no one was looking. He was discreet and cautious as he looked around. He did not see the ghost but did hear a faint sound of sobbing. He knew who it was but did not inquire. He then approached the sink and, after casting a silencing charm around himself, spoke. Open, in Parseltongue. The sink came apart and opened into a giant hole. Stairs, he muttered in Parseltongue again, and stairs appeared. As he entered the great hall underground, he saw a room at the back. He entered to see an area resembling a ritual site. At the center was a huge snake. The runes around it were green in color and glowing faintly. There must be a life-sustaining and absorbing artifact in the core of this ritual circle that would take the energy from the insects and small animals in the area and feed them to the basilisk. Eric brought out some of his blood in a vial and a vial of moonblood resin, and created another ritual circle around the previous one. He dropped his blood on the basilisk's forehead and the moonblood resin vial on the ritual circle as it was absorbed into it. He then placed some crocodile eyes on the ritual circle. He had asked Nibbin to procure them from a potion ingredient shop for him. He then gave energy to the ritual as the basilisk glowed. This ritual had the effect of curing the basilisk's sanity, granting it a pair of nictitating membranes over its eyes, allowing it to choose the targets of its petrification and enhance the powers of the beast. The snake awoke after some time. Thank you, it spoke to Eric, nuzzling up to the boy and getting some head rubs. The basilisk had a retractable membrane covering its eyes and the intelligence of an almost 1,000-year-old beast. Nibbin, Eric called out to his loyal house elf to take the basilisk to the Nightshade Island. As he appeared, electricity crackled around him. Nibbin was ready to defend Eric from the basilisk. But then assessed the situation and did as he was told. Eric inspected the core of the previous ritual site and found a flower growing at its center, Vitalis bloom, he thought, recognizing it instantly. This was an extremely rare flower, known to grow only where a unicorn had died, and only if the burial site had been watched over by other unicorns for decades. It was a treasure of unimaginable value, an embodiment of pure life energy. Kneeling beside it, Eric took out his celestial gourd and carefully poured some of its essence onto the flower to nourish it. It will be a great gift for Mom, thought the boy, a small smile tugging at his lips. Before leaving, Nibbin has also given Eric some homemade cookies, which he shared with his friends in the coming days. A/N, thank you for all the suggestions and comments over the days. I truly appreciate them, and I am surprised to see comments that want MC to help the trio as from early reactions. The impression I got was I would get some people calling the MC names for helping people. Chapter 18, her name is Norberta. A/N **** guys, I just uploaded the character pictures of the FMCs in the previous chapter, check them out. Thank you for the support, ***. Eric had been interacting with Hagrid since he arrived at Hogwarts. He was interested in both magical creatures and plants, and Hagrid was the best source of knowledge and stories on both, plus, he was easy and fun to talk to. Today was one of those days. Eric knocked on Hagrid's hut, holding something rare in his hand. Hagrid, come out. I've got something good to show you. He was holding an ignivine bloom, a magical flower found only in volcanic dragon nests. It was an excellent ingredient for the healthy development of baby dragons. Hagrid opened the door hurriedly and peeked out. Hi Eric, sorry now's not a good time. Bye. As Hagrid began to shut the door, Eric shoved the plant in his face. Hagrid wasn't good at lying. He always tried to end conversations fast just to avoid it. What is it? Hagrid asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Eric grinned. Ignivine bloom. Good for baby dragons. And if you're the one feeding it, it'll be easier for you to tame. Hagrid looked surprised but still hesitant. I can see the egg behind you in that pot, Eric added plainly. I know exactly what it is. Hagrid stepped out, glanced around nervously, then beckoned Eric into the hut. How did you know? What other egg needs to be boiled? Eric replied. They said nothing more and just waited for the egg to hatch. While they waited, Eric helped grind the ignivine bloom and prepare the other ingredients Hagrid would need. Despite not having much gold, Hagrid's hut was full of rare plants and magical beast parts. Crushed fireworm casing, roasted flobberworm slices, giant bone marrow, and more. If he sold even half of it, he might be richer than some noble families. Thank ya, Eric, Hagrid said sincerely. Eric just smiled as a knock came at the door. It was the trio. They managed to convince Hagrid to let them in. Hi Eric, what are you doing here? Harry asked. Trying not to get roasted by a baby dragon. Or arrested. Depends on how loud Ron gets. Eric said with a shrug. Ron just huffed with a laugh. Harry rubbed his head and joined the conversation. He trusted Eric like a brother. Hagrid said a few things he probably shouldn't have, and then the egg began shaking violently. He placed it gently on the table. The egg cracked open and out came a Norwegian Ridgeback, blinking curiously at Hagrid. Malfoy. Ron shouted, spotting him at the window. Eric saw Draco too and gestured. Why are you looking through the window like a creep? You could have just come inside. Draco stepped in and looked around. What are you doing here? Hagrid's a friend. He's taught me a lot and helped me, too, Eric said simply. Draco nodded. It's illegal to have dragons, he added. And I suppose your father will find out, huh? Ron snapped. Draco scoffed. Not unless you babble to someone. A friend of Eric's is a friend of mine. Well, with some exceptions. As the two boys bickered, Hagrid sighed. What should we do now? Thank you, Draco, for not telling your father, but I've never trained a dragon before. It won't be long before we're discovered. Eric pointed at the broth they'd made. Put a drop of your blood and a few strands of your hair in it. It won't work for a full human, but you're a different case. This will bond her to you. Hagrid followed the instructions. The dragon drank the broth, burped once, and curled up in Hagrid's lap, already fast asleep. You'll want fireproof gloves soon, Eric murmured. And maybe a reinforced roof. The mood became a little more lighter after that. It'll be easier now. She might grow larger than average, and being bonded like this, you'll probably gain a few benefits too, Eric said calmly. Everyone in the hut stared, awed. Hagrid looked like he was about to cry from joy. What should we name him? Ron asked. Her, Eric corrected. Hagrid blinked, then grinned. Norberta sounds good. Days passed. Norberta grew fast and obeyed Hagrid well. Eric continued helping where he could. He also came across the Mirror of Erist and saw exactly what he knew he would, his family, happy and whole. Elsewhere, Harry became the new Seeker. Draco told Eric that he only picked up the Remembrall to return it to Neville, but Ron made a few comments, and it turned into a broom race. It was fun. Harry is good on the broom, Drac added. Eric was training hard too. The troll incident had taught him something simple but brutal: finish your enemies as soon as possible. That lesson was swift, decisive action, echoed in Eric's mind often these days. While most first-years were learning how to levitate feathers, Eric was quietly mastering combat-focused theory and refining his magical reflexes. He didn't crave violence, but he knew that hesitation in the wrong moment could mean death. The troll had proven that. When he wasn't training or in class, he was usually in the ROR with Daphne. She was a quick learner. He gave her Moonblood resin too. She was grateful to him. She actually helped him learn some spells too, like the ice spells his father taught him. He was once chatting with her about them and she helped him with the third level of the spell Eric was trying to learn right now. Norberta, meanwhile, had become something of a secret fifth member of the group. Eric would bring meat scraps or smuggled potions for her diet, and Hagrid gave near-daily updates with proud grins and wagging eyebrows. The bond had worked better than even Eric had hoped. The dragon didn't breathe fire yet, but her instincts were sharpening fast. Eric made a mental note to start preparing Hagrid for her flight stage. One night, as Eric was leaving the hut after a late feeding session, Harry walked alongside him, unusually quiet. You okay? Eric asked. Harry nodded, then stopped. What did you see in that mirror? Eric didn't pretend not to understand. My family, he answered simply. Alive. Happy. Always and forever. Harry's gaze dropped to the ground. Same. There was a long pause. Dumbledore said it shows our deepest desires, Harry muttered. But it felt real. Like I could just reach out and touch them. You can't live in a mirror, Eric said gently. But you can still move toward that feeling. That's what I try to do. Harry looked up at him, eyes a little watery but steady. That helps. Thanks. They parted ways soon after, but Harry seemed a little lighter the next day. Quidditch became the big distraction again as the match against Slytherin approached. Eric watched from the stands, arms crossed, seated next to Daphne and Hermione. The match itself was chaos, as expected. Flint was overly aggressive, and Slytherins would mock the Gryffindors team from the stance. Harry caught the snitch in the end though, winning the match. After the match, while the Gryffindors celebrated, Eric sat by the lake, he tossed a handful of shredded meat scraps into the water. It was dragon jerky, pilfered from Hagrid's stores. Not because he was hungry, but because he was curious. Something stirred below. The surface rippled again, wider this time, as a massive shape drifted closer. Eric didn't flinch when a thick, glistening tentacle rose slowly from the water, curling once like a question mark. The giant squid. You're more polite than most of the things in this forest, Eric muttered. The tentacle hovered, then gently tapped the surface twice, sending out slow waves. Eric reached into his satchel and pulled out a wrapped package, a whole, cold trout charm to stay fresh. Hagrid said you like fish. He unwrapped it and tossed it just ahead of the tentacle. The squid caught it mid-fall with shocking grace and sank below. Silence returned for a moment. Then two more tentacles broke the surface, this time resting gently across a flat rock near the shore, almost like an offering of trust. Eric stepped forward. He caressed the tentacles and leaned on them as he sat beside the lake and enjoyed the scenery. A/N, Daphne is dominating right now cause Eric has had the most interaction with her till now. She is good choice too. First year will be coming to an end soon. Chapter 19, The Forbidden Forest. Just stop, guys. We shouldn't be out after hours. We'll get detention, Hermione whispered furiously to Harry and Ron. Then go back. We were sneaking out together, you're the one following us, Ron shot back, a little annoyed. Meanwhile, Draco and Eric were also out and about. Why did you challenge Ron to a duel anyway? What are you going to do, throw Lumos and levitation charms at each other? Or just go for a traditional fistfight? I'm hoping it's the second one. Eric teased, his tone light. The red-headed kid insulted me. I'm not letting that slide, Draco huffed. They reached the meeting point and met up with the trio. I'm sorry for what Ron said, Draco. Let's not escalate this, Harry said. Thank you, Harry. But Ron is the one who needs to say it, not you, Draco replied calmly, like talking to a friend. Ron looked to the side and muttered, why would I? Your dad insulted mine right in front of me when we were just minding our business. He even called us traitors for no reason. I'm not taking back my statement, I stand by it. Draco looked down for a second. He knew what Ron was talking about. He had been there, after all. I still want to punch his face, Draco thought. In the end, he turned to Eric. Please make a dueling ring for us, and watch over the duel. My office should suffice as a sufficient enough venue, came a stern voice from behind. All five present turned their heads stiffly to see Professor McGonagall standing there. Eric noticed a hint of a smile on her face. The five kids sat in front of McGonagall as she scolded them. 5 points from each of your houses and detention for all of you, she concluded after a half-hour lecture. They were taken to Hagrid for detention in the Forbidden Forest by Filch. I'll take it from here, Hagrid told him. Then he looked at the group. Is there any day you five can follow the rules? On the bright side, we didn't have to sneak out to meet you today. It's totally legal this time, Eric said with a triumphant smile. Everyone stared at him like they wanted to hit him. Draco bonked him on the head, followed by the others. Even Hermione jabbed his side. Stop fighting and follow me, Hagrid said after a moment of watching Eric get harassed. Just stick together with me. There've been some unusual things in the forest, and I need to investigate. The five followed Hagrid like ducklings behind their mother. Norberta joined the group in the forest. Good girl. Now lead us to the smell, Hagrid said, greeting her and giving her a few pats. Norberta was now as tall as an adult human and could breathe fire. She led the group to a horrific sight, a dead unicorn lying in the forest, its silver blood pooled around it, while a dark figure drank from its wound. The group winced. Hermione hid behind Eric, not wishing to look at the thing. Eric didn't waste time and pointed his wand at the figure. Chillaria Maxima, he shouted as ice shards burst from his wand, piercing the figure's cloak and even its flesh. The figure screeched and turned into black mist, fleeing. Harry clutched his scar, wincing, and Hagrid steadied him with a hand. 3 centaurs appeared, bows drawn. You mind telling us what that was? Hagrid asked, thinking they might know something. Mars is bright tonight, replied the red-haired centaur. We are not made to meddle in the affairs of humans, the black-haired one added. The pale blonde centaur, however, did reply, someone very stupid drank the blood of a unicorn to stay alive. The other centaurs looked at the blonde one in disapproval as he approached the group. He seemed wary of Norberta at first but calmed when Hagrid told her not to harm the centaur, and she listened. I am Firenza. It is nice to meet you all, the blonde centaur greeted them as the other two departed. The group walked with Firenza for some time, chatting quietly. This is as far as I go. I cannot help you much for now, for it is not time yet, Firenza said, stopping. Eric stepped forward. Here. This is a gift from some friends, as a thank you. He handed him a circular dial that showed visible stars. Some of the stars would brighten or dim periodically. Ferenza's pupils shrank as he looked at it. He was about to say something, but Eric interrupted. It's from some friends. Take good care of it, he said, then turned back to the group, ending the conversation. What did you give him? Hermione asked. A gift for the help, Eric replied. The kids, exhausted and reflecting on the day's events, returned to their rooms and slept like logs. Eric knew what was about to happen next. Harry would find the Philosopher's Stone, and there would be challenges. He wasn't worried. He knew Dumbledore was watching over Harry, and he would be safe. I already have everything that stone can give me, and much more, Eric thought. Moonblood resin was the perfect version of the elixir of immortality the stone would produce. It would eventually change the body so fundamentally that aging would no longer be an issue, and they wouldn't even need to keep drinking it. And gold. That was the last thing the family needed. After a certain point, money was just numbers. The Hawthorne family had passed that point years ago, even without counting the Nightshade Vault. Eric looked at his wand. I still haven't mastered Chilaria Maxima, he thought. That was expected, it was a fifth-year spell. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't fully master something that advanced yet. He did, however, have the advantage of being guided by the spell's creator. In the Forbidden Forest, Firenze walked toward his tribe, holding the dial as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Some centaurs glared at him for speaking with humans, but he paid them no mind. He approached the chieftain's hut but was stopped. State your business, said a black-haired centaur with contempt. If it's not important, my father won't be wasting time on a human lover. Firenze answered calmly, it is important and essential for the prosperity of the herd. Please let me pass. After more back and forth, Firenze finally shoved the other centaur aside and called out, Chief Megorian, I require your counsel. Please grant me audience. A voice replied from within, enter. Firenze entered the hut and bowed before presenting the dial. Please look at this. It was a gift from a human. The chief looked at it with distrust at first, then picked it up and was surprised. This is a way to communicate with another centaur colony. And to be able to make a device that uses stars to communicate, they must be very advanced. He looked at Firenze with appreciation. A human gave you this, you say? Sit and tell me more. Firenze nodded and began to explain everything. How does one communicate with this device, he asked. How do you read the stars? Megorian replied, then explained, you manipulate the stars inside, move them in a way that was divined. They'll form a message. And that is how others will respond too. Megorian was rough, but ultimately fair, and fiercely loyal to his herd. A/N, I have had great response from you guys this past few days, thank you for that. Stones guys, let's get to the rankings. Chapter 20, Stirring. A/N, thank you for the rank 10 in power ranking, I appreciate all the support. In the following weeks, Harry had been asking Eric questions, some subtle, some direct, related to the Philosopher's Stone or its creator. Eric had no reason to hide anything, so he answered truthfully when asked. Harry, however, never explained the reason behind his curiosity. Eric never pushed. He didn't pry unless necessary, and Harry didn't wish to involve him in something that wasn't his fight. Eric had been returning to the Chamber of Secrets regularly to provide moonlight essence to the Vitalis bloom. The original plant had now sprouted 2 additional buds, which Eric had planted nearby. All 3 were growing rapidly, a process that normally took decades now accelerated beyond reason. Meanwhile, Firenze and Megorian had made contact with the Astrotherian herd, and were surprised at how much more advanced the island centaurs were in comparison. The knowledge exchange proved immensely valuable for the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest, and soon they began exploring a way to meet physically. Instead of using the island's phoenixes, the Astrotherian centaurs collaborated with the goblins of Nightshade Island to construct a method of travel. This was intentional, they wanted the Forbidden Forest centaurs to recognize and accept the goblins as part of the larger alliance. Thestrals, being creatures common to both the forest and the island, were selected as the focal point for the ritual. Known for their dark magic and invisibility to those who haven't seen death, most overlooked their incredible magical potential and unique connection to space. The island Thestrals, having long lived under the starlit sky of the Nightshade Isles, had developed a far deeper spatial resonance. This was the key. The Forbidden Forest centaurs created the ritual formation using sacred woods and methods shared by their island kin. A Thestral was placed at the center. The creature remained still at first, but then its body tensed as it sensed the presence of another of its kind far away. Its eyes glowed faintly, and a pulse of power surged through it. Its aura shifted, becoming ethereal, lighter, more fluid. It had changed. A gift from the other side, perhaps. Suddenly, the circle flared with energy. 2 figures stepped through. One was a centaur with an imposing frame, his coat sleek and dark, adorned with rune-etched ornaments and ceremonial bands. The other was a goblin, dressed in black, with a slim sword resting at his hip and sharp eyes that scanned everything with quiet intent. The forbidden forest centaurs raised their weapons instinctively, wary of the sudden appearance. But Megorian stepped forward and raised a hand. Without hesitation, he embraced the visiting centaur, then turned to the goblin and greeted him politely. The others, startled, slowly lowered their guard. The centaur was introduced as Valian, and the goblin as Grackthorn Blackvein. Valian stepped forward to speak. "I come in peace, and in prophecy," he said, bowing just slightly. "The spiral sky shifts. The threads between our herds must be rewoven." The goblin said little, but his presence alone carried weight. They were welcomed into the village, integrated without resistance. The Nightshade centaurs had come for 3 reasons. First, simple curiosity about their mainland cousins. Second, to offer their help. And third, and most importantly, because they knew Eric Hawthorne studied nearby, and they wished to support him however they could, even far from home. After the introductions, Valian approached the Thestral and observed the changes it had undergone. He placed a hand on its head, and the creature bowed lightly. Then it turned and stepped toward Forenza, nuzzling the blonde centaur gently. A quiet bond was forming. As the school year neared its end, Eric found himself reflecting on everything accomplished. The 3 Vitalis bloom flowers had matured and were stored properly. Their potential was immense, and he was beginning to understand just how rare the opportunity had been. One quiet morning, Eric entered the infirmary. Harry was recovering after the events with Voldemort. Eric stepped in just as Dumbledore was leaving. "Good morning, Headmaster," Eric greeted. "My boy, good morning to you too." "I trust you're keeping well," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. Inside, Harry lay awake. He smiled when he saw him. "Just can't keep out of trouble, can you?" Eric said. Harry chuckled. "Trust me, I try. My parents invited you over for the holidays. Come with me when they start." Harry blinked. "Tell them thank you, but I don't want to be a burden." Eric raised an eyebrow and flicked his finger at Harry's forehead. "Shut up. I didn't ask." Harry blinked, mist forming in his eyes. He lowered his head slightly, accepting the offer. They talked for a while. Harry explained everything that had happened. Eric simply listened. Some time later, Hermione arrived with a bag of books and questions, as usual. Ron stirred in the adjacent bed. "Did we win?" Ron asked, blinking groggily. Hermione scoffed. "Thanks to your suicidal chess move, yes. You sacrificed me. You volunteered." Hermione snapped. Eric looked between them and added dryly, "You'd make a good knight, Ron. All the personality of a stone horse." Ron groaned. "You're not helping." The 3 of them laughed, and for the first time in days, the infirmary felt a little lighter. 2 weeks passed, the kids had packed their stuff and were in the train waiting for departure in anticipation. The train rocked gently as it pulled away from the station, the soft rumble of wheels on tracks mixing with the occasional burst of laughter from the compartment. Eric sat with his legs crossed on the seat, book resting on his knee but clearly forgotten. Ron was unwrapping a chocolate frog like it was the last one on Earth, while Harry leaned against the window, staring at the trees rushing past with a quiet smile on his face. Hermione, as always, was flipping through a notebook with precise notes from the term, and Daphne sat across from her, polishing her wand with a strip of soft cloth. "You know," Ron began between bites, "I still think Eric cheated on that potions essay. There's no way Snape gave him full marks without blackmail being involved." Eric raised an eyebrow, not even bothering to look up. "I simply didn't insult his hair or his mother in the footnotes, unlike you." "I didn't insult anyone," Ron said indignantly. Hermione didn't even look up. "You did call his potion swamp sludge brewed by a flobberworm with a cold." Ron muttered, "Well, it was." Harry chuckled. "Snape is still glaring at you like you owe him gold." Harry then looked at Eric and asked, "Your parents still okay with me visiting this summer?" "They are. In fact, I think my mom's already planning to feed you until you explode." Harry didn't respond for a moment, just looked down at the frog card in his hand. "Thanks." Hermione smiled at exchange and added, "Remember to visit me if you are in the area." As the train came to a halt, the kids departed and looked for their parents. Eric spotted his parents almost instantly as the crowd was giving them appreciative looks, and some people bowed to Simon and Edwina as they would pass by. After bidding farewell to his friends, Eric met up with his parents, Harry in tow. Edwina doted over Eric at the station and gave a hug to Harry, making the boy feel welcome. Simon also showed affection to both of them and they departed home. A/N, first year ended quickly. There were a lot of changes though, and I did not want to rehash canon as most of you have also seen the movie or read the books. Comments and stones please guys. Chapter 21, Quiet Bonds. Eric woke up with sunlight shining on his face through the window, the best sleep he'd had in some time. After a shower and brushing his teeth, he went downstairs and saw Nibbin preparing breakfast. His parents sat on the sofa, chatting with Harry about Hogwarts, and the chaos Eric had apparently caused. Oh, I have to tell you what Eric did in potion CLA, Harry started, but his mouth was shut by a swift hand as Eric appeared beside him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Good morning, everyone. Let's talk about what Harry was up to, Eric said quickly. Now it was Harry's turn to sweat, clamping a hand over Eric's mouth as the two boys began whispering furiously, trying to make deals. Simon and Edwina watched in amused silence. Harry dear, do continue, I'm very curious, Edwina said sweetly. Eric panicked. Sweet mother, I have a gift for you. Won't you take a look first? Edwina stopped teasing and Eric rummaged through his bottomless pouch, which he kept on himself at all times. Close your eyes first, he said with a grin. Edwina complied. Now open. Eric held a flower in front of her face. Edwina gasped at the sight. A Vitalis bloom, where did you get this? She asked, inspecting the petals. Salazar Slytherin gave it to me, Eric replied casually. But that's not important. Let's show Harry the castle today. Simon and Edwina exchanged glances, question marks practically hovering over their heads, but said nothing more. Breakfast was served as Harry asked about the mysterious castle, with Eric dodging the question playfully. Later, the family explained everything, and Harry was thrilled, it sounded like something out of a fairy tale. They moved to the basement where the ward stones were kept. In one section stood a Thunderbird statue. They placed their hands on it and said, Nightshade. A flash of electricity enveloped them, and they appeared in the castle's portkey chamber, where a matching statue awaited, with Thimrel standing nearby. He bowed to them in greeting. Harry explored the island in complete awe as Thimrel guided him through enchanted groves, glowing ponds, and quiet courtyards. As night approached, Harry stood by the lake near the castle, feeding glowing fish. Then he saw it, a stag walking across the water, moving toward him. Thimrel appeared beside him in a flash of blue lightning. This is a Kelviner, the moonstreak stag. It is a being of light and purity, much like unicorns, he explained. The stag had antlers made of translucent moonstone, veined with silver rune thread. Its brown fur shimmered slightly. It walked up to Harry and gently placed an antler in front of him. They shed antlers every 500 years. Take it. It won't harm the creature, Thimrel said as he noticed Harry's hesitation. Soon, the entire Hawthorne family appeared as well. Magical beasts began gathering, basilisks, dragons, phoenixes, all forming a quiet, harmonious scene around them. They spent the rest of the night playing with the creatures and chatting. By the time they returned to the castle, they were tired but deeply satisfied. Later, the family explained to Harry the ritual they had performed using the gifts from the island's magical beasts. They asked if he'd like to try it himself, under the promise of complete secrecy, of course. Harry agreed. The ritual was performed, and the antler was absorbed into Harry's body. But something unexpected happened. Harry was a Horcrux. A second partial soul, Voldemort's, existed inside him. And when the ritual began altering Harry's body and soul, that foreign soul screamed, curled up in fear, and was burned badly. It gave out a silent scream and shrank, hiding in the corner of Harry's magical core. That same core had always been unusually large, a side effect of Lily's protective magic constantly straining it. But it had remained locked at an immature stage due to Harry's inexperience. The ritual broke that barrier. His core advanced to the next level. Magic now coursed through Harry's body without resistance. The constant struggle he'd felt while performing spells was gone. Now, it flowed like an unobstructed river. Eric stepped into the garden with his gourd tucked under his arm. The night was cool, moonlight brushing across the lawn. He saw Harry and Edwina near the far tree, going over basic wand drills, nothing fancy, just steady movements. Harry's grip still needed work, but it was holding better than last week. Nibbin passed by with a basket of snacks, humming to himself, cheerful as always. Eric gave him a smile and turned toward the scene again. He sat on the edge of the porch for a minute, listening to Harry laugh as Edwina corrected his stance again. Simon appeared in the doorway behind him and stepped out with a quiet thud. You did good helping the boy, Simon said gently. Was it me? Eric gave him a side eye at which Simon coughed. Well, it was my duty. I am proud of you, Dad, Eric added, and you, son. Simon placed a hand on Eric's shoulder and sat beside him. You know, Harry should also get some training, don't you think? Look how fidgety he is. Eric said slyly. Simon looked at the boy and nodded. He then called out to Harry, yes. Harry asked. From tomorrow onwards you will have physical training with Eric. At 7 a.m. sharp, he then turned and left. Harry looked at the wide eyes of Eric and sighed. You tried to dig a hole for me and jumped in it with me, right? Eric did not respond and just looked down at the ground. Harry flicked his forehead and went back to practice magic with Edwina. A/N, a short one today. Thoughts and stones please. Chapter 22, of Mist, Mountain, and Lingering Echoes. I saw many statues adjacent to the statue that is connected to our mansion. What are those for? Eric asked Thimril. You have other properties around the world and it connects you to them. Thimril said and gestured to a certain statue of a Zouwu and said, this one leads to China. So, if I just go to China, where will I appear? And what if the property that was for me is being occupied by someone else? Eric was excited right now. Thimril shook his head. That doesn't happen, as each of your properties have guardians guarding them. Eric ran off to find his family as he found Simon training with his sword. He just took the man by hand and started dragging him. They then reached Edwina as she was tending to some plants and Harry was near her, by the pond. We are going to China, Eric said bluntly as he gathered the three. Edwina flicked his forehead. Is this your latest prank or something? Eric rubbed his forehead and explained everything. Why begin with China? Simon asked. No reason, I chose at random and I am curious about the Chinese wizarding community as they have the highest Muggle population. That means the highest wizarding population too. The parents thought for a moment and agreed in the end. Well, let's pack, Edwina concluded as they all went to pack their stuff. They all placed their hands on the statue and off they went. Welcome, my lords and lady. I am pleased to present the Frostroot Hollow. In front of them was a woman in white robes. She had pale skin and black hair. As her robe ends, it seemed that it ended in mist, dissipating into the environment. I am Shenlian, Yinghuan, a sentient spirit formed from wind-bonded mountain mist and ancestral guidance magic. Her voice was soft and smooth, and she introduced herself with a bow. Hello, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Can you tell us where we are? Edwina questioned. They were in the hidden plateau at the northern edge of Yunnan, where alpine jungle meets high mountain mist, a cold area most of the year. The house was more like a Chinese-style courtyard. It was huge and had a lake and 15 rooms. We were curious, where is the nearest wizarding settlement here? Eric asked. There is the sacred alchemy sect associated near us. I have a good relationship with them as I am considered the ancestral spirit and guardian of the nearby areas. We can visit them and have a little cultural exchange, if you wish, she explained. How about we go tomorrow? We stay and explore here for today and visit them tomorrow, Edwina suggested. They all agreed and Shenlian prepared food for them as they set up the dining area near the lake. The courtyard was huge enough to house some magical beasts and had a perpetual mist around it that gave it a vibe of being a little isolated from the outside. The magical capacity here was comparable to the Nightshade Castle. A bird then appeared around the family. It had black feathers and was the size of an eagle. It is a Lingniao, my magical beast companion. She was created by a ritual and has the properties of a phoenix and a spirit, explained Shenlian as the bird stood on the table and the family started playing with it. They had dinner and went out exploring for a little bit as they found they were completely surrounded by jungles, and they saw many magical beasts native to China. The beasts were not attached to the family like in the Nightshade Castle but were docile and friendly around Shenlian, and in turn, they were friendly with the family she was with right now. A/N, very short chapter this one. Thoughts and stones please. Chapter 23, Where Fire Distills the Truth. The Sacred Alchemy sect has a history dating back around 600 years. They are mostly isolated from the wider Chinese magical community and have been researching and developing their own methods and magical means for centuries, even prior to their formal founding, as they integrated the knowledge and ancient bloodlines of their original founders. The founders of the sect are now figures of myth to its disciples. They were three elders who created and studied a completely different form of alchemy compared to the outside world. It is said they were blessed by three ancient magical beasts, one of light, one of dark, and one of fire. These three elements form the foundation of the sect's teachings and alchemical practices. Fire is used to burn away all that is not required and to draw forth the essence, while light and dark are balanced to form the final product. Some products require more light, some more darkness, depending on the materials and intended effects. The sect is located on a mountain adjacent to the Mist Plateau, home to the ancestral Mist Spirit. One day, as some disciples were patrolling the area, they spotted a lady in white robes. They froze in awe and bowed deeply to her. Alchemy disciples greet the ancestor, one said. Shenlian nodded. Guide me to your elders. The disciples glanced at one another, then back at her, and agreed. At the summit of the mountain stood the great hall of the sect, surrounded by the courtyards of the elders and their direct disciples. Inside, as the elders discussed something serious, a direct disciple entered the hall hurriedly. Elder Wen noticed the young disciple and asked, "What is the matter?" The disciple bowed. "Elder, the ancestral spirit lady of the Mist Plateau has come to visit us." The elders were deeply surprised. They stood at once and rushed out of the hall. Upon seeing Shenlian and the two disciples who accompanied her, they bowed in unison. "We welcome the great ancestral spirit." Shenlian nodded in greeting and beckoned them inside. "I've come to ask something of you," she said once they were seated. "Some great and important figures have come to me and expressed interest in learning about the magical society of China. They are of an ancient and noble bloodline, and I chose your sect to represent our traditions in a cultural exchange. Would that be acceptable to you? The elders lowered their gazes in contemplation. We would love to welcome the guests with open arms, replied Elder Hua, the most senior among them. Shenlian smiled. Thank you for your hospitality. I will return with them in an hour. With a flicker of lightning, Shenlian dispersed into mist and vanished. The two disciples who had escorted her carried some magical beast parts in their hands. On the table lay dragon teeth, unicorn hair, and graphorn horn shavings. Should we have told her about the situation of the sect leader? One elder asked Elder Hua. No. It is of no concern to the lady and her esteemed guests. And the gifts she provided will be helpful in his situation, Elder Hua replied. He collected the gifts as the two outer disciples bowed and left. Is there any custom we need to keep in mind when meeting the sect? Simon asked. No, just treat them as if you were visiting a foreign noble house, Shenlian replied as they neared the sect. In front of the sect, several elders and core disciples stood waiting to greet them. After exchanging greetings, the elders led them to a banquet hall where a feast had been prepared. Elder Hua and Simon chatted during the meal. Forgive us, the elder said, that the sect master could not greet you himself. He is currently in seclusion, honing his alchemy skills. Simon raised an eyebrow but accepted the explanation. After the banquet, the family was offered a courtyard for their stay. It seems your sect is quite different. I've read that most sects in the Chinese magical society have been relegated to noble families, Simon noted during tea with Elder Hua. Yes. We remain quite isolated from the outside magical community as well. A treaty forbids outside interference, the elder explained. Please excuse me, I have some potions to refine, Elder Hua continued. You said you're familiar with the art. Would you like to accompany me during the refinement? Simon nodded in agreement, and they departed together. Under ordinary circumstances, the elder would never suggest such a thing. Revealing sect secrets to outsiders would be foolish. But with Simon's background, Elder Hua was willing to share more than usual. Inside Elder Hua's courtyard, he turned to Simon and said, our potion refinement methods differ quite a bit from what you may be used to. We use fire as the basis for most of our potion production and alchemical transformations. With a wave of his hand, a blue flame appeared. Our ancestors found a way to harness and control the flames of magical beings. We use them to refine ingredients. And what of those that are spoiled by fire? Simon asked. That's why it takes years to master flame control, the elder explained. The most skilled can burn away impurities without damaging the core ingredient. The elder then produced a cauldron and placed several ingredients inside, dragon teeth, unicorn hair, and graphorn horn shavings, the same items Shenlian had gifted earlier. He summoned the flame into the cauldron. After a while, the ingredients began to stir, and more items, myrtlap essence and valerian root, were added. This is a healing potion, the elder said. The unicorn hair gives it a stronger affinity toward light. This is the stage where we manipulate light and dark energies around the cauldron to achieve the desired result. 2 hours passed, and a shimmering silver potion sat before them. This has the potential to revolutionize potion making around the world, Simon said, clearly impressed. It lowers the number of ingredients needed and the quality is higher. But how does one acquire a beast flame? Thank you for your praise, the elder replied. The flame is only given willingly by magical beasts, mainly those on the verge of death who no longer need them. Our disciples tame and care for salamanders from a young age. The creatures live short lives, so they provide their flames to those who cared for them. A ritual is required for the transfer. My flame comes from a lesser dragon I found in its last days and cared for until the end. The elder spoke with quiet pride. Elder Hua is the most skilled alchemist and potion maker in the sect, more accomplished than even the sect leader. He simply never wished to lead and declined the position when offered. Eric also has a flame like this one, Simon thought, and his seems to be much stronger. This is a great opportunity for him. A/N, I have tried my best to add some lore in the story without contradicting what J.K. Rowling has set up in her story. Tell me if there are any disparities in what I have written, I appreciate your support. Thoughts and stones please. Chapter 24, Bragging Rights. A/N, I've been researching Chinese mythology and culture for this mini-arc, doing my best not to contradict established Harry Potter lore. The next day, Simon explained the potion-making practices of the alchemy sects to Eric, who was thoroughly intrigued by the concept. We can get a flame for you too, Eric offered thoughtfully. Simon considered. Do you wish to reveal your flame to the elder? They've been more than forthcoming with us. I don't think it would cause harm, Eric said after a pause. They were guests of an ancestral spirit, mythical and godlike figures in Chinese culture, and trusted that the sect wouldn't dare cause offense. About the flame, Simon added, I think I already have one. It just needs a catalyst to awaken. Having once bonded with an ancient and powerful dragon through ritual, Simon had focused on learning its ice-based magic, but it was still a dragon, and dragons breathe fire. From nearby, Shenlian spoke quietly. I might have just the thing. I once took a crimson Yanhua lotus from a volcano and planted it in the courtyard. It's been nourished by me for the past 200 years. She returned moments later carrying the lotus, deep red, its aura sizzling like living flame. Eric infused it with moonlight essence and offered it to Simon to awaken the dormant fire within him. In Elderhua's courtyard, the elder sat reading with a furrowed brow. He looked up when a maid bowed before him. Our guests are here to meet you, Elder. He nodded. Please, lead them in. Simon and Eric entered behind the maid. Simon smiled warmly and offered a greeting. Good morning, Elder. I hope we aren't disturbing you. Not at all, my lord. I would never miss the chance to exchange knowledge with a skilled potioneer such as yourself, Elderhua replied with a wave of his hand. They chatted while Eric sat off to the side, appearing completely disinterested in the chatter of adults. The little lord has a flame too, you say? Elderhua asked in surprise when Simon mentioned it. Taking the cue, Eric lifted his hand and summoned his flame. The elder examined it with astonishment. This is powerful. Superior, even. And you've such great control. Do those in Britain know how to harvest beast flames, and a superior method at that? Simon chuckled. No. We have unique methods. Elderhua didn't press further. Would you wish to be my disciple, little lord? I've never had any, but I believe you have great potential, he offered, stroking his white beard. Eric bowed, having learned the custom. I accept, master. Elderhua nodded, visibly satisfied. I'll provide you with my personal notes and the sex-accumulated knowledge. Study them carefully, and come to me whenever you have questions. A maid escorted Eric to the elder's personal library, guiding him through the resources. Edwina, meanwhile, was immersed in her own studies. The sex techniques, using fire, light, and dark elements for healing, offered rich innovations. One of the clan's ancestors had been a powerful Parselmouth, and Edwina had learned new spells and methods from that legacy. She was now focused on integrating Parselmouth healing and the sex approach. She, too, would soon acquire a flame. A week passed. Eric's progress in alchemy was astonishing, so much so that Elderhua nearly pulled out his beard. This took me months to master and you needed only a day. Sigh, the gods truly are partial, he muttered. The elder, jovial and generous once familiar with someone, withheld nothing from Eric and bragged shamelessly to the other elders about his disciples' accomplishments. An elder meeting convened later that week. Lady Hawthorne was the best healer we'd seen, but now she is simply miraculous, having acquired a flame and studied our techniques, said the elder from the healing pavilion. And the Lord is a master of sword and magic. I hear he's learning our methods quickly as well, sighed the elder of Flameheart Pavilion. Elderhua huffed. My rebellious disciple is a monster. He'll surpass me in no time, what face will I have left, he lamented in mock indignation. The other elders' brows twitched. Some visibly resisted the urge to smack him. The potion you created for the sect master stabilized his condition, but the poison remains. Should we consult Lady Hawthorne for the cure? One elder asked Elderhua. I'll ask her for help, he agreed. Today, Elderhua announced in class, we'll learn the states of matter and how to manipulate them. Alchemy, like transfiguration, dealt with the transformation of matter, though its changes were permanent. We use fire, the elder continued, to weaken the bonds of an object and rearrange them to change its state and structure. Eric listened intently, practicing with focus. Master, Eric asked quietly, do you know of the creation of the Philosopher's Stone? Elderhua hummed thoughtfully. Yes. It's considered the pinnacle of alchemy, isn't it? It follows the law of equivalent exchange, absorbing death energy to create life and gold. Its creator used the plagues and deaths of his time to forge the stone. He scoffed. But why would anyone choose to grow old forever? Some sect ancestors did seek immortality through similar methods. But there are far better paths, like sacred treasures and fire-aligned essence. And with that, Elderhua launched into one of his famously long lectures. A/N, this chapter was mostly set up. Please share your thoughts. I crafted the method myself, though the concept of flame inheritance is inspired by a Chinese novel I read. Stones please, people, let's climb the rankings. Chapter 25, Nothing Remained. Nibbin was humming to himself as he cleaned the mansion and worked on its maintenance. He paused and sensed something breach the house's wards and was alerted immediately. With a furious look, he went to check who it was and saw some hooded figures walking through the room, alert and on guard. This is suicide. We are breaking into a very powerful lord's house just for your vanity, one of them spoke. A scoff was heard from the side. Leave then, just one less part of the loot. The two who spoke seemed to be the most wealthy of the bunch, as another, who seemed to be an underling, spoke, "My lord, what loot would get your attention? The last thing you lack is gold." The previous person scoffed. "Right. It's not gold we are after. This muggle-loving trader family has a lot of secrets and rare artifacts that can even tempt the goblins into making non-bonded swords for them. And they've been taking over the market of potion ingredients. There are things all the gold in the world cannot buy." Nibbin was so furious in his hiding place that electricity was sparking around him. There were 5 figures in front of him. He popped in front of one of them and sent out a bolt of electricity, knocking the men back with a scream. The others did not waste time and sent out spells at the house elf. Blood-boiling curse, severing charms, and crucio passed by the elf as he popped in and out, sending electricity flying, hitting the wizards, who used Protego for defense and took out daggers with their other hands to throw. One of the daggers grazed Nibbin as he was late to dodge. He still fought on, using the decorative swords and weapons around the mansion to throw at the wizards. One dagger was lodged onto a wizard's shoulder, and the men screamed. A severing charm hit Nibbin from the side. Nibbin popped into the middle of the wizards and discharged electricity from his full body, injuring and knocking them back. A knockback curse hit Nibbin, sending him flying, and a dagger was lodged into his side. Nibbin was bloodied and bruised, as he crushed a coin given to him by Eric. He assumed the other one would be with Simon, as it was for emergencies, and if one coin is crushed, the other one shatters too, alerting the holder. Eric had given Nibbin a twin coin as a gift and kept the other, just intending it as something sentimental for the hard-working elf. He never thought it would be used. But as he felt the coin in his pocket shatter, he panicked. He used the ring on his hand to get to Nightshade Castle, and used the statue to reach the mansion. Thimril tried to talk to Eric, but Eric did not reply. Just as Eric appeared in the mansion, he rushed up to see what was wrong and found 4 wizards wailing on Nibbin as one stood to the side. A mere house elf dares to attack the pure-blooded. Eric stepped forward and coldly asked, "And who would that pure blood be? To dare enter Hawthorne Mansion and harm a family member?" The wizards stepped back as they looked at Eric. He had a short sword at his hip, brought from the castle, and was watching their every movement. Nibbin looked at Eric, scared. "Young master, please go back and call the Lord." Eric just brought Nibbin to him and fed him a healing potion he had recently made. "It seems there was someone home, but no matter. Tell us where you keep your valuable treasures and we'll let you and the elf live," the wizard in the most expensive clothes said. Eric wasn't interested in having a chat. Once Nibbin was safe, he made a fearful expression as if scared of them. The men sneered. He took out his sword with trembling hands and said, Don't come closer." They laughed, and stepped forward. Just at that second, Eric used his telekinesis to launch the sword at one of the men. The sword was lodged in the man's chest, nailing him to the wall. Simultaneously, a whisper came from his mouth in a foreign tongue, Threskel, a Parseltongue spell cast by forming a seal in one hand and making an M-shaped motion with his wand. As soon as the spell was spoken, 2 of the wizards fell to the ground. Blue faces. Blisters forming. Jaws and fingers clenched as if they were paralyzed. Eyes wide in fear as they opened their mouths, calling for help, but no voice came out. Avada Kedavra, one of the wizards screamed in fear and despair. A green flash raced toward Eric. Just then, a silver flash came in front of him, the flame he'd bonded with. It swallowed the spell and glowed green for a moment. Then the flame raged. It engulfed the stunned wizard, leaving not even ash. 4 adult wizards were incapacitated by Eric in a moment. The last one had already lost an arm in the fight with Nibbin and could do nothing but crawl towards the wall and shiver in fear, muttering "monster" under his breath. His comrades were melting, nailed to the walls, or gone. One was as if he had never even existed. No trace remained. Eric looked at the men and stepped closer. The men went limp, regret in his eyes. "Just waiting." "Who are you? Why are you here?" Eric asked. The men answered in a monotone. "I am a member of House Blackmere. I came with my little brother and some lesser wizards to find artifacts here. My older brother, the Patriarch, met your family at a party and told us about your immense wealth. They were just foolish men, playing foolish games." Eric nodded. Put a hand on his chin, thinking. He called forth the flame. It had returned to its original color. The men looked at the flame as if it was his salvation. At least it would be over in moments. Eric threw the flame at him. The men smiled as it reached him. He died without a scream. Nothing remained. A/N, thoughts and stones please. Chapter 26, Old Roots. Eric burned away all traces of the wizards he had killed and repaired the mansion's damage. How did they even get inside? He wondered as he stepped outside to investigate. Near the entrance, he found a golden metal rod covered in glowing runes. The runes pulsed faintly, still active. Eric examined it and realized it had likely confused the mansion's wards, just enough to let intruders in. Only Nibbin, who was magically tied to the estate and enhanced with a power boost, had sensed the breach. Eric tucked the rod into his bottomless pouch for further study, then approached the unconscious Nibbin. He placed a hand on the elf's forehead and altered his memories of the attack. Eric didn't want his parents knowing he had killed 4 people. Using the ring on his finger, he teleported back to Nightshade Castle. "Are you well, my lord?" "What happened?" Thimril asked, concerned. "Nothing. Just a false alarm." "I'm fine, don't worry," Eric replied, brushing it off. Unbeknownst to him, the mansion's wards had already absorbed the runic patterns from the rod and were now immune to such intrusions in the future. Meanwhile, in the sect master's chambers, Simon and Edwina stood by as Edwina examined the unconscious elder. Her spells revealed traces of poison, clearly from a powerful magical creature. "I need privacy to treat him," Edwina said calmly. Only Simon stayed behind as the others bowed and left. She began speaking Parseltongue, moving her wand with precision. Her flame surged forth and engulfed the sect master's body, not harming him but purifying the poison. A thick black liquid seeped out of him, which Edwina carefully collected in a vial. Though her flame came from a salamander, it had been upgraded using the fire Yuan Lotus. Combined with the divine essence in her magic, her flame now surpassed even Phoenix fire, just like Eric's and Simon's. "Were you off finding trouble instead of studying?" Elder Hua asked dryly, pulling Eric's cheek. "No, master, I was getting a gift for you," Eric replied, face squished between fingers. The elder released him with a huff and crossed his arms. "What gift?" Thinking he was just making excuses, Elder Hua watched with mild disinterest as Eric pulled out a small red crystal from his pocket. "A fire jade," the elder said, surprised. "Use it for yourself, it'll strengthen your flame." Eric pushed it into the elder's hand. "It's useless for me or my family. Our flames have already surpassed what it offers. You've been generous with your teachings, this is just a token." After a pause, the elder reluctantly accepted the gift. "Your homework is still doubled." Harry, meanwhile, had been quietly learning in the background for the past 2 weeks. He had been given a salamander to raise and cared for it diligently. Though saddened by its short lifespan, Harry focused on enjoying the present. He spent a few hours each day learning minor magical techniques and the rest playing with the salamander. Today, he was tending to a magical horse with sleek black fur, larger and sturdier than normal breeds. The salamander, now the size of a cat, munched on glowing blue food beside him. It had a unique mark on its forehead, which was also drawn on Harry's palm as it is the link that will allow for Harry to gain its flame after its passing even if there is no way to perform the ritual. After finishing up, Harry met Simon and Edwina in the courtyard. "How was your day?" Simon asked. Harry recounted his day with a cheerful smile, the salamander sleeping peacefully in his arms. The next morning, the Hawthorne family was approached by a disciple of the sect. "The sect master has awakened," the disciple said respectfully. "He wishes to meet the 3 of you personally." Simon, Edwina, Eric, and Harry followed him up the quiet mountain path, flanked by the statues of the 3 sect founders. Inside the summit chamber, the sect master awaited them. Dressed in a flowing white robe, the elder had long white hair, but stood tall and vibrant. Simon's potions had helped speed his recovery. "I welcome the saviors of my life," he said with a faint smile. "We're happy to see you well," Simon replied sincerely. The sect master walked to a table and picked up a wooden box. He opened it and pulled back the black cloth inside, revealing 2 glowing seeds. "These are seeds of the Huolong Yulan fruit tree. Only 2 have appeared in the last 1,000 years. Once grown, each tree produces a fruit every 50 years. When consumed, the fruit studies one's ancestral past and awakens any dormant magical traits within the bloodline." The family stared at the seeds in surprise. In a world where bloodlines had long mixed, such a fruit could be invaluable. It might awaken abilities long forgotten, ritual-bound or creature-linked powers that emerged only in rare generations. And with the assimilation of Vasuki's scales, the possibilities were terrifying. "We'll take only one," Simon said. "The other can serve the sect." The sect master respected their choice and nodded, although reluctantly. Eric then stepped forward and offered a vial of moonlight essence. "This will help the seedling you plant grow faster," he explained. The sect master hesitated. "You're only increasing the debt I owe your family." "There is no debt between us," Edwina said gently. "I acted because I could. And we've already gained much from the sect," Simon added. "We've grown by leaps and bounds." The sect master smiled and invited them to sit with him. They spent the afternoon in calm conversation. While the elders spoke, Eric and Harry chatted with some of the sect master's disciples. Meanwhile, Simon negotiated a trade deal, offering rare magical beast parts and potion ingredients not available in China. He set the prices far below market value, as a gesture of goodwill. Nearby, a few disciples poured tea for the guests. One leaned close to Eric as they sat in the side courtyard after the formalities. "You're the one who made Elder Hu nearly choke on his own tea from shock, right?" the disciple asked with a teasing grin. Eric blinked. "Which time?" The disciple snorted. "The 3-step purification elixir. You brewed it perfectly on your first try." "Oh, that. Well. I only almost poisoned myself 3 times before that." The disciple laughed and poured him more tea. Meanwhile, Elder Hu had also joined the conversation between the sect leader, Edwina, and Simon. "Your method of steeping essence root is unusual. Cold infusion?" Elder Hu asked curiously. They were discussing alchemy and potion making. Simon nodded. "Yes. Slower, but it preserves subtle magic signatures more cleanly." Elder Hu stroked his beard, impressed. "If I were 20 years younger, I'd challenge you to a brew-off." Simon smirked. "Age only makes you more dangerous, not less. Flatter me again and I'll triple your son's homework." Elder Hu said as after that he was praised by Simon and Edwina through the whole conversation. A/N, it took longer than usual for me to write this chapter. Thoughts and Stones. Chapter 27, Flame Bond. The summer vacation was about to end in 1 week, and the family would not get much time to visit the sect, especially the kids, as school was about to start. Simon and Edwina had been going back to Britain frequently as they had duties there. Today, Elder Hu had convinced Simon to give a lecture to the disciples of the sect about British alchemical processes, with the aim of integrating the sect's methods with them. Simon stood on an elevated podium as the disciples formed a semicircle around him. He had a board and a cauldron to teach. He first started by teaching the British method in simple terms. The ingredients used are selected for their magical properties as well as their symbolic meaning in society. For example, plants that are symbols of bonding are used in potions to bind 2 elements together. In your method, the balance between light and dark elements is used for that purpose, reducing the requirement of some rare ingredients, but also reducing the potency if the skill is not up to the mark. As he explained the methods, the disciples listened and took notes without making a sound. Eric was also there, learning. Harry was not interested in alchemy, though. One disciple raised a hand tentatively. "Does that mean our methods are less stable?" Simon shook his head. "Not at all. Your approach assumes discipline and elemental sensitivity. Ours relies more on structure and intuition. Both are valid. But when combined, we might cut down on wasted reagents and produce potions more reliably." Edwina, at this time, was with Celine Greengrass in their mansion as they chatted about healing and other topics. "I thought you would have told me by now," Edwina said cryptically. Celine stiffened. "About what?" Edwina sighed. "I know there is someone who needs healing in your family. I won't force you to tell me who it is. I do implore you to tell me the kind of affliction they have, so I can at least guide you in a way that leads you to the cure sooner." Hearing that, Celine looked down in contemplation and told Edwina about a blood curse in their family, and its symptoms and effects on the person's magic. After chatting with Celine, Edwina came back to the sect and was going to her courtyard when she met Harry on the way. She ruffled his hair as she asked about his day, but he seemed to be in deep contemplation. "What is it?" asked Edwina. Harry looked up at her. "How long will Pyra live?" he asked. Pyra was the name of his salamander. "She will at most live another 6 months." Edwina's response was blunt, but it was what Harry needed at the time. "I don't want her to die. I don't want flame powers. I just want her to stay with me." Harry broke down as Edwina hugged the boy. She thought about it and then said, "Come with me." She took Harry by the hand, and they went to their courtyard. She gave some potions to Pyra. "These potions will make her healthier and extend her lifespan. I will now upgrade the link you have with her through the marking. And if she accepts, she will be connected on a deeper level with you and live even longer." She used ink made from the blood of a giant and crushed dragon bones to add to the marking on Harry's hand and Pyra's forehead. She had asked Xinlian to procure the ink, and as she finished her inscribing, Harry was laid on his bed and fell asleep with Pyra in his arms. Later that night, the Hawthorne family arrived at Nightshade Castle to plant the Huolong Yulon tree seeds, as Eric nourished them with moonlight essence. The family then went to the ritual room at the top of the castle. They would be performing a ritual to upgrade their wands. The first was Edwina, as she sat in the middle of the circle with her wand in her lap. She had 2 vials with her. One was the poison she had extracted from the sect master mixed with basilisk venom, and the other was a healing potion made from grapehorn horn, unicorn hair, and phoenix tears, mixed with the serpent wood resin potion. She poured both vials into a wooden bowl and placed her wand in between. She then chanted in Parseltongue and infused her magic and some of her blood into the bowl. The mixture began to seep into her wand as she continued to hold it. It absorbed the materials and gained a faint greenish hue that formed some runes on it. They were faint and hard to spot, but they were there. Simon stepped into the ritual circle next, his face composed as always. Eric and Edwina moved to opposite sides of the room, each lighting the runes that encircled the chamber. Simon's wand was placed delicately in a silver bowl carved with glacier dragon scales, brought from a long-ago expedition into the fjord cliffs. Around it, he set his chosen materials. First, he poured a vial of mist essence, given to him by Shenlian. She had condensed it over 100 years. To tie the elements together, Simon added 3 drops of cloud serpent bone marrow, a rare mist creature secretion that deepened magical focus and attunement. Lastly, a fragment of a geyser heartstone, a stone formed from boiling subterranean springs, long since hardened into a fiery core surrounded by mist-veined rock. He placed his palm over the wand and whispered a personal invocation, and also held his sword as the ingredients dissolved in the bowl. His sword and wand both gained blue runes as the essences flowed like water toward them, crystallizing like ice and giving off a faint mist. Simon lifted the sword and wand. They remained the same in length, core, and materials, but the surface shimmered faintly like frost over glass. Veins of soft mist shimmered in the grain, powerful, understated, precise. He nodded once in satisfaction. Eric stepped forward next, drawing his wand slowly. He didn't carry a bowl, he conjured a shallow basin of stone, carved instantly with runes as he whispered in Parcel tongue. The bowl pulsed silver. He first placed a delicate pinch of ashes of rebirth, taken from a phoenix that had been reborn only hours earlier. They were faintly warm to the touch and radiated immense heat, as he had infused some fire-type materials into them. Next came a sliver of frost silk serpent fang, found only in magical tundras where creatures had adapted to sub-zero environments. The venom had been neutralized, but the cold essence remained, unnaturally piercing, yet clear and focused. Then came crimson ice petals, flowers grown atop enchanted peaks that bled flame when struck with wind. Their magic danced between both elements, fire and frost. He placed his wand in the center and whispered a ritual phrase in Parcel tongue. The air rippled around him. The ingredients melted into the wand as Eric's magic pulled them in, layer by layer. His silver flame stirred faintly at his fingertips but did not ignite. This was a quiet process. When he lifted the wand again, its surface had shifted. The wood remained dark, but now faint frost fractals lay under its surface, radiating heat. A thin line of silver ran along the grain as fire and ice balanced and complemented each other. A/N, the second years will start in the next chapter. Thoughts and stones please. Chapter 28, Luna Lovegood and the Salamander Rebellion. I will visit you whenever I can, and maybe you can come to us too. Do whatever old people do. Eric was talking to Elder Ho when his last comment earned him a bonk on the head. Elder Ho patted his disciple's head. I'll visit sometime soon. I've made sure to push all my responsibilities onto the sect master. A man needs to rest, you know. The master and disciple both grinned at that. Elder Ho then brought out a small booklet from his sleeve. This is everything I've noted about using flame in combat. Keep it. Improve on it. Receiving the gift, Eric returned the gesture, offering the elder some rare herbs that nourished flame, along with a few magical materials only found on Nightshade Island. Harry said goodbye to the friends he'd made during the visit. That night, the family returned to Nightshade Castle to spend one last night, then left for their main mansion the following morning. The next day, Eric, Harry, and Nibbin went to Diagon Alley for second-year shopping. As they walked around, Harry drew whispers from many Muggleborns, while Eric got more attention from older students and pureblood families. After all, he had killed a troll in his first year and was heir to what many now called the most powerful wizarding family in modern Britain. On the way to Flourish and Blots, they saw a massive crowd gathered for autographs. Gilderoy Lockhart was in full performance mode, basking in the attention like a niffler in a gold vault. As soon as he spotted Harry and Eric, his grin widened unnaturally, and he strutted toward them, dragging them into a photo and handing out self-signed books before either could say a word. Soon after, they bumped into the Weasleys. Hello, Harry and Eric. Is that a bright frog in your arms, Harry? It's bloody big, Ron commented, eyeing Pyra. He earned a slap to the back of the head from Mrs. Weasley for his language. Ginny was half hiding behind her mother, occasionally peeking at Harry, earning Harry a playful poke and a grin from Eric. To the side, Mr. Weasley noticed Lucius Malfoy. Lucius hadn't seen Eric yet, as the boy was partially hidden among the crowd. As the two adults began bickering, which naturally escalated into a physical scuffle, Draco tried to disappear behind a shelf. Eric, spotting him, smirked. Draco. Where are you going? Come give your brother a hug. Draco's face turned pale. Who's Draco? And why are you walking toward me? I've never seen you before in my life. Lucius looked up sharply, catching sight of Eric and hastily adjusting his composure. Arthur was already being dragged away by Molly as Lucius stood straight and offered a strained smile. Eric, it's good to see you getting along with Draco and looking after him, Lucius said smoothly, even as Draco tried to wriggle free of Eric's grip. Eric greeted him politely, and Draco, despite his embarrassment, was roped into tagging along with Eric and Harry for the rest of their shopping. He refused to acknowledge Lucius's existence for the remainder of the day. A few days later, the family got ready for the journey to King's Cross Station. Edwina hugged both boys tightly. This time, Harry also got the same piece of motherly advice: don't hit girls. Simon gave a quiet farewell and walked them to the platform. On the way, they met up with Daphne and Draco. The four chatted casually, boarded the train, and found a compartment. Draco eventually left to sit with his usual Slytherin group, claiming they were his friends and not lackeys. Ron joined the group with Ginny in tow. Daphne smiled at her. "Come, sit with me." "Let's not sit with the animals over there," she said, nodding toward Eric and Ron, who were currently trying to transfigure Scabbers into a teacup. Ginny, though shy, was comfortable enough with Daphne to sit beside her. "What's that?" Daphne asked Harry, pointing at Pyra curled in his lap. Harry blinked. "It's a salamander. We're good friends." The girls in the compartment immediately crowded around Pyra, cooing and asking to hold her. "You're not allowed to have salamanders as pets at school," came a voice from the doorway. Hermione Granger stood there, arms crossed. "Thank you for that crucial legal update," Eric said dryly. "We were going to serve time in Azkaban if you hadn't intervened. Quick, let's throw her out the window before we get caught." He made an exaggerated motion toward the salamander. Hermione snatched Pyra out of his hands and glared at him while hugging the creature tightly. "How could you?" gasped the three girls in unison as they launched an attack on Eric, joined gleefully by Harry. A few minutes later, Eric sat bruised and beaten on one side of the compartment while Pyra basked in attention from the girls. Harry threw a betrayed look her way. Just as Eric was recovering, the compartment door slid open again. A girl stood there, perhaps a year younger, her pale blonde hair falling in messy waves and wide, silvery gray eyes full of daydreams. She was holding the quibbler upside down in one hand and keeping the door open with the other. "Hello," she said serenely. "You've got a salamander in here. That's very lucky. They keep away the rackspurts." Everyone stared. Eric blinked twice. Hermione tilted her head. What? "Rackspurts," the girl replied, stepping inside. "They float into your ears and make your brain go fuzzy. But she pointed at Pyra, would scare them off. Bright creatures like her always do." "Ah, a recognized rackspurt-repelling guardian," Eric muttered with mock seriousness. "We were wondering if we'd be safe this year. Good to know Pyra pulls double duty." Harry tried not to laugh. Failed. Ron leaned over to Daphne. "Is she real?" "I hope so," Daphne whispered back. "I'm Luna. Luna Lovegood. I'll be starting Hogwarts this year. Probably Ravenclaw. My mom was one, before the accident with the spell that went backward." "I'm sorry to hear that," Harry said, remembering what Edwina had taught him. But Luna just smiled. "It's all right. I can still hear her in the wind sometimes." There was a beat of silence before Eric slowly clapped. "Congratulations, Luna. That's officially the most poetic thing said on this train ride." Luna giggled, then offered Pyra a small treat, which the salamander happily accepted. She chatted comfortably with the group, eccentric, yes, but not so outlandish that no one could even have a chat with her. "I hoped I'd make lots of friends when I got to Hogwarts," Luna said, looking around at the others. "And my wish came true before I even got to the school." Without a word, Daphne hugged her. "When you get sorted into Ravenclaw," she said firmly, "I'll protect you forever." Luna giggled in her arms as, unknowingly, she gained several very devoted protectors. A/N, Thoughts and Stones, Friend. Chapter 29, Incendio and Idiots. The kids reached Hogwarts and were led to the Thestral carriages. Harry and Eric patted the gentle creatures and handed them small treats. The other students were confused at first, until they saw the food vanish midair as the Thestrals accepted them. That was enough explanation. Luna had been separated from them for the boat ride across the lake, as per first-year tradition. The second years gathered to watch the sorting ceremony again. Even Eric paid attention, curious if any changes had occurred due to his presence in the magical world. Meanwhile, somewhere hidden, Dobby was being scolded. "You're not supposed to interfere like that." Nibbin huffed, arms folded as he glared at the other elf. "What if the masters had crashed into the wall and gotten hurt? Is that how you protect someone?" Dobby's ears drooped low. "Dobby just wanted to help Harry Potter, sir. Dobby will punish himself later for almost hurting him." Nibbin's eyes widened. He knew the customs of some old wizarding families and how they treated their elves. His voice softened. "No. No punishing yourself. That's not how we do things. Come, I'll teach you how we help masters properly." Back in the Great Hall, Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw and walked over to sit with Eric and Daphne. That earned confused looks from the other Ravenclaws, but neither Luna nor Daphne seemed to care. Classes were about to begin when Harry pulled Eric aside, holding Pyra tightly in his arms. Professor McGonagall says I can't keep her in school, he said, clearly upset. What should we do? Eric thought for a second and grinned. Let's appeal the decision. Go straight to the top. Harry submitted a request to speak to Dumbledore, which was approved without delay. They made their way to the headmaster's office, where Eric guessed passwords allowed until the door simply opened. You were very close, my boy, Dumbledore said, smiling as they entered. Please, sit. What can I help you with? Harry explained the situation while holding Pyra in his arms. She's connected to me, Professor. It's like she's part of me. Is there any way we can stay together? She's a good girl. She won't hurt anyone. As if to punctuate his words, Pyra hopped out of his arms and wandered over to Fawkes, the phoenix. The two creatures chirped softly to one another, their interaction was gentle and harmonious. Dumbledore observed them both. Fawkes seems to like her. And you're not wrong, the bond you two share is powerful. He gently inspected the magical mark on Harry's wrist. Very powerful magic indeed. I've never seen anything quite like it. Where did you learn this? Eric spoke up. We visited a sect in China this summer. It was part of a cultural exchange. They taught us how to create magical bonds with certain creatures. And Eric explained the situation to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded slowly, thoughtful. You're a kind boy, Harry. And familiars, well, they are a deep part of the magician they are bonded to. I won't separate the two of you, that would just be cruel. I'll speak to the staff. Pyra stays. Harry beamed and gave the old headmaster a spontaneous hug. Dumbledore blinked in surprise, then chuckled and returned the gesture, patting Harry's head. Eric smiled faintly from the side. The next day, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had charms together. Professor Flitwick was moving around the classroom, helping students master Incendio. 10 points to Ravenclaw, he called after watching Eric's execution of the spell. Eric had asked a few questions that were well beyond second-year level, and though surprised, Flitwick answered them with enthusiasm. Harry, too, was performing with increased control, likely due to his magical link with Pyra. Defense against the dark arts, however, was another story. Lockhart was insufferable. He insisted on asking questions about himself during class and gave out homework that amounted to reading his own books and summarizing his heroic feats. And that is how I defeated a giant and saved a village using a masterful protego and confringo, Lockhart declared dramatically. The girls clapped. Eric had a sudden, terrible idea. Professor, would you be willing to demonstrate that technique for the class? A dramatic reenactment might help us understand better. Lockhart's grin widened. Excellent suggestion. Let me convey my full majesty. Eric, my boy, help me with the performance. Eric was directed to stand on the far side of the classroom, well out of the spotlight. Now, Lockhart said, cast a spell at me. I shall defend with my protego. Eric raised his wand and cast a mild incendio, still a strong spell by most second-year standards. Lockhart's eyes widened. He raised his shield in panic and barely deflected the flame, ending up with singed robes. Eric made the movement slow and clear so the students could learn and spoke the spell clearly even though he could cast it silently. Still, he turned dramatically. That weak spell cannot even graze me, foul creature, he shouted. Confringo. Rather than aim at Eric, he blasted a wooden dummy off to the side, which exploded into smoking shards. Eric made a habit of manipulating Lockhart's need for attention. The professor liked putting on shows, and those shows often ended up accidentally educational. Eric milked it. Lockhart liked putting up shows so he would do them in his other classes too, which lead to the kids actually learning something. Professor, may I create a club to help students go over the homework and discuss your books after classes? Eric asked with innocent eyes. Lockhart lit up. Of course. A fan club, oh, an academic club, yes, very good. Here, let me sign your permission slip. Eric now had a club for himself and the first members were Daphne, Harry, Ron, Hermione and some of his other classmates. Draco would also visit often as Eric would teach actual defensive spells in the club. Luna joined later that week and turned out to be unexpectedly gifted in charms. Casting was like an intuition to her. Though she kept quiet about it, Luna had already begun facing bullying from a few of the older Ravenclaw girls. It wasn't cruel yet, but it simmered. Harry also helped out in the club. His practical skill with Pyra at his side was impressive, and even Draco learned from him and would learn from each other, to the disapproval of Ron, but he would just focus on other things at those times. Very good, my boy, Lockhart said one afternoon, interrupting a club session. Today, I suggest you all discuss voyages with vampires. I'll leave a signed copy. He placed it on the desk proudly and strolled out. Eric took the book with a sigh. All right, who wants to set Lockhart on fire today? Hands shot up. Harry stepped forward with Pyra perched beside him. I want to practice coordination with her. She's been learning how to launch short firebursts. Eric then stooped Lockhart in the hallway and asked him for help as his students needed him. Harry stepped in wanting to learn how to coordinate with Pyra and learn to fly with her by his side. Harry would use spells to reduce the mobility of Lockhart, and Pyra would be the one throwing fire at the men. She was also getting better at throwing fire in short bursts like fireballs. Luna was levitating a stack of books with perfect ease while Ron failed to summon a feather. Hermione offered unwanted advice. Daphne and Eric were leering spells to the side as Hermione and Luna joined them after a bit. A/N, Thoughts and Stones, my people. Chapter 30, First Victim. 2 months had passed in the second year at school, and the Golden Trio were returning from the feast when Harry felt a burning sensation, and Pyra in his arms became a little restless. Pyra then jumped down from his arms and started walking in a direction, indicating them to follow through Harry's connection. The trio followed her silently. When they reached a dim corridor, they found Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, hanging upside down. She had black marks on her body and an expression of pure terror on her face, her mouth wide open and her eyes frozen. The trio were horrified and completely paralyzed by the sight. A scream then came from behind as Filch came running forward and gathered Mrs. Norris into his arms. Murmurs erupted from behind as some other students arrived, followed quickly by a few teachers. Eric was among the students who arrived, and he was immediately confused. The basilisk is with me, so why is this happening? This doesn't even seem like petrification. Is this a curse? His musings were cut short by another scream. You've killed her. I'll kill you. You were here before anyone else. Filch yelled at the children and ran toward Harry to strike him, but Eric stepped in front of him and pushed him back. Pyra placed herself protectively in front of Harry, radiating heat and growling low. Filch stumbled back in fear, feeling as though he might be burned alive if he made a move. Calm down, Argus, came an elderly voice from the side as Dumbledore arrived. He moved closer and inspected Mrs. Norris with a few spells before speaking. She is not dead, Argus, she is, in need of medical attention, he concluded, his words slow and deliberate. Filch calmed slightly, too shaken to notice the hesitation in Dumbledore's voice. He did it. He and his friends. She must have caught them doing something dark and they silenced her with this magic. Harry called Pyra back to him, or she might have scorched Filch on the spot. Snape sneered from the side. While I believe the boy must be up to something, he's far too daft and dim-witted to perform such magic. Snape's words silenced Filch for the moment, though his glare didn't falter. It didn't bother Harry, who met his eyes calmly. He had learned a lot from Simon and wasn't easily intimidated anymore. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware, read a troll-looking Slytherin from the wall, sneering. Shut up, Flint, Draco muttered from the side, silencing the idiot. Perhaps we should continue this conversation in my office, Professor, Lockhart suggested to Dumbledore, beckoning the trio, Eric, and the teachers to follow. Lockhart's office was exactly what one would expect. The man was clearly obsessed with himself, and even his portraits were busy grooming their hair. As the group entered, Dumbledore spoke first. Do not worry, Harry. You are not in trouble. Can you enlighten us on what you saw when you entered the corridor? Dumbledore asked calmly. Harry explained everything that happened, and Ron and Hermione quickly chimed in to support his version of events. Filch sat to the side, on the verge of tears, while Mrs. Norris had already been taken to the infirmary. Snape eyed Harry with skepticism. And why, may I ask, were you there at the exact moment this occurred? What are you hiding, Potter, he said, stepping closer to intimidate him, only for Pyra to growl from Harry's arms. I believe Mr. Potter, Dumbledore intervened gently. And I imagine he must be tired. Please go straight to your dormitories and to bed. Snape backed off, although his eyes lingered on the boy. Lockhart, of course, began implying that Harry had done it all for attention, jealous, perhaps, of his glorious presence. But everyone ignored him. Later that evening, Harry and Eric were in Hagrid's hut. What are you making? Harry asked, watching Eric stir something in a large cauldron. Here are the things you asked for, Eric. Norberta was happy to help, knowing it was for you, Hagrid said cheerfully as he entered, carrying a small satchel. Inside were some iridescent dragon scales and a sealed vial of dragon's blood, both from Norberta. Thank you, Hagrid. I'm making a broth for Pyra, Eric answered, carefully adding the new ingredients. Harry knelt beside him as the potion began to simmer with a faint red glow. Once it was ready, Eric ladled some into a shallow dish and handed it to Harry. Feed her by hand, he said. She'll like the pampering. Harry did just that. Pyra happily accepted the warm broth, drinking it all before curling up on the floor beside the fire. But after a few moments, her body began to glow with radiant heat. Even Eric took a cautious step back from the intensity. But Harry felt nothing, he walked toward her instead, drawn by the connection between them. The mark on his left hand began to glow brightly. As he scooped Pyra into his arms, her mark lit up too, and briefly caught fire. The glow faded a few moments later, and Harry gently placed her down again. Pyra was now slightly larger, and her skin was tinged with faint red streaks beneath the usual blue. The transformation was subtle but powerful. Harry, too, seemed changed. He looked at his palm and focused, and a swirl of red and blue flame danced into existence above it. "That went better than expected," Eric commented from the side as Harry exclaimed, "Wicked," and hugged him enthusiastically. They experimented a little and found that Harry's flame could be used for offensive magic, and not anything else like beast flames and used for alchemy and potion making. Not that it bothered Harry. He was not interested in potion making anyway. They then went to the forest as after some time they met up with Norberta, who was now as large as a small truck. It takes normal dragons 10 to 15 years to reach that size. Norberta started sniffing Pyra as soon as they appeared. Pyra got down from Harry's arms and the dragon and the salamander started playing as some other magical beings appeared too, as they seemed to be the underlings of Norberta. A/N, Power Stones guys, we need to climb the charts. Chapter 31, Dueling Club. The Quidditch match happened, but the bludger was not enchanted and was completely normal. Harry did win the match by basically falling on the snitch and breaking his arm during the fall. Colin Creevey was found in the same state that the cat was in, when Harry was in the hospital after the Gryffindor vs Slytherin Quidditch match. Harry overheard the conversation that Colin did manage to take a picture with his camera, as it was not destroyed, and the picture showed a black and green glowing smoke coming towards him. Harry told Eric about the discovery. Eric was concerned about what was happening, as this time the students were not petrified, but a curse had taken hold of them, and this time it might be truly fatal for the students. During this time, Lockhart was making a plan to form a dueling club, as it would provide his magnificent presence to the students and reduce their fears. The club took place with students from all the houses present. "Eric, my boy, how about you help me with the club as you have done with the other book club?" Lockhart asked cheerfully, genuinely thinking Eric was his biggest fan. "Perhaps we should start with a demonstration in Expelliarmus." Snape chimed in, annoyed. At this point, Lockhart knew his limits and knew he would be humiliated by Snape, as he sometimes had a hard time even against Eric, who was just a student. So, he didn't go in front himself and instead put Eric in the spotlight. "Let's start with teaching the students. I don't think us dueling would help them much, as they would just see me move my wand and you flying backward," Lockhart said, making excuses in the most Lockhart way as Snape had a look of utter fury on his face. Eric stepped forward and grinned at Snape. "I await your instructions, Professor," he said as they performed the dueling rituals, bowing and stepping back. They both turned around as Snape cast Expelliarmus loudly, because it was, after all, a lesson for the students. Eric, however, simply dodged and cast his own Expelliarmus, causing Snape to raise a Protego. Snape looked at Eric in confusion for a moment as they exchanged a few more spells. They kept themselves limited to third-year spells at most, and always shouted their incantations and made proper wand movements so the students could see clearly. Hermione, who was watching the duel, was writing down notes as if possessed, and even told Harry and Ron to do the same with her so she wouldn't miss anything. Some other students, mainly Ravenclaws, were doing the same, while others simply stood to the side with wide eyes. Eric was enjoying himself as he dodged an Incendio and cast Chillaria Maxima. A stream of ice shards came out of his wand, accompanied by mist that impaired Snape's vision and bombarded him with ice like flying daggers, forcing him on the defensive for the first time during the duel. Snape waved his wand, conjured a gust of wind, and transfigured the stage to block the ice shards. He then cast Incendera Vortex to summon a flame from his wand to counter the remaining shards that passed through his defenses. During this time, Eric could have done many things to push Snape back further, but then Snape could also stop holding back, and it would turn into a real duel, which it was not supposed to be. So Eric stopped sending out ice as Snape dealt with the last of it. They both looked at each other for a moment and bowed, although Eric did notice a wound on Snape but didn't comment. Eric then moved to Lockhart's side and noticed cold sweat on the man's forehead but didn't comment on it either. The hall was silent for a full 10 seconds, until, starting from Gryffindor, all the houses began cheering and calling out Eric's name. Snape then called out Draco, and Lockhart called out Harry on stage. The boys smiled at each other and bowed before taking a dueling stance. Harry started with an Expelliarmus, which Draco blocked with Protego, following up with an Incendio. Harry did not have Pyra by his side, as that would have been unfair. They exchanged spells, and Draco cast Serpensortia, summoning a snake to distract Harry, and followed up with Incendio, which Harry blocked. They both stopped as they saw the snake moving toward a Hufflepuff student named Justin. Draco was about to unsummon the snake, but Harry instinctively used Parseltongue to tell the snake to back off. It listened to Harry but still hissed at Justin when he made a sudden movement. Snape stepped in and vanished the snake as the entire year stared at Harry. "What were you thinking? You told the snake to attack me. Are you mad, Potter?" Justin yelled angrily. The students began whispering at that. The class was still not over, though, as Eric was instructing the students who were actually obeying. He told them to form groups of 3, where 2 would cast Expelliarmus at each other while the third would keep an eye out to make sure no one got hurt, and they would rotate after every attempt. Harry and Eric were to the side practicing. "Don't worry, Harry. They'll come around," Eric said, consoling Harry. "I can see that they're just scared, because of the reputation around Parseltongue," Harry replied. Eric looked at Ron and Hermione and saw worry on their faces but no distrust. "At least you have friends worth keeping," Eric concluded, as Harry smiled and nodded. Pyra also jumped onto his shoulder as a show of support. After the class, Ron and Harry were talking about what happened as Hermione was blasting Eric with questions which he answered patiently. A/N, after the Harry Potter arc I am thinking of other universes, the family will be going to different universes with the island and Eric's other properties added to it. What are your thoughts on it? And give me stones, my people. Chapter 32, The Diary. Eric had noticed that Ginny was growing paler with time and had also started skipping meals. This worried him, as it indicated she might have the diary. Ron once came up to Eric while he and Harry were discussing something. "I need you guys' help. Ginny has been very distant with me, and it seems like she hasn't eaten properly in days." Harry grew worried at that. "Did you try talking to her in your way, or did you ask her gently what happened?" he asked. Ron frowned at Harry's question but then answered, "I'm not an idiot. I was very patient with her and even asked if she was sick. I told her I wanted to take her to Madame Pomfrey, but she refused." Harry patted Ron's shoulder, thinking of a way to help. As Harry was thinking, Hermione also joined the group and was brought up to speed on the situation. Ron, ever tactful, said, "You're apparently a girl, so you should know how to help Ginny." Hermione smacked him on the head for that. "Can we make a rejuvenating potion for her?" Ron asked, rubbing his head. Hermione thought about it and said, "We can't get the materials. And even if we could, where would we make the potion?" Eric grinned from the side. "Don't worry about the ingredients. Just find a place to make the potion." Harry asked from the side, "How will you be getting the ingredients?" Eric shrugged. "By owl. You can do it too. Send the owl to the handler of your Gringotts account with the list of ingredients you want. They'll arrange them for you and send them back via owl, they deduct the money as well." Harry was surprised at how simple it was. "Is that allowed?" Hermione asked. "Obviously. That's how students get potion ingredients to practice for exams," Eric replied. The ingredients arrived in 3 days as Hermione found a place to brew the potion. It was of course Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The previous day was the day that Justin was found in the same state as the others. This attack was the third and created an aura of fear in Hogwarts. Parents were sending letters to their kids every day. People were also speaking to shut down Hogwarts until the threat is taken care of. This was the time that the Minster in his infinite wisdom was considering that Hagrid must be thrown back in Azkaban to appease people, and Lucius pushed for it too. He also wished for Dumbledore's suspension. The kids met up in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom as they prepared the potion. Hermione was the one preparing the potion. She insisted she would make the potion and Eric must help her. So she was make the potion right now as Eric was helping her make it properly. Eric had gotten the ingredients by sending a letter to Nook via owl, and he asked Nibbin to get ingredients form the castle that would be useful against dark magic. He was making a potion for both physical and mental rejuvenation and remove any darkness caused by the diary that might hinder her future growth, not that the other knew about the last part. They made the potion at night and were planning to give Ginny the potion in the morning. "You guys leave before me, I will tidy." They offered to help but Eric shooed them away. Eric then went to a bathroom stall and took out a diary from there, ignoring Moaning Myrtle, who was complaining about people throwing things at her. Eric took the diary to his room and started writing in it. "Hi, I am Eric," we wrote as he got a reply form the diary as the ink he wrote in faded and new words appeared. "Hello, I am Tom Marvolo Riddle." Eric grinned at that. He felt a probe at his mental shields but it was too will to breach them. A/N, bonus chapter today as I had time. I want stones. Chapter 33, A Diary of Blood and Flame. Eric put the diary in a container he had prepared that would contain it and not allow its influence to reach out. He had prepared for it beforehand and gotten it from the castle. The next day by the school lake in the evening, when no students were around, Ron was talking to Ginny as Eric, Harry, and Hermione stood to the side and observed. Ron was having trouble convincing Ginny, and Eric turned to Harry and pushed him towards the two. "Go, convince her." Harry was confused, but then Eric pushed him harder, and Harry almost crashed into Ginny. Ginny was surprised to see Harry suddenly and got a little shy. "Hi, Ginny. We are just worried for you, and we made this potion for you yesterday ourselves. Please drink it, I hope it will help you." Harry was imagining Edwina giving him a thumbs up, proud that she had instilled good manners in him. Ginny did not reply for some time and just looked guilty. "Harry, I did a bad thing. Everything is wrong because of me." She had mist in her eyes as Harry panicked on the inside. He just stood there as Ginny laid her forehead on his shoulder and silently cried. After some time, Harry gave her the potion vial, which she drank, and Hermione took her to her room so she could get some rest. Harry turned back, only to see the grin on Eric's face. "I'll wipe that off," he growled, and launched small fireballs from his left hand as he chased after Eric, who laughed and dodged easily. Some days passed as Harry had to deal with people calling him the heir of Slytherin and other things, but his friends never stopped defending him. Ron even got into a fight with a second-year boy who was talking shit about Harry. Even Draco helped Harry, as Marcus Flint from his house was calling Harry the heir, and Draco just looked at the troll face and said, "He's not even in Slytherin, troll face. Are you daft?" Draco was not being overtly protective but was implying that someone from his house should be the heir, leading the students to think that he was actually defending his house and increasing the respect the Slytherins had for him. The people affected by the curse were not getting any better, leading Eric to get anxious. One night, he took the diary and went to the Chamber of Secrets. He took Harry with him. "I found this chamber the night we made the potion and this diary too. I think this diary is connected with the attacks." Harry trusted him and just followed him. As they neared the chamber, he asked, "What did you find in the chamber when you first entered?" Eric gestured to the corridor in front. "There was a basilisk here. I helped it and took it to the island." Harry's eyes widened. "That might be the creature attacking the students." Eric shook his head. "No, this is a curse. A basilisk's gaze simply kills or petrifies if viewed indirectly." Eric then put the diary on the ground and opened it. "Come out," he ordered, as a red hand came crawling from the diary, finding a place for support. A head emerged and then the full body. It was red in color, as if flayed skin. The creature found its footing and stared at the two boys with hatred. Then skin emerged on the body of the creature, and a dark smoke enveloped it as a boy of about 16 years of age with black eyes appeared. "You. How dare you," he said as he bent down towards the diary, and a wand appeared from it, which he took and pointed at the two. The wand was black in color and had runes written in beast blood on it. He had taken the wand from the Room of Lost Things and modified it for his own use by some dark methods. "Harry Potter, it seems that my original self left all his intellect with me to have been bested by a child." Eric and Harry looked at the boy without fear, and Pyra also took a protective stance in front of Harry. "So you were the one who was causing all the attacks?" "Why?" Harry was the one to ask as he took a defensive stance with his wand and left palm pointed at the older boy. "Yes. Those mudbloods were just a means to regain my power. I was merely taking back the magic they stole from the noble-blooded like me. The cat was the first experiment that went right. I have placed a cursed ritual on them that takes away their magic and feeds it to me. There's not much time left before they all die and I become whole again." The boy explained with a smile on his face. Harry looked horrified and Eric was worried. "Who are you?" Harry asked, at which Tom wrote his name in the air and then jumbled them into, "I am Lord Voldemort." "You think I would keep the name of my muggle father?" he sneered. "Today you both will die, and that beast will be used as blood and bones for my new form, far surpassing my other self." True to his nature, he started with the killing curse at Eric, who used his flame to absorb it. At the same time, Harry cast Expelliarmus and Fire with Pyra, which Tom just blocked with a Protego. It seemed that the ritual had allowed him to retain higher strength compared to Canon. Eric then stepped in front and called out to Harry, "Step back, Harry, and just look out for me. I will fight him alone." Hearing this, Tom laughed but had fury in his eyes. "You fight me? What do you think I've been doing this whole time? I am far stronger now than when I was 16. As if to prove that, he transfigured the ground into spikes that moved towards Eric, who dodged and conjured ice shards to repel the spikes. Eric then commanded his flame to fire toward Tom, as Tom conjured fiend fire to counter the flame. He did not have great control over the fiend fire, but it seemed that the fire itself was an enemy of Eric's fire and charged at it as if they were mortal enemies. The fiend fire was weaker than Eric's flame, but it did buy some time for Tom, who took all the broken stones and bones in the chamber and turned them into dark crystals that shot out toward Eric. Eric waved his wand, turning the crystals to dust, as Tom manipulated all the water in the chamber to move towards Eric, trying to imprison him. "You're no student. I'm homeschooled." Eric just used one hand to keep the water at bay and grinned. "Chiliria Draconis," he yelled, as runes lit up around Tom. He had been planting runes throughout the fight using the dust and transfiguring the ground. Just as the spell was complete, the temperature around Tom lowered, and his movement slowed. Then a serpentine dragon was conjured from Eric's wand as it rushed toward Tom, who created a vortex of black fire to counter it, but it was useless. The dragon coiled around Tom, binding him. He tried fighting but could not move. He roared in fury as his skin turned blue, his breath became shallow, and frost came from every exhale. Eric's fire had also won against the fiend fire, and Eric recalled it. He then moved toward the diary, ignoring Tom, as he took out a basilisk fang from his pouch and stabbed the diary. Tom screamed as blood poured out of the diary. Eric stored the blood in a vial, and Tom disappeared in a flash of light. Harry blinked. Bloody hell. I'll tell Mom you used those words. Grinned Eric. A/N, suggest me the next world, guys. And give me power stones, let's climb up the rankings. Chapter 34, Loony No More. Daphne was returning from classes alone as she saw Luna in the corridor, looking at the scenery of the school when she noticed Luna was not wearing any shoes. She approached Luna and stood beside her, connecting to nature. Or is there another story for not wearing shoes today? Luna looked at Daphne and then back to the scenery. There are some students with rackspurts in their ears, they took my shoes. Luna responded. Daphne has learned by now how Luna thinks and internalizes things in her mind. Did they do anything else? Like hurt you or call you names? Daphne asked with narrowed eyes. They call me Loony, but I don't think they want to be mean. Luna replied with a dreamy detachment to which Daphne narrowed her eyes. Rackspurts make it hard for some people to think clearly. It's not really their fault. Luna said serenely. Daphne just took Luna by hand. Come with me, she said, and Luna just followed. In the Ravenclaw common room there were some girls chatting. They had a pair of pink shoes by their side. Who wears such ugly shoes? We did her a favor by taking them. One of them spoke. See. They are kind girls, it's just rackspurts in their brains. Luna's voice came from the side as she was with an icy-looking Daphne. The girls frowned thinking Luna was making fun of them but then stiffened as they saw how Daphne was looking at them. Eric and Daphne were the most famous in Ravenclaw as everyone respected and feared them in their house, even older students. Get up. Daphne commanded the girls as they stood up. Who took her shoes? Come forward. Two girls stepped back as one was just looking down. Daphne come near the girl and spoke. Luna is a friend of me and Eric, don't mess with her again. Daphne said calmly as the other girl nodded. She then looked behind the girl towards the other two, who also nodded like chicken pecking at rice. Tell your other friends too. Daphne commanded and left with Luna after she had worn her shoes. The students and cat that were afflicted by Tom's curse were healed overnight as the rumors and fear in the students also receded. Eric and Harry just went on with their daily schedules, but Eric did notice a fire in Harry's eyes. Harry now thought that Voldemort might have other such artifacts that may assist in his revival, and he wanted to be ready and fight them himself next time. He did not wish to be on the side if a matter involves Voldemort. A meeting was taking place in Dumbledore's office right now as there were the school board, Minister Fudge, Lucius Malfoy, and some Aurors the ministers had brought. Why won't you tell us what the threat was? Lucius was frustrated right now. Just as the students healed overnight and the attack stopped, everyone believed that Dumbledore was the one responsible for exterminating the threat and they were here to question him. However, no matter who asked, Dumbledore was just answering cryptically, my students and very capable and brave, I was not involved in its extermination. Although I wished I had known better myself to help them better. Dumbledore sighed in the end. Is there anything that might endanger the students and you are hiding from us because of personal gains? The minister asked from the side. He was standing a little behind Lucius. Dumbledore shook his head. Nothing that I am aware of, Minister. Lucius slammed his walking stick light on the ground, signifying his impatience. I and the minister deem you no longer capable of protecting the students of the school and demand your resignation this instant. After saying that, Lucius looked at the others, expecting their confirmation. I disagree. Whatever the threat was, I am certain it was him who stooped it, and he might be hiding it from us for our own safety. This incident proves that the school needs Dumbledore more than ever. One of the board members said. Their words shut the mouth of the minister and Lucius because they made perfect sense, and because the children were healed and healthy again they had no leverage to accuse Dumbledore of anything right now. Dumbledore was quiet as the people present weighed their interests. He just sat there and ate some candy, even offering some to the people present. Lucius just clenched his fist and turned around, leaving without a word, and the minister just changes his tune that same second and started flattering Dumbledore. I never doubted your devotion to this school, were the words Lucius heard from the minister towards Dumbledore before the door was shut. As Lucius was walking back, he witnessed Harry and was tricked by the boy into freeing Dobby. Dobby had met Harry in different circumstances and actually helped Harry during the year because of the guidance of Nibbin. Dobby would help Harry if he needed anything, brought him food if he skipped meals, and even got him some supplies for school he needed. The elf had tried to convince Harry to not attend the school as first, but did not do stupid shit when Harry firmly refused. That was the reason Harry knew of Dobby and helped free the house elf. After all the guests were gone, Dumbledore was sitting in his office in contemplation. He had not lied to the people who had visited him earlier and was contemplating calling Harry and Eric for a chat right now. A/N, for some reason it took me long to write this chapter. Where I have some news too, I am thinking God might be the next world. Give me your power stones. Chapter 35, Chat with Dumble. Eric and Harry were on their way to Dumbledore's office, the headmaster having invited them for a chat, and both had an idea what it was about. As they entered, Dumbledore was standing beside his personal library, searching for something. Pyra immediately fluttered up to Fawkes, proudly showing off her new look. "My boys, do come in. Would you care for a lemon drop?" Dumbledore asked with a twinkle. Eric accepted the candy and sat down with Harry, both waiting for the old man to start. After settling into his chair, Dumbledore looked at the two boys and began, "I would like to start by apologizing to the two of you. It was because of my inability to connect the dots that you had to put your lives in danger." His voice carried a note of regret, ending in a sad smile. Harry shook his head. "Please, Professor, it's not your fault. We stumbled on things by coincidence ourselves." Dumbledore looked at Harry with a kind smile. "Could you boys help me with putting the pieces together? I have broken fragments that are not forming a full picture yet." Harry glanced at Eric, who gave a nod of permission, so Harry proceeded to recount their side of the story. He was careful not to mention Eric's powers, they weren't his secrets to tell. "You both went through a great deal this year," Dumbledore said thoughtfully after Harry finished. "And Eric, you showed great intelligence as well," the headmaster added, giving Eric a nod of genuine respect. After that, they chatted a little longer, touching on lighter matters, the upcoming exams, their summer plans. Eventually, Dumbledore rose and dismissed them gently. As the boys left, Dumbledore remained behind, deep in thought. He walked over to Fawkes and gently stroked his phoenix's head. "I have a good feeling about the two," he murmured, a rare smile of quiet relief appearing on his face. Meanwhile, the Hawthorne family were happily welcoming a guest. "Please sit, Elder, I hope your trip was comfortable." Simon welcomed Elder Hua in the mansion. "Yes, it was comfortable, I am fond of the sea." Elder Hua had covered the route partially via the sea to arrive in Britain. "Good, although if you have any important task in the sect we have methods that can allow you to travel back and forth in a short amount of time." Simon offered to ease the Elder if he had any worries. Elder Hua just laughed at that. "I do not really take any responsibilities in the sect anyway, and I have sect master to take care of things for me there." The kindly old Elder is as sly as ever. He was also given the bloodline fruit and had regained much of his energy and can protect the sect, the Elder continued. Edwina smiles at that. "Eric will be happy to see you when he returned home after his semester ends, he is always finding new things to write to you about." The three chatted as Eric was in for a surprise when he would return home. Eric looked at Daphne in concern as they were in History of Magic class. She had dark circles under her eyes and was almost dozing off. "Can you tell me what you are up to?" "I might be able to help," he said to the girl. Daphne was spending a lot of time in the ROR, trying to do something. She would skip lunch and sleep. Eric had an idea it was about her sister but did not mention it as he knew it would be counterproductive. He just tried to be there so she would tell him herself when she would be comfortable. Daphne would just brush these questions aside and try to reassure Eric that she was just studying for the exams. The exams were approaching as Eric and Harry were in the Forbidden Forest. Harry would come here with Pyra from time to time so she could play with Norberta, as it seems Pyra's flame control would increase the more time she would spend with Norberta. "Let's explore the forest from up high," Harry suggested to Eric as they raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Eric shrugged as he approached Norberta. "Can you give us a tour of the forest?" Eric asked the dragon, who was now the size of adult dragons. Norberta just lowered her body so the boys could climb on. The boys happily hopped on her back at that. Norberta flapped her wings as they were propelled to the sky at great speed. Harry had a big smile on his face as the boys opened their arms and looked at the scenery below them passing by at great speed. The boys then saw the centaur village as the dragon lowered itself to give them a better view. They saw the blonde-haired centaur with some other centaurs and a thestral as Eric told the dragon to land near them. The centaur tribe were acquainted with Norberta as missing a giant dragon in their forest would just be ignorant, and the centaur tribe also had a good relationship with her. Firenze and the group were surprised to see humans riding on top of her and got on guard but then relaxed as they recognized the children. Firenze was with Valian, the centaur from Nightshade Island, and the thestral he had named Corvs. As the boys dismounted the dragon and approached the centaurs, Firenze smiles and greeted them both as Valian bowed to Eric. Corvs nuzzled up to the boys as the thestral, salamander, and dragon went to the side and played among each other. Eric was aware of the arrival of Valian in the Great Forest and looking forwards to the changes he would bring. "I am happy to see you healthy, my lord," Valian said to Eric, who just smiled. "I would love to invite you both to the village, but there are still some in the village that would oppose the entry of humans," Firenze said as Valian frowned from the side. The boys did not mind and just opted to chat with the centaurs at the lakeside. A/N, Got will be the next world. Chapter 36, Shadow Peak Sanctum. Returning from school, Eric and Harry were welcomed warmly by their family, and Eric was surprised to see Elder was standing with his parents, waiting for him. Eric hugged all three of them in turn, and they chatted all the way about how the school year had gone during the car ride. They had to drop Harry at the Dursleys for now. In this version of events, the Dursleys did not encourage Dudley into bullying Harry, so the two cousins actually had a better relationship, and Harry wanted to keep fostering it. Once Harry was dropped off, the Hawthorne family went straight back to their castle. It was already evening, and they decided to have dinner by the lake. The family talked easily, catching up on things while the sun dipped behind the hills. This makes all other dark magic look like the light of the sun, Elder Ho remarked, holding the vial of blood Eric had collected after stabbing Tom's diary. The dark liquid seemed to pulse faintly under the lantern light. Why do you always have to jump straight into every trouble that comes your way? Edwina admonished Eric, her tone carrying both worry and exasperation. Simon, seated beside her, simply sipped his tea without comment, the faintest smirk playing on his lips. Eric offered his mother reassurance, listening to her the entire time without interruption. She finally stopped after a while, knowing her son's capabilities but unable to shake her protective instincts. You'll have to sleep on the couch tonight, she said suddenly, to Simon. Simon blinked, looking around as if to ask, why am I catching strays here? The following day, Eric was with Thimril in the room of the portly statues, discussing possible destinations to explore. This one leads to Nepal, to the Shadow Peak Sanctum, Thimril explained, gesturing toward a sleek Black Panther statue. It is the best option if you wish to connect with spirits of the world. Thank you, Eric said sincerely, before dashing off to find his family. They were in the garden having tea, a dragon curled lazily in the grass while a pair of thestrals drank from a trough nearby. Eric arrived and stopped in front of them. We're going to Nepal, he announced to the three. No one questioned it, they were long used to Eric's sudden ideas. Simon did, however, flick him on the forehead before rising to go and pack. Within the hour, they were in the main hall, speaking with Thimril about what to expect once they arrived. Then, placing their hands on the panther statue, they spoke the password in unison. In an instant, they vanished. They reappeared in a vast hall made of smooth black stone. The space was cool and faintly lit, with little floating dots floating around the room. From the shadows, a calm and velvety voice spoke. Welcome to the Shadow Peak Sanctum. I am Nixthie. A large black panther emerged from the darkness, her violet eyes glowing softly. Edwina was instantly smitten. She ran forward and embraced the massive feline without hesitation, running her hands through the glossy black fur. You are so cute, she said warmly. Thank you, my lady, Nixthie replied in a smooth and soft voice. She seemed a little bit of the shy type. Could you show us around and introduce us to the sanctum? Simon asked politely, smiling. Nixthie inclined her head and led them through the sanctum hall. She explained that it was built in the style of a domed hemispherical stupa, its black stones chosen to align with the mountain's ley lines. The pond at the center reflected the hall's ceiling, which had constellations etched in silver thread. Nixthie revealed herself to be a half-demon spirit of darkness, bound to the sanctum as its eternal protector. Outside the hall, the Shadow Peak Sanctum stretched across the entire mountain. Students and monks trained in the courtyards, though the Hawthorns decided to meet them the next day out of courtesy. Will they know how to speak English? Simo asked, to which Nixthie nodded her ear. I suggested English as one the subjects just like Shenlian did in the sect in China. For the rest of the day, they explored the central hall and spoke with Nixthie, learning about the history of the mountain. What is the difference between spirits and demons? Eric asked. We are both spiritual beings, but demons are more darker spirits and are more intelligent even at a lower strength. Spirits gain intelligence with time and as they grow stronger. Nixthie explained. The next day, the senior monks of the Shadow Peak Sanctum were buzzing with excitement. Word had spread quickly, today they would meet the protector herself. For most, this was a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Only the Sanctum Master, upon election, was granted regular counsel with Nixthie. According to tradition, all senior monks were bonded to small animal spirits, tiny glowing fish, translucent rabbits, or spectral birds that floated at their sides. The Sanctum Master's own companion was a great silver-furred wolf, the largest spirit in the room. It was said that simply being in the protector's presence could strengthen a spirit, allowing it to remain in the physical world for far longer. The master raised his hand, and silence fell over the chamber. I understand this is a monumental opportunity, he said. But refrain from speaking to the protector unless she speaks to you first. Your spirits will benefit simply from being near her. From the darkest corner of the room, two violet eyes opened. At once, the bonded spirits stirred, drifting toward the gaze as though drawn by an unseen current. It is good to see the sanctum thriving. Nixthie's voice filled the room, low and resonant. The smaller spirits curled around her, resting against her sleek form. Some guests from Britain have arrived to visit the sanctum, she continued. They are important to me. Treat them as you would treat me. We will, Protector, the Sanctum Master replied at once, bowing low. Nixthie dipped her head, nuzzled a rabbit spirit, and then retreated back into the shadows. For a long moment, no one moved. Then, one by one, some of the bonded spirits began to glow brightly before flowing back into the chests of their bonded monks. Such little time with the Protector, and they've already grown stronger, one monk said with quiet joy. The master allowed himself a small smile. Prepare the sanctum for the arrival of our guests. He rose, his silver wolf padding silently at his side. A/N, you got stones. Hand 'em over pipsqueak. Chapter 37, The Sanctum and the Toad. The next day, the Hawthorne family were welcomed by the Sanctum with open arms as the senior members had prepared a welcoming party for them. Simon, Edwina, and the Sanctum Master were at the head of the table as Eric mingled with some disciples, while Elderhul was chatting with some monks. "Thank you for the warm welcome, you have a beautiful sanctum," Simon said to the Sanctum Master. The Master smiled and replied, "This sanctum is a blessing from the Protector, and any friend of hers is a friend to us." After the party, some monks showed the sect to the family. The sanctum was almost ethereal as the disciples trained with their contracted spirits. The senior members and disciples had spirits in the form of small animals, while the junior disciples had spirits that were just floating orbs of different colors. They were then led to a building made of white marble with runes all over it. As they entered, they saw that the interior was covered with green, waist-high mist, and in the middle stood a veil. This is the dimensional veil, a connection to the unreality where all spirits reside. This is where the disciples pray to the spirits and make contracts with them. The Hawthorne family were intrigued. As they came closer to the veil, they saw an altar in front of it, where an 11-year-old boy was praying with a monk by his side. They stood beside the monk already present and just nodded in greeting, not wanting to disturb the process. After 10 minutes, Nixthar arrived and stood beside Edwina. The monks were surprised at first but then bowed deeply to her, to which she simply looked at them and nodded. As if delighted by Nixthar's presence, the veil stirred, and a brown mouse stepped out, curiously moving toward the disciple. The monks widened their eyes but said nothing. The disciple at the altar opened his eyes after some time and was delighted to see the mouse looking at him curiously. He reached out his hand, and the mouse did not move, accepting the touch. A connection was formed. The boy jumped in joy with the mouse in his arms, then turned to his master, but paused as he saw the audience around him had grown. He bowed to Nixthar first, surprised by her. "Ours greets the Protector." Nixthar approached the boy as the rat climbed onto her. "Greetings, young one. Take care of your little friend from now on," she said with a smile. Ours then greeted his master with great joy on his face. The rat returned to his arms. "Master, thank you for your guidance." His master smiled happily and patted his head. As they were leaving, Eric approached the boy and chatted with him. "Congratulations, I'm Eric, nice to meet you." Eric introduced himself, and Ars did the same. Ars seemed cheerful and friendly, someone Eric liked. The mouse dissipated into motes of light and entered Ars's chest, as spirits could not remain in the physical world for long periods. The family were now integrated into the sanctum, and Eric had made a new friend. On the second day of their stay, the family had to go to a ministry gathering as nobles, so they were in their mansion, getting ready. Eric and Simon wore black suits with golden embroidery, and Edwina wore a green dress, all gifts from the sect in China. Elderhul was dressed in white robes, he would also be attending as an introduction into the family. In the manner of a noble house, a party was taking place with most noble families and high-ranking ministry officials present, including the Minister of Magic. During the party, 4 people entered, attracting the attention of many lords and ladies as the minister rushed to greet Simon. "I was waiting for your arrival to add some much-needed life to the party," the minister said quietly, ensuring no one else heard. Simon chuckled and greeted the minister, while the family mingled. Eric went to greet the Greengrass sisters, with Draco approaching soon after. Daphne was still a little distant toward Eric and seemed sleep-deprived. Astoria was much more cheerful and greeted the boys eagerly, asking many questions as she would be joining Hogwarts this year. "Is it true that there are moving stairs and rooms that eat people in Hogwarts?" Astoria asked. Eric grinned. "Yes, there are moving stairs that lead you to be eaten by student-eating rooms. But if you play pranks on students, it won't affect you." Astoria was scared at first but smiled in the end. "I will play lots of pranks then." Daphne huffed and hit Eric on the back of the head, as Draco laughed. "Don't worry, if you're in Slytherin, I won't let anyone touch you," Draco added. As the party went on, Eric noticed a pink toad talking to his father. He rubbed his eyes and leaned toward Draco. "Is that a talking pink toad, or just a monstrosity?" Draco looked and, after a pause, answered, "Yes." Eric then approached Simon, with Draco following. "There are many true wizards and witches you can employ too. I will send you a ministry-vetted list tomorrow for administrative tasks in your ventures," the toad was blabbering toward Simon, who merely nodded while continuing his conversation with Lucius and Ignatius. The toad perhaps did not notice the 3 men treating her like air. Even Lucius ignored her, he knew with the nonsense she was spouting, acknowledging her would not be in his interest. "Dad, can I invite Draco for," Eric began, but the toad interrupted. "This is not the time, child. Go play with your friends." The men turned toward her, Simon narrowing his eyes. "Silence," he said evenly to Dolores, who froze. He then turned back to Eric and gestured for him to continue with a smile. "Yes. I was asking if I can invite Draco with me to visit the sect someday." Simon nodded, seeing no problem with that. Even if Draco told his parents about their connections in China, it would only raise their reputation. I am the Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, how could you speak to me like that? Umbridge blurted, still in shock. Simon glanced at her from the corner of his eye. At least have the courtesy not to disturb me when I am talking to my son. And do not presume to tell me how to run my business. Leave now. Umbridge was shaking at this point. The minister, who had approached and overheard the last part, went pale and said, "Forgive me, Lord Hawthorne, I need to borrow Madame Umbridge for a moment." Simon simply shrugged, as the kids and men carried on as if nothing had happened, while the minister led the toad away, whispering furiously in her ear. A/N, Stones. Chapter 38, of Potions, Politics, and Poor Decisions. Simon and his circle mostly shrugged off the commotion. Dolores, to them, wasn't worth more than a raised eyebrow. The minister, however, was alarmed. Please just enjoy the party, as this is not the time for official business, important as it surely is. He was politely telling her to chill. Dolores was still shaken but just nodded in the end as she saw Elder Hua to the side talking to some very important potioneers. She fixed her posture and approached the elder. Forgive the interruption, but may I sit with you scholars for an enlightening conversation? She was capable of being polite at the beginning, at least. The people present did not mind, as one lady said, "Yes, please, we were just discussing some improvements in the wolfsbane potion this gentleman has devised." She gestured towards Elder Hua at the end. Dolores frowned at that. True improvement would be to put down the beasts for good. The removal of the undesirable is essential for a healthy society, after all. The more she spoke, the more the faces of people around her fell, as the lady who had welcomed her was looking around at the other members in apology, feeling truly guilty. I consider lycanthropy as an affliction to be sympathized with and have stated so in my book Fire and Potions. But it seems the British ministry does not agree with my writing and openly mocks it. Elder was said as Dolores deepened her frown at first but then stood in shock. To increase the standing of Elder Hua in British society, he had released his book, and it was a hit among British society and in the potioneer circles. Even the ministry had tried to contact him to bring him to their side because of the reverence some of the most respected potioneers gave to Elder Hua because of the book. Am I talking to Sir Hui Yen? Dolores did not back down as she used the elder's full name as the author. Yes, was the simple reply. And which family are you associated with? She asked arrogantly, as a voice came from behind. Mine. The voice brought chills down her spine as Simon was standing behind her, calm and icy. Elder Hua then turned to Simon. I believe it is time, my old bones are tired. Simon nodded at the elder with a smile. The minister had overheard the exchange and dragged Dolores away again before she could start screeching. As the Hawthorne family left, the minister was in despair, as his two goals in the party were to make connections with the Hawthorns and with Elder Hua, who were both making waves. To add to his despair, the next day the Daily Prophet had a headline that said, "Is the Undersecretary daft?" His letters with orders to bury this news mysteriously never reached the people in charge, and even more mysteriously, a new and righteous upstart was given the first page for some reason. It seems the new and highly respected potion master that has made waves in Britain is the new member of the Hawthorne family. And during a party, the dear Undersecretary of the Minister of Magic managed to antagonize the whole family. First interrupting the young genius Eric Hawthorne, who defeated a troll in his first year and has come out with the highest grades in his year. His teachers quote him to be a prodigy only seen in 100 years, and later, in the spirit of consistency, she managed to antagonize Elder Hui Yen, a respected member of an ancient and renowned Chinese sect whose presence has ignited a fire in the British potion market. Let us pray for our collective future she does not take part in any more gatherings involving important people. I wonder what the minister's thoughts on the events are, *. The article was sarcastic and full of jabs, as well as giving juicy and latest news, making it appealing to most of the magical population. Even the purebloods were angry, as having a gifted potioneer like Elder Hua on their bad side was not on their agenda. The article also contained direct quotes from Dolores. Simon threw away the letter requesting a meeting from the minister and carried on in Nepal, learning new methods of potion making and spells from the sanctum alongside Elder Hua. Eric was working on his own project as he carved some wood with Ars and his spirit by his side. He was not using any common wood but rowan wood he had taken from the island. You are good at it, and it looks like my spirit too. Ars admired the sculpting as the little mouse also climbed on his shoulder, as the sculpture looked like it. Eric smiled smugly but then asked, why don't you name these spirits? Ars thought for a moment and replied, my master told me it is dangerous to name spirits if they don't have physical bodies. And creating physical bodies for spirits requires very rare materials. Eric hummed and continued his work as Ars's spirit dissipated, and only he and Eric were left to chat and play. A/N, give me power stones. Chapter 39, When Would Learn to Breathe. Harry had just returned from visiting the Weasleys for 2 days. They had departed for their trip to Egypt the day he returned. As he came down from his room, yawning with Pyra at his side, he smelled food being prepared. He was being treated much better compared to when he was a child, and the change occurred as soon as Eric appeared. He knew it was related to Eric but did not think more of that. As he neared the dinner table he saw that Vernon had finished his food. Harry never ate with Vernon, and because Vernon had to go to work early he would eat food earliest so he did not have to wait long either. Every time Petunia and Vernon saw Harry after their chat with Simon, they would feel a phantom pain of being burned every time they would have negative thoughts about Harry. This actually gave Petunia time to think, and she was disgusted with herself because of her behavior. She never had the time for these thoughts before because she was not the one feeling pain. Vernon, however, would just treat Harry like air and did not even look at him. He had trained himself to not even acknowledge Harry. As Vernon left for work, Dudley came down the stairs and sat on the dinner table, waiting for his food. Dudley treated Harry like a roommate at first when they would bump into each other, but now he considered him a friend as Harry would show Dudley magical objects and he was fascinated by them. Harry, Dudley, and Petunia had food as the boys chatted and made plans to play outside. It was Harry's birthday the day before and he was given a bracelet by Eric. It was a magical focus that was not as good as his wand, but it allowed him to perform magic outside school. Harry then went to his room to get some food for Pyra as Vernon had forbidden to give the beast any food. He would get food for her by giving some money to Dobby, who would bring food for her every day. "You are always going to different countries, can you bring to me one sometime?" Dudley asked Harry as they were just roaming around the park. Pyra looked like a dog to Muggles because of a charm. Harry though for a moment, "I will ask Uncle Simon about it." Dudley then looked around, "Can I at least get a pet like Pyra?" Harry laughed, "How are you going to defend yourself when she blows fire at you in her sleep?" Pyra did that a lot when she was little. Pyra gave a side eye to Harry at his words and huffed, looking away. Looking at Dudley's sad face, Harry sighed, "I can get you a computer. You said you wanted to learn coding, right?" Dudley looked up at that. "Computers are very expensive, Harry. Dad told me it would take months to save up for one." Dudley stopped walking and said, to which Harry shrugged, "I have enough money for that and it is increasing every day too. Uncle Simon owns a computer company so it won't be too expensive for me." Dudley was happy at that. "Today's ice cream is on me." He cheered as the boys met up with their other friends. Eric was in the Centaur tribe of the Nightshade Island right now, looking at a patch of Vitalis blooms. He had planted 2 of them here and they have grown into a patch. The centaurs tend to them and use them in healing potions or rituals. "Do I need anything else?" he asked Orion, who was inspecting the rat-shaped wooden figure Eric had made. Orion looked at the sky and hummed to himself for a moment. "We need a magical core for this. An Antipodean opali heartstring should suffice and some runes. The goblins should be able to scribe them and the Vitalis bloom petal to grant life energy." Eric nodded and thanked Orion. He then went to the goblin village for integration of the dragon heartstring and the runes. After all his work was done he went back to the sanctum, searching for Ark, whom he found in the garden tending to some plants. "Come with me," he said as they started dragging the boy with him. By now he knew Eric's personality so he just went limp and let himself be dragged. After they reached an isolated area, Eric presented him with a wooden sculpture of a rat with silver runes on it. Ark took it in his hand. "Thank you, it's pretty." He smiled at Eric, who just waved his hand. "It's much more than that. Summon your spirit." Ark raised an eyebrow and did as was told. He raised his palm and concentrated as a rat appeared in his hand, sniffing around and climbing on his shoulder. "Give the sculpture to the spirit." Eric told Ars, who did as was told. Ark placed the spirit on the ground first, and then gave it the sculpture. The spirit went near it and held it in its paws. It then started to dissipate in motes of light and entered the sculptors as Ars gasped in shock. "Is this?" Ars just stammered in the end, unable to complete his sentence, but Eric just smiled and nodded. Ars gasped, "You are kidnapping my spirit," he suddenly said as he balled his fists and got into a fighting stance. Eric started waving his hands. "No, dumbass, I made a body for her," he said as he remembered something and placed a silver petal on the glowing sculpture. "I knew that, I just wanted to see you panicked," Ars said as he nodded in satisfaction. Eric just sighed and observed the process happening in front of him. After some time a brown rat appeared in front of them, climbing of Ars's shoulder and sniffing around. Eric pumped his fist and shouted, "Success, now give him a name." He nudged Ark though for a moment and looked at the rat. "I name you Grub," he said as the rat glowed for a second and curled up, going to sleep. A/N, what spirits should the family get? Give me power stones or I will keep the next chapter hostage. Please give reviews to the novel. Chapter 40, From God's Hand to Mortal Bond. The Sanctum Master had heard the news of what Eric did for Ars and he was happy beyond belief, thanking Eric profusely. "Your family has been a blessing to our sanctum. We have gained immeasurable knowledge and access to resources because of you, and now you have done a great favor to us. I do not have words to express my gratitude." Eric was a little overwhelmed at that as he just smiled. "I just did it for my new friend, and we have learned from the sanctum as well. I thank you for your hospitality and care as well." Hearing this, the old man gave a laugh, ruffling Eric's hair. The wolf by his side also nuzzled Eric a little. Eric noticed that the wolf also has a physical body as he patted its head. The Sanctum Master noticed the exchange. Her body is a gift from the Protector, as a reward for when I defeated a powerful dark wizard. The men explained. When a spirit connected with you gets a body, you share in the gift as it increases your own lifespan by a great margin, and naming further connects you at a fundamental level, increasing both life and magical prowess by a significant margin. Eric listened with attention as the men continued. The gift you gave ours is something that will be carried for generations, so please, if you are ever in need of anything, please don't hesitate, as I will be there for your family. The old man finished with a promise by placing a hand on his chest, showing sincerity. After his meeting with the Sanctum Master, Eric joined his family as the Sanctum Hall with Nixthar also present. You will be connecting with your spirits today, please follow me. Nixthar said as she started walking, and the family followed. She then led them to the veil where spirits are summoned. This vial is not only connected to the unreality but also the divine, so think of your patron gods as you pray. She stepped to the side after saying that as Simon stepped forward first. Simon sat on the altar in a meditative stance and closed his eyes. As his vision darkened, he focused on the vision of Makara he had when he first received his blessing. His vision brightened as the sea god appeared in front of him in his glory. He had various animal parts like elephant trunk, crocodile jaws, peacock tail, lion feet, and a body so massive that space could not seem to be able to contain it. Simon just watched in silence for some time, comprehending the form in front of him and failing as a chuckle was heard in the realm as if from everywhere. You are not strong enough yet, son. The voice had an echo to it and a soothing tone. Simon smiled and just focused on the eyes of the being in front of him. Forgive me, he bowed. There is nothing to forgive, I just wish to speak with you. There is no need to be so formal. Makara dismissed his worries. As Simon looked in front of him, a wolf that was big enough to reach his chest with midnight gray fur with streaks and blue lightning-like patterns appeared in front of him, forming an instant connection. The storm wolf seems to have chosen you. Makara explained and blessed the wolf as Simon rubbed the wolf's head. Simon looked at the god again as the wolf just sat down in front of him. Thank you. He said sincerely, to which Makara just laughed softly. He chose you, I did nothing. Come sit and tell me about yourself. Image of the wolf. Simon just laughed and sat on the ground with the god as he talked about his family with a gentle smile on his face, as Makara just listened. In the real world, Simon opened his eyes at the wolf appeared from the veil and they greeted each other like old friends. Simon walked towards his family as Edwina and Eric also greeted the wolf with affection as the newest part of the family. As you both have the same patron gods, please step forward together. Nixthar told Edwina and Eric as both nodded and went forward together, hand in hand. They both then sat together and prayed as they were also transported to the Vasuki's realm, as the goddess stood with Eloria at her side. Eric smiled and gave both of them a hug, however Edwina was a little shy knowing Vasuki is a literal god until Vasuki also smiled at her and hugged her. The 3 women and 1 boy sat and ate as Vasuki talked to Edwina about her life and Eloria pampered Eric. Edwina attracted a small 2-tailed fox. One of its tail was green in color while the other was silver, and Eric attracted a 1-meter-long snake with blue scales at the top and pitch black at the stomach area. Image of the fox. Image of the snake. The fox is the spirit of poison and healing while the snake is the spirit of day and night. They both will be worthy companions for you. Vasuki smiled, giving both spirits her blessings. Stay a little while longer as you are strong enough for a little more time, and not much time will pass in the material world. Vasuki urged both of them as she was enjoying her conversation with Edwina, and Eloria was holding Eric like her life depended on it. They both returned as their spirits appeared as well. The family then celebrated with the whole sanctum. Eric even brought Harry for the night of celebration. A/N, give me stones or I will not let the next chapter out of my basement. I was just thinking. How about Tenshura as the third world? Chapter 41, Silver Eyes. Harry entered his house in the evening, returning from taking Pyra on a walk, when he saw Marge Dursley eating and drinking with Vernon and Petunia. Marge noticed Harry's return and ordered the boy to serve her wine. The other Dursleys tensed at the words, but then relaxed when Harry simply did as told and turned to go to his room. Where are your manners, boy? Make some snacks for us, Marge demanded as Harry was about to reach the stairs. Harry turned around and narrowed his eyes, but Petunia hurriedly spoke, there is no need for that, I will make us something tasty. Just as Petunia was about to get up, Marge interjected, let him do it. He is enjoying your kindness all these years, what is the harm in doing some work? His good-for-nothing father would have fared better if those values were instilled in him from a young age. Petunia looked around, not knowing what to do, panicking on the inside. It's okay, Aunt. Please just sit, Harry said simply as Pyra growled beside him. It's the last day, I'll just endure it, thought Harry as he went to prepare some Scotch eggs. All this time Vernon did not acknowledge a single thing or make any comment. It was when Harry was serving the food that Marge's voice cut through the clink of cutlery. Bad blood. That's what your mother had. Passed it right down to you. Harry froze. He didn't hear the rest, the words didn't matter. Something in him snapped. The annoyance he'd been holding back all evening flared white hot, and his mind blanked, his eyes shone silver as they glared at Marge. Marge clutched her head and opened her mouth as if to scream, but no sound came out. Petunia and Vernon, alarmed, moved back, getting away from the commotion, as black sludge oozed from Marge's ears and nose. Maggots spilled from her mouth as she choked on them. She fell from her chair and started convulsing, staring at the ceiling. The maggots crawled back into her mouth, and when she could speak again, she began sobbing and muttering apologies to the sky, crying and promising to be better before passing out. Vernon and Petunia stood in the corner, shivering, as Harry looked at them after some time. His fury was gone, replaced by an expression of guilt. He looked around, stepped back until his back touched the wall, then looked again at the woman on the ground. He ran up to his room and began packing. Pyra followed, trying to comfort him. When he came back down, Vernon was tending to Marge, and Petunia approached him cautiously. "Is she going to be okay? Please heal her." She didn't demand or shout, but pleaded. "I don't know. I'll send someone with healing potions for her. I need to go now." He moved past her and stepped outside, Pyra following. On the street, trying to calm himself, Harry was startled by a large black dog. He stumbled back, sticking out his wand arm to break his fall, his wand pointed toward the street. He looked back, but the dog was gone. "Uncle Simon would have berated me for that reaction," he muttered, chuckling as Pyra nudged him. "Are you just going to laugh, or get in?" came a voice from behind him. "Welcome to the night bus," the young man said as Harry turned to him. Sirius was happy to see his godson and worried that he seemed in trouble, but he could do nothing at the moment. He just wanted to see his face. As he walked in the direction of Hogwarts, he heard a voice from behind him. "Stalking your prey, huh?" Simon was in the Hawthorne mansion when he felt a ping from his ring, a signal for help from the Dursleys. He had given them a parchment, telling them to tear it if Harry was in danger. He got up and operated straight to the Dursley house, where he saw Harry exiting in a hurry. Simon chose to observe for now, knowing Harry could take care of himself. He noticed the dog stalking Harry, and his improved senses told him it was an animagus. He followed the dog and called out, prompting it to stop. Sirius turned and saw a wizard with a sword. He growled and crouched into a pouncing stance. Simon scoffed and waved his hand, restraining Sirius in a single move as he looked into his eyes. Simon used legilimency on Sirius, ripping through his shields. After some time, he raised an eyebrow. "Well, that changes things. I came here to protect Harry, and it seems you care for him as well. Come with me, and I'll help you, and introduce you to him." Simon offered directly, knowing this was the best way to communicate with Sirius, who turned back into his human form. "Why?" he asked. "He's a friend of my son, and I care for the boy too," Simon replied simply. "I need to do something. I need revenge first. As long as he's out there, Harry won't be safe," Sirius said, stepping back. "And what are you going to do? Barge into Hogwarts? Kill the only men who can prove you're innocent?" Simon asked. Sirius didn't reply. "He's the reason they're dead." "Fuck my innocence, I'll kill the bastard first," Sirius said. Simon sighed and looked up. "I never said I'd stop you, but there are more logical ways." Sirius exhaled, looked down, then agreed to accompany Simon. Both men went back to the Hawthorne mansion, where Simon called Nibbin and instructed him to make Sirius presentable. Simon then called for Edwina and Eric and explained the situation. "Is Harry okay? Didn't you bring him back as well?" Edwina asked. "He needs time for himself," Simon reasoned. "Did you help the woman?" Edwina was referring to Marge. Simon just nodded. "I gave her a healing potion. She'll try to do better from now on." He shrugged. "The rat ran away last week," Eric interjected. His parents turned to him in shock. Sirius, who had just returned after a bath and change of clothes, was also shocked and began stammering as if malfunctioning. Pyra was actually hostile to the rat most of the time, and when Harry was at the Weasleys' house, it just ran away. Ron was sad, but I pointed out that rats don't really live that long and it might have just passed away. Ron accepted it in the end. Sirius sat on the sofa, listening to every word, then sighed. "What should we do?" he asked, looking at Simon. "How about you focus on protecting Harry? Is revenge for the dead more dear to you than their own blood, whom they died protecting?" Edwina reasoned. Sirius slumped for a bit, thinking, then looked up with determination. "You're right. Please help me meet him. A/N, please review the novel, guys, and thank you for those who already have. Your next chapter is with me, and if you want it delivered to you safely, give me all the power stone you have." Chapter 42, An Unconventional Cure. The spirits of the Hawthorne family were given bodies forged with dragon steel skeletons and etched with golden runes by the goblins of the island. Simon's wolf, named Fokrin, carried a core gifted by Thimril. The fox, Sylvena, held a core made from a Vitalis bloom petal fused with a basilisk fong. The snake, Chaya, bore a core of moonlight essence intertwined with Nagavriksha wood. Meanwhile, Sirius recovered faster than anyone expected. Simon had given him a set of restorative potions, and within a week, Sirius was healthier than he had been in years. The man himself was shocked. Along with his health, he received new clothes and a custom wand, rowanwood with the core of a moonstag's hair. Wands couldn't simply be made from any material, even if custom made, but these materials resonated perfectly with Sirius. His focus, his drive, his very identity had narrowed down to a single truth, protecting Harry above all else. Though he despised Grimmauld Place, Sirius set about putting the old Black estate in order. He wanted Harry to one day live with him, and for that, the house had to be presentable. For the rest of the summer, the Hawthorns often traveled to Nepal. Eric practically stayed there full-time, exploring the region with Elder Hua. They spent days studying plants and magical beasts. Though Elder Hua never bound himself to a spirit, Nixthar aided him in refining his flame, granting it spiritual depth. Eric regretted that he will not be able to speak with Ars in person for some time, but he made sure the boy had ways to contact him. Dune, now carrying a space blessing from a spirit, could cross nations with ease, faster than ever. She was more than happy to act as their messenger. At that moment, Harry was resting in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, enjoying the rare freedom it afforded. A knock came at his window, and he turned to see Dune. "Hello, girl. Thanks for the letter." He let her in, gave her a treat, and watched her trot off to play with Pyra. The note was short, written in Eric's hand: "If you're done brooding, come to my house." Harry chuckled. He fled over with Pyra and Dune, emerging in the Hawthorn Mansion's parlor where the family sat having tea. He smiled and greeted them before settling next to Eric. "Are you feeling better now?" Edwina asked with a trace of worry. Harry nodded. "I've had some time to think. And Uncle Simon wrote me, he said she's fine. So, yeah. I'm better." Edwina returned the smile before Simon spoke up. "You've heard about Sirius Black by now, haven't you?" Harry's fists clenched as he nodded. "Mr. Weasley told me." Simon sighed and carefully explained the real story. Harry listened in stunned silence. "He's here?" he asked at last. Simon nodded, and Sirius entered the room, looking uncharacteristically nervous. The two stared at each other for a long moment, until the rest of the family quietly left, giving them space. Later, Harry found Eric sitting with Dune and Chaya. "So?" Eric asked. Harry took a breath. "There are only 3 days until school starts. Can I spend them with Sirius on the island?" Eric shrugged. "Why not? It's not a big deal." So Harry and Sirius fled to the island together. Sirius froze at the sight before him. "We are nothing compared to them," he muttered, thinking of his own house. The Blacks seemed diminished in comparison to the Hawthorns. The next day, Harry and Sirius visited the centaurs and goblins. Sirius, never one to stay idle, asked Thimrel for training. The guardian spirit regarded him with a rare grin before agreeing. The Hawthorns, Sirius, and Harry were at the train station as Eric and Harry bid farewell to those they cared about. Harry and Eric then met up with Daphne, Luna, and Ron. Draco was with them as well, and Astoria, who would be joining Hogwarts this year. Daphne seemed sleep-deprived, which was very concerning to Eric, as he had already given her some moonblood resin potions. She should have been basically immune to most diseases and even able to go long periods without sleep. Eric resolved that he would be getting answers from her this time. They had to separate from Astoria when they reached their destination since she would be going via the boats. Eric did notice, however, that she was much healthier than before. As the group reached the school gates, Eric took Daphne's hand and separated from the others. "What are you doing?" Daphne asked as they reached a secluded place. "I have restrained myself and shown patience about whatever you've been going through, thinking one day you'd trust me enough to tell me. But it seems I was wrong, so I'll ask you directly, what happened?" Eric said all of it in one breath and just stood there. Daphne looked down in guilt as she bit her lip. She then looked up at him and sighed. "There is a blood curse that runs in my family. And Astoria has been suffering from it all her life. One day, when I was researching in the room of requirement, I found a way to cure her." After she said that, she stepped forward and held Eric's shoulders as she spoke more seriously. "Do not tell her. I told her it was cured by some potion I gave her. But I found a way to transfer the curse." Eric's eyes went wide at that last part as he took a step back. "Transferred? Why? You could have asked me for help, my mum could have cured her long ago. We knew something was wrong for a long time." Daphne listened to Eric's words and just shook her head. "We asked some very powerful healers for help, but just as any of them seemed to get close to a cure, they suffered very cruel ends. That's why we stopped asking for cures and just looked for ways of containment. And it's not that bad for me." She stepped toward him as she said the last part. The potions you gave me are great. I don't feel that bad anyway. The curse isn't as effective on me as it was on her. Please, just don't tell anyone about this. My parents don't know, and Astoria would never forgive herself if she knew what I did. Eric looked at the fragile state Daphne was in and hugged her. He then sighed and said, I won't tell anyone, and I have a way to not just cure the curse, but even make you stronger. He broke the hug as he said it. Daphne shook her head. No, you'll get hurt. Eric just grinned. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. A/N, a little bit of drama. All I want are your power stones, as long as I don't get all of them. The next chapter will stay in the basement, begging to be let out. Chapter 43, Ashes and Ascension. The sorting ceremony went by as it did every year, and Astoria was placed into Slytherin. Now it was time for Dumbledore's speech. He first welcomed the new students and continued. As you will all be aware, after their search of the train, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. He said it while concealing his anger. Eric and the group had noticed the Dementors, but this time they didn't come near them, as Eric had told Chaya to keep them away. And Professor Lockhart will not be continuing his teachings as the defense against the dark arts professor. He paused briefly. Lockhart was dead, killed by a dark wizard who had taken revenge for one of his pet vampires. Lockhart had not actually killed the creature, only taken credit for it, but the wizard had not cared about the distinction. On a happier note, we will be welcoming our new teachers. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of defense against the dark arts teacher. And second, our very own Rubius Hagrid, who will be taking on the post of care of magical creatures teacher. The students cheered at that, most of all Harry's group and Eric's. As the feast went on, Luna kept glancing at Daphne with worry. Eric noticed but only smiled, leaning close to whisper in her ear, I'll take care of it. Luna nodded and happily returned to eating. The next day, Eric was in Dumbledore's office, asking for permission to keep Chaya with him. She had shrunken her size and usually stayed hidden in Eric's sleeve, but he still wanted official approval. Dumbledore smiled at him. You are truly extraordinary, my boy. I grant you permission. I have heard of a sanctum in Nepal that is said to have the favor of the spirits of the world. Most wizards think of them as myth, but if possible, I would be thankful if you could open communication between them and Hogwarts. Eric just shrugged. I'll send them a letter. The rest is up to them. Dumbledore nodded at the response and thanked him. That evening, Eric and Daphne were in the room of requirement, which had been turned into a ritual chamber. Eric was drawing a ritual circle, with a moon on one side and a sun on the other. Chaya emerged from his sleeve and grew to her full size, surprising Daphne, prompting Eric to explain to her who Chaya truly was. As he finished the last touches of the circle, Daphne sat off to the side, absently caressing Chaya's head. Okay. Stand on the moon, and when I tell you, walk toward the sun, Eric instructed once everything was ready. Daphne nodded and obeyed without hesitation. What will this ritual do? She asked curiously. Eric pointed toward the moon. This will take the dark magic that was used to curse your bloodline, which is very powerful. Then he pointed at the sun. And this will turn that curse into a blessing upon your bloodline. He smiled toward Chaya. And she will help make it happen. Daphne was surprised but gestured for Eric to begin. He nodded, and Chaya moved into the ritual circle, channeling her energy into it. The circle glowed as a dark substance seeped from Daphne and was drawn into the line connecting the moon and the sun. Slowly, the line carried it forward, and Eric gestured for Daphne to move. She walked across the circle and stepped onto the sun. As she did, golden energy snaked out and coiled around her body, forming a cocoon. It pulsed steadily as Eric stood to the side, watching. An idea struck him, and he sprinkled phoenix ashes onto the cocoon before summoning his flame. It infused into the ritual circle, wrapping around the cocoon and feeding its glow. An hour passed before the flame receded back to Eric. The cocoon dissolved into Daphne's body, and she opened her eyes, looking first at her hands, then at Eric, who stood in front of her. How was it? He asked. Daphne smiled with joy. I feel much better than before. Thank you, Eric. She stumbled over the words, searching for more to say, but in the end settled on the simplest truth, gratitude. In the following days, Eric and Daphne often returned to the room of requirement to test the gains she had received from the ritual. Daphne was noticeably stronger, both in magical energy and physically. Her wounds healed quickly, her reflexes were sharper, and her overall stamina had increased. She also excelled in transfiguration more than ever before, which left Professor McGonagall deeply impressed. Luna, too, was delighted to see Daphne's improvements, and Daphne herself couldn't help but notice Luna's happiness for her. Meanwhile, Harry was growing gloomier as the weeks passed. The constant presence of the Dementors around the school weighed heavily on him. To clear his head, he decided to take Pyra into the Forbidden Forest and visit Norberta. As they went deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, shadows seeming to coil unnaturally around Harry. Pyra growled low, her gaze fixed ahead, and Harry saw it, a Dementor floating silently toward them. It hovered in front of him, the temperature dropping with each passing second, making Harry shiver. He instinctively took a step back, raising his wand in one hand while his left hand tightened as Pyra moved protectively in front of him. Her body radiated heat, a small comfort against the unnatural chill. The Dementor glided closer before suddenly lunging. Pyra responded instantly, spewing fire at it. Harry followed up with a bombarda, but the spell passed uselessly through its cloaked form. His vision dimmed, a heavy despair pressing down on him, and then he felt it, a second presence behind him. Another Dementor had crept up and was already drawing at his soul. Pyra's flames forced the first one back slightly, but Harry stumbled and fell to the ground. Desperate, he thrust his left hand forward. Fire burst from his palm, striking the Dementor's face. Gritting his teeth, Harry poured more strength into the flames, which began to glow brighter, silver particles dancing within them. The Dementor shrieked, its body burning away under the strange light. Pyra's flames mirrored the change, silver sparks flickering through them as her own target was consumed in the same way. Harry staggered back to his feet, still channeling fire from his hand. Both Dementors writhed but couldn't move, and in moments they were reduced to nothing. All that remained were two small, dark crystals on the ground. Breathing heavily, Harry collected the crystals and then slumped down, holding Pyra close. He let out a shaky breath just as a shrill cry echoed through the forest. 3 more Dementors were gliding toward him at speed. Before they reached him, a thunderous roar shook the trees. Norberta swooped down, landing heavily in front of Harry and Pyra. Now massive in size, as large as a blue whale, she spread her wings wide and bellowed at the Dementors. The dark creatures faltered, shrieking in return, but under her towering presence they hesitated. With one final roar, Norberta forced them back. Intimidated, the Dementors turned and fled into the forest's depths. A/N, do it, give me power stones. Chapter 44, Crystals of Darkness. After scaring away the Dementors, Norberta looked at Harry and Pyra as they sat leaning against a tree, with Norberta resting her head in Harry's arms. She then sat beside them as they recovered their strength. Harry looked at the dragon and smiled. "Thank you, you were a lifesaver," he said, rubbing her nose in affection. Once he'd recovered, Harry climbed onto her back. Norberta spread her wings and soared into the sky, flying over the forest. Harry lay down against her scales, watching the evening sky, while Pyra stood proudly on her head, enjoying the view. Even after the Dementor attack, Harry felt much better. The new energy inside him was like pure light, it soothed his mind. He tried to sense it, to use it consciously as they flew. Back on school grounds, he found Eric and explained what had happened, showing him the crystals he had collected. "So, the Dementors leave drops when killed, huh?" Eric mused with a grin. He glanced at Harry and shrugged. "Your new power seems to come from the ritual we performed. The Moonstreak Stag is an anathema to darkness, and its magic clearly suits you." Harry nodded, remembering the first time he had used that magic. "So, how did it hurt Marge?" he asked. Eric paused. She wasn't permanently hurt. It was like the darkness inside her was reflected back. Dad said when he treated her that there wasn't much physical damage. Harry thought on it, then just shrugged. He still felt bad, but she had insulted his mother, that was his bottom line. "Hey, want to hunt Dementors with me?" "I want to see if they leave any other drops," Eric asked. Harry ignored him and walked away. Eric only shrugged, raising his wand. A silver serpent Patronus flowed out, gliding through the school. He had been using it often to ease students suffering from the Dementor's presence. On his way back, he spotted Luna hopping toward him with a smile. "Every time you do that, it's like you're showing me where you are," she said, grinning when she reached him. Eric waved a hand. "So, how was your day?" he asked. She smiled dreamily. "Your Patronus is reducing the rackspurts in the school," she said happily, skipping along. Eric gave her a side glance and sighed. They chatted about classes as they walked toward the Ravenclaw common room. Peter Pettigrew was a cowardly, pathetic man. Years spent as a rat had made him live like one, act like one, be treated like one because he had betrayed his friends and caused their deaths. Now he fled again, hounded by Harry Potter's salamander, which would lunge for him whenever no one else was near. At last, he reached his master in Albania, following rumors of possessed and undead animals. Voldemort was there, clinging to an animal's body, after which a new body was made for Voldemort, shaped by a ritual with Wormtail's help. The form was deformed and sickly, racked by constant pain and kept alive only through potions. "Here is your potion, master," Wormtail muttered, placing the cup before him. Voldemort's breath rasped as he drank. The hut in the woods fell into silence as he forced strength back into his withered body. 2 vampires entered. Their crimson eyes scanned the room, but the moment his presence touched them, they stilled. They saw a veil covering one of the rooms and a strong presence inside. "Welcome," Voldemort breathed. The words were soft, yet they carried like a hiss curling through their ears, as if he spoke just behind them. "I trust you have done what I asked." Both vampires fell to their knees and laid out their offerings, rare beast parts, a scroll, and a bowl filled with their own blood. They kept their heads bowed, unmoving. Wormtail stepped out, grinning. "You have served our master well. Take this small reward from his generosity." He handed them some potions. The vampires bowed again and left. Wormtail gathered the offerings and returned. Voldemort sat hunched in his chair, chest rising shallowly, but his red eyes burned. Wormtail bowed low, trembling under their weight. "I want my stronger followers found," Voldemort whispered, each word slow and sharp. "These lesser creatures you have brought to me have their uses, but they are not enough." "Yes, master," Wormtail murmured. "Bring me the scroll." Wormtail scrambled to hand it over. Voldemort unrolled it, and a thin grin crept across his pale lips. They may not have been so useless after all. Wormtail dared a glance at the parchment but froze when those red eyes flicked up. He dropped into a bow. "Forgive me, master. This is the knowledge of a dark ritual," Voldemort said softly. "Crafted by a wizard of immense power. I acquired it in Nepal long ago and kept it hidden." "Shall we perform it, master?" Wormtail asked. "Not yet." Voldemort's voice was thin, yet it filled the hut like a curse. "We need more materials. In the meantime, brew me a potion, vampire blood and thestral bone. Follow my instructions. Fail, and you will learn what real pain is." Wormtail's face drained of color as he bowed, hands shaking, while Voldemort's crimson gaze stayed fixed on him. Eric gave Dune some treats as he read the letter sent by Ars and picked up his pen to write a letter back. He also placed one of the black crystals given by Harry with the letter for Elder Wood to examine, as he was in Nepal learning under Nixthar. He had care of magical creatures class with the Hufflepuffs as they were learning about flobberworms today. Hagrid was doing his best, and Eric helped him whenever he slipped up. "I thought you would be teaching us about hippogriffs for the class, Professor," Eric asked Hagrid, who shook his head. "That's the thing, Eric, he's a good boy, Buckbeak is, but he can still do some damage to a third year. Almost happened with them Gryffindors the other day." "I figured we'd take it slow," Hagrid explained with a sigh, seemingly disappointed in himself. Eric nodded. "That's good. I think hippogriffs are good for the fourth years, as they are more prepared if they get startled and attack. A/N, I know you have the power stones, you just don't want to give them to me. Maybe I'll just keep the chapter locked up." Twilight reference. Chapter 45, The Ashes of Despair. Voldemort had stumbled on his old follower earlier than expected, and these events had also led him to gain more followers than he might have had before. Although they were vampires and lesser beings in his eyes, they were still physically stronger and faster compared to normal humans. So, he used their blood and created a new potion to help with his physical form. Right now, he was in a forest with his followers. The two vampires were forming a ritual circle as he sat in a carriage with curtains covering it. He had not shown his weakened form to the vampires, always using veils and other methods to hide himself, giving an air of mystery and using mind arts to make the vampires believe he was still very powerful. "Leave," he whispered after the vampires had completed the ritual circle and tied a muggle at its center, gagged and crying. The vampires heard the whisper as if it was spoken directly in their ears. They bowed and left. They were in a forest where there had been reports of a Dementor being formed, or perhaps wandering in from somewhere else. "Form an opening in the defenses I instructed you to build," Voldemort said to Wormtail, who bowed and left. Voldemort had made runic defenses with Pettigrew's help to keep the suspected Dementor away until the preparations were complete. He and Pettigrew stayed in the protected carriage, waiting as the tied-up men seemed to have passed out. Suddenly the air grew colder as Pettigrew shivered and hid behind Voldemort. A Dementor emerged from the woods and stilled for a moment, seeming to sense its surroundings. Voldemort scoffed, for he had designed the defenses of the carriage to hide from the senses of Dementors. After a moment, the Dementor moved toward the tied-up man and hovered in front of him. It then leaned down as the men started shivering even when unconscious. The Dementor did not begin its meal. Instead, it restrained itself, waiting for its prey to wake because of the cold. The man opened his eyes and froze as he felt despair and saw a being, a thing, that looked at him with no eyes. He saw horror in a cloak of darkness as all his happiness was drained away. He felt cold. He felt hopeless. He just wanted to give up. There was no meaning to life if things like this existed. Voldemort watched from the side for the right moment. As soon as the Dementor was about to draw out the man's soul, he gave a signal to Pettigrew, who gulped and hesitated. Voldemort grew annoyed and hissed, "Do as I told you. The Dementor's kiss will be a blessing compared to what you will suffer if I lose this chance." Pettigrew shivered at those words, then grit his teeth as he lifted Voldemort and placed him in the designated spot within the ritual circle. The Dementor did not seem to notice. As soon as the soul was visible, the ritual was activated, and the circle absorbed the moonlight around it and lit up. The Dementor was restrained by an invisible force as the soul of the man scattered into the ether. Voldemort clicked his tongue, but there was still some energy taken by him as the Dementor was forced to convert the soul's essence into darkness. The Dementor shrieked and thrashed at having its meal stolen and being bound. The grass began to frost over, moisture freezing as cold air spread, manifesting its anger and hatred. The ritual Voldemort was using had originally been designed to free trapped souls from Dementors so they could move on to the afterlife. But it had been tainted by a dark wizard to siphon some part of that soul energy for himself. Voldemort had taken it a step further purely for his own satisfaction. He wanted to kill a Dementor. So he modified the ritual further, and now he watched as the Dementor's skin began to melt and turn to ash. After some time, only its cloak remained, cold and black, as Voldemort ordered Peter to collect it. Eric was in his club with his friends as they discussed some spells and helped each other. He was still running the club and simply called it the Wandcross Society, and now it was a place for students to perform magic and help each other out in any way possible. Today Lupin had appeared at Eric's request to teach the Patronus charm to the students. He explained how it worked, and he and Eric helped the students perform it. Harry and Luna were the fastest to learn the spell, as the room had gotten lighter when they performed the spell and other students smiled, remembering their fond memories. Harry's Patronus was a little different, as it had silver specks in it. "This is great, it's like I can channel that energy now," Harry whispered to Eric, who was helping him with the spell. Eric nodded. "How about integrating it with all your spells? You will be able to fight dark wizards and creatures easier." Harry thought about Eric's suggestion. "I think it will happen naturally, as it did with my flame and the Patronus. I just need to tap into this energy as I am using any spell," Harry thought out loud as Eric shrugged. "Did you find out what the black crystal was?" Harry asked Eric, who shook his head. "Elder Hua is working on it. He told me he had a breakthrough in a letter today." "I think we will find out soon," Eric explained and left to help Luna. A/N, give me your power stones, bitch. Chapter 46, Blood of the Enemy. Eric was at home preparing Christmas gifts for everyone. He got a quill that starts every sentence with "actually." For Hermione, a glass case that whispers, "At least you're not blind without me." For Harry, a custom-made wand token from Ollivanders for Ron, and a sweater that says "Head Girl, in Training," for Daphne. He prepared all those gifts and wrapped them beautifully as he laughed like an evil madman from time to time. Simon rolled his eyes and bonked Eric on the head. "Add some actually useful gifts for them as well," he said as Edwina and Elder Hua laughed from the side. Eric packed the last gift, which was a silver and gold bracelet for Luna that was also a magical focus and would amplify her magic if used with a wand. Elder Hua and Eric were visiting the sanctum as Eric asked the old men, "Did you find out about the crystal?" Elder Hua nodded and explained, "The crystal is simply the darkest form of soul energy. It can be used as a nourishing core for dark spirits, and for other spirits when purified as its simplest use." Eric listened attentively as Nixthar approached them and greeted them both. "For humans, you can use the crystals to merge with your wands," Nixthar said after greeting them both and getting a hug from Eric. Eric tilted his head at her words. "So we won't need wands anymore?" he asked as Nixthar nodded. "I recommend you do it after you become an adult," she said as Chaya came out of Eric's sleeve and greeted her as well. Harry was with Sirius at 12 Grimmauld Place as they both spent some time together and shopped for Christmas. He and Sirius were discussing what gifts to buy for Christmas as Sirius raised his head proudly. "Leave it to me, pup. I will make you the best prank gifts. Your friends will be walking with pink hair and short skirts for a week straight." Harry looked around for help but then sighed. "Don't come near any of my gifts," he said as Sirius slumped in dejection. Harry wanted to visit his parents' graves and went out with Pyra to Godric's Hollow. Sirius had asked to accompany him, but he had denied. Harry reached the graves of his parents. The graves were made of white marble with the engraving that said, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Harry stood in silence for some moments with Pyra in his arms. He noticed an empty wine bottle in front of James' grave, which he picked up with a frown. Just as he picked it up, he felt a sensation as if he were being squeezed through a tube, and he was transported to a graveyard in an isolated location with a boiling cauldron in the middle and a gravestone to his side. Pyra became alert as he got down from Harry's arms and growled as she looked around. "Avada Kedavra," came a voice from the side as Harry was pushed aside by Pyra. A bombarda was thrown at Harry, who used Protego to dodge as 3 vampires walked from the side. Pyra threw fireballs at 2 of them as Harry sent spell after spell. Stupefy. Reducto. Harry cast spells from his wand as the vampire dodged to Harry's left. Harry used that opportunity to spew fire from his left hand, burning the vampire. The other 2 were surprised for a moment, and that was enough for Pyra to wound them with fireballs. They both used their light energy in their spells, and it hurt the vampires more as they screamed. One of the vampires lunged at Harry and bit his hand, ripping a little bit of flesh. He then retreated quickly and spat out the blood and flesh into the cauldron. Diffindo was heard from the side as Peter Pettigrew emerged, severing the vampire's head. The cut head fell into the cauldron as well. Wormtail emerged with a cloak in his arms and a wand in his hand as the other two vampires were surprised and growled at him. "You will pay for this," one of the vampires said as they heard a whisper in their head. "Focus on the boy, otherwise death will be a mercy for you." The vampires grit their teeth and started fighting Pyra and Harry again as a voice was heard from the side. "Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy." Pettigrew said as he took a bone from the grave nearby and put it in the cauldron, and Voldemort was also thrown in a second later. Harry and Pyra defeated the vampires as they lay unconscious on the ground, burns glowing and oozing like acid on their skin. Harry then turned to Wormtail with fury in his eyes. "You," he said through gritted teeth as the rat took a step back. Harry raised his wand but was stunned as Voldemort emerged from the cauldron and looked around, setting his red eyes on Harry as Wormtail hid behind him with a smile. Voldemort laughed and spread his hands as Wormtail put the Dementor's cloak on his body. As soon as the cloak was placed on him, coldness spread around the area. He then used the dark mark to summon his servants to his side, and within seconds they appeared, encircling him with hoods and masks covering their faces. He circled his followers with cold eyes as he said, "You are all cowards who betrayed me, not worthy of the devotion and favors I showed to you." He mocked them as one of them fell to his knees, apologizing, only to be hit with the Cruciatus curse by Voldemort. "I will hear you all and give you a fair chance later, but we have a guest among us." He performed a mocking bow toward Harry, who was observing him like a hawk all this time. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said with a laugh. "How about we welcome our guest with an honorable duel?" He asked as the Death Eaters around him murmured their agreement. Just as Voldemort was about to raise his wand, he looked in a direction. Someone was ripping through the defenses he had placed around the graveyard as if they were made of paper. He had made them so that anyone except his Death Eaters would meet a violent end. A figure appeared from the woods with a wolf at his side as he looked around, then stood in front of Harry. "Uncle Simon!" Harry exclaimed as Simon smiled at the boy in reassurance. Voldemort hissed as Lucius stiffened under his mask when Simon glanced at him. "How about instead of a child, you duel someone your own size?" Simon grinned. "A/N, gimme power stones, and I will release a new chapter in the evening." Chapter 47, Black Ice. Voldemort kept a calm appearance on the outside, but fury burned in his red eyes as he looked at Simon. He then glanced at Harry standing behind him and sneered. "How about you start with introducing yourself?" Voldemort asked, his voice soft yet slicing. Simon smiled faintly, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword while standing with deceptive ease. "Simon Hawthorne, head of the noble house of Hawthorne." Voldemort's eyes flicked to one of his Death Eaters, who gave a subtle nod. Voldemort's expression shifted into something resembling warmth as he smiled at Simon like an old friend. "Well then," Voldemort said smoothly, "what are you doing standing against me?" "I am fighting for our rights, the rights of those of noble and ancient blood, like you and me." He shook his head slowly in a show of pity, as he shook his head. Simon signaled Fokran through their connection to guard Harry, then shook his head. "You and those around you are no nobles. Harry has my protection, and you will simply have to go through me to reach him." Voldemort's eyes darkened, his pupils narrowing like a serpent's. His body rose a few inches off the ground, hovering unnaturally as the temperature around them plummeted. Frost began to spread across the earth, and every breath turned into white mist. The chill radiating outward came from the Dementor's cloak he wore, as well as the levitation. Voldemort sighed, as if he truly were disappointed. Another ancient house gone because of defiance to their own blood. Avada Kedavra. In true Voldemort fashion, he finished his sentence with the killing curse. Simon swept his hand, and a surge of blue flame erupted, devouring the curse mid-air and surging toward Voldemort. The Dark Lord glided back, placing one long, pale hand before his mouth as he hissed. From his mouth, fiend fire burst forth, coiling into the form of a monstrous serpent. The two flames collided, roaring like beasts as heat melted the ground beneath them. The Death Eaters recoiled, stepping back in haste as the duel escalated. Simon's flame soared higher, clashing with the serpent of fire that Voldemort controlled. Voldemort flicked his wand sharply, and the tombs around him groaned and split. With a surge of dark magic, they transfigured into stone statues, which lunged forward wielding spears. Simon barely twitched his wand, and the spears disintegrated into dust midair. Voldemort roared in fury, raising debris and rubble all around. The fragments swirled together, forming a massive wave of shadow that rushed at Simon. With a calm motion, Simon raised his wand and his free hand, transmuting the darkness into jagged shards of black ice, which he hurled back at Voldemort with terrifying speed. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. He swung his wand down in a violent motion, releasing a cutting wave of energy that shredded through the shards. Simon, in the same moment, unsheathed his sword, the runes glowed with magic as he swung it. From its edge, he unleashed a thunderbolt that split the air and hurtled toward Voldemort. The Dark Lord's eyes widened ever so slightly before narrowing again. With a snarl, he conjured iron bars around himself, both his wand and free hand shaping them at unnatural speed. Runes etched themselves into the metal as they absorbed the lightning. For a moment, it worked, until the bars shattered, unable to contain the full force of Simon's strike. Voldemort wasted no time. He spread his hands and summoned a storm of darkness around himself, whipping it into constructs of serpents that hissed with glowing eyes. Simon sheathed his sword in a single, sharp motion and stepped back, his expression calm. With a gesture of his palm, he drew the shattered ice into the air, reshaping it into hundreds of daggers, which he launched toward Voldemort in a deadly storm from all sides. The serpents of shadow coiled around their master to defend him, intercepting most of the shards. Yet a few cut through, one slashing across Voldemort's ear and leaving a gash on his pale cheek. He staggered forward, as his back was also hit, but he was protected by his cloak that was surprisingly not damaged. Before Simon could press the attack, a thunderous roar echoed behind him. He turned just in time to glimpse Fokren engaged in brutal combat with the Death Eater. The vampires that had fallen earlier had recovered and were now lunging at Harry, who fought desperately with Pyra spitting fire at his side. Simon snapped his head back to Voldemort and waved both wand and hand. Runes flared across the entire battlefield, glowing faintly blue. Voldemort screamed in fury, his spells battering against Simon's defenses, but the flames that was fighting Fiendfire had not defeated it and was defending Simon from the spells. Chilleria Nocturna, Simon intoned. At once, mist seeped into the graveyard, swirling and thickening. The Death Eaters sensed the tide shifting and launched a barrage of spells at Simon. But they were too late. The fog crystallized midair, freezing into a vortex that engulfed them all. The battlefield transformed into a storm of ice and shadow. The temperature plummeted further still, so cold that time itself seemed to crawl. Breath froze in lungs, limbs felt heavy and sluggish, and the faintest sparks of light flickered inside the vortex, flashed of spells that were absorbed into darkness. Screams erupted within as lightning cracked through the mist. Blades of ice cut across flesh, blood spilling on the ground as the Death Eaters desperately tried to defend themselves. Horrid shapes moved within the ice, half-formed creatures that stalked and clawed at the trapped. The Death Eaters cast curses wildly, killing curses, blasting hexes, blood-boiling curses, but nothing pierced the storm. They could not tell which way was forward, or even where the ground was. Their eyes froze in their sockets, panic clawing at their minds. Voldemort himself tried to levitate above it, forcing his magic into a burning storm of black fire. He roared as the flames spread, but the mist dulled his senses. He could not tell up from down. His body felt sluggish, his mind fogged, and for the first time in years, true fear twisted in his gut as even his soul felt the cold of Simon's spell gnawing at it. Outside the vortex, Simon stood with wand raised, his face calm, blue fire dancing around his figure as he poured his energy into the spell. Harry, Pyra, and Fokren remained at his side, unharmed but tense. Nearby, 2 vampires and a Death Eater lay dead, their corpses torn apart by fire and lightning. Simon turned his head just in time to see a black crystal slide from Harry's pocket. It pulsed with darkness before merging into Harry's body. Harry's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Harry. Simon rushed forward, catching the boy and lowering him to the ground. His face hardened as he held him close, then turned sharply back toward the vortex. He lifted his hand and with a decisive motion, shattered the anti-apparition wards surrounding the graveyard. With a crack of displaced air, Simon apparat them all away, himself, Harry, Pyra, and Fokren, leaving the storm and Voldemort's screams behind. They reappeared inside the Hawthorne mansion. Simon carried Harry in his arms, Pyra and Fokren flanking him protectively. He summoned sharply, Nibbin. Bring Edwina here, fast. He laid Harry gently on the couch, running diagnostic spells over him, his brow furrowing with each passing second. Edwina appeared moments later, with Nibbin at her side. Her eyes widened as she took in the scene, then she rushed to Harry's side, her voice urgent. Nibbin, bring us to Nightshade Castle. In a heartbeat, they were transported to the castle. Thimril manifested in a flash of blue lightning, he just stood there and waited. Edwina wasted no time with questions. She began chanting in Parseltongue, her wand moving in intricate patterns as she worked spells over Harry. After long moments, she paused, and turned to Thimril. He needs light energy, pure and powerful. Thimril nodded gravely. I will find the Moonstreak Stag. Do not be alarmed as I transport us all to the castle lake. Lightning struck, and in the next moment, they stood by the shimmering waters of the lake. Thimril flashed once more into lightning and vanished into the distance. Within Harry, Voldemort's shard stirred. The black crystal had fused into his body, caused by the parasite of soul lodged inside him. Now Harry's soul fought fiercely, light against dark. Simon explained everything to Edwina and Sirius, who arrived soon after with Nibbin. Sirius knelt at Harry's side, his eyes wild with desperation. Will he be okay? He asked, turning to Edwina. Edwina met his gaze with steady certainty. He will. I only need time. And if the moonstreak stag arrives, it will not be long at all. As if on cue, the lake shimmered. A streak of pure light burst across its surface, followed by a streak of thunder. The moonstreak stag emerged, with Thimrel by its side. The stag walked forward gracefully. Edwina placed her hand gently on its head. Would you give me some of your energy? She asked softly. The stag lowered its antlers. They glowed brilliantly as light poured into Edwina. She placed her free hand on Harry's forehead. A shriek pierced the night, not Harry's, but Voldemort's fragment burning away. The parasite was purged, its strength purified and absorbed into Harry's own soul. Far away, in the graveyard he had barely escaped, Voldemort staggered, clutching at his chest as pain racked his form. His teeth clenched, fury twisting his face. A/N, I rushed the ending, it's still a big chapter today, 1,600 words. Imma need 1,600 power stones now, gimme. Please leave a review. Chapter 48, Shadows on Ice. Eric was quickly informed of what had happened in the graveyard as he returned to the castle to check on Harry, who was still recovering. So, do you have bad thoughts? Like, strangling people? Eric asked with a straight face. Harry shifted awkwardly, then gave a reluctant nod. Well, only one. Eric gasped dramatically, placing a hand over his chest. I need to tell Mum we've got a little Voldemort here. He spun on his heel in mock horror, only for Harry to kick him squarely in the back. Eric stumbled forward, laughing. After visiting Harry, Eric went to meet Simon, who was seated in the library, calmly reading through an old tome. Eric didn't waste time. How strong is he? Eric asked. Simon looked up from the book, considering for a moment, before shrugging lightly. He is strong, the strongest opponent I have ever faced. But, he closed the book with a soft thump, I would have won in the end. Eric nodded. That was the obvious answer in his mind, after all, Simon was his father. Still, he leaned forward with interest. What kind of spells did he use? Anything new? Simon closed the book and told Eric about the fight. He had a cloak, it helped him levitate and made him feel like a Dementor. Simon mentioned as he explained the fight to which Eric's eyes had stars in them. Eric ran away after a bit, muttering something about more drops as Simon went back to his reading with a shake of his head and a chuckle. Eric soon approached Thimrel, excitement practically buzzing in his tone. Are there places with, a lot of Dementors? Thimrel raised an eyebrow at the strange request, his expression unreadable. There is one such place. An island. It was once a site of great tragedy, and now it is haunted by Dementors that gather there endlessly. Eric's eyes gleamed. Perfect. Can you take me there? Please? I want to get some things from them. Thimrel studied him for a long moment, then gave a small nod. Only if I accompany you. It has been long since I have exerted myself. You've got a deal. Eric agreed instantly. Lightning cracked where they were standing, and in the next blink they were gone. They reappeared with a flash of lightning on a barren island blanketed in ice. The air was frigid, the ground fractured and lifeless, the horizon nothing but white and gray. They did not have to wait long. A swarm of Dementors came rushing at them, screeching, their cloaks whipping violently in the frozen wind. They descended like a starving pack, desperate for a meal. Eric grinned and summoned a silver flame in his palm, ready to strike, yet before he could even move, the storm itself answered. Thunder split the clouds, and bolts of white lightning rained down from above. Each strike tore through the Dementors, scattering their twisted forms. Large groups fell in a single flash, their shrieks lost to the roaring storm. Thimrel stepped forward, raising his staff. Cracks appeared in the very air around the Dementors, sharp, precise fractures in space itself. With a subtle motion, those fractures closed, crushing and compressing the creatures into nothingness. Another wave of his staff, and pillars of lightning crashed down, connecting sky and earth. In that instant, the Dementors were obliterated. Nothing remained but shredded cloaks and scattered stones across the ice. Thimrel then extended his hand. The tattered cloaks and fragments of stone shuddered, then flashed, vanishing from the battlefield and reappearing neatly at their feet. All the while, Eric stood to the side, flames still flickering in his palm. He hadn't moved, hadn't cast a single spell. At last, he closed his hand, extinguishing the fire with a faint shrug. Thank you, he said flatly, almost robotic in tone. Thimrel bowed respectfully. I am here to serve. Eric gave him a side-eye, clearly unconvinced by the theatrics. Before he could reply, movement on the horizon caught his attention. From the shadows of the ice came a new threat. A pack of massive wolves, their fur pitch black and streaked with crimson patterns, padded toward them. Their eyes gleamed like blood as they growled low and hungry. Slithering beside them were snakes as long as tree trunks, their scales gleaming an unnatural red. Eric raised an eyebrow at the sight. For a moment, he considered. Then he gave a small shrug. Yeah, nope. We've got what we came for. Take us back. Thimril gave a sharp nod. A second later, another flash of lightning consumed them, and the icy island was gone. A/N, a short chapter today. I did not have much time. Give me power stones and reviews, guys. I welcome honest reviews. Chapter 49, Skill Issue. Voldemort was on a mission after his rebirth, freeing his Death Eaters and amassing an army as if preparing for an inevitable war. He broke into the Crouch Manor and freed Barty Crouch Jr., though no one else was present at the time. Afterward, he marched into Azkaban and liberated the rest of his loyal followers. Voldemort even traveled beyond Britain, sending messengers across Europe and further, calling upon all manner of dark creatures. Though he considered them lesser beings, he saw them as expendable assets, bodies to be thrown at a problem when the time came. He also gave a chilling order, to seek out the most powerful dark magical beasts in the world and signal him if they were ever encountered. Reports and signals came from every direction, and he went out personally to capture some of these creatures, rewarding those who had brought the information. Meanwhile, Fudge was losing his mind. Reports piled on his desk, families of innocents Voldemort had killed casually as collateral, Muggle-borns tormented by Death Eaters, attacks spreading like wildfire. The people demanded answers and the pressure on the Ministry was unrelenting. And then, salvation came, but not from the Ministry. It came from the Hawthorne Foundation. Across the world, the Hawthorns began hiring Muggle-born and half-blood talent into their vast ecosystem of businesses, both magical and non-magical. Wizards were screened, trained, and given real jobs, from construction to runesmithing to magical creature handling. Exceptional witches and wizards, cast aside because of the pureblood nobility, were reintegrated into society. Some were given positions of research, management, and leadership, places they never would have been allowed otherwise. A new newspaper, founded under Hawthorne patronage, gained fame rapidly, delivering news faster and more accurately than the Daily Prophet. While the world shifted, the Hawthorns, the Greengrasses, Harry, and Sirius gathered to celebrate Christmas together, sharing food, laughter, and gifts. Who needs a broom when you can do this? Eric said smugly, floating around the room with the Dementor's cloak. Astoria giggled from the side, while Harry pulled a face at him. Eric had used Chaya's help to bend the cloak's depressing aura into something strangely cheerful, turning dread into delight. Brooms are much better than this, Harry said firmly, whipping out his new broom, a gift from Sirius. He zipped around Eric in tight circles, smirking. Oh no, there's a weirdo flying on a stick around me. Eric cried dramatically, flailing his arms. Harry seethed. Sounds like a skill issue to me, Eric added with a grin. That was the last straw. Harry ignored him for the rest of the party, while Daphne and Astoria giggled. The mood shifted when Daphne opened her gift and found the infamous sweater inside. Her scowl was enough warning before she hexed Eric on the spot. He stumbled back, blinking, and looked up to see Daphne's expression promising more trouble. Simon sighed and shook his head. I tried to warn him. He muttered to Edwina. Edwina chuckled lightly into her teacup. Sirius was meanwhile doubled over making fun of Harry, who was trying in vain to silence his whispering gift. Eric braced himself for another hex from Harry, dodging it this time and sticking out his tongue like a child. Crouching down to Pyra, Eric smiled. I've got a gift for you, girl. The little salamander perked up with excitement, hopping from foot to foot. Eric pulled out a sleek collar with a red crystal and slipped it around her neck. Pyra spun happily, glowing faintly, before bounding off to Harry to show off. Days passed, and soon school resumed. One evening, Eric and Daphne trained in the room of requirement, practicing spells, potions, and testing the crystals. Is this the same crystal you gave to Pyra? Daphne asked, examining one in her hand. Eric nodded. I purified the energy first, then converted it into fire energy with a fire spirit's help. Daphne nodded absently, filing the explanation away even though spirits and crystals from Dementors was something still beyond her scope of normal. Eric noticed. We can get one for you in the summer, he offered casually. Daphne's lips curved into a small smile. I think Astoria also got something out of that ritual you performed for me, she remarked. Eric shrugged. Might be because she was the original victim of the curse in this generation, even if you transferred it. She accepted that answer and moved on, throwing spell after spell at the dummies in the room until they crumbled. Eric raised an eyebrow at her relentless pace. What's got you all fired up, he asked, watching her destroy another target. Daphne paused, then turned to him with fire in her eyes. He's back. I need to get stronger if I want to protect the people I love. Eric sighed softly, but he understood. After a moment, he dug through his bottomless pouch and pulled out a neatly folded green cloak, embroidered with white runes. I made this after Christmas, to make up for the gift I gave you, he admitted, passing it over. Daphne raised a brow, unfolding it slowly. It's pretty, she said with a small smile. It's made from the Dementor's cloak, Eric explained proudly. It's nearly impossible to pierce, and it'll let you fly. You can even radiate despair to your opponents if you want. Daphne's eyes softened as she ran her hands over the material. Thank you, this almost makes up for the sweater. She chuckled. As long as I'm getting there. Eric grinned back. Eric had asked the goblins from the island to craft the cloak, and even some of the centaurs had joined in, lending their knowledge and craftsmanship to the project. Their combined efforts made the gift far more meaningful than just another enchanted item. Daphne seemed to relax a little after receiving it, her usual guarded composure softening as she tried it on. With the matter settled, the two of them turned their focus back to training in the mind arts. The Greengrass children had been taught the basics from a very young age, and Eric himself had started early as well. Because of that, their sessions were sharp and competitive, each pushing the other to refine their defenses and strengthen their attacks. In the quieter hours, Daphne immersed herself in research. She had grown more and more determined, poring through books on potions and mind-healing magic. Her focus was clear, finding ways to help those who had suffered from long-term exposure to the Cruciatus Curse, or similar mind-shattering afflictions like a misfired spell. Eric, meanwhile, was absorbed in his own work. He had been outlining the structure of a new ritual he intended to perform, studying late into the night with tomes he had brought back from the sanctum as well as volumes copied from the Nightshade Castle library. A/N, gimme power stones or the next chapter will fly in the wind. Please give the FIC reviews, guys. Chapter 50, Through Luna's Eyes. Why are you researching the mind repair arts anyway? Eric asked Daphne as they exited the room of requirement. Daphne shrugged. I'm researching much more than that. I just want to improve upon the mind arts. Eric nodded at her response as they went to their respective dorms. The next day the Ravenclaws had potions with the Gryffindors. Eric was paired with Neville Longbottom, and they were making the fire protection potion. Now add a pinch of this and reduce the heat, Eric said, and Neville did as instructed. The potion was coming along nicely, amber with faint gold sparks. Eric smiled and fist-bumped Neville. Neville didn't know what it was, so Eric just ended up tapping his shoulder lightly. Neville looked at him and then back at the cauldron. You shouldn't have done that. I'll ruin the potion, he said in dejection, staring down. Eric shook his head. Nah, it's good. You did everything exactly as I told you. Neville gave a small smile as Eric poured the potion into a vial. Snape went around inspecting the potions the students had made, insulting every single one of them. He sighed as he reached Eric's table. With you both together, I wonder what potion you have brewed. One is an idiot and the other arrogant. He started inspecting the vial. I assume the arrogant one did all the work here, as the potion is not a poison at least. Snape said, setting it down. Actually, sir, Neville did all the work. Surprising how instructions are better than insults for learning, huh? Eric said, resting his hand on his chin as if he'd made a great discovery. Snape looked at Eric silently and, after a moment, scoffed. 10 points from Ravenclaw for your insufferable cheek, Hawthorne. Eric gasped dramatically. Oh no. What a tragedy, he said, as if he were truly heartbroken. Neville nudged his shoulder at that, seeing Snape's expression. Snape noticed and looked at the boy. Tell me every step you used in making this potion, since you claim to be the one who made it. Neville looked down and stuttered. Snape sneered. At least keep your lies within the realm of reality, Hawthorne. He cut his eyes back to Eric. Neville clenched his fists and, surprisingly, started speaking, each step, each measure, each stir direction. The class fell quiet. Hermione nodded after every step he got right, she nodded in the end and gave a smile. Snape sighed. That took an eternity, he said, referring to Neville's stutter more than the method. He turned away. 5 points from Gryffindor, Longbottom, for imagining you could contribute anything worthwhile. Neville made a fist at that remark, then looked at Eric with a small smile. Eric just shrugged and patted his back. You brewed it, he murmured. That's what matters. The Dementors were removed from the school after Christmas, there were no signs Sirius would be coming after Harry, and the minister couldn't justify them any longer. Later, Luna and Eric were in the garden. Luna needed Eric's help finding a magical creature only she knew about. Eric fed the giant squid from the shore while Luna searched the reeds. Luna, how do you know these creatures exist? He asked as she paused and looked at him. I can see them, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Eric wanted to retort, then thought better of it. He stepped closer, studying her silvery eyes. He'd had a theory for a while, that there was something different about the way she saw. Tell me if you find something, he said at last, giving up and poking her nose. She giggled. Luna hopped off to keep looking just as Draco joined Eric, haggard and weary. Hang in there, buddy, Eric said, taking in his friend's face. Draco clenched his fists. He knew what had happened, His father had told him everything that had happened in the grave ward. He began, but Eric stopped him. I know. What do I do? Draco whispered. I told you, stay strong, brother. It won't be long. And work on your occlumency defenses. Eric handed him a small bundle of potions and a couple of slim books. He's too strong, Draco said. Not strong enough, Eric scoffed. He'd have been dead as soon as he was born. It was just bad timing. I need to get stronger, Draco whispered. Eric nodded and gave him instructions for the room of requirement, times to join him and Daphne, and what to practice first. Draco thanked Eric and pulled him into a quick side hug. The Raxperts are gone, Luna said from behind them. Draco let out a genuine laugh. What did you find? Eric asked Luna with a smile. She shook her head. No luck today. Draco parted ways with determined steps and a little hope in his eyes, clutching the books like a promise. Eric and Luna also walked towards the Ravenclaw common room. Well, one was walking and one was skipping. They saw Daphne sitting on the couch, reading something in the common room as they entered. Luna approached her, prompting a smile from her, while Eric sat in front of her. What are you reading? Luna asked Daphne to make conversation. I am reading about how the brain works, Daphne answered as she closed her book. Oh. Can you tell me why we dream? Luna asked as Daphne chuckled, beginning to answer but then pausing and starting to write something instead. Luna, can you see a Lumos orb shining above her head? Eric asked with a chuckle, and Luna shook her head. Daphne ignored the comment as she wrote for a minute and then stopped. Let's go, we will talk more in the girls' common room, she said, ignoring Eric completely. A/N, please leave reviews and power stones. Chapter 51, The Toad That Croaked Too Soon. The next day, Eric, Draco, and Daphne were in the room of requirement. Daphne was bent over a cauldron, carefully brewing a potion, while Eric was putting Draco through intense training. Draco was giving his all, sweat dripping down his forehead as he ran across the magically shifting floor, dodging spells and countering with his own. Eric, however, remained planted in one place, wand steady, firing hex after hex with frightening precision while barking instructions. A huge grin spread across his face every time Draco managed to parry or dodge at the last second. Daphne glanced at him from her potion station, shaking her head slightly when she noticed that ridiculous grin. He looked like he was enjoying himself far too much. After a while, Eric walked over to her, leaving Draco to focus on his mind arts exercises and sip at the potions Eric had given him. What was that idea you suddenly had yesterday when you were talking with Luna? Eric asked, curiosity lighting his face as he leaned over her workstation. I want to create something that can influence dreams, Daphne said without looking up, her hands steady over the simmering brew. Not just observe them, actually open a pathway so I can plant ideas through dreams. Eric thought about it, recalling some obscure tomes he had once skimmed in the Nightshade library. I think I have some books that might help. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. That finally earned a small smile from Daphne. Thank you. Eric, what would you do if I was hit by the night bus? She lifted her gaze to meet his directly, her expression unreadable. Eric froze for a second. Where did that come from? He looked around, trying to read her, but her face was a perfect mask, cold, smooth, impossible to decipher. I would. He began slowly, testing her reactions carefully. Avenge you, of course. I'd get the driver and avenge you. He finished with a long breath, looking at her intently to see how she'd respond. Daphne narrowed her eyes slightly, then went back to stirring her potion as if the exchange had never happened. Eric sat back, unsettled, wondering if that conversation had actually taken place or if he had imagined it. I think I'm safe, he told himself after a beat, seeing no further reaction from her. Can you send Dune out to gather these ingredients for me? Daphne asked suddenly, handing him a slip of parchment before resuming her work. Eric took the list and nodded, then reached out and poked her cheek. You'd avenge me too, right? Of course, Daphne replied flatly, not missing a beat. I'd split the driver in two and feed him to wolves. Draco, who had been trying to meditate nearby, caught fragments of their conversation. He stopped, blinked, and scratched his head. Am I pushing my mind too far? He thought, disoriented. He turned toward Eric. Did you put something in the potions you gave me? Draco asked, his face a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. What are you on about? Eric asked, genuinely surprised. Draco just shook his head. Never mind. I'm going to get some rest. He muttered, still in a daze, and left the room. Eric only shrugged and sat back down, pulling Chaya into his lap. He idly toyed with the Dementor crystals, and gave some to Chaya as she turned their energies to different elements. Daphne approached again, this time holding a vial of shimmering liquid. Drink this before you sleep tonight, she said, offering it to him without explanation. Eric looked at her, then shook his head firmly. No. I'll see if I can find a proper test subject for you, but I'm not it. His voice left no room for argument. Daphne arched an eyebrow, silent, her eyes locked on his as though testing his resolve. I'll check if we can use someone from the Janice Thicky ward, Eric added after a moment. Daphne finally gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. She turned, and walked straight out of the room. What's up with her? Eric muttered, glancing down at Chaya. The creature only shook her head slowly. I guess she should drink her own potion, Eric said with a wry grin, tapping Chaya gently on the head with his finger. The exams were approaching, and the Ravenclaws were bumping into walls and falling into lakes as they walked around with books in front of their faces. In a room sat the board members of the school, with Simon as a new member, the minister with a toad standing behind him, and Dumbledore. Lemon drops. Dumbledore asked everyone present. Simon took one. Thank you. Shall we begin, he said as he opened the candy. Yes, Lord Hawthorne, started the minister. Thank you for allowing my presence in the meeting. As I requested before, I wish to reinstate the Triwizard Tournament. The minister got straight to the point. That would put our students in danger, Dumbledore began, but was cut off by the toad. It is essential for the improvement of international relations with our neighbors, and there will be new rules added for the safety of the students, she said as she handed out documents to those present. Looking at Dumbledore's face, Lucius scoffed. Why oppose us at every point? You were also against the hiring of Lockhart. Simon chuckled from the side. He did turn out to be a fraud. Let us not veer away from the topic at hand. What does the board think of this proposal? The minister interjected as he looked at the board members. The members talked among themselves, and as most of them were old men longing for the good old days, they agreed. The tournament was reinstated, with funding from the ministry negotiated by Simon. Lucius and the toad shut their mouths whenever Simon spoke, as Lucius knew Simon could kill him as easily as swatting a fly, and Dolores had been given clear instructions by the minister to keep quiet. When everything was done, Dolores proposed a vote to be instated as the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, trying to be sneaky. But the vote was stopped by the loud laughter of Simon. Forgive me for my state, he said, catching his breath. That is a fascinating proposal that we will be discussing at length, at a later date. He concluded as he got up, followed by the other members. As Simon took a few steps, Fokran appeared from the shadows. Simon patted his head, and with a flash of lightning they were gone, leaving gasps in the room he had left behind. A/N, I was in a weird mood today, deal with it. Oh, and give me stones and reviews because I need motivation. Chapter 52, The Seventh Pillar. Simon returned home with a flash of lightning, a grin on his face. When did you learn to do that? He asked Fokran, who just looked at him and shook his head. Edwina entered the hall with Sylvena in her arms. What's got that grin on your face? She asked Simon, who started laughing. I just made the most majestic exit in the history of exits, he said, patting Fokran's head. Edwina gave an amused smile while Simon explained to her what had happened. I wonder if the old fools ever think about the safety of the children in the school, she sighed. Don't worry, they will be replaced with more worthy candidates in no time, Simon assured her and kissed her before getting up. Nibbin, prepare dinner and bring Eric for dinner today, let's have the family together tonight. He left with Fokran to the castle, while Edwina buried her face in Sylvena's soft fur. Simon reached the castle and was accompanied by Thimril to a room with a huge statue of Makara. He closed his eyes and joined his hands, and in the next moment he was in front of his patron god. He looked at the god and smiled. Shall we continue? Came the voice of Makara, to which Simon nodded. I have enjoyed the trip so far, Simon chuckled. Voldemort had not set up his base in the Malfoy mansion as he intended in the beginning because he required constant travel for his plans. He was in a castle owned by the Malfoys in France, preparing for his big plan. The castle had a huge garden at its center that would have been beautiful at some point but was now cold and desolate, and covered by Dementors and dark creatures. In some cages there were creatures like Lethifolds, Acromantulas, a small basilisk, and bizarre leeches the size of a dog with red skin and huge mouths full of teeth. Tonight is the night, everything must be in order. A single mistake and I will kill you and everyone you have ever met, said Voldemort to the vampires, house elves, and Death Eaters who were inscribing 7 bronze pillars with runes and a circle in the middle. Night fell, and there were only Voldemort, 1 vampire, 1 Dementor, and Peter Pettigrew in the castle. Voldemort used the help of Peter and the vampire to tie the Dementor to a circle near the center of the ritual array, with Nagini also present in the circle. He then killed the vampire suddenly and ordered Wormtail to get the men, and, starting from a pillar, his legs were placed, followed by intestines, and then his hands were placed near the center, with his heart in the middle as if he were offering his heart to the one in the middle circle, his eyes looking at his own heart. Voldemort and Peter did that to some creatures and filled up 5 more pillars, and 6 pillars were now a scene of horror with various creatures placed as if offering their hearts to the center of the ritual circle. What of the 7th circle, Master? Peter asked Voldemort, who was just finishing up his work. Oh. Voldemort said as if he had just remembered. The first servant of a new life. Avada Kedavra. He whispered, and Wormtail's body fell to the ground. Voldemort did the same to Wormtail as he had done to the other 6. A pity, you were not completely useless, he said to Wormtail's face, which had a look of realization on it. There was no moon this night, only darkness, with Voldemort in the middle of the ritual circle, sitting as if in meditation, a pool of blood forming around him, belonging to 7 beings. Some of it was frozen because of the thrashing and shrieking Dementor to his side. Voldemort caressed Nagini's face. You need to be stronger as well, so you can protect yourself. Nagini hissed, and Voldemort placed his hand on the ground, radiating his vast magic into the ritual. The souls of the victims shrieked, and their bodies melted. Voldemort laughed in the middle, the power filling him. A mist of blood was formed, seeping onto Voldemort. The Dementor shrieked and disintegrated slowly into darkness, coalescing into Nagini. The sky was filled with clouds, and red lightning flashed. There were only 2 beings left, Voldemort, who had not changed much physically, except his hands now had black veins from shoulder to wrist, and Nagini, who was completely black and cold, with a mist coming from her body. Eric was being pampered by Edwina at dinner with all his favorite food while the family ate together. Elder Hua and Simon chatted on the side while Eric was being doted on by Edwina. In the middle of the conversation, Simon made a face as if remembering something and grinned. I did the coolest thing, Sev. I mean today, Simon said as he explained what had happened in the meeting to Eric. Eric was impressed on the inside, I have the coolest dad, but just shrugged on the outside, making Simon freeze. Eric then opened his mouth and Edwina fed him. They both completely ignored Simon. Elder Hua just stroked his beard on the side and continued his conversation, which Simon resumed with a cough, pretending the last 5 minutes had never happened. Eric spent the night in his bed and went back to school early in the morning the next day. I had a breakthrough last night, Daphne whispered to him in Bin's class. Eric looked at her. So, you tried to give me the potion before the breakthrough? Daphne shrugged at Eric's question. You never took it, so it does not matter. She then continued, we will test it during the summer holidays, right? She asked, but Eric ignored her for the rest of the class. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 53, Who Are You? The year came to an end, and the Hawthorne family, Harry, and Sirius were celebrating at the Hawthorne mansion. A banquet was being prepared by Nibbin, Creature, and Dobby. Creature had warmed up to Harry during the time Harry had spent in the Black House, and Dobby had a salary, since he worked for the House of Black. As the feast was being prepared, the Greengrass family also arrived and were welcomed. Ignatius and Celine thanked Eric as soon as they arrived for all he had done for their family. Ignatius and Celine had gotten the whole story from Daphne after she returned home during the Christmas holidays. They had wanted to scold her for her recklessness and be angry at her, but in the end they only sighed and hugged her. Daphne, Harry, Astoria, and Eric floated around in the Dementor cloaks throughout the night, having fun while the parents watched them and chatted at the side. Could you procure more of the Kailash roots for us? The potioneers are demanding it a lot after the last batch, Ignatius asked Simon, who seemed lost in thought. Simon. Ignatius repeated, shaking Simon's shoulder. Ah, yes, forgive me, Simon said, brought out of his musings. He looked at Ignatius apologetically. Before Ignatius could ask what was wrong, Eric floated above Simon and dropped a hat on his head. Simon looked at Eric and removed the hat. It had, World's Coolest Dad, written on it. The message brought a smile to Simon's face. Eric floated away with a grin and started pestering Harry. I can fly, he said, waving his hands like wings. And I don't need to sit on a stick, he added, pointing and laughing at Harry. Harry ignored Eric and pretended to be a sage as he sat midair in a meditative posture. Children, he said, shaking his head. Your words don't hurt me, he told Eric, who just shrugged. They ate, laughed, and enjoyed themselves for the night. The next day, Daphne and Eric were in St. Mungo's, walking toward the Janus Thicky ward on the 4th floor. They agreed in a heartbeat when I showed them the letter from Aunt Edwina, Daphne said in surprise. Eric lifted his chin. Stay with me and you'll go far in the world, he said arrogantly to Daphne, who rolled her eyes. They used the key given by the receptionist to open the door and enter the ward. They found a reception area with couches and several doors leading to patient rooms. 2 people sat on the couches, Frank and Alice Longbottom. Frank stared out the window and jerked to look at the door when Daphne and Eric entered. He raised an imaginary wand when he saw them, then slowly put his hand down and returned to staring out the window. Alice did not react, she only smiled a hollow smile, her eyes unfocused as she looked around. They're Neville's parents, they were, Eric breathed. Daphne held his hand. I know, she said softly. She approached Alice first and put a hand on her shoulder. Alice leaned into the touch with the same hollow smile. Daphne smiled at her and handed her a potion. Alice looked at it and drank it in one gulp. Daphne had been told they would take food and potions without complaint, and she found she had not been misinformed. After Alice drank, Daphne whispered to her, "Who are you?" and then moved on to Frank, doing the same, offering the draft, watching him swallow it. She stood beside Eric and bit her lip, a little nervous. "We should see some progress in about a week." Eric gave her a smile and assured her, "It will work," nodding once. She smiled. "I will come back from time to time to give them draft of peace and other potions." Alice and Frank Longbottom had retreated inward as a survival mechanism after they were tortured for a long time by Barty and Bellatrix. Their minds had split away from the world to keep something of themselves intact. Frank existed primarily in survival mode. He waved imaginary wands, stood guard in his dreams, and reacted to threats no one else could see. Alice, by contrast, was trapped in a looping, maternal shell, comforting her son with the same hollow phrases, assuring him everything would be all right because that fragment of the past still knew how to reassure. They both retained basic functions, feeding, sleeping, following simple instructions, but there was a barrier between them and the external world. The past haunted their nights. When they slept and the memories returned, the world around them faded away and the old terror came back as if no time had passed. One night, as Alice sat smiling into the air, comfortingly cooing to an imaginary Neville, she heard something soft, a whisper threading through the dream. At first she could not place it. The sound came again, clearer this time. "Who are you?" The voice echoed in her head, a slow insistent question, and it repeated, over and over, steady and patient, pressing at the edges of her fog. "I am fine, it will be fine," she muttered in her dream, the words half lucid, half automatic, an attempt to soothe that phantom child in her arms. Beside her, Frank stood in the ruin of his dream, wand raised, posture rigid, defending a family that might not exist anymore. The Death Eaters closed in like a remembered storm. Then that same whisper found him. "Who are you?" He did not answer at first. His mind was busy rehearsing the movement of defense, replaying the instinctual sequences that had saved them in the past. But the question persisted, tugging at the corners of a memory he had long kept sealed. A small, ragged thought surfaced in Frank's dream, I am, and he reached for the words as if they were objects he could gather and hold. The whispering did not stop, it kept asking, again and again. It was awkward and intrusive, but it was also a lever, a way to pry open the sealed parts of memory and pull identity back into place. Each repetition tugged at something inside them until fragments of response began to climb back out of the darkness. Chapter 54, T-Pose of Despair. "Eric." Edwina called out to Eric. She was in the hall of the Hawthorne mansion. Eric was upstairs in his room. "Yes." Eric called back, but Edwina just sipped her tea and kept reading a magazine. "What?" he asked again, then sighed. She couldn't hear it, but she knew. She smirked at that. Eric came downstairs and stopped in front of her. "Yes, Mom," he said, hands on his hips. "Get ready. We're going shopping today." Eric stood there. Edwina looked up and raised an eyebrow. "You could have said, 'Eric, get ready,' instead of just 'Eric,'" he said, arms crossed. Edwina chuckled, stood, and kissed his forehead. "I could have sent Nibbin as well," she pointed out, and swept off. Eric sighed again and went back to his room to get ready. Edwina and Eric appeared in Diagon Alley with Nibbin's help. "Thank you, Nibbin," Edwina said. Nibbin bowed with a smile and popped back to the mansion. Mother and son strolled the alley, peering through shop windows and into displays, before stepping into Twilfit and Tattings. A young saleslady approached at once, quick steps, but not too fast. "Welcome, my lady, Mr. Hawthorne," she said. They nodded, and were shown upstairs immediately. Edwina sat to the side with tea while Eric was guided onto a low platform to be measured. He stood there in a T-pose with dead eyes, staring at the ceiling. A tailor entered and bowed to Edwina. "Shall I fashion some dress robes for the young master?" Eric shot his mother a look, shaking his head in mute desperation, panic in his eyes. Edwina smiled at his reaction and shook her head. "I want something a bit more modern," she said, then outlined the cuts and finish she wanted. The tailor listened, nodding as the vision came together. They discussed fabrics and enchantments, lining, stitch charms, self-mending hems, and Edwina even provided a few of her own materials. The tailor's eyes lit up, a genuine smile followed. A half-dead Eric and a beaming Edwina exited the shop. "Let's get some ice cream to put a little life back into you," Edwina said, ruffling his hair. They crossed into the Muggle area for cones. Passers-by slowed, staring at the striking mother and son as they went by. Afterward they caught a showing of speed. Eric's eyes had some life in them again by the end. Later that evening, Eric was with Daphne and Luna in China, wandering together. Luna hopped along, hunting for new magical creatures. Eric and Daphne walked side by side, keeping pace. The magical beasts in Frostroot Hollow were comfortable with Eric because of Shenlian, so they didn't attack, some even accepted a gentle pat. they found a herd of magical horses with black coats and mist-like tails. These horses could walk on water when it was covered in mist. Luna didn't know how to ride, so Eric sat behind her while Daphne mounted her own horse. They rode out and skimmed across lakes, laughter echoing off the banks. Luna spread her arms wide and shouted as they raced Daphne, and lost. "You're just too heavy for the horse," Eric muttered to Luna after losing the race. Luna pouted and looked away. Eric spent a good while consoling her until she smiled again. That night, the three had dinner in Eric's courtyard. "Can I keep one of those horses?" Luna asked between bites. Eric shrugged. "If he wants to go with you." Daphne nodded. "I'll find a magical creature for myself too, then." Eric glanced at both girls and smiled. "I'll help you find them," he said, poking Luna's cheek. A/N, short bonus chapter, I was sick for the past 3 to 4 days so I did not update the FIC. Power stones and reviews please. Hermione picture updated. Chapter 55, International Confederation of Wizards Conference. The three kids chose to sleep under the stars for the night. Shenlian waved her hand slowly, and the land and grass folded into a wide, comfortable bed. Cushions and blankets appeared as if from nowhere, settling neatly around them. A soft mist rose and drifted upward, swallowing the moonlight until the sky dimmed as though the moon itself had been turned off. The children gazed at the darkening canopy above, smiling before closing their eyes and drifting into dreamland. Meanwhile, in Switzerland, the International Confederation of Wizards Conference was being held near Lake Geneva. A citadel, carved into the face of a towering mountain, floated majestically above the water. Inside, a grand circular amphitheater was filled with magical leaders from across the globe. The seating arrangement consisted of individual levitating platforms, arranged in 3 perfect concentric rings. Lanterns floated high above, glowing faintly as runes and layers of protective enchantments shimmered briefly around the hall, a visible reminder of the immense power safeguarding the gathering. Albus Dumbledore presided from the head seat. "I thank every one of the world leaders present here," he said, his voice carrying with ease as he swept his gaze over the assembly. "I hope the festivities of yesterday were welcoming to you all." His eyes paused on Simon, and a warm, knowing smile tugged at his lips. "I would like to welcome some new faces to the conference." He took out some papers and started reading some names and introducing the people. Next, Lord Simon Hawthorne. Applause rippled through the hall. Lord Hawthorne is the new head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, as elected by the esteemed British Minister of Magic, Dumbledore continued. Simon inclined his head in acknowledgement, his expression calm but composed. In front of his platform was engraved the sigil of House Hawthorne in the wood-pointed shield bearing a sword down its center, 2 serpents coiled elegantly around the blade. The faint glow of its magic cast a subtle silver light on the polished wood beneath his hands. Dumbledore's tone softened as he moved to his next introduction. "I would also like to welcome the delegations of the Sacred Alchemy sect from China." The announcement drew louder applause, especially from the merchants and potion masters. The sect had joined the ICW at Simon's recommendation, and everyone present knew it. Their reveal to the wider magical world had been a monumental shift in Asia, and their rise to prominence had been nothing short of meteoric. The sect master nodded in acknowledgement, his disciple seated beside him wearing a polite smile. Elders stood respectfully behind them, their presence dignified and still. "And one last addition," Dumbledore said with a twinkle of pride in his eyes. "The Spirit Sanctum from Nepal." This time the applause were louder, a wave of genuine excitement and reverence from the delegations of Nepal other than the Sanctum. The Sanctum Master gave a graceful nod, while the enormous spectral wolf beside him remained perfectly still, its glowing eyes calmly observing the room. Nepal's magical community had been elevated from the second ring to the first solely because of the Sanctum's introduction and assimilation in their wider magical community. Its rise had shifted the balance of power, placing Nepal alongside the great magical nations, Britain, America, China, India, and others. The seating of the conference was deliberate. First ring, the most powerful nations and organizations. Second ring, smaller but well-established magical societies. Third ring, new members, merchants, and representatives from international magical beast reserves. As proceedings began, petitions were presented. Dumbledore listened attentively, giving each delegation a chance to speak while the ICW clerk unfurled scrolls one by one, reading them aloud with care. "I present a petition from Lady Cassandra Stormwell," the clerk announced, his voice steady at first but faltering near the end, "to form an international defense force against the British Dark Lord who seems to have risen again." Gasps and shocked murmurs rippled through the amphitheater like a sudden storm. Dumbledore immediately struck his gavel 3 times, his calm voice cutting through the chaos. "Order." A woman in her 40s rose from her place in the second ring. Her black hair framed her blue eyes, and the Stormwell family sigil above her platform glowed faintly, a swirling tempest encased within a trident crest. Her voice was measured but carried the commanding weight of someone accustomed to leadership. "My family owns one of the largest magical creature reserves in America," she began. Her words immediately drew the attention of the Sacred Alchemy sect and the Spirit Sanctum delegates, who both turned their heads toward her. We discovered a group of a very rare creature some years ago, the bloodworm, she continued, and an immediate stir spread through the more knowledgeable members of the hall. The name alone was enough to raise tension. Bloodworms were legendary magical creatures, both dangerous and immensely valuable. 3 months ago, our containment facility was attacked, Cassandra said, her tone sharpening. Our security personnel were slaughtered, the wards torn apart as though they were parchment. Most of the bloodworms were destroyed, burned or ripped apart. But when we took count after the attack, we found one missing. She paused, drawing a slow, steadying breath. In his last moments, one of my keepers used his remaining strength to give me a description of the attacker. Her blue eyes swept over the assembly. A pale man, with red eyes. One man. Her voice rose slightly, emphasizing those final 2 words until the entire amphitheater felt the weight behind them. With that face, she said, chin lifting proudly, and with the history surrounding it, I believe we all know who he is. She named him anyway, her tone flat, fearless. Voldemort. The very name sent a shockwave through the gathered crowd. Murmurs erupted across the British delegation, with only Simon remaining calm and silent, his expression as if he had expected what was happening. The British Minister of Magic leapt to his feet, his face red with outrage. The Dark Lord is dead, he thundered. Killed by Harry Potter. I understand that your interests may have been harmed by a dark wizard, Lady Stormwell, but I am certain it was not him. Cassandra turned to him slowly, her expression laced with open contempt. And how old was this Harry Potter, she asked coolly, when he defeated one of the strongest dark wizards to ever live? The minister hesitated, then answered stiffly, he was an infant. Her eyebrow arched higher. And how exactly would a baby defeat a dark lord? The minister faltered, clearly struggling to respond, when one of his aides spoke up hastily to cover for him. Harry Potter is the child of prophecy. Fate itself aided him in that moment. The murmurs grew louder, half disbelieving and half skeptical. Order. Order. Dumbledore's calm voice rang out as he struck the gavel firmly. When silence returned, he addressed the assembly. With all the gathered evidence, he said evenly, it is clear that there is a powerful dark wizard at large. Instead of speculating endlessly about identity, let us focus our efforts on cooperation, on containment, investigation, and defense. His piercing blue eyes swept across the crowd, lingering briefly on Simon, then Cassandra. Let us remember why we gather here, to unite against threats to the magical world, not to tear each other apart. A/N, it took me a while to write this chapter and I am still not satisfied, please leave your thoughts on the chapter before leaving. Power Stone and reviews please my people. Chapter 56, The Forbidden Name. If a delegate wished to speak at the conference, they had to point their wand at the sigil on their platform, the symbol would glow faintly and a signal would be sent to the speaker. Dumbledore noticed the light flicker from the alchemy sect's emblem and glanced toward the old man beside it. Our new members from the alchemy sect wish to speak, he announced calmly. The sect master's sigil glowed softly as he rose and addressed the hall. Thank you, he began. There was an attempt made by a dark wizard on our sect as well. He then turned to Dumbledore. Do I have permission to bring the men in, so he can enlighten the council about his motives? This is not a court for judgment, a British councilman objected immediately. His judgment was decided the moment he stepped foot in my sect, the sect master said sharply, glancing at the men. His voice was calm but carried an edge. I am allowing the council a chance to be better informed of the threat, that is all. Dumbledore seemed deep in contemplation, then nodded. We shall vote for the hearing. The vote took only 5 minutes. Soon, a man in grey attire was brought into the chamber. He was shackled and seemed in a daze, his movements stiff as he was guided to the center of the hall. A temporary seating was arranged for him, while Dumbledore stood to conduct the hearing. State the nature of your crime, Dumbledore commanded. The man had been given Veritaserum, and his lips moved as if against his will. I learned of the rising power of the alchemy sect. I wish to obtain something for, my lord. He gritted his teeth so hard they made an audible sound by the end. What did you wish to obtain? Dumbledore asked, his voice calm but heavy. He wants dark CCC creatures, the man stammered, breathing hard. Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. Who? He asked simply. Gasps rippled through the hall. How is this allowed? British and French voices rose in alarm. Even the American delegates joined in protest. Simon, seated near the British minister, raised an eyebrow and silently noted the French wizards who had spoken most loudly. The prisoner shuddered violently. His name must not be spoken, he gasped. Must not be spoken. He repeated it again and again, fighting against the Veritaserum with visible strain. For the utterance of the name is forbidden, he babbled, rocking slightly. I must not speak. Please remove the men. This must stop. The chamber echoed with shouts as Dumbledore raised his hand, allowing the ward keepers to take the prisoner away. Silence fell. Dumbledore sat still for a long moment, his eyes closed in thought. When he opened them, he saw a signal from the Hawthorn sigil glowing faintly. He glanced at Simon and gave a small nod. Lord Hawthorn, please share your thoughts, Dumbledore said, leaning back slightly. Simon rose, his expression unreadable. He swept his gaze across the assembly before speaking. Dark wizards are not uncommon in the world, he began evenly. There have been many throughout the ages. There was a wizard named Mbala from Zimbabwe who caused great destruction. The Zimbabwe representative bowed his head in quiet acknowledgement. The year before that, there was one in Korea and Japan as well. Simon paused briefly. And it is the people in this room who are responsible for protecting our people, he said, his tone deepening. I extend a hand. As the patriarch of House Hawthorn, any who accept will have my support in any situation like this. His gaze shifted toward the alchemy sect master and the sanctum master. And the support of everyone who accepts my offer today. It took little time for responses to come. The alchemy sect accepts. The spirit sanctum accepts. The Council of Hidden Peaks accepts, announced the Nepalese magical authority. One by one, other countries and societies gave their assent. Simon was unsurprised. He knew the majority were seeking political ties and trade more than direct martial aid. Only the sect and the sanctum possessed the power to rival some nations in magical might, and they had already pledged to him. He offered this alliance as an open invitation, a chance for others to step closer to House Hawthorn and gain mutual benefit. Even the smallest acceptance meant new trading routes, national-level agreements, and access to resources that would elevate everyone involved. Simon's purpose for attending this meeting was simple, to reach out a hand and raise all who took it. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 57, and there she stood. Simon was busier after the conference, but he was good at finding people to handle menial tasks, so after a week he had enough free time for his family. The family was in the Nightshade Castle ritual room at the moment as Eric prepared for the next ritual they would be performing. Eric was using the bloodline fruit he had obtained thanks to the sect master, along with the Dementor crystals and cloaks, to form a complex ritual. This time, he had brought Nixthar from the sanctum to assist with the manipulation of the dark energy involved. Nixthar moved around the room alongside Eric as he used the special ink he had prepared to draw the ritual circle. I would have helped you, my lord, but my anatomy does not allow it, Nixthar said, making Eric chuckle. No need, your company is enough, he replied with a small smile. I've wanted to ask you for a long time, what is hell like? He asked as he continued his work. Nixthar shook her head. I have never been there, so I cannot say. She then sat down beside Eric. Half-demons are not demons with physical bodies or beings formed from the union of demons with mortals, she said softly. When a demon possesses a body, they mold it into a half-spiritual form suited to their needs. Eric listened intently to her as he worked. They take years to mold the body with their dark energies while the original soul of the body remains asleep. So, when they leave the body, half-demons are formed. Eric asked when Nixthar paused. Nixthar gave a low hum. Demons never leave without the soul, she said with a short chuckle. If they did, there would be far more half-demons in the world, except me. She glanced around at the vast Nightshade Castle. The demon that possessed me was a particularly powerful one. It was summoned by a dark wizard who foolishly thought he could have a demon as his servant. He summoned the demon directly into my body. She scoffed softly. After killing the wizard, the demon sealed itself in a secluded area with all of the dark artifacts the wizard had gathered. It then spent the next 9 years performing rituals and using its magic to mold my body into its perfect vessel. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were sharp as she looked at the ceiling before letting out a quiet chuckle. As soon as my body was molded to its satisfaction, it went out to rampage, but there she was, standing with a smile on her face. Nixthar turned her gaze to Eric. Eloria Nightshade. Eric guessed. Nixthar nodded. She fought the demon for 3 days and 3 nights, while Thimrel, a tribe of centaurs, and a tribe of wizards used all their strength to contain the damage from their battle. Holy shit, Eric thought, imagining the scale of the fight that must have taken place. Leave the soul behind in the body as you crawl back to hell, she had told the demon as it lay there, defeated, Nixthar recited quietly. She let out a slow breath. For me, it was like waking up from a long nap. I could think. I gained intelligence and power, and I vowed to use it to serve her. Nixthar then approached Eric and gently nuzzled against him. And you, she added softly. Eric smiled and hugged her neck briefly. And I will always be grateful, he said sincerely. Eric stood once the ritual circle was completed, and Nixthar went to call his parents. This one seems more. Simon trailed off, trying to find the right word, but Eric interrupted. It is. This ritual will give us a great boon, and I don't know what they will be, mostly, Eric said, his tone carefree. Simon inclined his head and stepped forward. Well. Eric pointed at the center of the circle. Sit there, wear this cloak, and we will begin. Simon took the Dementor's cloak and put it on, the dark fabric making him look like an edgelord. He sat in the middle of the circle while Elder Hor refined the bloodline fruit into a liquid and placed it carefully into a ceremonial bowl. Meanwhile, Eric placed 3 black crystals around the ritual circle, their surfaces pulsing faintly with dark energy. A/N, I have been releasing short chapter for now because I have less time to write. Power stones and reviews please. Chapter 58, Crimson Veins. Simon was given a bowl containing a liquid that looked like blood. He looked at it, then at Eric. Drink it, Dad. Simon nodded and drank the liquid in one gulp. He then sat in a meditative posture, his wand in his lap, as red veins appeared on his body. His mind was transported to a dark place where a man who looked like him stood. Nixthar and Chaya were in a circle beside Simon as they worked to convert the energies of the crystals and cloak. The man had a sword in hand and smiled gently. Simon looked down and saw his sword in his hand as well. They both grinned at the same time and swung their swords. They danced around each other and swung. Simon was cut again and again but would regenerate. After what seemed like an eternity, Simon was able to connect his sword with the flesh of the man, but it made no mark and the man just laughed. How? Simon asked. I call it ether veil, the man said. It is an art that required the manipulation of your magical energy from every fiber of your body. They both sat down. Simon listened intently as the man taught him. After what felt like a month had passed, Simon bade farewell to the man and started walking in a random direction. Suddenly the environment changed and he was in front of Makara. He smiled at the god and waved. Makara chuckled, a sound that was heard throughout the realm. Welcome, son. Tell me, how is life? Makara asked, and Simon smiled. As they sat and Simon ate some food, Makara made a motion and a red drop floated in front of Simon. This is my blood, Makara stated, and Simon's eyes widened. The ancestry of your blood is being awakened at this moment. Makara stated, and Simon nodded. This will help you and add to that process, adding my blood to your own, Makara said, as the blood drop merged into Simon. So, can I make another trip there? Simon asked, curious. Right now? Makara asked. Simon nodded. Why not, Makara said, making a shrugging motion. After his time with Makara, Simon started walking in a random direction again, tossing a silver coin with a golden sword carved at its center. He then suddenly entered a room and saw Eric looking around. Simon grinned. Are you ready to train with your father? Simon asked as Eric looked around and saw Simon. Eric stepped back, looking at the smile of his father, and shook his head. I think I entered the wrong room, see you, Eric said and started to run, his father's laughter never fading. Simon woke up from his meditation and looked around, his wand was nowhere to be seen. He looked questioningly at Eric. You do not need it anymore, Eric said with a grin. Simon stood up and raised his hand as an orb of light manifested on it. Try flying, Eric added from the side as Simon raised an eyebrow. He then looked up and concentrated as he slowly floated upwards and then landed back down in front of Eric and Edwina. Eric nodded in satisfaction. What did you get? Simon ruffled his hair. You will know. He smiled mysteriously as Edwina walked forward. During the rituals, Nixthar and Chaya worked to contain and convert the energies of the crystals and cloaks, making them most beneficial for the one undergoing the ritual. Eric rearranged the materials for Edwina, who smiled and sat in the center after giving Chaya a kiss on her head for her hard work and Nixthar a hug. Edwina was also given the bowl of the red liquid, and she drank it after getting a thumbs up from Eric. Edwina felt a tingling sensation in her eyes as red veins appeared on her skin, just like Simon. She opened her eyes, still a little uncomfortable, and as she looked ahead she discovered she was in front of an old woman with green eyes that had pupils shaped like flowers. The old woman smiled at Edwina. The discomfort will pass in some time. Edwina nodded. You have very pretty eyes, my lady, Edwina commented, and the woman chuckled. You are awakening something similar as well, they are called the oculi viridiflora. And I am here to teach you how they work. Edwina sat beside the woman after hearing her words. Thank you for your guidance, she added as she sat down. After about a week, Edwina was walking in a random direction and the scenery changed to a grassy field with Vasuki standing there, waiting for her. Vasuki smiled as she saw Edwina and hugged her. It has almost been a year since we met, tell me everything, Vasuki said as they both walked around and Edwina did most of the talking with a smile on her face. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 59, Golden Sand. Vasuki bid farewell to Edwina after some time. Come visit me when you have time, she said, and the environment changed as Edwina was now standing in front of Eric. Mom. Eric noticed her, and she approached him and kissed his forehead. Why do you look tired? Edwina asked. Eric made a face. I just encountered a demon here. he grumbled and then shrugged. Edwina gave Eric a curious look. Eric just shook his head. He just trained me, so. Edwina chuckled. I will be doing the same, she said with a smile. Eric shrugged. I am feeling a tingling in my eye for some time, he then mentioned, and Edwina ruffled his hair as her eyes changed, her pupils turning into a flower pattern. I think I know the reason, she said as Eric stared at her dumbly. I am going to get the coolest power ever, he thought as he looked at his mother in expectation. Edwina opened her eyes and looked around. She discovered she also did not have her wand anymore and raised her hand as green motes of light were released from her palm. She smiled and floated above the ground, then gracefully landed in front of Simon and Eric. How long did it take, she asked, tilting her head a little. Simon spoke in a solemn tone. It took a month. You missed the vacation time of Eric. Edwina was not impressed with the answer and just looked at Elder Hua. Almost an hour, he said from the side. Edwina nodded and gave Simon a side eye before going to Sylvina and picking her up. Will you be going next? Simon asked Elder Hua, who shook his head. I performed the ritual 3 days ago, Elder Hua replied, and Simon shrugged as Eric stepped forward. Simon placed the crystals and cloak as Elder Hua gave him the bowl and stepped back. Eric sat cross-legged and drank the red liquid as he went into meditation. Eric opened his eyes and looked around. He then heard a voice from behind him. Are you ready to train with your father? He whipped his head around and saw the grin of his father. He just said, nope, in his head and started running, but anywhere he ran, he was met with his father standing in front of him with crossed arms and a grinning face. Good, son. Running will be a good warm-up, Simon's voice came from behind, and Eric just gave up and went limp. I don't even care anymore. A chuckle was heard from his side, and his training began. After his training, he was met with his sweet mother, who pampered him and told him how to use his new cool eyes. I know a good place for you to use this power, he told Edwina, who hugged him and kissed his cheek. We will go there when we have time then, she said as Eric nodded and left in a random direction. As he was walking, he saw an ethereal figure in white standing and looking around. He approached it, and his scenery changed. He was in a room with 2 distorted figures, one in the shape of a little girl who was opening a door. On the other side, he saw the figure of an older woman, trying to perform a ritual. Just as the little girl opened the door, the ritual backfired. No. The woman's distorted voice was heard as her life ended and the little girl was left there weeping. Eric tried, but he was not able to change what had happened. He just went to the girl, hugged her, and whispered assurances to her. He noticed some golden sand stuck to the girl and a dark barrier stopping them from integrating. The girl buried her face in his neck as she sobbed. He waved his hand, and the dark energy was sucked into his right palm. His left palm then radiated blue energy that made a link between the sand and the girl, allowing for slow integration. It will be fine, he whispered as the scenery faded away, and he got a sweet, thank you, whispered in his ear. He then walked around and saw a familiar garden in front of him and 2 familiar figures. He ran up to them and hugged Vasuki and Eloria. You will grow taller than me in a year, Eloria commented as she hugged the boy. Vasuki chuckled from the side and waved her hand as a table with food appeared in front of them. They sat down, and Eloria was putting a mountain of food on his plate as he asked, who was that? Vasuki nodded. She is your friend. It seems you entered her dream and helped her. Eric tilted his head and shrugged. Will she be fine now, he asked, to which Vasuki smiled and nodded. She will be much better. I will keep an eye out for her. Eric smiled at her. Thank you. Vasuki just waved her hand as they continued their chat. Eric opened his eyes and looked around. He looked down and saw his wand was still there. He looked at Elder Hua in confusion as the old man chuckled. You have not spent enough time with your wand yet. Eric shrugged and tried floating, and he succeeded as he floated around the area and landed in front of Chaya, who shrunk down and wrapped herself around his neck. Rest a bit now, girl, Eric said, kissing the snake. He then looked at Simon reproachfully. Now I know, he said. Simon shrugged. Told you. Father and son looked at each other and chuckled after a minute. A/N, a bigger chapter compared to the recent ones. Power Stones and Reviews, my people. Chapter 60, Small Gestures. Harry and Sirius were in the living room of their house, preparing for the Quidditch World Cup. Harry was dressed in simple wizarding clothes with muggle clothes underneath, a green scarf wrapped around his neck in support of Ireland. Pyra was happily hopping around with her own tiny green scarf, chirping excitedly as her tail swished from side to side. Sirius, on the other hand, looked downright ridiculous in bright green robes and an oversized green hat. His grin was so wide it nearly split his face, his excitement radiating through the room. Suddenly, the fireplace erupted in emerald flames as the Weasleys came tumbling out one after another, all dressed like walking mascots for the Irish team. Sirius stepped forward, clasping Arthur's hand warmly. The children exchanged cheerful greetings, laughter filling the room. "I prepared some food for you," came a hesitant voice from the side. Petunia stood awkwardly at the edge of the living room, clearly nervous. Her hands trembled slightly as she held out a lunchbox, glancing between Harry and Sirius. Harry crossed the distance in a heartbeat, his expression softening. "Thank you, Aunt," he said sincerely, accepting the box. Sirius arched an eyebrow, his tone playfully dry. "I'm surprised the house elves let you do any work." Petunia managed a small, genuine smile. "Dobby is quite sensible," she said carefully. Sirius nodded, satisfied with that answer. The Weasleys, unaware of the worst of Petunia's past treatment of Harry, were cordial. Molly even greeted her warmly and exchanged a bit of polite small talk as everyone bustled about, gathering their things for the trip. When the others moved ahead, Sirius lingered behind with Petunia, lowering his voice so they couldn't be overheard. "Thank you for the gestures you've been making for Harry," he said quietly. Petunia's shoulders slumped slightly. She looked down, guilt and determination flickering across her face. "I changed because I experienced a fraction of what he was feeling," she admitted softly. "I just hope to be better." Sirius studied her for a moment, then gave a short, firm nod. "Creature will get you back to your house," Sirius said, gesturing to where the elf appeared beside him and bowed low. Petunia hesitated. "Can Dudley visit as well, next time?" she asked hopefully as Creature approached. "Of course," Sirius replied with a small smile. "Harry considers him a brother. Call for Creature or Dobby if you ever need any help." Petunia nodded silently, and then Creature whisked her away with a snap of his fingers. "Didn't imagine such maturity from you, Padfoot," came a familiar voice from behind Sirius. Sirius turned and smirked as he saw Remus Lupin standing near the doorway. "I have always been the heart of the Marauders, Moony," he said with exaggerated pride. Remus shook his head, amused, before they embraced in a quick, warm hug. Harry, Sirius, Hermione, Lupin, and the Weasleys arrived at Dartmoor via Portkey. Hermione staggered, gagging slightly from the rough landing, and Pyra immediately bounded over to her, rubbing against her leg and chirping softly to comfort her. "I heard Simon bought the land and helped the family that previously owned it," Sirius commented casually as they began setting up camp. "He even healed the damage done to their minds from the unskilled memory manipulations they suffered. We should have contacted him for the VIP treatment." Arthur chuckled and shook his head. "This is the authentic experience for the World Cup, Sirius. It wouldn't be the same otherwise." Sirius gave an exaggerated sigh. "At least I brought the best tents money could buy," he muttered, rolling his eyes. When they entered the tent, everyone stopped short, awestruck by the enormous, luxuriously furnished space inside. Rich carpets, elegant furniture, and glowing magical lights gave it the feel of a noble's manor rather than a temporary camp. Sirius stood to the side with a smug grin, clearly basking in their impressed expressions. Harry walked over, gave Sirius a firm pat on the shoulder, and said dryly, "It seems you are worth keeping around." He flopped onto the sofa with a smirk as Remus burst into laughter at Sirius's mock-offended face. Chapter 61, Makara's Jaw. In a great realm, not fully material, stood a massive castle with a frozen forest stretching out behind it. The forest was vibrant with life, its trees in full bloom, yet every branch and leaf was encased in frost. Even the stones seemed alive, granting shelter to moss and small animals. But if one looked closer, they would feel the cold, looming and oppressive beneath the surface beauty. The leaves were crimson, the color of blood, and the trees themselves seemed to bleed, thick red sap oozing from their bark. They were covered in ice, and crystal spiders crawled across their frozen limbs, their bodies glimmering like shards of glass. The castle was a contradiction given form. One side burned with living flame, a safe haven for small creatures, warm and nurturing. The other side lay dead and decayed, its halls littered with skeletons and echoes of despair. From one side flowed pure, life-giving water. From the other, molten lava bubbled and hissed, housing creatures born of nightmare. High above, on the castle's roof, many figures gathered in heated debate. "They enter our world and mold it to their design," said a towering figure, its form hidden beneath a cloak of blinding light, two suns burning where its eyes should be. "Fate is changed, and the great game is disrupted by an outsider. They have tainted the innocence and purity of the world we built," said a smaller figure, the shape of a young girl shrouded in white cloth from neck to toe, her pale face the only thing visible. "I say they will bring hope to our creation," rasped an old woman whose robes were woven from words of wisdom. "And perhaps they will put an end to your petty game, a game built on the suffering of innocence." "I agree with the old crone," said another voice, this one belonging to a woman with golden hair, a great tiger lounging at her feet. Grumbling rose from the assembly, smaller figures below whispering furiously among themselves. "Where is the stranger?" demanded the figure cloaked in light. "He is at the end," the old woman replied, her tone cryptic. "And he does not care for this matter." A sudden, chilling silence fell over the gathering as every being present turned their gaze downward. The figure cloaked in light trembled with rage. "I will descend and kill the mortal myself," it roared. "How dare he return to my world?" A deep, guttural sound followed, like the crashing of waves against stone. A voice rose from the void, ancient and immense. "I will sink that island and swallow it whole." From the darkness, a grotesque eye opened, followed by a massive, green body covered in mismatched eyes, hands, and gills twisted into unnatural places. A stench of decay filled the hall as the monstrous figure emerged. A staircase of pure darkness descended from the roof of the castle to the realm below. Marching down were legions of twisted beings, men and half-fish hybrids, warped and wrong. At their head strode the figure of light and the green monstrosity, leading their army toward war. Before they could advance further, a blinding pillar of light shot down from the black sea above. From it emerged a vast silver serpent, followed by a towering god with the head of an elephant, the torso of a crocodile, and the body made from a fusion of many beasts. Their presence froze the march as they saw Makara and Vasuki. Standing alone before the descending horde was a black-haired woman clad in armor, a sword in her hand, Eloria Nightshade. Vasuki's voice was calm but sharp, like a blade. "Stay in your realm of lies and play your games among yourselves. You have no right," the cloaked figure shouted, its voice shaking the realm. Eloria sighed and stepped forward, her sword gleaming. "I can earn the right by cutting you all down where you stand." "You mock us," hissed the voice of the ocean as the green monstrosity's many eyes fixed on Vasuki. "To send only your familiar spirit against us." Vasuki chuckled, the sound low and dangerous. "She is more than enough." The old woman from above spoke again, her voice filled with warning. "Ascend back to us. You have no understanding of the beings you now glare at." The two invaders looked at each other, then at the sky above, then back at Eloria, who stood like an unshakable pillar of protection before them. The sound of grinding teeth and crashing waves filled the air. Finally, they stepped back, retreating with their army. The dark staircase crumbled to ash behind them. Eloria rose into the air, floating up to stand beside Vasuki and Makara in the sky. Makara's voice boomed across the realm, blunt and unyielding. "Your games have ended. There is nothing you can do about it." Eloria's gaze was cold and fierce. "I will protect those I love. If I find any of you interfering with them." Her sword flared, brighter than the sun. "I will cut you in two." The gods below seethed in silence. Some wished to rise up and join those above. Others wanted them destroyed. All they could do was glare upward, powerless for now. "Why?" came the question from below. Makara raised an eyebrow. "Do you answer when mortals ask the same question at the sky when you play with their lives?" No one spoke. A roar was heard as a creature smudged from the void. The creature had the face of an octopus and the features of a man. He lunged above, towards Eloria and the gods. The light-cloaked god looked up in hope and laughed. "The great others have intervened," he thought. No gods below could compete alone with the creature that has just emerged. Eloria smirked and raised her sword, swinging it in one smooth motion. Another creature emerged, black in color and with the body of a deformed goat. Makara fought it in his jaw. They both died as swiftly as they had arrived. The gods below looked at the sight and just bowed their head in the end, knowing they were nothing in from of those above. A/N, I was not able to convey what I wanted and I am not satisfied with the dialogue, but I hope you like the chapter. Give me a power stone, or Eric's parents will be turned into character development. Chapter 62, Life and Death Battle. A/N, the gods in the previous chapter were not from Harry Potter. Harry and Pyra were playing outside the tent when the Weasley twins came running up to him. "We have an offer for you," they said, finishing each other's sentences with identical grins. Harry narrowed his eyes immediately. "Not interested," he said flatly, though the twins simply chuckled and pressed on. "Imagine," Fred began. "Making money for just standing in a place," George finished dramatically. Harry sighed. "You're going to charge people money to take pictures with me?" "Yeah, no." He figured them out instantly. Fred, surprisingly speaking the whole sentence himself, tried again. "How about we borrow Pyra for an hour?" Harry raised an eyebrow, then looked down at Pyra before shaking his head. "She's already a celebrity around the campsite," Fred said brightly, while George patted his shoulder. "Great idea, Freg. Foreign wizards would pay good money for a photo with her," George added. "British wizards would too," Fred finished, both of them now looking at Pyra with greedy eyes. Harry scooped Pyra into his arms and walked away without a word, shaking his head at their antics. A small group of children ran up to him, their faces hopeful. "Can we play with her?" one little girl asked eagerly, pointing at Pyra. Harry looked at Pyra, who gave a small nod. He set her down, and she bounded toward the kids, happily running in circles as they chased her. The parents watched with warm smiles before returning to their own activities. Magical creatures were often feared by wizards, but familiars were seen as trusted companions, a whole different matter. Harry watched the scene with a soft smile. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Eric approaching, Chaya coiled loosely around his neck like a living scarf. The two greeted each other with a firm handshake. Around them, people cast frequent glances at Eric, recognizing him as the son of Simon Hawthorne, who employed many of them. "Have you fixed the match yet?" Harry asked teasingly. Eric smirked. "Of course. Ireland for the win." The two laughed and strolled through the bustling campsite, sampling food and browsing stalls. Hermione joined them after a while, immediately scooping Chaya from Eric's shoulders and cooing over her. While Eric was speaking to a French merchant, he suddenly felt someone approaching with an odd, eager energy. Before he could turn, a hand shot out, trying to yank his arm. Eric didn't move an inch. He calmly raised an eyebrow at the woman who now stood before him, a strange smile plastered across her face. "Now that you own the arena where the match is being held," Rita Skeeter said, voice dripping with false sweetness, "what are your thoughts on those who suspect you might fix the match?" Eric just stared at her. Silent. Unimpressed. Rita faltered slightly under his gaze before releasing his arm and stepping back with a tinkling laugh. "Excuse my manners," she said lightly, waving off her earlier behavior as though it were nothing. Eric ignored her entirely, turning back to finish his conversation with the merchant, who wisely chose to pretend Rita wasn't there either. When he was finally done, Eric turned to leave, only to find Rita blocking his path, a parchment and quill hovering eagerly beside her. She repeated her question, clearly expecting an answer this time. "The Bulgarian authorities encouraged the acquisition of land," Eric said evenly, "because they know the integrity of my father." With that, he started walking away. "Where are your manners, kid? I'm asking you questions," Rita called after him. Eric paused, exhaling in mild irritation. He glanced at her briefly. "Send me an official letter requesting an interview," he said, voice calm but firm. "Then I'll consider it." He walked off without another word, leaving Rita sputtering in frustration. That night, Harry lay awake in his tent, staring up at the enchanted ceiling as it displayed a perfect starry sky. Ron snored loudly beside him, and Pyra curled comfortably on Harry's chest. The peaceful moment made Harry smile before he finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, excitement buzzed through the air as Harry's group followed Arthur Weasley through the crowded stadium. "Here we are," Mr. Weasley said with a proud smile, gesturing to the top box. Harry barely had time to take it all in before the Minister of Magic greeted them warmly. At the same moment, Simon Hawthorne spotted their group and gave a polite gesture, inviting them to join his family. Harry and the others approached, finding Daphne and Luna already there. Their parents hadn't bothered to come, leaving the girls free to attend with the Hawthorns. The stadium roared as the teams made their grand entrances. The Irish team soared in first, dazzling the crowd with a synchronized flying routine that had everyone cheering. Then came the Bulgarian team, making a very different statement. They entered on massive, winged horses, exuding tradition and raw power. The effect was breathtaking, giving the entire event a truly magical atmosphere. To top it off, the Bulgarians had brought Vila cheerleaders, who immediately began a mesmerizing dance. Several wizards, including Arthur, stared a bit too intently, earning them a sharp bonk on the head from their wives. Simon, meanwhile, stared at Edwina throughout the entire performance as though his very life depended on it. Hermione sighed dreamily at the sight of such devotion, while Edwina smiled softly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Why are they swooning?" Simon thought frantically, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple. "I'm fighting for my life here." Eric, watching the whole thing, snickered and leaned toward Daphne and Luna, whispering his guesses about what Simon must be thinking. Both girls burst into quiet laughter, making Eric grin even wider. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews, please. Chapter 63, Victory in Green and Gold. Before the start of the match, Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons Academy visited the top box and greeted Simon and Edwina warmly, kissing them on both cheeks with a graceful la bise, like an old friend. Behind her stood some of her best students, poised and elegant. They bowed politely to Simon and Edwina in greeting, their manners impeccable. Edwina smiled warmly at them, complimenting their posture and composure while asking their names. Simon, equally cordial, exchanged pleasantries with them. Simon's eyes lingered on one young man. "Have we met before, young man?" he asked curiously. The boy straightened and gave a small, nervous smile. "Je m'appelle Lucien Moreau," he began formally, before switching to English with a softer tone. "We met during a party my father hosted." Simon's face lit with recognition. "Ah, yes. Good to see you again. I met your father recently, he boasted about you for nearly an hour." The other students chuckled softly, and Lucien seemed to relax at their good-natured amusement. "Join us if you can," Simon said casually, gesturing to Eric. "My son is here as well." Eric waved from the side, and Lucien glanced at Madame Maxime for permission. She gave him an encouraging smile, so the boy nodded and joined the Hawthorns, even daring to give Fokran, the giant wolf, a gentle pat on his head. Meanwhile, Maxime and Edwina were giggling with the girls about the near-death experience Simon had survived just now. They were in love with Sylvena, and Gabrielle held the two-tailed fox in her arms, rubbing her cheeks to the fox. Edwina had quickly claimed Gabrielle and Fleur for herself after the group's brief greeting with the British Minister of Magic. Fleur sat beside Daphne, the two having met before, while Gabrielle clung happily to Edwina's side as they played together. The match began, and it quickly became obvious that the Irish team had far superior coordination compared to Bulgaria. Their teamwork was dazzling, running metaphorical circles around the Bulgarian players. Moran scored the first goal almost immediately, drawing loud cheers from the crowd. Daphne smirked at Fleur. "Oh dear, that was quick," she teased. Eric joined in with a grin. "Just wait and watch," Fleur said stubbornly, crossing her arms. But even as she spoke, Ireland scored another goal. Eric leaned back with a laugh. Didn't need to wait long. Fleur's face froze in disbelief at how fast Ireland was racking up points. Gabrielle blew a raspberry at Eric in defense of her sister, making Fleur giggle while Eric scoffed dramatically. "My team will rise to the occasion and answer this insult," Eric declared in mock seriousness. Fleur dissolved into giggles with Daphne, amused by the childish display. Meanwhile, some of the Weasley boys were sneaking glances at Fleur far too often. Fleur, blissfully unaware, was too busy enjoying the match and talking with Daphne to notice. Chaya slithered her head out of Eric's collar and stuck her tongue out at Gabrielle. The younger girl was too preoccupied with Sylvena to notice, but Fleur did, and she immediately fell in love with the little snake. Leaning closer, Fleur whispered eagerly, "May I hold her?" Eric shrugged, and Chaya slithered into Fleur's arms, where she was met with delighted coos and soft pats. Fleur cradled her gently, rubbing the snake's head with delicate fingers. Fokran shifted closer to Eric, sitting beside him and Luna as the match continued. The Weasley boys, already jealous of Eric's friendship with Fleur, began paying even less attention to the game. On the pitch, the Irish keepers were like an unbreakable steel wall, blocking every Bulgarian attempt to score. Chasers Troy, Mullet, and Moran moved with perfect synergy, weaving patterns of brilliant plays that dazzled the audience. As the minutes passed, Bulgaria's frustration boiled over. Their play grew more aggressive until a foul was finally called, a copying, when a beater used elbows illegally. Then disaster struck. Aidan Lynch, the Irish seeker, was slammed by a bludger and dazed midair. In that moment of chaos, Victor Crumb spotted the snitch. With a breathtaking dive, Victor streaked across the pitch at impossible speed. His movements were sharp and daring, barely dodging bludgers and Irish interference. The crowd roared as he stretched out his hand and caught the snitch, ending the match with an electrifying finish. Even with Crumb's catch, Ireland still won by 10 points thanks to their massive lead. The stands erupted. The Weasley twins cheered the loudest, their voices carrying over the din. Green and gold banners waved wildly while Bulgarian supporters defiantly chanted Crumb's name, honoring their star seeker's brilliance despite the loss. The Irish mascots, leprechauns, explode in a shower of green smoke and gold as the crowd goes wild. By this point, Fleur and Gabrielle had stopped caring about the game, simply laughing and enjoying the company of their new friends. Fleur, initially reserved, had opened up more thanks to Daphne's efforts, her laughter mingling with Daphne's and Eric's. After the celebrations, the Hawthorns walked over to return Madame Maxime's students. Gabrielle was positively glowing, riding on Fokran's broad back as she clung to his fur. Fleur bid farewell to Eric's group with a polite curtsy before returning to her headmistress's side. With a soft ripple of magic, Fokran teleported Simon, Edwina, and Eric home, startling the nearby French students who gasped at the display. Eric later joined Harry, Daphne, and Luna as they would be attending campsite celebrated into the night. When he arrived, he burst into laughter. The Weasley twins and Sirius stood before him, entirely green skin, hair, everything, wearing leprechaun outfits. The twins and Sirius clearly had the same prank idea, Harry explained between laughs. Daphne and Luna shook their heads in exasperation at the boys while Eric laughed until his sides hurt. A/N, I think the romance will really start to bloom this year. Let's see if I'm any good at writing it. Here is my extensive research on Daphne. For the scholars. Powers Stones and reviews please. Chapter 64, The Night Turns Dark. The celebrations after the match were in full swing. The adults gathered around a large bonfire, drinking and laughing, while Sirius danced among them in his full leprechaun outfit, green hat bouncing wildly. "Oh, I met a leprechaun down by the pub. He winked at me and asked for some grub. With a hat so green and boots so bright. He danced on the table all through the night." Sirius twirled dramatically, tossing handfuls of actual gold coins into the crowd. "Hide your gold, your socks, your shoe," he sang as people cheered and clapped. Eric laughed uncontrollably as Luna sat beside him, her smile wide. Nearby, Daphne and Hermione danced with wild abandon, weaving colorful fireworks and shimmering lights into the air with their wands. Eric and Luna decided to wander through the campsite, watching families celebrate. Eric occasionally handed out small enchanted trinkets to children or performed simple magical tricks, delighting the younger kids. When they were far enough from the noise, Luna suddenly stepped in front of him, hands tucked behind her back and mischief in her eyes. "I saw you in my dream," she said softly, tilting her head. Eric smirked, waving his hand casually. "I was just passing by." Luna pouted and leaned closer. "I don't know what you did, but the world looked different after that." Her voice was quiet but filled with wonder. "It's like my mind was filling in blanks before, so I could understand what I saw. Now I can see things as they really are." Eric grew thoughtful. "Is it better?" Luna nodded, her expression serene. "Yes. I can tell what's real now, and what isn't." He didn't fully understand what she meant, but he smiled. "I'm happy for you." For a moment, Luna just stared at him, then suddenly hugged him tight. "How did you just walk into my dream?" she asked, eyes wide with confusion. Eric rubbed her head affectionately. "Like I said, I was just passing by." Luna gave him a playful thump on the chest, then sighed, rising up on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear. "Thank you." She kissed his cheek quickly and skipped a step back, leaving Eric smiling as they walked back to the camp hand in hand. Well, Luna skipped while Eric walked. Daphne spotted them returning and grinned, grabbing both their hands to pull them into the dancing circle. The three of them jumped around, laughing. Suddenly, a scream cut through the night. Everyone froze. Sirius and Arthur immediately dashed toward the sound while Molly gathered the children. "Stay close to me. Do not wander off," she ordered, her face serious. Sirius and Arthur sprinted through the darkened campsite, stopping abruptly when they saw several tents ablaze. Hooded figures in black robes and silver masks were casting destructive spells, sending campers fleeing in terror. A young wizard, barely in his 20s, stood protectively in front of an elderly Muggle woman, wand raised. "You steal our magic and dare taint our world with Muggle filth," one Death Eater roared, firing a red curse. The young wizard deflected it, desperation and anger in his eyes. "Please, just leave my mother alone." Before the Death Eater could fire again, Sirius burst onto the scene. A crackling bolt of blue electricity shot from his wand, striking the attacker and sending him flying backward with a scream. The other masked wizards turned on Sirius instantly. Arthur rushed forward, shielding the mother and son with a protective charm and guiding them to safety. One Death Eater hesitated, his distorted voice echoing. "Sirius Black." Sirius glanced down, realizing his enchanted leprechaun hat had fallen off. He shrugged with a smirk. "Guilty." The Death Eater sounded confused. "What are you doing here? Join us." "You're clearly not very well informed," Sirius said dryly. "How about, fuck off?" He slashed his wand, sending a stream of searing fire that knocked another Death Eater to the ground. "Two down," he muttered before casting a powerful protego, deflecting a volley of curses. Arthur rejoined him, wand blazing, as ministry workers scrambled to evacuate the panicked crowd. More Death Eaters surged forward, forcing Sirius and Arthur into a defensive retreat. Snarling, Sirius pulled a small wooden bead from his pocket and hurled it into the midst of their attackers. The bead exploded with a burst of blue lightning, throwing the masked figures back. Their enchanted robes absorbed most of the damage, but several fell groaning to the ground. Arthur fought fiercely, though sweat streamed down his face and bruises marred his arms. 3 Death Eaters closed in on him, until one collapsed with a scream, hit by a blazing incendio. The young wizard from before had returned, vengeance in his eyes. His spells were sharp and furious, pushing back his opponent with skill while helping Arthur regain ground. With their numbers dwindling and ministry reinforcements closing in, the Death Eaters grew desperate. One stepped back and raised his wand to the sky. A sickly green light erupted, forming a massive skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, the Dark Mark. "Fall back," one of them shouted. They grouped together, dragging their unconscious comrades. With a series of sharp cracks, they disapparated just as the ministry arrived. Sirius slipped a fresh black enchanted hat from his pouch and tugged it onto his head. The officials halted, stunned, staring at the glowing mark in the sky with fear and disbelief. Arthur didn't waste a second. "Put out the fires. Triage the wounded. Start accounting for everyone," he barked, voice hoarse but commanding. One official looked like he wanted to argue, but the bloodshot intensity in Arthur's eyes silenced him. They scattered to follow orders. Arthur turned to the young wizard, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "That was reckless, but thank you, son." The boy bowed his head respectfully. "You saved my mother. I can never repay that kindness." Arthur gave a weary chuckle. "Just take care of her." Sirius stepped up, shaking the young man's hand and slipping him a small card. "If you ever need help, contact me at this address." The young wizard nodded gratefully before parting ways with the two. Sirius glanced at Arthur. Come on. Molly and the kids will be worried sick. Arthur nodded grimly, and together they hurried back toward the tents as the dark mark still glimmered ominously above the night sky. A/N, please give me your thoughts on the chapter. Power stones and reviews are always appreciated. Watch out, a leprechaun Sirius might visit you tonight. Chapter 65, Cocoon. On the other side of the battle with the Death Eaters, Molly stood guard over the children, ensuring their safety. Everyone stayed close together, wands at the ready, and Molly's protective presence kept even Fred and George from wandering off in search of adventure. Eric was alert, wand raised, ready for any threat. Luna was beside him, eyes wide and scanning every shadow. I'm going to help the people here, Eric said to Molly, determination in his voice. No, she said, voice stern and unwavering. We stay together. Eric let out a resigned sigh. I can protect myself. He moved to a child who had fallen, gently cleaning the wound and performing precise healing magic. Molly looked on, her heart softening. She didn't have the courage to object as Luna, Daphne, and Harry began assisting the injured. Ginny gave Harry a determined nod, rushing to help him wherever she could. Molly's eyes swept across the chaos. People ran in panic, faces twisted in shock or pain. Bloodied hands reached for help, and the flickering lights from the main battle, where Arthur had sprinted off, illuminated the scene in unnatural, broken pulses. Even the other children hesitated, unsure what to do, before eventually following her example. Molly herself stepped fully into action, organizing the frightened, protecting the vulnerable, moving with authority. Eric guided them toward the temporary shelter established by the ministry, forming perimeters, ensuring no one wandered too far, guarding against any unforeseen danger. Once most of the civilians were safely inside the perimeter, he looked around for his companions. Everyone was accounted for, but Luna was not. Panic rose briefly, but he quickly spotted her silhouette slipping toward the trees. Without hesitation, he ran after her, catching up as she ventured deeper into the forest. He gently took her hand and turned her back. Where are you going? He asked. Luna blinked, coming back from some distant trance. There's something there, she murmured, pointing further into the dark woods. You should go back to the shelter, I will check whatever it is, Eric said, glancing at the shelter. She shook her head. Whatever it is, it's dark, she said. I'll come with you. Eric exhaled, half in frustration, half in exasperation. One day, you'll be the death of me. Luna let out a soft, mischievous giggle and clasped his hand. Let's do it. She led the way. At his signal, Chaya slipped from Eric's sleeve, coiling snugly around Luna's neck, radiating warmth. Luna felt Chaya's heat against her skin and gave Eric a smile. They pressed deeper into the forest, where shadows thickened and the temperature dropped sharply. The air grew heavy and cold, carrying an acrid, metallic tang. In the center of a small clearing, a thing squatted, pulsing like an obscene heartbeat. It resembled a cocoon, swollen, lumpy, grotesque, but the surface stretched thin over writhing shapes within. Its flesh was mottled gray and black, slick with viscous ooze that dripped steadily onto the dirt below, hissing as it touched the ground, as if the earth itself recoiled. Thick, veined tendrils unfurled like diseased roots, wrapping around the surrounding trees. Wherever they touched, bark split and blackened, oozing pitch. Impaled along those tendrils hung corpses, skin stripped away, muscles torn and stretched, faces frozen in silent, eternal screams. Jaws were cracked wide, tongues shriveled and blackened, eyes staring blankly into nothing. The ground beneath the horror was carved with jagged, arcane symbols, packed with bone dust and coagulated matter. Blood had soaked the soil until it formed a thick, black sludge. Chaya quickly wrapped herself over Luna's eyes before she could drink in the full atrocity. Eric moved to shield her, stepping in front of her to block the view. When he lifted Chaya from her eyes for a brief moment, he cupped Luna's cheeks in his hands. You will stay back, with Chaya, he said, voice firm yet gentle. I will deal with that, and I will return. She instinctively glanced over his shoulder, but his hand moved her face to prevent her from seeing. Do not take too long, she whispered, clutching his wrists. Eric nodded once, covering her with his body, pacing her head on his cheek so she will not be able to see. They moved slightly further back, Chaya radiating a soft, comforting heat. He conjured a platform of leaves for Luna to sit upon, with a wave of his hand. He then took out his wand and circled around her once, waving his wand as patterns were formed in the ground, they shimmered one and then disappeared. Do not leave this area until I return, he instructed, then stepped cautiously toward the clearing. Eric then returned to the area, looking back at intervals to see Luna was just sitting there with Chaya in her arms. Eric bent slightly over a corpse, examining it carefully. A dark mark crawled across its arm. They sacrificed their own, he thought. Some had fangs, vampires, perhaps, or werewolves. Then, a cracking noise drew his full attention. The cocoon at the center of the clearing twisted violently, making a sound like bones snapping under immense pressure. With a tearing, wet crack, it split open. A massive shape lurched out, moving in jerky, horrifying motions. 8 limbs stabbed into the soil with enough force to leave deep scars. Its legs were long, warped, barbed at the joints, built for impaling and tearing. Grass blackened where it touched, and the earth beneath rotted instantly. The thing raised its head slowly. Clusters of glossy black eyes glimmered, cold and sharp like shards of obsidian. Mandibles spread wide, jagged, dripping, lined with serrated edges, and the creature shrieked. The sound was high, piercing, and brutal, like metal nails dragged across brittle bone, echoing off the trees and making the clearing itself feel smaller, suffocating. Eric stepped back, measuring his distance. He was not afraid, disgusted, yes, and wary, but fear had no place here. A mutated acromantula, he noted clinically, eyes locking with the creature's. The monstrous thing crouched low, muscles tensing, its gaze fixated on him like a predator sizing up its prey. Its 8 limbs twitched, barbs scraping into the ground, ready to lunge. A/N, I tried adding a bit of gore, please leave feedback. Power stones and reviews please. Chapter 66, The Spider Thing. The creature did not pounce right away. Its many eyes twitched and shifted, scanning every direction. Around the clearing, the corpses began to groan and stir. Their skin bloated grotesquely, oozing foul liquid from every pore. Bones ripped free from torsos with sickening cracks. Some corpses had their jaws split down the middle, revealing rows of needle-like teeth dripping venom. One twisted corpse collapsed to the ground and reshaped itself into a 6-legged wolf of bone and rotting sinew, its skeletal limbs scraping against each other as it threw back its head and hauled at the sky. The other abominations gathered near their master, circling in eerie silence, predator eyes fixed on Eric. The mutated acromantula's focus shifted, its gaze locking on him, until a soft hoot echoed through the darkness. A brown owl with black, star-like eyes swooped into the clearing, landing on a branch behind Eric. "Dune, do not come closer," Eric warned sharply, his voice calm but commanding. "There is dark magic in this place." The owl hooted in protest, concern evident in its call. "Use your powers to help from afar," Eric ordered, wand raised in his right hand as silver wisps of flame shimmered around his left. Dune gave an acknowledging hoot. The acromantula crouched low, massive frame coiled like a spring. With a thunderous crack, it surged forward, the ground trembling beneath its charge. Eric darted to the side, weaving a protego with his wand. As the creature barreled past, it lashed out its hind legs, launching thick black webs that anchored to the ground, halting its momentum with a gust of wind. It spun in place with terrifying speed, its claws tearing at the air and hammering against the shield. The protego held, but only barely. The magical force behind the strike pushed Eric back a step, boots skidding against the dirt. The creature growled, leaning closer, its many eyes burning with alien rage. Eric met its gaze without a flicker of fear, lips curling into a smirk. Then his silver flame erupted outward, forming into a coiling serpent of living fire that lunged at the acromantula. The wolf abomination sprang forward, intercepting the serpent mid-strike. Green energy shimmered across its form, shielding it from instant immolation. The two forces clashed, snapping and writhing like predators locked in combat. Another undead monstrosity lunged at Eric, its split jaws gaping wide, only to be halted midair by an invisible force and flung back violently. Dune's hoot rang out from above, the owl's power bending space itself to protect Eric. The acromantula struck again, its claws sweeping forward. Eric countered, sending ice shards from his free hand and razor-sharp severing charms from his wand. The beast shattered the ice with shocking speed, forcing Eric to adapt. With a sharp motion, he transmuted the ground, jagged spikes erupting upward beneath its bulk. Meanwhile, 2 more undead joined the wolf, harassing the silver serpent as it battled fiercely, fire and corruption intertwined. The acromantula screeched and spat venom, a corrosive jet arcing toward Eric. A sudden ripple in the air met it, Dune's invisible barrier catching the attack and sending the venom splattering harmlessly to the ground. Eric's expression hardened. His eyes shifted into serpentine slits, a flower-like pattern glowing faintly within the iris. Frost condensed around his hand as he formed an ice blade, gleaming in the moonlight. He surged forward. Blade met claw in a clash of strength and speed, each strike ringing like metal on stone. Venom hissed against silver fire as they traded blows, the air alive with magic and fury. Whenever the creature's second claw darted in for a sneak attack, Eric would transmute the ground beneath it into sudden walls or spikes, thwarting its movements. Dune's spatial magic warped reality nearby, preventing any flank attacks. With a sweeping motion of his wand, glowing runes flared to life beneath the acromantula, massive ice spikes erupting upward and impaling its legs and torso. Boiling, acidic blood spilled onto the earth, sizzling as it ate through the ground. The beast thrashed and roared. Eric began whispering in Parselmouth, his voice low and commanding. The creature paused, shuddering, then ripped its own limbs free from the ice in a desperate bid for escape. It lunged again, but Eric met it head-on, his blade catching another swipe. Acid spewed toward him, but Dune's barrier held firm. The clearing erupted in green light as new runes ignited beneath their feet. From the soil rose serpents with the same flower-patterned eyes as Eric. They slithered forward, unnatural and silent. The acromantula tore off one of its own claws and hurled it like a spear. Eric didn't see it coming until a sharp metallic clang rang out. The claw fell harmlessly to the ground. A thin, invisible layer of magic clung to Eric's body, protecting him. With a final burst of speed, Eric severed another limb, his blade cutting clean through. The creature howled in agony. The summoned serpents wrapped around its body, and then combusted into ashwinders, their living fire burning only the beast, leaving the surroundings untouched. The monster shrieked and flailed, rolling wildly as the silver flames devoured it. Eric pressed the attack, carving away limb after regenerating limb. Suddenly, a bone spike shot from the wound in its torso. At the same moment, a brown feather streaked through the air, intercepting it mid-flight and sending it clattering uselessly to the ground, Dune's perfect aim saving Eric. The silver flame returned to Eric, its task complete. The remaining undead burned to ash, their twisted forms gone. The acromantula staggered, hatred blazing in its remaining eyes. Its maw opened wide, and a green flash burst forth, the killing curse, fired like a cannon. The silver flame devoured the curse mid-air, pulsing once before surging forward in a blinding flash of green-silver light. The creature screamed as it dissolved into boiling, toxic blood, its death cry echoing through the forest. Eric did not stop chanting. Golden light bled into the clearing as his eyes briefly turned molten gold, runes spreading outward across the corrupted earth. Far away, Luna clutched Chaya tightly, staring toward the battle with wide, worried eyes. "I don't need protection," Luna whispered, her voice trembling. "You can go help him." Chaya hissed softly, slithering around Luna's neck to comfort her instead. Her golden eyes flared suddenly as she turned sharply toward the battlefield. When the corruption was fully contained, Eric called Dune down. The owl landed lightly in front of him. "I need you to form a pulling force," Eric said gently, rubbing her head. Dune rose higher, wings beating as spatial magic rippled through the air. Eric continued chanting in Parcel tongue, drawing the dark energy into a whirling vortex of runes above the clearing. The black energy slowly purified, condensing into a white sphere of pure essence. Eric retrieved a small bird's egg from a nearby tree, pressing it against the sphere, merging the two. A/N, please give your thoughts on the action of the chapter. Power stones and reviews please. Chapter 67, Across the Shore. Eric took a deep breath as Duna landed in front of him, her wings kicking up a sharp gust of wind. He rubbed her head fondly and gave her a tight hug. "Thank you, girl," he said softly. Duna hooted in joy, nuzzling her beak against his shoulder before stepping back. Luna saw Eric approaching and ran toward him at full speed. She leapt at him, nearly knocking him over, her arms wrapping around him as she frantically looked him over for wounds. When she found none, she exhaled in visible relief, her grip loosening. "What was it? What were you fighting?" Luna asked, looking up at him with wide eyes. Eric just shrugged casually. "A big spider." Before she could ask more questions, he held up a small wooden box. "It left a gift for you," he said with a small, knowing smile. Luna blinked in surprise, then carefully took the box and opened it. Inside lay a grayish egg with faint red sparkles glimmering beneath the shell. She looked from the egg back to Eric, wonder clear on her face. "Keep it by a window, in the box with the lid open. It should hatch in about a week," Eric instructed matter-of-factly. Luna's lips curved into a gentle smile. Closing the box, she reached for his hand and laced her fingers with his. "Let's go." The others must be worried. The two of them walked back to the shelter in comfortable silence, the tension of the past few minutes slowly ebbing away. Meanwhile, far away in Nightshade Castle, Simon walked through the silent halls alongside Thimril. They entered the sacred chamber containing the statue of Makara. Thimril bowed deeply, then slipped out, leaving Simon alone. Simon smiled faintly and closed his eyes. "You don't need to come all the way here just to speak to me," came Makara's voice, smooth and calm. Simon opened his eyes. "It's become something of a ritual by now," he said with a quiet chuckle. Makara smiled, and for a moment, God and men sat together like equals, bound by a bond far older than words. Fokran padded up to Makara, tail wagging lightly. Makara stroked the wolf's head with one feather-tipped finger, and Fokran gave a pleased huff before bounding off to play with other spirits drifting through the divine realm. "Another journey?" Makara asked casually. Simon nodded. "Last one for me alone." Makara's hummed with understanding. "So be it." Simon paused, his expression thoughtful. "Last time I went, I felt someone watching me." Makara's tone turned cold with disdain. "Some pests from that world. We've dealt with them." The sheer contempt in Makara's voice made Simon chuckle. "Good," he said simply, before his attention shifted to a glowing doorway that appeared beside him. Without hesitation, he stepped through. Simon emerged once more inside Nightshade Castle, but something was different. He moved through the halls, noting familiar details, until he reached a window and looked out. The view outside had changed entirely. In the distance stood a colossal Nagavriksha tree, so vast its roots seemed to descend into the depths of hell, while its canopy touched the very heavens. The Nagavriksha tree Simon had walked past moments ago was also giant but not as heaven-defying as this was. Villages surrounded the island's base, alive and thriving. Fokran appeared beside Simon, his hackles raised as he sniffed the air curiously. Together, they exited the castle. One of the nearby trees shifted, branches twisting and reshaping until it became Thimril, now appearing far older and infinitely more powerful. Thimril bowed deeply, and Simon inclined his head in acknowledgement. Above, the skies teemed with wonder. Dragons and phoenixes soared gracefully, some small and darting like swallows, while others were so immense they cast entire villages into shadow as they passed. Simon rose into the air, flying alongside Thimril. From above, he saw mountains where titanic dragons slumbered and mist-crowned peaks glittering with elemental environments. They descended at the edge of a bustling town. Streets overflowed with people of every shape and color, their voices rising in a joyous hum. Children ran and played until they caught sight of Simon and Thimril, freezing mid-stride with wide eyes. As Simon entered the town, the crowd parted. Whispers spread, and countless eyes turned toward him with reverence. An elderly merchant stumbled out of his shop, falling to his knees. His hands trembled as tears welled in his eyes. "All these years, my lord," the men said hoarsely. "And you look as though we last shared supper only yesterday." Simon laughed softly, kneeling to help him rise. "Hardly, old friend. Look closely, you'll see the white hairs creeping in." He held up a single black strand amidst his other dark hair, making the crowd laugh through their tears. The merchant chuckled. "Ah, if only I had such troubles." Laughter spread through the crowd, and Simon joined in warmly. He lingered for a while, exchanging stories, while Fokran played happily with a group of children. Eventually, Simon departed, waving goodbye with a fond smile. "We have a guest, my lord," Thimril said suddenly, his voice more serious now. Simon arched an eyebrow. "Oh." Lightning flashed, and in an instant, they were standing at the very edge of the island. A thick fog stretched endlessly before them, the dark shapes of massive sea creatures gliding beneath the surface. Thimril raised his hand, parting the fog to reveal a narrow, straight path across the water. Far ahead, a small ship appeared, its black sails fluttering. The moment the path opened, the ship began moving toward them, but it crawled forward at an agonizingly slow pace. "This is taking too long," Simon muttered, lips pressing into a thin line. With a wave of Thimril's hand, the wind surged. The ship's sails billowed, and the waves pushed it swiftly forward. When it finally docked, a lone figure descended. He was an old man with stark white hair, walking with slow, deliberate steps. The moment his eyes landed on Simon, he froze, stunned. For a long heartbeat, he simply stared. Simon smirked. "Good to see you, Flame Brain. You finally got up from that spiky chair to greet an old friend." The old man's face broke into a grin before he laughed loudly. "You could have made it more comfortable. But no, you had to sit on an island." The two clasped hands firmly, both smiling like they'd shed decades in that moment. At a gesture from the old man, two elderly women emerged from the ship, supported by a silver-haired young man and woman. More crew followed, their heads bowed respectfully as they disembarked. "They are good men and women who have suffered much," the old man said quietly, looking toward the crew. "I hope they can stay." Simon gave a careless shrug. "You've already got 1.5 feet in the grave. Let them take care of you for the brief time you will live." Relief softened the old man's face, and he let out a weary breath. "I should have died in my own kingdom," he muttered. "Now I'll have to endure every jest you make about me as long as I live." The two elderly women chuckled at his misery, clearly amused. Simon's grin widened. "Come now, let's eat. Wouldn't want this old fool to die on the shore." Lightning flashed, and they were gone, leaving only the whisper of waves behind. A/N, I'm pretty sure most of you already know who these people are, but I'm just being unnecessarily cryptic. Power stones and reviews, please. Chapter 68, The Sleep of Dragons. Gasps filled the air as the group was suddenly transported outside a small town on the island. The crew fell to their knees, bowing low, trembling at the display of magic. To them, this could only be the work of a god. Simon glanced around, calm and composed, and approached one of the townsfolk. "Is there someone in charge here?" he asked. The man nodded quickly and returned with a middle-aged figure, introducing him as the town chief. "Would it be an inconvenience to take these people in?" Simon asked politely. The town chief smiled and shook his head. "We lack for nothing here. It will not be a problem." "Good man. Simon patted him on the shoulder before turning back to the crew. A few townsfolk were already helping them up, gently explaining the nature of the island to them. Soon after, Simon sat with his guests in a garden beside a tranquil lake. Cushions had been arranged for seating, and plates of snacks and tea were laid out. The old man at Simon's side took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and began introductions. This is Veilira, my elder daughter. A graceful young woman rose and gave a brief bow. She is born of Rainies, he added before gesturing to the boy beside her. And this is Darian, my younger son, also born of Rainies. The boy bowed stiffly. Simon smiled at the two of them. I had planned to come here with my wives, live out the rest of my days in peace. But these two little devils caught wind of it and insisted on joining us, claiming they would care for us. His words carried no real anger, only fondness. The siblings sipped their tea quietly, as if their lives depended on it. One of the older women with them pinched Veilira's cheek. My husband has spoken of your nature, she said carefully. Still, we do not wish to impose if our presence brings you inconvenience. Simon waved a hand dismissively. None at all. Oh, he paused mid-sentence, blinking. Where are my manners? Call me Visenya, the woman finished for herself, dipping her head. Simon nodded in acknowledgement. As I said, no inconvenience. Though, he glanced at the old man with mock solemnity, I suspect he'll keel over any moment now, so I doubt it'll be a burden. Veilira let out a small laugh, while Darian gaped at him in shock. And as for the rest of you, Simon continued smoothly, our castle lacks nothing. You are welcome there as long as you wish. Oh, he tilted his head. Actually, I think he's already dead. The old man, who had been calmly gazing at the lake, exhaled sharply. Will you stop that? I've good years left in me still, he said, exasperated. Simon chuckled. If you say so. He leaned back and waved a hand. Tell me of your exploits since our last meeting. Aegon studied him for a long moment before nodding and beginning his tale. When last we met, I had just taken Casterly Rock, he began, his voice carrying a practiced weight. His children listened with rapt attention. Next came Dorne. That damned toad would have torn my heart out, had it not been for the talisman you gave me. Toads are a scourge, Simon said solemnly, sipping his tea. Aegon gave a sharp nod and continued recounting his conquests until, finally, he leaned back with a tired sigh. I leave Dorne for my descendants to conquer. I have done my part. He reached for a snack, savoring it in silence. Simon's gaze drifted toward Veilira and Darian. The two seemed deep in thought until Veilira suddenly spoke. Father, if you met Lord Simon 2 years into your conquest, then he should be, she stopped, unsure how to finish. Aegon shrugged. Don't ask me. I only discovered his immortality when I saw him today. Veilira pouted at his nonchalance. Aegon turned suddenly serious, looking at Simon. You will remain here for my final years, yes. Simon shook his head. No. I'll need to leave before then. Aegon frowned. Where would you go? Simon scratched his head, searching for words. It's complicated. It might be centuries before I return. The words hung heavily in the air. Aegon's wives exchanged troubled glances, while his children sat in stunned silence. Finally, Aegon asked the question that had been burning in his mind. Are you a god? Simon burst out laughing. No. Nothing like that. I just plan to be with my family for a while. Next time I come, it'll be with them. Aegon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is there a way for us to be here when you return? His voice held a rare note of hesitation. Simon froze, caught off guard by the request. He understood what Aegon truly wanted, to live out his last days with family and friends, free of duty and conquest. I may have a way, my lord, Thimril said quietly from the side, drawing their attention. Think you can stomach skipping centuries, he asked Aegon directly. Aegon's eyes narrowed. Would it be like sleeping until he returns? Thimril nodded. Exactly. You will close your eyes one night and open them to a new era. Aegon turned to his wives. They shared a silent conversation in their gazes before nodding. Seeing that, Veilira and Darian also gave their consent. Aegon looked between Simon and Thimril, then raised his cup of wine high. Then let us feast tonight. And awaken in a new age. The others raised their glasses, the garden filled with the mingling sound of laughter and clinking cups, the weight of centuries hanging just beyond the horizon. The next day Aegon and his family were in a room in the castle sleeping in beds, side by side as runes and glowed above them and roots covered their bodies. Take care of them, and enhance them if you can. Simon said to Thimril as the guardian bowed, as you command, my lord. Simon entered a door and returned to his family. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 69, Legion Born. The school year would begin tomorrow, and Eric had a promise to fulfill to his mother. Eric and Edwina walked through the shadowed halls of Nightshade Castle, their steps. As they neared Thimrel's towering form, Eric raised his voice. "Please take us to that island again," he said, his tone calm. Before the Guardian could respond, another voice echoed through the hall. "What island?" Simon asked, striding toward them, his sword resting casually at his hip. Edwina's lips curved into a small smile. "Eric told me there's a place where I can train my new powers." Simon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I was planning to train with my sword myself. May I join you?" Eric shrugged, giving him a sidelong glance. "I suppose." Thimrel gave a smile, and with a flash of lightning, the three of them vanished. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared on the forsaken island where Thimrel had once farmed Dementors, an island that had left Eric standing slack-jawed in stunned disbelief the first time he'd seen it. The moment they arrived, a horde of Dementors surged toward them like a living storm, eager to feed. "I thought we wiped them out last time," Eric said, raising an eyebrow. Thimrel's deep voice rolled like distant thunder. "The land here is bathed in ancient bloodshed. Tragedy lingers like mist at dawn. It breeds darkness unending. This land can form endless armies of dark creatures." Eric and Simon exchanged a glance. Within moments, the Dementors fell before them, leaving behind only a heap of cracked crystals and tattered cloaks. And just as Eric expected from the dead Treeline emerged two distinct forces, a pack of massive wolf-like horrors with eyes of molten iron, and an army of serpentine monstrosities with gleaming fangs. They hissed and growled, forming a dark wall of violence and hunger, hesitating only for a moment before closing in. Edwina's smile sharpened as her green eyes shifted into the intricate flower pattern of her gift. Simon drew his sword with a low, resonant ring. "I'll take the wolves." "You take the snakes?" he asked, glancing at his wife. Edwina nodded, emerald fire flashing in her eyes. For a moment, Simon was utterly captivated by her radiance. Then he shook himself free of distraction, crouched low, and launched himself forward. His jump cracked the air like a whip. He landed in the midst of the wolf pack with a roar, his sword flashing in vicious arcs. Dark red blood sprayed as he carved through them, moving like a storm-given form. Edwina, in contrast, didn't take a single step. Her eyes deepened in hue as she exhaled softly. A pale gray mist unfurled from her lips, creeping across the battlefield. Wherever it touched, the serpents froze, their frenzied hisses dying into an eerie, unnatural silence. One by one, their eyes shifted to mirror her flower pattern. Their hunger faded, replaced by a chilling, reverent calm. Simon caught sight of this in the corner of his eye and muttered, "Show off," under his breath. Edwina only smiled sweetly and gave him a little wave, while Simon's muscles strained as he continued to cleave through the relentless wolves. Simon cast no spells. When overwhelmed, he thrust his free hand outward, releasing concussive bursts of raw force to fling the beasts away. His strength was already immense, dragonborn and amplified by the ether veil. But these wolves were no ordinary foes. Their hides were as hard as stone, their speed blinding, and their jaws capable of crushing steel. Simon grinned fiercely. This was the challenge he craved. Wolves fell one after another, painting the battlefield in a gruesome tapestry of crimson and black. Meanwhile, Edwina's army moved towards her in perfect formation, bound to her will. "Look closely, Eric," she said, her voice serene amid the chaos. "I can now command them freely and store them within the oculi viridiflora dimension. Their energy can be added to mine, or they can serve as an army." "What will you do with them?" Eric asked. Edwina tilted her head slightly. "Their energy alone isn't worth much, the whole army might make a difference. Although they will be better used if I have to face an army, even individually they will be a challenge for adult wizards." They both turned to glance at Simon, who was still cutting through the wolf pack like a force of nature. "This will take a while, won't it?" Eric murmured. Edwina sighed softly. "Yes." Hours later. It took nearly 6 hours for the final wolf to fall. While Simon fought, Eric and Edwina had conjured a small table nearby, sipping tea and sharing snacks as they waited, laughter echoing across the battlefield. Simon finally returned to them, his breathing heavy but controlled, his grip on his sword loose. Despite the grueling fight, his clothes were pristine and not a single cut marred his skin, thanks to the ether veil's protection. Edwina stepped forward, kissed him lightly, and handed him a potion to aid his recovery. "My new friends tell me there are older, stronger creatures here," she said with a glint in her eyes. "Shall we greet them as well?" Simon nodded silently. Edwina stored the serpent army within her dimension, and the family took to the air, soaring across the island with Edwina leading the way. They landed before a cave blackened with scorch marks, surrounded by withered plants and scattered bones. Inside, two titanic beasts were locked in primal combat, a colossal serpent and an immense wolf. The snake spat streams of sizzling acid while the wolf unleashed black fire from its maw. Their bodies crashed together with bone-shaking force. The moment the three intruders entered, the creatures froze, turning their fury toward the newcomers. A metallic, burning stench filled the cavern. Edwina's eyes flared brilliantly, and within moments, the great serpent fell under her sway. Its thrashing slowed until it coiled peacefully at her side. "I'll absorb this one's energy into my own," she murmured to Eric, who nodded in understanding. Simon, meanwhile, was already grappling with the monstrous wolf barehanded. He held its massive jaws apart, muscles bulging, then drove a knee into its chest with a thunderous crack. Each strike sent shockwaves rattling through the cavern. Eric casually reinforced the walls with transfiguration to prevent a collapse. "Do you want this one as a pet?" he asked dryly. "Fokrin's enough for me," Simon replied with a chuckle. 10 grueling minutes later, the beast finally collapsed, lifeless. Simon wiped his brow, grinning. "I do need a wolf fur coat, though." He stored the massive corpse in a bottomless pouch, and the family turned to leave the cave. A/N, reviews and Power Stone, please. Chapter 70, Young Acolyte. In a castle in France that Voldemort was using as his hiding place, a meeting was taking place between him and his Death Eaters. Voldemort sat at the head of the long, shadowed table, a smile spreading across his serpentine face as his red eyes swept over the gathered figures. "I have the best of news for you," he hissed, his voice smooth and venomous. The smile widened, sharp and cruel. "The new pureblood, one of our youth, has joined our ranks." He deliberately turned his gaze on the cowering Lucius Malfoy, savoring the flicker of dread in the man's pale eyes. "Draco Malfoy will be joining our cause." Bellatrix let out a delighted laugh, clapping wildly as the doors opened. Draco entered the room, head bowed, his step small and hesitant. His face was pale, bloodshot eyes betraying sleepless nights and strain. Voldemort rose gracefully, gliding across the room with a predator's ease. As he passed Lucius, he glanced down at him, enjoying the way the older Malfoy tried and failed to mask his despair. "Come, my boy," Voldemort said softly, almost kindly, as he patted Draco's back and drew him to the forefront of the gathering. Bellatrix leapt from her seat, embracing Draco with a laugh of manic glee. "Your life has a higher purpose now," she declared, her voice rising in feverish adoration. Voldemort nodded in approval, turning back to the others. "We now have a loyal acolyte within Hogwarts," he announced, his tone swelling with triumph. "I cannot share the details with you yet," he continued, his voice dipping into a dark whisper, "but he will be opening a path for us to strike at the very heart of our enemy. We will take the castle, and kill Dumbledore." Voldemort spat the name as though it burned his tongue. "Dumbledore, however, is no longer my equal," Voldemort said coldly. "Not after my ascension." As if summoned by his words, Nagini glided into the chamber, her massive form hovering unnaturally in the air. The temperature dropped instantly, a chill slithering across the room as several Death Eaters shivered in terror. "It is not only Dumbledore who must fall," Voldemort hissed. His crimson eyes flared as he snarled, "It is the blood traitor family of Simon Hawthorne." A crushing pressure descended over the room, suffocating and heavy. The Death Eaters whimpered and bowed their heads lower, trembling under the weight of his fury. "He will help us bring that family to justice," Voldemort said, drawing a sharp, steadying breath. The oppressive magic receded slightly, allowing the cowed figures to breathe again. Draco stared fixedly at the ground, forcing his mind into a cold, disciplined calm. Every ounce of occlumency training he possessed was being pushed to its limits, layer after layer of mental shields slamming into place to hide his true thoughts. Voldemort did not notice or perhaps, did not care. He leaned close to Draco, his voice a silken whisper meant for his ears alone. "Go, son. Bring me that boy." A collective breath seemed to release from the room. Several Death Eaters looked at Draco with admiration and envy, their gazes filled with twisted reverence. All except Lucius. Lucius sat rigid, his fists clenched so tightly the knuckles had turned white, his eyes squeezed shut. He understood perfectly. Voldemort was punishing him for losing the Horcrux by humiliating him and endangering his only child. Lucius forced himself to look up, desperately smothering the tears that threatened to surface. He could not give the Dark Lord that satisfaction. "What of Harry Potter?" one Death Eater ventured timidly. Voldemort's lip curled in disdain. "His protections are gone. He will fall soon after Dumbledore." No one dared speak further. Voldemort's gaze slid to Barty Crouch Jr., who stiffened, shrinking back as if he could make himself invisible. "And what of your task?" Voldemort asked softly, dangerously. Barty dropped to his knees instantly, his forehead pressing against the ground. "Forgive me, my lord," he babbled. "Moody had taken the protection of the Hawthorns and escaped me. I failed you." Voldemort studied him with cold disinterest before flicking his hand. "No matter. There is little value in impersonating him now. Draco will suffice as my eyes within Hogwarts." He waved his hand lazily, and Barty's spine bent backward with an audible crack, pain lancing through his body. Barty gasped soundlessly but did not scream, clutching the table as Voldemort's magic held him. "Thank you, my lord," Barty croaked, the words trembling with both agony and gratitude for sparing his life. Satisfied, Voldemort released him. With another wave of his hand, the ceiling above them dissolved, revealing a star-scattered night sky. Nagini rose higher, and Voldemort lifted himself into the air beside her, the pair of them cutting a terrifying silhouette against the moonlight. As he ascended, Bellatrix fell to her knees, her voice breaking into a wild, ecstatic hymn of praise. The other Death Eaters followed suit, their bows deep and trembling as the Dark Lord vanished into the night. A/N, please give me your thoughts. Power Stone and reviews please. Chapter 71, The Boyfriend Talk. The Hawthorne family stood with Sirius and Harry at the train station, saying their goodbyes as the new school year began. Eric received a warm hug from Simon, Elder Hua, and finally Edwina, who, as always, gave her motherly advice to both Harry and Eric. Sirius grinned as he handed Harry a small pouch, leaning down to whisper about what was inside and how to play the game of pranks. The group moved toward the train together, joined along the way by Daphne, Hermione, and Luna. Luna clutched a wooden box with a bright, almost dreamy excitement. "Today is the day," she said with a smile as she met Eric's eyes, who smiled and nodded at her. They found an empty compartment and settled in just as Ron and Ginny rushed in moments before the train departed. Luna carefully set the box by the window, instantly drawing the attention of the other girls. Inside was an egg with a faint shimmer to its shell. "It's a gift from Eric," Luna explained. Daphne raised an eyebrow at Eric, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. "I hope the egg doesn't hatch into a pixie as some kind of prank." "He's not that cruel," Luna defended him immediately. Eric nodded solemnly, pretending to wipe away an imaginary tear at Luna's support. Daphne rolled her eyes and shook her head before scooping Chaya from Eric's lap to play with her, while Ginny was busy pampering Pyra. Across the compartment, Harry and Eric exchanged a look, their lips thinning in shared, unspoken grief. As Draco passed by in the corridor, Eric excused himself and slipped out to catch up with him. "Why do you look so gloomy?" Eric asked, keeping his tone casual. Draco glanced around to make sure they were alone before exhaling heavily. "What you said came true," Draco admitted grimly. "But there was an unexpected consequence." He yanked up his sleeve, revealing the dark mark burned into his skin. His voice trembled with anger. "The bold bastard branded me like livestock," Draco spat, his fist clenching, eyes red with rage. Eric studied the mark, his expression unreadable. "Does Aunt Narcissa know?" he asked with a small smirk. Draco glared, looking ready to punch him. "This isn't the time for jokes," he hissed. "Relax," Eric sighed, his smirk fading. "I'll find a way to remove it. Don't worry about that part." Draco's shoulders eased slightly at the promise. "So, what do we do?" he asked hesitantly. "He doesn't expect you to kill Dumbledore," Eric explained calmly. "He just wants to humiliate your family. That's his real game." Draco frowned deeply at that. "But," Eric added with a sly grin, "we can give the bold bastard a little hope, just enough to play him." He leaned closer and outlined his plan involving the vanishing cabinet. Draco listened, wary but intrigued. "He's stronger now," Draco said finally, his voice low and serious. "Much stronger than before. My father told me he's done something dark, crossed all boundaries." Eric's brow furrowed. "Tell me everything, every conversation you have with him and how he contacts you." Draco nodded. Relief flickered in his eyes when Eric patted his shoulder. "I won't let anything happen to you," Eric promised firmly. "What about my parents?" Draco asked, voice wavering. Eric's tone hardened. "Was your father among those who attacked after the World Cup?" Draco shook his head quickly. "No. He was against it. Even the Dark Lord didn't know about the attack beforehand." That caught Eric's attention. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Draco leaned closer, whispering, "Snakeface didn't mind the attack, though. He punished them hard for failing." Eric nodded slowly. "I won't lie to you, Draco. Their fate depends entirely on their actions going forward." Draco swallowed hard but nodded, a flicker of resolve in his expression. "Thank you for everything you've done for me," he said, hugging Eric briefly before pulling away to hide the emotion in his voice. Eric patted his back in silent reassurance, then returned to the compartment. Inside, everyone was laughing and eating lunch. Daphne handed him a sandwich without looking at him. "I got some for you too," she said flatly. "While you were off talking to your boyfriend." Eric grinned at the jab. "Want all the details?" he asked, making exaggerated kissing sounds. The girls make disgusted you notices in unison while the boys laughed. Eric made a dramatic hugging motion, puckering his lips ridiculously, making kissing noises. He then went towards Harry with open arms and puckered lips. Harry panicked and opened the window. "Take another step and I will jump," Harry warned, making Eric give up. Daphne went scarlet and threw a balled-up napkin at him. He had to coax her for the rest of the train ride, which only got worse when she heard him mutter under his breath. You started it. A/N, I will be trying to go a little slower in the pacing. Power stones and reviews please people. Chapter 72, Daphne's Defeat. Eric gave the Thestral some treats for pulling the carts, and the gentle creatures accepted them, nuzzling him affectionately and showing clear signs of fondness toward him. They reached Hogwarts with Daphne still ignoring Eric for most of the ride, only acknowledging his existence once they arrived at the castle. The sorting ceremony proceeded as usual, the first years entering like nervous ducklings, carefully following Professor McGonagall. Eric did not recognize any new students during the sorting and watched the proceedings with a mild air of disinterest, mostly chatting with Luna and Daphne as the students were placed in their respective houses. The feast was delicious, and Eric did his best to avoid glancing at the Gryffindor table, where Ron was eating his food like an animal. Why? Came a question from his side. Daphne asked the question from her soul after noticing Ron's behavior. Eric sighed and patted her head gently. He just forgets he is a member of society when food is in front of him, Eric muttered, noticing the grimace on Daphne's face and seeing that she seemed to have lost her appetite entirely. Don't think about it, Eric said. Daphne nodded solemnly, taking small, careful bites, her eyes never looking up. You have my respect, Ron Weasley, Eric muttered quietly, noting how frightened Daphne was to even glance at the boy. Hermione, however, could not contain herself after seeing Daphne's reaction across the table. She made a fist and brought it down sharply on Ron's head. Ron yelped in surprise and looked up, only to find Hermione scowling and Percy shooting a glare from across the table. Percy had been wearing a badge with his full name above his prefect badge just before the feast, his chin and nose held high in his usual prideful manner. Now, he had removed the badge and placed it in his pocket, giving Ron a death glare that could have frozen most anyone. Harry spoke before Hermione could. Ron, try and be aware of your environment. Ron looked embarrassed and nodded, trying to comply. You traumatized my friend, Ronald Weasley, Hermione whispered furiously, her tone sharp. Let's not go that far. This friend of yours seems a snob like you, Ron muttered back defensively. Hermione's frown slowly transformed into a grin. It's Daphne Greengrass, she said, emphasizing Daphne's full name, and Ron paled visibly. Even with your display, the food will taste better and I will have the best of dreams imagining what she'll be doing to you tomorrow, Hermione added, smiling sweetly, her words deliberate. Damn, Harry muttered from the side. Ron gulped, glancing anxiously at the timid-looking Daphne, and searching desperately for a way to escape school. There is nowhere to go, Harry added, his smirk sharpening. Nowhere to hide, and no savior for you, Ron. He looked at Ron with the kind of intensity that made him seem almost demonic. Eric will help me, Ron whispered, repeating the thought as if it were a prayer. He will, I know it. Ron then turned his gaze to Eric, who had clearly overheard the conversation. Just as their eyes met, Eric slid a finger along his neck with a wide grin. Eric saw first, Hermione whispered to Ron. At that exact moment, a loud clapping sound rang out as dessert appeared on the table. Might as well, Ron muttered, finally beginning to eat like a normal person, savoring every bite as if it were his last meal. After the feast, Dumbledore stood and clapped to get the students' attention. He looked around at the gathered students with a gentle smile and prepared to speak, when at that moment the doors opened and Moody entered. He walked awkwardly, his prosthetic leg creaking and cranking with every step, eyes wandering wildly as they scanned the hall. The younger students, especially first years, were slightly frightened by the erratic manner of his movements. Moody noticed this and consciously toned himself down to avoid scaring anyone as he made his way to his seat beside the other teachers. Let me start by introducing your new defense against the dark arts teacher, Alastair Moody, Dumbledore said, clapping lightly. The students followed suit, offering polite applause. He then turned to announce the Triwizard Tournament, and the hall erupted with cheers and whispered murmurs. For ensuring safety, only students above the age of 17 are allowed to put their names in the goblet, Dumbledore announced, his voice calm but firm. Are you joking? Came the voice of the Weasley twins, prompting laughter from some students and a sharp glare from Percy. No, kids, I assure you it is not a joke. I have a good one, if you'll allow me, Dumbledore continued calmly. Why don't ghosts like rain at Hogwarts? He asked, before McGonagall could intervene. The first years shook their heads adorably. Dumbledore chuckled softly. It dampens their spirits. The seniors groaned loudly enough for everyone to hear, but Eric and a handful of first years laughed. Why are you laughing? Daphne asked Eric in shock, her voice tinged with disbelief. Luna shared her amusement, giggling quietly. Because I don't wish to dampen Dumbledore's spirit, Eric said with a laugh. Daphne glared at Eric as if she was going to kill him. I made a bad joke, that doesn't mean I deserve to die, Eric added, observing the intensity of Daphne's stare. Even Daphne managed a small chuckle. I think I should tell jokes after every feast, Dumbledore said, catching some of the laughter. Please don't, the Weasley twins muttered in unison. Oh, the last rule, only one student from each school will be chosen, Dumbledore said, ignoring protests from the students. He returned to his seat with a calm, unshakable smile. A/N, I want Power Stone and I want reviews, gimme gimme. Chapter 73, Noctel's Song. After the feast, Eric was in his room, sleeping with Chaya coiled around him. In his dream, he wore a crown of roses, lounging lazily at a grand feast. Ron was riding a giant chicken, flapping wildly across the hall as though this were perfectly normal. To Eric's left, a long-haired man with antlers knelt as he was about to be beheaded. Eric lazily flicked his hand, summoning an earth dragon to save him, completely unbothered. Above, 3 white dragons circled in the sky, battling hordes of flying ants that swarmed to attack him. Daphne soared overhead, wielding a spear, wings of white feathers sprouting from her back as she fought a monstrous ice dragon. Eric yawned. None of this seemed worth standing up for. A soft, sweet giggle came from his side. You must have a vivid imagination. Eric smiled and turned his head to see Luna, fairy-like wings made of golden sand fluttering gently behind her. She drifted toward him, a nightingale flying circles around her. The bird was white, its feathers speckled with red like scattered grains of sand. Now you're taking revenge for me entering your dream? Eric asked, reaching over to gently pinch her cheek. Luna tilted her head, eyes sparkling. She raised her hand and the nightingale landed on it gracefully. She just hatched from her egg. What should we name her? Luna asked, leaning closer in anticipation. Eric took the tiny bird into his hands, stroking its head with a fond smile. Noctel. Since I met her in a dream for the first time. Luna beamed and nodded quickly. Her name is now Noctel. The bird glimmered like a star for a brief moment before perching proudly on Luna's shoulder. Taking Eric's hand, Luna gave him a playful look. Would you like to dream with me? Eric nodded. Luna glanced around, spotting a staircase fading into existence at the edge of the dreamscape. Let's see where those go, she said, tugging him forward eagerly. They ascended hand in hand. Close her eyes, Vasuki's voice whispered in Eric's mind. Without hesitation, Eric gently covered Luna's eyes, making her giggle softly as they continued to climb. On either side of the staircase was a black void that slowly shifted, displaying scenes of gods and creatures clashing, speaking, and slaughtering one another. Towering 6-limbed giants with vertical mouths and yellow teeth noticed the 2 dreamers and began charging. Their very existence felt wrong, so alien that Eric's mind rejected comprehending them. The more he looked, the less sense they made. Luna froze mid-step, sensing the change in the air. Eric bumped into her softly. What's going on? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Nothing. Just keep walking, Eric said calmly, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. His presence soothed her as she relaxed against him. He stopped looking at the creatures, trusting Vasuki's silent watch over them. As the abominations drew near, snakes of emerald flame erupted from the void, coiling around the giants and consuming them silently. No screams, no sound, just annihilation. Luna, eyes still closed, didn't panic. She simply walked, trusting Eric completely. Eric muttered a silent thanks to Vasuki in his mind as they stepped onto the 37th stair. And suddenly, they were standing in a lush, vibrant forest. The very air felt nourishing, filling Eric with peace and strength. He gently released Luna, who slowly opened her eyes, wonder shining in them. Where are we? Eric asked, gazing around at the glowing flora and bizarre, magical creatures roaming nearby. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully, watching as Noctel flew and chirped before returning to her shoulder. We're in the infinite unreality, Luna said softly. This is where dreams go, and where gods are born. She fluttered her wings, rising into the air before sheepishly returning to the ground. Oh, I forgot. You can't fly. Eric smirked, mischief glinting in his eyes. Who said I couldn't? He swept Luna into his arms and floated upward, earning a delighted laugh from her. Where to? There. Luna pointed toward a distant shimmer, and Eric carried her through the skies. They descended beside a crystal-clear well. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal light. What is it? Eric asked, scanning the surroundings. I don't know, Luna admitted. But I feel drawn to it. As Eric studied strange animals gathering around them, Luna frowned slightly. We should return for now and come back tomorrow. Eric nodded. Together, they soared through the dream forest until Luna waved her hand. And Eric woke up abruptly, laughing as Chaya licked his face, tail flicking happily. The next morning, chaos reigned by the lake. Ron was sprinting for his life while Daphne relentlessly fired hexes at him. Who do you think will be chosen as Hogwarts champion? Harry asked, watching the scene with fascination. Eric shrugged. I think Ron's a strong candidate, he said with a straight face. With all this training, he deserves to be, Harry agreed solemnly. I hope you both step in a puddle with socks on. Ron shouted before yelping as a stinging hex hit his back. Keep running, Daphne commanded coldly. Ron obeyed, shrieking as he zigzagged around a tree. Harry and Eric both grimaced at the mention of wet socks, then began cheering Daphne on. Go, Daphne. 5 minutes later, Ron collapsed dramatically onto the grass, gasping. Do what you wish with me. I refuse to run any further. Daphne frowned, losing interest, and lowered her wand. I think Fleur will be the champion from Beau's Batons, she said casually. You mean the girl we met at the World Cup? Ron wheezed. Hermione raised an eyebrow. You mean the one you were literally drooling over? I was not drooling. Ron snapped. You're doing it right now, Eric said flatly. Ron wiped his mouth hastily, glaring at him. Draco strolled up at that moment and froze, staring at Ron's exhausted state. Are you okay? He's better than okay, Daphne said smoothly. He's wiser than an hour ago. Draco wisely decided not to ask further questions, simply nodding and joining the group. As talk turned to the Triwizard Tournament, Draco muttered, the age rule is a load of bollocks. Hermione gasped. Language. Ron patted her shoulder with exaggerated calm. Hermione, breathe. Everyone's fine. She glared at him as Draco smirked. Should we try to get past the restriction? Ron asked eagerly. Eric considered it for a moment before shaking his head. Not a good idea. Let's drop it. Hermione looks 2 seconds away from fainting. Hermione stomped her foot in frustration. Will you stop that? All 3 boys shook their heads in perfect unison. A/N, Stones and Reviews. Chapter 74, Cats, Candy, and Cultured Men. Eric and Luna met in his dream again. Luna floated down gently, fairy-like wings glowing faintly as Noctel circled her, chirping a melodious, soft tune. Luna smiled as she reached him. Would you like to dream with me? She asked, her voice light and calm. Eric smirked and took her hand. Always. He led her toward the stairs that had appeared once again but paused at the first step. Can I bring anything into this place? He asked curiously. Luna tilted her head. Into the dreamlands. Eric nodded. That we can do, she said. To the real world, not yet. That takes more strength. Eric accepted this and closed his eyes. A majestic stag appeared before them, towering and regal, with white wings and deep green eyes. Its black antlers curved like blades. He and Luna approached it together. Luna raised her hand, scattering golden dust over its form. The creature shifted, becoming more solid, more alive. It lowered its head, allowing them to climb on. Eric lifted Luna onto the stag with ease, earning a quiet giggle from her, then settled in behind her. The stag spread its wings and walked the stairs, carrying them toward the dreamlands. This time, there were no horrors lurking on the stairway, no whisper of Vasuki's voice. Just the rhythmic beat of hooves and the endless dark around them until they emerged into the familiar forest. Back to the well? Eric asked. Luna shook her head. No. There are cities and whole worlds here. We should see them. Whole worlds. Eric raised an eyebrow. Luna turned to face him, sitting cross-legged on the stag's back. Dreams are infinite, she said simply. Every thought, every story. They spill into this place and take shape. Other worlds' dreams end up here too. Eric asked. Why not? Luna said with a small smile. Dreams don't care where they come from. Eric gave a short laugh. Then how about we carve out a little piece of it for ourselves? Luna's eyes lit up. A city just for us, she said, holding out her hand. Noctel chirped and flew ahead as the stag took flight once more, soaring high until the entire land stretched beneath them. Strange islands and mountains rolled below like a map of scattered dreams. They chose a large island and descended, landing near its center. To their surprise, a well stood there, almost identical to the one they had discovered before. They dismounted, leaving the stag to graze peacefully, and explored the area. The island was lush, filled with unfamiliar plants and animals, but no signs of intelligent beings. At its very heart, they found a massive golden tree covered in glowing runes. Its trunk was wide enough to house a castle, its branches reaching impossibly high. Eric rested his hand on the tree. A faint, curious presence brushed against his mind, warm and welcoming. He smiled. This will do. From his robes, he drew the Celestial Gourd. It felt natural, as if it had followed him here because it is connected to his soul. He uncorked it and poured every drop of the silver liquid at the tree's base. The runes flared brilliantly, and the tree pulsed with life. Luna stepped forward and let a handful of golden sand drift from her palm, the grain settling among the tree's roots. A voice brushed their minds, gentle and grateful. Thank you. Eric and Luna exchanged a glance. Luna reached out and squeezed his hand, smiling softly. Over the next few nights, they returned often, exploring the dreamlands together. They found a city where cats ruled over men. A golden city born from the dream of a greedy soul. A colorful realm of candies and toys, spun from a child's imagination. And once, an island filled entirely with beautiful women, the dream of someone cultured. Luna, is there a way I could come here alone? Eric asked casually after they left that particular island. Luna raised an eyebrow, smirking. You don't wish to come with me? Eric panicked, shaking his head. No, no. I love exploring with you. Her smirk softened into a smile. Good answer. Don't ask foolish questions now. The more they traveled, the stronger Noctel seemed to grow, its glow deepening each time they returned. In the waking world, Halloween approached, and with it, the arrival of the visiting delegations. Dumbledore asked me to be there when he welcomes them, Eric told Daphne one afternoon. What was he thinking? Daphne said, scandalized. What will they think of Hogwarts when the first student they meet is you? Eric's lips thinned. Without a word, he stood and walked away. Daphne winced. She hurried after him, apologizing and congratulating him repeatedly, clearly embarrassed. Eric didn't respond, secretly enjoying the attention. After almost 2 hours of coaxing, Daphne finally asked, will there be other students there? She was poking his cheek, her elbow on his shoulder. Yes. You, Eric said simply, satisfied with the pampering. She blinked in surprise. Me. Dumbledore asked if I'd recommend someone. I recommended you. Daphne squealed and threw her arms around him. You're the best, she said, looking up at him, her eyes shining. What's going on? Luna's calm voice cut through as she approached, Noctel perched serenely on her shoulder. Daphne grinned and quickly explained everything, though she plucked Noctel off Luna's shoulder first, cuddling it as she spoke. A/N, please give me your though on the chapter before leaving. And power stones please. Chapter 75, Stone Dragons. The day before Halloween, the student body of Hogwarts was dressed up and ready to welcome the delegations that would participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore, Eric, and Daphne stood at the front to greet the arriving guests, while the other students waited behind them, ready to mingle during the feast itself. The night air was cold, but Eric had quietly scattered temporary runes around the area to make the temperature comfortable. Several teachers noticed the subtle change and were left quietly astonished at the level of control he displayed. Daphne, standing to Eric's right, looked a little nervous. She glanced back to see Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, Astoria, and Draco giving her encouraging thumbs-ups and reassuring smiles. Her lips curved into a small, grateful smile as she waved to them. Eric reached out and gave her hand a brief squeeze. Daphne's shoulders relaxed slightly, and she looked ahead, her expression settling into calm determination. A low hum vibrated through the air, and heads tilted upward. From the clouds descended a massive carriage, pale blue and gleaming like polished ice. It was drawn by 12 enormous winged horses, Abraxans whose powerful hooves struck the air with thunderous grace. The carriage landed with a soft thud on the grass, its wheels settling in the grass. The door swung open. Madame Maxime emerged first, towering and statuesque, a graceful smile on her face. Behind her, the Beauxbatons students filed out in neat formation. Eric and Daphne recognized a few of them from the World Cup. Two figures immediately drew everyone's attention. Fleur Delacour's beauty and effortless grace left more than a few boys holding their breath, while Gabrielle, much younger and smaller, clung to her sister's hand and stared wide-eyed at the grounds around her. Daphne gave Fleur a polite, welcoming smile. Eric, on the other hand, stuck out his tongue at Gabrielle, who blinked in surprise before giggling. Fleur caught it and shot him a look, while Daphne elbowed Eric lightly in the ribs. Madame Maxime approached and exchanged warm greetings with Dumbledore before turning to Eric and Daphne. She ruffled Eric's hair fondly. It is good to meet you at last. Edwina, she speaks of you, oh, very much, she said, her accent rolling over her words. Eric smiled sheepishly and scratched his cheek, earning a soft chuckle from Madame Maxime. She then turned to Daphne, who hid her nerves well and greeted the woman with perfect noble etiquette. Madame Maxime, it's an honor to welcome you to Hogwarts. I trust your journey was as graceful as your arrival, Daphne said smoothly. The compliment earned a pleased smile from Madame Maxime. Ah, yes, it was quite comfortable. Thank you for asking, ma chère. She moved to stand beside Dumbledore just as the lake drew everyone's attention. The Black Lake was utterly still, not calm, but poised, as though holding its breath. Slowly, the water began to ripple, deliberate and heavy, before a dark shape emerged. A massive ship rose from the depths, wood groaning as it broke the surface. Water cascaded off its sides in shimmering sheets. It was black as pitch, with iron fixtures and lanterns glowing dimly in the mist. A plank extended smoothly, and Igor Karkaroff descended first, his fur-lined cloak hanging heavily around his shoulders. His sharp eyes scanned the crowd, calculating and cold. The Durmstrang students followed, disciplined and silent, Crumb in the lead. Karkaroff was clearly prepared to ignore pleasantries and head straight for the Great Hall. But when his gaze landed on Eric, he paused. The boy was a hawthorn, and disrespecting him could have far-reaching consequences. With a thin smile, Karkaroff changed course. He greeted Dumbledore with false warmth before offering brief, polite words to Eric and Daphne. Only then did he lead his delegation toward the Great Hall. The Hogwarts students began to relax, thinking the arrivals were finished, when a dense mist suddenly rolled in from the direction of the lake. It swirled higher and higher until a massive form descended through the fog. A dragon made entirely of brownstone emerged, its body animated by glowing lines of magic. Brilliant flames of shifting colors burned beneath it, propelling it through the air. It hovered above the water, perfectly still, and then opened its colossal mouth. A grand staircase unfurled from within its maw, descending to touch the ground with flawless precision. An elderly man in flowing white robes appeared first, his presence commanding but serene. Elder Shao, Ars's master. Ars followed close behind, his posture proud, with other senior students trailing respectfully. Eric stared, wide-eyed, as the stunning display unfolded. Dumbledore noticed his expression and smiled faintly. "What are you gawking at? You were the one who made this possible," he said quietly. Elder Shao descended the last step and clasped Dumbledore's hands warmly. The two old men greeted each other. "Elder Shao, we are honored to host you in Hogwarts." Elder Shao smiled and thanked Dumbledore for the hospitality. The old man then turned to Eric, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Good to see you again, young master. I trust you are well." Eric smiled and nodded before introducing Daphne, who bowed politely. Ars approached Eric with a mischievous smirk, Grub perched on his shoulder. "What were they thinking, putting you at the forefront to welcome foreign delegations?" he teased. "That's what I said," Daphne muttered dryly, earning a laugh from Ars. Eric hugged Ars briefly. "Let's spar later," he murmured. Ars froze, his face paling as he looked around nervously. "Why do I say things?" he groaned, smacking his own forehead. Daphne giggled softly at his reaction. Dumbledore clapped his hands lightly, signaling the teachers to lead their students into the Great Hall for the feast. The seating was carefully arranged. The Beauxbatons delegation joined Ravenclaw, Durmstrang sat with Slytherin, and the alchemy sect was placed with Gryffindor. Fleur, Gabrielle, and Lucien Moreau sat near Eric, Luna, and Daphne as the hall settled into a buzz of excitement. Dumbledore rose to speak. "It is my pleasure to welcome the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang," he began, pausing for applause. Then his eyes twinkled as he continued. "And now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our newest guests, the Sacred Alchemy Sect from China." The hall erupted into polite applause, though there was a murmur of curiosity as Dumbledore raised a hand for quiet. "They will not be participating in the Triwizard Tournament," he clarified. "I have invited them here for a special reason. Their sect has a great history and vast knowledge to share with us. Knowledge and solidarity are the purpose of their visit." The Ravenclaw table broke into enthusiastic clapping at the mention of learning, while the other houses offered polite applause. "I trust you will all be excellent hosts and approach this exchange with open minds," Dumbledore concluded, sitting down beside Elder Shao, Madame Maxime, and Karkaroff. Madame Maxime greeted Elder Shao warmly, while Karkaroff remained cool and reserved. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 76, Divine Source. The alchemy sect disciples were curious and respectful toward Harry and Pyra. Harry was the first to extend the life of his salamander and form a deep connection with it. He could even use Pyra's flame, though it was better suited for combat than potion making. "Some disciples of the Martial Hall have been doing the same as you," one disciple mentioned to Harry as they chatted. "Ars was invited from the sanctum to help with forming a spiritual bond between the disciples and their salamanders," he continued. Harry looked surprised. "Ars is a disciple himself, though," he said. "He has a powerful corporeal spirit, something most masters don't have. Ars wanted to learn our arts as well, so it was beneficial for both parties," another disciple explained. Harry nodded at the explanation, then smiled at Pyra, gently stroking her head. The salamander chirped happily, leaning into his touch. At the Ravenclaw table, Ars seemed to be explaining the situation as well. "So, I accepted Elder Shao as my alchemy master and helped the Martial Hall disciples," Ars said casually, feeding Grub. Eric noticed this and glanced toward the Gryffindor table, where many disciples now sat with their salamanders perched on shoulders or curled in their laps. He turned his head toward Fleur, tilting it slightly. "How will you continue your studies at Hogwarts?" he asked her. She paused mid-bite, thinking for a moment before speaking. "We will be busy with ZE tournament. So, self-study, non. And Madame Maxime, she might conduct some classes in ZE carriage, from time to time," she said with a small shrug. Eric smirked and drawled out his words, "What will you prepare for? We don't even know what the challenges are." Fleur paused, frowning at him. "And the champion hasn't even been selected," Eric added with a grin. So, except for the champion, will everyone else just practice cheerleading? He snickered, pointing at Lucien. Lucien coughed, caught off guard, while Fleur glared at Eric, her grip tightening on her fork as she briefly contemplated using it like a shank. Eric noticed the look immediately. You should ask Madame Maxime to consult Dumbledore about whether you can join classes here at Hogwarts, he suggested quickly, very much not wanting to get stabbed. Fleur exhaled slowly and nodded. Good idea. I am surprised EET came from you, she said before continuing with her food. At least I considered the thought, Eric said with a nod, only to wince when Daphne's elbow started drilling into his side like a corkscrew. Fleur noticed the exchange and smiled sweetly instead of replying. Half the Hogwarts boys at nearby tables nearly melted from the smile and were left slack-jawed in awe. Luna giggled at their reaction. That night, Eric dreamt he was running for his life from Daphne, who was chasing him with a comically oversized drill. A light giggle came from above, and Luna floated down gracefully, landing in front of him like a fairy. Will you dream with me? She asked, holding out her hand. Eric accepted as always, and off to the Dreamlands they went. Their island had changed drastically since their last visit. The tree Eric had been nourishing had grown to a colossal size, and even the island itself had expanded. The tree now stood beside the well, and the majestic stag stood protectively over them both. Large, strange fruits hung from the tree's branches. Eric offered the stag some treats, then tilted his head. Isn't this rate of change a little too fast? He muttered. Luna hummed softly. Time here moves differently compared to our reality, she explained. Noctel leapt from Luna's shoulder, instantly growing to a massive size. She circled the tree, inspecting the fruits closely. There were 4 fruits in total, each large enough to fit a person inside. Shapes could faintly be seen within them. Luna approached the tree and placed her hand on its trunk. Eric followed suit, his hand resting gently over hers. Suddenly, a happy, innocent giggle echoed in their minds. You seem to be doing great, Eric muttered. Yes, but you don't visit me enough, the tree's voice pouted inside their heads. Eric and Luna glanced at each other, then quickly apologized and explained the reason for their absence. Once satisfied, the tree shifted its focus to Luna. You carry the sands of Morpheus. Very dangerous. Greedy gods might hurt you for it, it warned gravely. Before they could react, the tree released a burst of soft light that wrapped around Luna's wings, transforming them into delicate, transparent, fairy-like wings. Luna staggered slightly, but Eric immediately caught her by the waist, making sure her hand stayed connected to the tree. After a moment, Luna steadied herself, breathing deeply. Are you hurt? Eric asked, concern etched in his voice. Luna shook her head. Safe now, the tree reassured them in their minds. Luna smiled and thanked it. What's up with the fruits? Eric asked, looking up at them curiously. You wanted a city. A city needs people. These are people, the tree said, its leaves rustling gently. Eric raised an eyebrow. There were only 4 fruits, but he simply shrugged and moved away from the tree with Luna. Gods seem to have a presence here, Eric said seriously. We should get more information about the Dreamlands, we might be playing with fire. Who do we consult? Luna asked softly. Eric's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I have a guy. He said mysteriously. He took a step back, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes. A moment later, he felt a warm, gentle hand touch his head. Now you remember me. Vasuki teased, pinching his cheek playfully. Luna blinked in surprise, her wide eyes silently asking Eric for an explanation. Oh, yes. This is Luna, Eric said quickly, lifting Luna slightly by her shoulders and holding her up like a doll to present her. And this is Vasuki, a goddess, he said, setting Luna back down and gesturing toward the smiling deity. He went on to introduce the tree and the stag as well, only for Vasuki to flick his forehead sharply. Stop playing around, she scolded, her hands on her hips. Eric rubbed his forehead, wincing, while Vasuki turned to Luna and hugged her warmly. She explained that she had known Eric for a very long time. Luna nodded absently, still processing everything. You wish to know about the Dreamlands? Vasuki asked, and both children nodded eagerly. They sat on the ground, and Vasuki began to explain. You know that dreams leak into this place and become real, right? Both Eric and Luna nodded. This well is something called a divine source, Vasuki said, pointing toward the well beside the tree. Every island in the Dreamlands has one, and every world in the material universe has one as well, she continued, gesturing around them. When mortals from either the material plane or the Dreamlands worship a god, that faith manifests through these wells. Eric tilted his head, curious. You were born from a well too, he asked. Vasuki chuckled softly. I am different, she replied, her eyes twinkling. Should I grab a bucket and rope, scoop up some gods, and see what comes out? Eric muttered under his breath. Vasuki gave him a deadpan stare while Luna pouted at his irreverence. Long story short, Vasuki continued dryly, gods can use their full strength here and come and go as they please. Luna looked a little afraid at that, her new wings fluttering nervously. You don't need to worry, Vasuki reassured her, patting her head gently. No gods will harm you here. Eric smirked and tilted his chin up arrogantly only to immediately receive another forehead flick from Vasuki. A/N, all the stones of power shall be mine. Chapter 77, How to Tame a Hawthorn. Vasuki left after some time, leaving the kids to quietly ponder the weight of the conversation they'd just had. Eric turned to the tree. Before leaving, Vasuki had told him it was special, capable of becoming something extraordinary if nurtured correctly. Stepping closer, Eric placed his hand against its bark, letting one of Vasuki's silver scales manifest and sink into it. A rush of emotion surged through his mind. Surprise, confusion, almost like the tree itself had gasped. It was so startled it couldn't even form words. Eric chuckled softly and stepped back. Guess we'll talk later, he thought, walking over to Luna. She was still deep in thought, her expression distant and serious. When he sat beside her, she gave a small sigh and rested her head on his shoulder. Neither of them spoke. They simply sat there, silent and still. Cedric. 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 The great hall rang with Hufflepuff cheers as Cedric Diggory placed his name into the goblet of fire, laughing a little awkwardly at the chant. In the background, Fred and George were tugging at their own white beards, arguing about who looked more like a distinguished old wizard. Then Fleur swept into the age line with perfect poise, loudly announcing her name and school before dropping her parchment into the goblet. That's right. Eric shouted from his table, jumping to his feet and pointing dramatically. For those who don't know, this is Fleur. Luna giggled, Ron cackled, and Daphne covered her face, shoulders shaking. Outwardly, she looked mortified but really, she was hiding her laughter. Fleur, utterly unfazed, glided over to stand beside Daphne. How do you even handle this man? She asked, half exasperated, half amused. Daphne smirked, leaning in to whisper, if he makes fun of you, act like you're actually sad. He'll feel so guilty he'll spend the whole day consoling you. She thought back to all the times Eric had hovered over her with heartfelt apologies, gifts specially made for her and soothing words. Fleur's eyes glinted mischievously, and she gave Daphne a wicked smile of her own. Moments later, Fleur spun around to face Eric, stomped her foot lightly, and put on the most pitiful voice imaginable. I wish you did not make fun of me all the time, she declared dramatically, then stormed off in mock offense. The boys in the hall, many of them completely smitten with Fleur, instantly turned to glare at Eric. He was public enemy number one now, even Ron was glaring at him. Eric froze, looking utterly stricken. Daphne just shook her head, amused. He's going to spoil her rotten for the next 24 hours, she thought. Sure enough, Eric bolted after Fleur, digging through his bottomless pouch for something, anything to give her as a peace offering. Gabrielle, watching from beside Daphne, tilted her head curiously. Daphne patted her on the head with a sly smile. Watch and learn, little one, your sister is a natural though, she said, giving Gabrielle's cheek a gentle pinch. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Eric said when he caught up to Fleur, genuine sadness flickering in his expression. That was never my intention. It was Fleur's first time being comforted by Eric, and she cracked almost immediately, bursting into giggles. Non. I was only being dramatique, she admitted, waving her hand. Your reaction, EET was priceless. But I am grateful for ZE gift. Eric narrowed his eyes for being swindled. Give me the bracelet back then, he said, holding out his hand. Fleur gasped and hid her wrist behind her back. Non. You gave EET to me, she teased, darting away with a laugh that rang like bells. How could you do that to me? Eric groaned, chasing after her. Literally everyone else does EET to you, Fleur shot back with a roll of her eyes. Eric couldn't argue with that, so he let it drop. They eventually sat together by the lake, the tension gone. It's very pretty, Fleur said softly, holding out the bracelet, a delicate piece of gold woven with runes and magical stones. But, you may have it back. Eric shook his head with a small smile. Nah. I made it for you. A gift for a new friend. Fleur's fingers curled protectively around the bracelet. She'd been ready to return it because she knew how valuable it must have been, but after hearing that, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She slipped it on, her cheeks faintly pink. How is life at Beauxbatons? Eric asked. Beauxbatons. Fleur's eyes softened. Ze halls are filled with light, ze air smells of roses, and we learn was grace, not chaos. Eric laughed. Sounds like Hogwarts might be a little too chaotic for you. Fleur looked out over the water, shaking her head. It's not that bad, she admitted with a shrug. A moment of silence passed. Then Fleur exhaled softly. There are people here who treat me normally, at least, she said quietly, glancing at Eric. He met her gaze and smiled, silent reassurance in his expression. Then, with a teasing huff, he added, still, no one's going to take you seriously if you go around announcing yourself like that. Fleur gasped and smacked his arm lightly. How dare you, she said, pouting dramatically before turning away to sulk. Don't be like that, Eric said with a chuckle, nudging her shoulder with his own. After you graduate, if you ever need help, I'll be 1 hour away. Promise. Fleur's pout faded into a small, secretive smile. I already know that about you, she thought, bumping her shoulder against his in return. Be ready to dance at my whims, then, she said playfully. Eric shrugged, unbothered. When Fleur leaned her head lightly against his shoulder, he pressed a gentle kiss to her hair, his silent way of saying always. A/N, leave your thought please. Give me power stones. Chapter 78, and the goblet says. Eric. Later that evening. The great hall was dressed to impress. Floating jack-o'-lanterns bobbed lazily under the enchanted ceiling, which mirrored a stormy night sky, dark clouds rolling like waves above the candlelit tables. Garlands of autumn leaves curled around the stone pillars, and the scent of roasted pumpkin and cinnamon hung in the air. But no one was paying attention to the feast. All eyes were fixed on the goblet of fire. The ancient goblet sat atop its pedestal, blue flames flickering with a mysterious rhythm, glowing runes pulsing faintly as if judging every soul in the room. Students leaned forward, whispering, fidgeting, waiting. The goblet will now choose the champions, Dumbledore announced calmly, his voice carrying across the hall. The flames suddenly flared red. A scrap of parchment shot into the air like a spark. Dumbledore caught it with ease, glanced at the name, and smiled. Victor Krum. The Durmstrang table erupted into cheers. Krum stood, his expression calm and unreadable, and walked to the front with the quiet confidence of someone who had been chosen many times before. The goblet flared again. Fleur Delacour. Gasps and applause followed. Fleur rose gracefully, her silver blonde hair catching the candlelight as she walked past a crowd of smitten boys and politely clapping girls. Then came the third name. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with cheers. Cedric looked stunned for a moment, then smiled, nodding to his friends before making his way forward, his natural charm shining through. And then, the air shifted. The goblet flared again, but this time, it wasn't blue or red. It was deep, angry crimson, the flames twisting violently like a storm. A final scrap of parchment burst forth. Dumbledore caught it, his face tightening as he read the name. Eric Hawthorne. The hall fell silent. Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd as all eyes turned to Eric. He stood slowly, his expression calm and unreadable, and walked forward with steady steps, as if the whispers around him didn't exist. Dumbledore placed a firm, supportive hand on his shoulder as Eric passed, guiding him toward the champions' antechamber. Inside the chamber, the 3 champions were waiting. Fleur, Cedric, and Krum all turned when Eric entered. Cedric frowned in confusion, not anger, just bewilderment. What are you doing here? He asked. Fleur and Krum stayed silent, their curiosity clear. Eric gave an easygoing shrug. My name came up. Fleur and Cedric looked at him as if he'd just sprouted a second head. Cedric opened his mouth to say more, but the door swung open. Dumbledore entered, followed by Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and Ludo Bagman. Karkaroff wasted no time. Is this your trick, Dumbledore? He snapped, his voice sharp. A way to make sure Hogwarts has 2 champions. Madame Maxime frowned. Someone might be trying to hurt him, she reasoned. The age restriction was there for a reason. Karkaroff clicked his tongue in annoyance, while Fleur's frown deepened in genuine worry. What should we do? She asked, clearly believing Maxime's theory. Bagman, on the other hand, looked delighted. Well, rules are rules. The contract is binding, and Eric must compete. Karkaroff's scowl deepened. Then I demand my school be allowed 2 champions as well. Maxime ignored him, folding her arms. We should focus on keeping him safe, she said firmly. Her friendship with Edwina Hawthorne made her protective of Eric. Eric sighed. We all know I'll have to compete, he said calmly. I can handle myself. Let's just move on. Thank you for your concern. He smiled at Maxime, whose face softened slightly, though worry still lingered in her eyes. Dumbledore and Maxime exchanged a heavy look. Both wanted to protect Eric, but the goblet's binding magic left them powerless. The door opened again as McGonagall and Snape entered. McGonagall said nothing, but her posture was protective, standing just behind Eric as if daring anyone to question him. Snape's eyes narrowed, his expression one of cold confusion as he studied Eric silently. Whatever he suspected, he kept it to himself. Shall we begin preparations for tournament security? Dumbledore suggested. Maxime and McGonagall nodded immediately. Snape inclined his head, following them out. Karkaroff, ignored and fuming, stormed after them, muttering under his breath. Once the adults were gone, Cedric gave Eric a polite nod, stepping back to give him space. Fleur, however, caught Eric's hand and pulled him to a quiet corner. "This tournament, it is dangerous," she said urgently, her light accent thickening with emotion. "You should not be in it." Eric smirked. "Worry about winning. I won't hold back, not even for you." Fleur pressed a hand to her forehead with a sigh, as though he were giving her a headache. Before she could respond, a flash of gaudy green caught everyone's attention. Rita Skeeter swept into the room like a predator, her photographer scurrying behind her. She marched straight toward Eric, her quill practically vibrating with anticipation. "Let's have a little chat, Eric Hawthorne," she said, grabbing his arm. Eric tilted his head, unbothered. "Do you never learn?" Rita stiffened, vividly recalling their last encounter. "I apologize," she said tightly, releasing his arm. "Would you please grant me an interview?" Fleur smirked behind her hand, thoroughly enjoying Rita's obvious discomfort. "Let me finish my conversation first," Eric said smoothly, glancing back at Fleur. Rita gave a curt nod, retreating to pester Crumb, who glared at her as though she were dirt beneath his boots. Fleur opened her mouth to protest, but Eric gently placed a finger to her lips. "I'll be fine," he said with a warm smile. She started to argue, and he interrupted softly, squeezing her hand. "I'll be fine." Fleur muttered something in French that didn't sound flattering. Eric just laughed, patting her head before striding over to Rita. "You have 2 minutes," he said flatly. Rita straightened, eager to begin. "Why did you put your name in the goblet?" she blurted. "I didn't," Eric said simply. She blinked, waiting for him to elaborate. When he didn't, she quickly shifted tactics. "Are you frightened?" "Excited." "Do you think your parents will be proud?" "Excited." "Confident?" "Yes." Eric checked an imaginary watch. "Time's up." "Wait," Rita tried to protest. Eric turned, cutting her off with a calm, cutting remark. "Don't embellish my words." And with that, he walked away, leaving her sputtering in frustration. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 79, Birth of Velka. At the Hawthorne Mansion. Simon and Edwina sat in the study, reading a letter that had just arrived from Eric. It was long and warm with love, and at the end it casually mentioned that Eric had been chosen as the 4th champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Simon sighed deeply, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "For once in his life, I want him not to cause trouble," he muttered, setting the parchment aside. "If that ever happens, I swear I'll throw the biggest party this world has ever seen." Edwina giggled softly, covering her mouth. "You do realize he gets that from you, right?" Simon shot her a flat look and rolled his eyes. Edwina rose, leaned down to kiss him, and picked up Sylvena. "I'm going to see Celine," she said warmly. "Enjoy your meeting with the Malfoys." With that, she disappeared in a swirl of green mist. Simon chuckled and turned to Fokran, who was lounging comfortably nearby. He patted the wolf's head. "What do you think, boy? Does he get the mischief from me or her?" Fokran just purred, clearly enjoying the pats, entirely unhelpful in the matter. Simon glanced at his golden pocket watch, then waved a hand. The runes etched around the flue flared briefly and shifted. Moments later, the fireplace roared to life with green fire, and 2 figures emerged, Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Before either of them could speak, Simon flicked his hand again, silently scanning them for any traces of surveillance magic. Lucius and Narcissa stiffened at the invasive sensation but didn't dare complain. When the magic faded, Simon gave them an easy smile. "Don't get me wrong," he said lightly, "I was just checking for any little gifts Voldy might have placed on you." Lucius exhaled shakily, relief and bitterness warring on his face. Narcissa gave a polite nod, looking a touch pale. "Thank you for accepting my request," Lucius said, bowing slightly. Simon waved it off and gestured for them to sit. Nibbin appeared with tea and a platter of snacks, which Narcissa accepted gratefully. "Thank you," she said gently to the elf. "Well," Simon said, tone shifting to business as he settled into his chair. Lucius took a deep breath, visibly gathering his courage. "He chose Draco." His voice cracked slightly. "He wants to punish me by hurting my son." Simon tilted his head. "With the things you've done, are you really surprised?" he asked casually. Lucius stared at the floor. "I am the guilty one, not Draco." His voice dropped, heavy with regret. Narcissa closed her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek as she placed a trembling hand on her husband's shoulder. Lucius's fists clenched. Suddenly, he rose, unbuckling the ornate sword at his waist. He set it on the ground before Simon, then knelt, both knees hitting the floor with a loud thud. "Cut me down with my own sword," Lucius said hoarsely. "If you do not wish to sully your own blade with my blood." Simon remained silent, watching him with unreadable eyes. "And after you strike me down?" Lucius's voice broke as tears welled in his eyes. Save my boy. His shoulders trembled. My baby boy, he doesn't deserve this. He's too kind. Narcissa pressed a hand over her mouth, barely holding back a sob. Lucius forced a watery smile through the pain. Eric has helped him since they were children, he whispered. He didn't let our poison seep into Draco's heart. He lifted his gaze to Simon, desperation shining through. Say something. Simon chuckled softly. What will I have when I cut your head off? A head. Lucius blinked, confused, as Simon stood and grasped his shoulders, pulling him to his feet. What is a head worth? Simon said calmly. I will help you. Narcissa burst into tears, openly crying now as she clutched at her heart. But you too. Simon's voice hardened slightly as he looked at them both. You will earn my help through your deeds from this day forward. Lucius nodded fervently, then, in a rare moment of vulnerability, hugged Simon tightly. Thank you, he whispered, laughing and crying at once. Thank you. Narcissa followed suit, murmuring her gratitude through quiet sobs. The three of them talked for nearly an hour after that, plotting, sharing intelligence, and laying the groundwork to protect Draco. Meanwhile, in the Dreamlands, Eric and Luna stood on a wide patch of soft grass, bathed in Dreamland's silver glow. Before them was a creature that looked like an acromantula, but not quite. It had 8 sleek legs, fur black as ink, and glowing blue joints that pulsed softly like veins of living light. Its many eyes darted between Eric and Luna, intelligent yet strangely innocent. Eric folded his arms, deadpan. The fruit just turned into a spider. Luna pouted, her tone mildly scolding. Don't be rude. She stepped forward without hesitation, patting one of the creature's head. Hello, I'm Luna, she said brightly, her smile wide. The spider shifted nervously. I don't have a name, it said softly, sounding almost guilty. Eric tapped his chin. How about Velka? The creature froze, then seemed to light up. Thank you, she said quietly, almost reverently, as if the name was a gift. Eric looked around awkwardly. Well, so, what exactly are you doing here? When they'd first arrived, they'd found Velka scurrying about, collecting sticks, stones, and scraps to build strange structures. Velka tilted her head, confused by the question. I was born just a few days ago, she explained, and I thought I should make things. Eric and Luna exchanged a glance. That confirmed Eric's suspicion. He walked to the dream tree at the center of the island and placed a hand on its trunk. A warm, innocent voice greeted him in his mind, like sunlight on water. One of the fruits matured a few days ago, the tree said cheerfully. And she came out. So it's a she, Eric thought with a small nod. Is there anything we need to do to help her? Luna asked gently, placing her hand over Eric's on the tree's bark. The tree seemed to hum thoughtfully. She is very good with machine things, it said at last, clearly unsure of the right words. Eric turned back toward Velka, who was peering curiously at them. Luna knelt slightly, smiling. How about we go explore the Dreamlands and find you things you might like, as a welcoming gift? Velka's glowing joints brightened with excitement. Can we really? She asked eagerly. Eric and Luna nodded. Noctel, the great nightingale, grew in size, lowering herself so Velka could climb onto her back. Thank you. Velka squealed happily as she settled on the feathers. With a single powerful beat of her wings, Noctel lifted into the sky, carrying them high above the Dreamlands. As they soared, Velka peppered Eric with rapid-fire questions, pointing at every strange sight they passed. Her curiosity seemed endless, but Eric answered each question patiently, his voice calm amidst her excitement. Eventually, they reached a massive floating sphere, a colossal ruin of some ancient, advanced civilization. It hovered above the clouds like a broken moon, its smooth metal surface marred by cracks and faded sigils. There were no people, just silent technology, slumbering and waiting. Velka leapt down, her legs clicking excitedly as she scurried around like a child in a candy store. She muttered to herself non-stop, marveling at the machinery and spouting technical jargon even Eric didn't understand. Eric and Luna stayed back, watching her with amusement. How do we even move this thing to the island? Eric muttered. He frowned slightly. And should we really clutter the land with technology? It might ruin the natural beauty. Velka paused mid-step, turning to him with wide, glowing eyes. Don't worry, she said earnestly. I'll never harm the nature of our lands. Eric studied her for a moment, then smiled faintly. All right. I trust you. Still, how do we actually transport the whole thing? This place has a propulsion system, Velka explained, her tone suddenly serious and focused. It just needs repairs. How long will it take you to fix it? Eric asked. One day, Velka replied without hesitation. Then Noctel will stay here with you during that time, Luna decided, her voice calm. Eric nodded, watching as Velka scurried excitedly toward the ancient machinery, already hard at work bringing the ruins back to life. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 80, The Wrong Man. Eric and Luna watched Velka for a moment before departing the sphere, gliding back toward the island on their stag. I wish I could bring Daphne and our friends with us, Luna said wistfully as the wind tugged at her pale hair. Eric raised an eyebrow. You can't. How did you bring me here, then? Luna smiled, squeezing his hand. You came to me in my dream first. That made it easy to find you. Eric chuckled. She kept hold of his hand as they descended toward the island, and landing lightly near the great tree. I wonder what else these fruits will do, Eric muttered, glancing up at the massive glowing fruits hanging from the branches. Do you want to explore with me? Luna asked hopefully. Eric shook his head and poked her nose. Go ahead. I'll join you in a bit. Luna hopped back on the stag and rode off, humming as she wandered toward the other side of the island. Left alone, Eric noticed something strange near the old well. 2 golden links floated above it, gently spinning, radiating a faint light. A subtle tug in his chest told him they were somehow connected to him. Curious, Eric leaned closer and took them in his hands. One link had a small opening, while the other was perfectly whole. As he inspected them, a soft pulse rippled through the air from the tree itself, as if it wanted to speak. I think I know what these are, the tree's voice came, tinged with excitement when Eric placed his hand on it. Oh. Eric tilted his head. They are meant to connect us. You and I will be able to speak more freely with their help. Eric raised an eyebrow. So, how do we use them? Place the open link on me, the tree instructed. Eric pressed it against the bark. The link dissolved into the tree like melting gold. Now place the other on your chest. He did, and the complete link pulsed brightly before sinking beneath his skin. Eric blinked, patting his chest. I don't feel anything. You will, the tree promised. When next you sleep. Before Eric could respond, a calm, polite voice spoke behind him. I hope I am not intruding. Eric turned sharply. A slender, middle-aged man stood there, wearing an immaculate black suit and a perfectly amiable smile. Yet every instinct in Eric's body screamed wrong. Something about the man wasn't human, not just unfamiliar, but fundamentally incorrect. Who are you? Eric asked, taking a half step back. The man bowed slightly. Call me Arkham. Eric didn't blink, didn't look away. Leave, he said flatly. Arkham's polite smile never wavered. I understand this must be frightening, suddenly finding someone behind you. I apologize for the shock. Leave, Eric repeated, voice sharper now. Arkham gave a soft, airy laugh and his tongue, disturbingly too long, flicked briefly across his lips, dripping with blood that fell on the ground. My, so direct, he said lightly, raising his hands in mock surrender. His gaze drifted past Eric to the tree and its fruits. You are fortunate, Arkham murmured. These trees are rare. Even in the dreamlands. Eric stayed silent, every muscle taut. Arkham sighed, feigning disappointment. I do not wish to harm you. I only seek a small request. Eric's jaw clenched. There is someone dear to me, Arkham continued smoothly, who needs help in the waking world. Would you be willing to rescue them? Don't care, Eric said coldly. Leave. The man's pleasant mask cracked. His lips peeled back in a silent snarl, and for a heartbeat, Eric thought he would lunge. Then warm, gentle hands wrapped around Eric from behind. Vasuki's voice brushed against his ear, soft as silk. Don't worry, she whispered, stroking his hair. Eric relaxed and the tension left his body. Close your eyes. Vasuki said. Eric exhaled, closing his eyes and nodding. In front of him, Arkham's voice quavered with sudden terror. I wasn't going to harm him. A sickening, wet tear split the air, followed by an unearthly scream. You worm, Vasuki hissed, her words vibrating with divine fury. How dare you? Another scream, louder, wilder. I will make an example of you, Vasuki continued, voice rising like a storm. In front of your whole rotten pantheon. In front of the blind idiot himself. Eric flinched at the sheer wrath in her tone. Eloria, Vasuki called. Yes. Eloria's melodic voice answered, calm but taut with readiness. Take this filth and cast him before his court. I will join you shortly. Yes, my lady. Eloria's presence approached, warm and brief. She hugged Eric tightly, kissed his cheek, and then there was the sound of great wings unfurling. A final, wheezing gasp escaped Arkham before it was abruptly cut off. Vasuki turned back to Eric, gathering him into her arms and cradling his head. He is gone now, she whispered soothingly. Eric hugged her back, trembling slightly but asking no questions. He didn't want to know. Not about Arkham. Not about what Vasuki had done to him. His heartbeat slowed as her warmth seeped through him, safety replacing fear. Is that what you meant, Eric murmured, when you said gods can come and go freely in the dreamlands? Vasuki hummed, brushing his hair back gently. Yes. But do not worry. After this, none will dare approach you without your permission. Eric said nothing. He simply held her tighter, letting her soft hand on his head calm him completely. After some time, Vasuki kissed the top of his head. I must go, she said softly. Eric reluctantly released her. She cupped his cheek, smiling tenderly, before dissolving into motes of radiant light. Author's note, please leave your thought on the chapter. Power Stones and Reviews. Chapter 81, A Tyrant Rat. Eric let out a breath, the air around him thick with a putrid stench. Torn flesh, eyes, and twitching tentacles lay strewn across the grass, the remnants of something not meant for mortal eyes. Behind him, the tree rustled. Golden leaves drifted down, settling on the gore. Where they touched, the mess melted into streams of molten gold, seeping into the soil until no trace remained. Eric sank onto the grass and stared at the sky. His mind was still reeling from what had just happened. The stag's hooves clicked against the ground as it returned, Luna perched on its back. She smiled when she saw him, but the smile faded at once, replaced with a frown as she noticed the false calm on his face. Sliding down, she kneeled before him, cupping his cheek with a soft hand. What happened? She asked, worry threading her voice. Eric sighed and placed his hand over hers. Let's not talk about it right now. It wasn't serious, just overwhelming. Luna searched his eyes for a moment, then nodded. She knew he would tell her in time. Quietly, she sat beside him, resting her head against his shoulder, offering him warmth without words. Eric smiled faintly, wrapping his arm around her as she shifted and pressed closer against his chest. How long? He asked. 4 days, Luna murmured. Eric nodded. In the dreamlands, time was fluid. What passed as a week here amounted to a single night in the waking world. After a moment, he asked, do you remember the island we visited? The one with the fairies that liked you? Luna's lips curved. They were sweet. Think you could convince some to live here? They'd help nurture the magic of this place. Eric asked. She hummed thoughtfully, then stood with sudden brightness. Yes. And they liked playing with you too. Let's go together. She stretched out a hand toward him. Eric smirked, took her hand, and stood. But he shook his head. No. I need to blow off some steam first. I'll join you after. Luna pouted, tugging at his hand. This is the second time you've said that today. He chuckled, rubbing her cheek with his thumb. Don't worry. I promise I'll be yours to command after today. Her pout deepened until her face looked round as a puff skein. Fine. But I'll make you dance for me when you come back, she huffed, tapping his chest lightly before mounting the stag again. As she flew off, Eric smiled, shaking his head. He crouched low, weaving a streamlined barrier around himself, then launched into the sky at high speed. Beneath the island, hidden deep in the soil, golden roots burrowed greedily into the butchered remains of the intruding god. The gore pulsed with light before being drawn into the island's heart. Thankful POV. They chose me, the mighty Thankful, as second in command to that rat-fool warlord Scritch. The council is full of blind idiots, yes. How could they not see my genius, my greatness? Thankful hunched over and snorted a jagged hunk of warp stone, his chest convulsing as the corrupted energy seared through him. His fur bristled, his tail lashed, and his eyes bulged with power. The first invasion of the Skaven into new lands, and I Thankful am put second. Tragic. Foolish. A crime against destiny. He spread his arms to the shadows, saliva flying. Yes, the Council of 13 will kneel before me. Glorious Thankful, ruler of all. A nearby slave twitched at his words. Thankful's whiskers twitched. He knew. The little wretch was already plotting to run and tell the council. With a flick of his paw, Thankful made the slave's head burst like rotten fruit. Backstabbers and betrayers, everywhere. Mongrels. Vermin among vermin. He bent and inhaled another crystal line of warpstone, shuddering as green lightning licked along his claws. I will be the one to conquer the new lands, yes. The horned rat will make me his right hand, no, I will replace him entirely. Thankful, god above gods. The door opened. Warlord Scritch entered, smug as always. His nose lifted skyward, his armor gleaming. Thankful smiled thinly. Ah, Scritch. Mighty fool. You come to gloat. But I have a gift for you, yes. Before Scritch could answer, Thankful's paw flicked. A surge of corrupted magic tore through the warlord's face, vaporizing it in a blast of warp energy. The armored body slumped, headless, at Thankful's feet. The guards stared. Thankful spread his claws, voice dripping with false sorrow. Tragic accident, yes yes. Scritch was tampering with forbidden relics. I, Thankful, will humbly take his place. The guards nodded frantically, not daring to question him. Thankful snorted another line and grinned, eyes rolling. Soon, all will bow. Even the horned rat will beg for my favor. One day later, Thankful stood before the massed armies of the clans. Clan pestilence to side, because they smell bad, slaves whimpered. A Skaven stabbed the one in front of him, thinking on one was looking. Thankful saw, his staff flicked, and the offender's head burst apart in gore. We fight fair, yes yes. Fair means we outnumber the enemy at least 10 to 1. The clans roared approval. He snarled. No stabbing your own until after we conquer. Until then, you stab the enemy only. A wave of discontent rose. Thankful silenced it with another exploding head. They love me, yes yes. They worship me already, he muttered as the army chanted his name. The great boats were prepared. Slaves lined the hulls, dangling in harnesses where waves would splash them awake, forced to row endlessly. I raised my staff high. We will plunder. Enslave. Rule the surface, yes yes. Soon, the world itself will crawl at our feet. I shout and all of them chant how much they love me, those who don't explode. The cheering was cut short. Above the waves, a figure streaked across the sky, propelled by winds bent to his will. Thankful squinted, warpstone mad eyes narrowing. The figure landed in front of the fleet, black hair whipping in the wind, dark eyes glinting with a strange calm. He smiled. Thankful's fur prickled. His lips curled into a sneer. Not for long. Soon he will kneel, or die screaming, yes yes. A/N, I understand that those unfamiliar with Warhammer Fantasy and the Skaven faction might be scratching their heads. Feel free to ask any questions here, I'll be happy to clarify. I tried my best to provide enough context to keep things engaging without making it overly expository. Let me know your thoughts on the chapter. Power stones and reviews please. Chapter 82, yes yes, no no. A/N, I reread the previous chapter and OMG I am so bad at the first-person POV, some of you might be getting an aneurysm. Sorry about that, I'll try better. I wrote these chapters because I wanted to write Thankful. If you don't like them feel free to skip this chapter, it won't have much impact on the overall story. Some time ago. Eric flew high above the sky, looking for something to punch and unleash his strength. His speed was pretty remarkable as he flew over an island crawling with rat-like people. They were organized in formation like an army, with boats ready as if they were preparing for an invasion. Their boats were pointed directly toward his island. Did that one just stab his comrade? Eric thought, just as the stabbed rat suddenly exploded. His eyes shifted to the rat on the stage, it seemed he was the one who caused it. Eric smirked and rose higher into the sky to make a more impressive entrance. He then dove down at high speed, landing in front of the lead rat with a grin. The rat wore tattered, rune-covered robes and shouted like he was high on far too many drugs. Thankful POV. This idiot just landed in front of me with my whole army present. Does he have a death wish? Yes. That must be it. He wishes to die by my mighty hands. I take a warpstone from my pocket and start chewing it. Power surges through me, my eyes glowing bright. He watches this and raises an eyebrow. Of course. This must be his species' way of showing fear, yes. Kneel before my might and serve me. I order the one with no facial hair. Such a peculiar species, he must envy my looks. The one in front of me raises both eyebrows and mutters, I guess we have the same language, that's convenient. Then he laughs. Laughs. How dare he? Well, let's start with introducing ourselves and what this party is about. I'm Eric, he says, introducing himself. This party. I sneer, gesturing to my army. Another soldier stabs someone, of course, I make him explode. These are the great armies of the Skaven. The servants of the great horned rat. With my great intellect, we have devised a way to invade new lands. I proclaim, gesturing toward the boats. I didn't make them, but no one dares refute my claim. And we will subjugate all lands and bring them under the great horned rat. I roar, and my army cheers. It is a sign from our god that the first prey has appeared before me himself. I shout, and with a flick of my staff, I unleash warp lightning at the figure. Yes, yes. Burn Neilbeg, scree. I cackle with a delightfully beautiful laugh. But he only laughs with me, raising his hand and swatting the lightning aside. My eyes widen. How did he? Bone Ripper. I shout. My loyal servant bursts out of a carriage I had hidden him in. He is a magnificent being, crafted by Clan Molder and Scryer, 3 arms, 1 a sword, 1 a bolter, 1 a claw. He roars and howls in my name as he charges at Eric, trampling lesser Skaven beneath his feet. Eric tilts his head at Bone Ripper. The construct fires warp energy shots from its bolter arm, but Eric blocks them with an invisible shield conjured with a raised palm. No matter. Bone Ripper will crush him with its fists. I retreat to a safe distance and start crushing warp stone on the ground. Then, madness. An illusion. A trick by this Eric. He conjures an ice wall just as Bone Ripper's fist is about to land. The thunderous impact shatters the wall with a shockwave, but the little shit has already leapt away. I must be at full strength to defeat him. I snort the crushed warp stone and my body trembles as my eyes glow with unholy power. Scree. I screech as energy floods through me. I raise my staff and blast warp fire at him, burning the very air itself. Surely he will be incinerated. Bone Ripper, kill slay. Tear him apart. I command gleefully. Third POV. Eric grinned as he fought Bone Ripper while his silver flame clashed against Thanquol's corrupted fire. He relied on his physical strength to battle Bone Ripper directly. Bone Ripper roared, smashing its fists down while firing chaotic blasts from its bolter. Eric drew his wand, sending a powerful gust of wind to the ground that propelled him backward. An explosion erupted where he had stood a moment earlier, shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. The Skaven army descended into frenzy, trying to swarm Eric. But Thanquol's reckless magic and Bone Ripper's area of effect attacks killed more Skaven than Eric ever needed to. Any ratling that did get close was dispatched in a blink. Eric unleashed a severing charm at Bone Ripper. The construct roared and raised its arm to block, earning a massive gash down to the bone. Idiotic. Foolish. Thanquol screamed, chewing another warp stone as he fired spell after spell, killing his own army more than harming Eric. No fail. No fail. Win. Win, he screeched madly. Eric's brow furrowed. His magic is powerful, but chaotic. His eyes shifted into a flower-like pattern, perception sharpening. He propelled himself forward, conjuring an ice sword. Bone Ripper swung its sword arm and fist simultaneously. Eric transfigured a pillar mid-path, leaping onto it and rebounding to change direction. He dodged the sword completely, meeting Bone Ripper's fist head-on. His ice blade cleaved through the arm even as the impact hurled him back through the air. He steadied himself mid-flight, dodging another blast of warp fire and retaliating with a severing charm that tore open Bone Ripper's torso. The abomination screamed. Eric exhaled, eyes flicking toward Thanquol, who kept blasting at his silver flame. Eric manipulated his fire to attack Bone Ripper, then transfigured the ground beneath Thanquol into spikes. The rat dodged frantically, shrieking. Warpstone makes me strong, yes yes. Thanquol howled. His staff bled green miasma, swelling like smoke and crawling like insects. Eric leveled his wand, unleashing a wave of red flame that burned through the miasma. A scream echoed within it as it dissolved. Plague. Die stick. Die weak. Die die die. Thanquol shrieked, and the Skaven around him began coughing blood as their skin melted off. Whose side is he even on? Eric thought with a twitching lip, firing a bolt of lightning from his palm. It slammed into Thanquol, sending him tumbling back with a screech. The rat crushed an amulet. His body healed as nearby Skaven shrieked in agony. Yes yes. Pain. Hurt. Heal, he screamed. So the amulet heals him with the pain of others, Eric observed, watching the dying army. I don't even need to fight your army, your idiocy is killing them for me. Eric shouted, loud enough for all to hear. The Skaven turned on Thanquol with hatred in their eyes. But he only screamed louder, must win. Again and again. Bone Ripper screamed as Eric's silver flame consumed it. The construct had no defense against the silver fire. In the shadows, a Clan Eshin assassin clicked his tongue. Can't kill him in the air, he muttered, eyeing Thanquol instead. Eric smirked, dodging Thanquol's wild attacks, flinging spells back, and taunting him. How dare? How dare you insult the great me? Thanquol screeched. Suddenly, he cast sideways, killing the assassin who had crept too close. Other Skaven turned, blades and spells now aimed at him, shouting curses. Eric didn't waste the chance. Chanting in Parseltongue, his flame returned after reducing Bone Ripper to ash. He directed it in precise patterns across the battlefield, his free hand inscribing runes into the ground. The Skaven realized something was happening. They abandoned Thanquol, who started pelting Eric with desperate spells. Too late. Green runes flared across the ground. The Skaven screamed, clutching their ears as whispers in a serpentine tongue invaded their minds. Green flame serpents rose from the earth, forming a barrier around the island. The souls of the dying Skaven army were consumed to strengthen it. Eric stood outside the barrier, nodding at the carnage once before flying away. Now they won't be able to leave the island to enslave and kill, he muttered, flying away. That was one crazy rat, man though. He said, looked back at the island, scratching his head. A/N, gimme power stones inna crush them and do lines like thankful. Chapter 83, The Hospitable One. Eric flew towards the island, humming to himself as the wind parted before the barrier. He discharged his flames from his legs to increase his speed. He suddenly stopped, staring at an island covered in black mist, golden runes floating through it. Many giant, winged snakes floated around the mist, guarding the island. Eric tilted his head and stood still in the air, a little way from the island. The snakes glanced at him but did not attack. "Hello, owner of the island," he shouted, hoping someone would hear. A questioning hum came from the island. Eric gave a small bow. "I am sorry to disturb you." I felt a pull towards the island. "May I enter?" he asked. The snakes stopped moving midair and looked at him for a moment. Then they lined up on two sides, making a path for him, and the mist cleared, forming a small opening for him to enter. "Thank you," he said as he stepped through. He landed on the ground and walked for a moment before spotting towering cypress trees lining winding paths that led to a palace carved from moonstone and basalt. Eric raised an eyebrow and moved towards the entrance, noticing a three-headed dog guarding the castle. Eric smiled as he saw the dog and patted all three of its heads. "Sorry boy, I wish I had some treats on me," Eric said as the three heads nuzzled him. Behind the dog, the castle doors opened. Eric gave some final pats before entering. The hall led to a grand throne room with two thrones present. On one throne sat a man with short black hair, wearing a business suit embroidered with gold. Eric smiled at the man. "Thank you for welcoming me. I am Eric Hawthorne." The man leaned back on his throne and waved a hand. "Hades," he said with a smile. Eric raised an eyebrow. "The god?" he asked directly. "That one," Hades said with a small laugh, standing up. "And I know you already." Eric raised an eyebrow again. Hades smirked. "You're quite famous among the gods after someone butchered the messenger of the outer gods half to death in front of Azathoth himself." His teasing smile widened. Eric scratched his cheek and looked away. Her exact words were something like, "Don't even look at my boy again," Hades continued, embarrassing Eric even more. "Please stop," Eric said, and Hades patted his head. "Why would I?" "Your reactions are priceless," Hades teased, and Eric just looked up in despair. A woman's laugh was heard as she chided Hades lightly. "He's too cute to be tormented by you," she said, pinching Eric's cheek. Eric spread his hands and looked at the sky. "Please take me, God," he muttered. Persephone looked at him, amused, and asked, "What brings you here?" Eric shrugged. "I don't know. I was passing by and felt curious, so I asked if I could enter." "What a polite boy," she said, ruffling his hair. "Shall we prepare a seat for our guest?" Hades said, snapping his fingers. Eric found himself sitting on a sofa with Hades and Persephone in front of him, tea and snacks laid between them. "I thought you both would be a little different," Eric admitted. The couple shrugged. "I'm glad I was wrong, though," he added quickly, making Persephone smile. "You won't need to look far to find worse versions of us in the Dreamlands," Persephone said. Eric raised an eyebrow. "Can you tell me more about the gods of the Dreamlands?" he asked. Hades nodded, then asked suddenly, "Where did you just come from?" "There was an island with rat people." Eric began, trying to explain. Hades nodded. "How long did it take you to reach here from that island?" Eric tilted his head. About 10 minutes, maybe 15. "How big do you think this island is?" Hades asked. The more questions Hades asked, the more confused Eric became. "It's bigger on the inside compared to the outside," he said finally. Hades nodded. "You call this place the Dreamlands, but we are not in a dream, are we?" He leaned his elbow on the armrest, resting his head against his hand. "Me, her, this table, this island are all real and tangible," Hades said, pointing at himself, Persephone, and the table. Eric nodded. "This realm gives real existence and tangibility to dreams," Persephone added. "And this is true infinity," Hades said. "The dreams of mortals create new lands and gods, and those gods in turn make universes like the one you came from." Eric nodded again. "My island has enough land to form a planet itself," Hades said, gesturing around. "And you could have stumbled on it even if you went in a completely opposite direction," Persephone noted, sipping her tea. "What I mean is, there are an uncountable number of us here," Hades continued, gesturing to himself and Persephone. "We are born, have our own experiences, and evolve into our own people," Persephone said with a smile. Eric nodded. "Can you enter the waking world?" he asked. They both shook their heads. "We can form avatars in the waking world, but we cannot manifest there in full strength without the sands of Morpheus," Persephone explained. Eric nodded, sipping his tea and trying to hide any reaction. "Can I take something from here to my world?" he asked. They looked at each other. "Even for us, it would be very difficult." Hades muttered, pinching his chin in thought. If you form a spirit bond with something here, maybe then. But the method of retrieving the object in your world would be very painful, he admitted with a shrug. Eric smiled. Thank you for your hospitality, I should leave, he said, thinking of his promise to Luna. Persephone made a small pout, at which Hades chuckled. I'll come back whenever I can, Eric promised. Go in any random direction while thinking of meeting us, and you will arrive here, Hades told him. Eric scratched his head, and Hades snapped his fingers. They appeared on the shore. Eric took off, waving as the gods waved back. See you, he said, flying away. He sped toward his island, paying attention to how much time it took him to return. 10 minutes, he muttered as he landed. He looked around and found some fairies, floating around the island, tending to the plants and animals. He saw Luna and called out to her. She was a little downcast, but after hearing his voice her face bloomed as she smiled at him. Eric got a glimpse of her expression and felt guilt in his heart. He approached her and poked her cheek. I am at your command to do as you please, he said, and she smiled mischievously. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 84, The Djinn. How much time remaining? Eric asked. Luna's smile dimmed a little as she replied softly, 2 days. Eric sighed. I'm sorry. I left you alone for 2 days. Something. He scratched his head, avoiding her eyes. He didn't want to worry her by telling her about Arkham. Luna looked down. It's okay, you can't just entertain me for a whole week whenever we enter the Dreamlands, she said, smiling at him, but the loneliness she had felt still lingered behind that smile. Eric stepped closer and lifted her chin. That's not true. I love exploring infinity with you, he said, his thumb brushing her cheek. Luna wrapped her arms around his neck. So? I'm not holding you back, she asked quietly. Eric shook his head furiously. No, not at all. It's just something happened that I can't tell you about, he said, hugging her waist as she leaned against his chest and hummed softly. It's my fault for making you think that, he said, kissing her forehead. Luna gave him a genuine smile that lit him up in return. That's the smile I was waiting for, Eric said, smiling back, and she hugged him tightly. I stumbled upon something interesting, he said after a pause. Luna looked up. What is it? The sands of Morpheus you have, they can help manifest gods from here into our world, Eric said, and Luna's eyes widened. She glanced toward the tree. Then we're fortunate to have found it, she said, and Eric hummed in agreement. It might have saved us a lot of trouble by hiding your wings, Eric added, looking at her delicate, fairy-like wings. Luna leaned against his chest again, worry flickering across her face. I might be putting him in danger, she thought. Eric caught her expression and cupped her face. Don't worry. You remember the goddess we met before, right? She nodded. She'll protect you if any god finds out, and I think you should have your own protection as well, he said, raising his hand as a silver scale manifested on his palm. Luna gazed at it curiously. This will allow you to connect with a god you might be compatible with, Eric explained. Luna slowly took the scale and placed it over her chest, where it was absorbed into her skin. She waited a moment, then looked at him questioningly. Eric smiled. It's not immediate, but your body's likely adapting, growing stronger right now. Luna nodded at the explanation. Then she took his hand and led him a little farther from the tree. I want to show you something, she said. After stopping, she covered his eyes with her hands and tilted his head up. When she removed them, Eric saw a massive mechanical sphere floating above the golden tree. How did I not notice it before, he thought. Velka said she's using it as a base for the protection of our island, Luna said, standing in front of him. Eric stared at the enormous structure in awe, his mouth slightly open. Luna giggled at his expression. He sighed, reached out, and pinched her cheeks, stretching and molding them into different shapes until she smacked his hand and pouted. Then he noticed one of the fruits on the tree wiggle and fall. Moving closer, Luna followed. They stood side by side as the fruit turned red, then burst into flames. Steam hissed around them, and the temperature rose. Eric instinctively stepped in front of Luna as a humanoid shape began to form within the smoke, distinctly female. When the haze cleared, a girl emerged seemingly 2 years younger than Luna. She wore obsidian glass armor and had crimson skin with pitch black, coal-like hair. Though her features were those of an 11-year-old, she was as tall as Eric. Her crystalline blue eyes shone with curiosity as she approached. The heat faded as she consciously stilled her aura. She smiled, raised her hand, and began gently patting Eric's head. Eric looked mildly amused and let her continue. Can you give me a name too? She asked after a minute. Eric glanced at Luna, who crossed her arms. Don't ask me, I'm no good at that. Eric shrugged. Does Ignitia work? The girl smiled brightly and nodded. Ignitia it is, she said, then glanced at the tree before looking up. Is my sister there? Eric nodded. He scratched his head awkwardly. I don't have a better way to ask, what are you? Ignitia smiled and poked his nose. I am an Ashborn Djinn, she said. Eric blinked. So, you grant wishes? She tilted her head. I can, some of them. If you command me, I can temper souls, burn away trauma, and your enemies too. Eric raised an eyebrow, glancing between her and Luna. How does tempering a soul work? Souls have fire, she said thoughtfully. I can purify that fire in turn tempering the soul itself. Then she looked at him again. I'm not strong enough to do that for you yet. But I can do it for her, she said, nodding toward Luna. Will it be painful? Eric asked. She shook her head. Eric nodded and, with a teasing grin, picked Luna up and presented her to Ignitia like a doll. She's all yours. Luna blushed scarlet and covered her face with her hands. Ignitia nodded seriously. Eric set Luna down. Luna tried to bite his hand, while Eric dodged. Eric stopped when he saw golden fire bloom between Ignitia's palms. Eric yelped when Luna actually bit his shoulder. He knocked her lightly on the head and pointed to the flame. Luna rubbed her head, blushing, and walked up to Ignitia. Sorry about that, she muttered. Ignitia shook her head. You were just showing affection to each other, she said kindly. The golden flames flowed into Luna's chest, and she trembled slightly, a blissful smile forming on her face. Then Ignitia turned and lightly bit Eric's shoulder. Eric blinked. Why are you doing that? Isn't that how you show affection? She asked innocently. Eric tilted his head. So that's why she was patting my head and poking my nose, he thought. He sighed and pinched her cheek. You've got much to learn, he said, before moving to check on Luna for any discomfort. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews. Chapter 85, Gold Dragon. Eric stood in front of Luna and saw her peaceful expression suddenly being marred by a frown as she put her hands in front of her, seemingly searching for something. Ignitia stood beside Eric. This process is not painful but does require reliving your past and confronting your pain and fear. Ignitia paused and looked at Luna again. She is strong-minded enough to relive that pain and come out stronger on the other side, but subconsciously she is searching for comfort, for help, Ignitia observed. While Ignitia was talking, Eric gently held Luna's outstretched hand, and she held it as if her life depended on it. She then moved forward, guided by the hand, and hugged Eric tightly, shaking slightly. Eric hugged her back and whispered assurances to her that he was there and would not leave her. Luna's frown softened, and she rested on Eric, seemingly using his warmth to fight the darkness. It took about an hour for Luna to open her eyes, her breathing slightly ragged, and she did not speak for some time, seemingly thinking about what had just happened. Eric gently stroked her hair as she seemed to be gathering her thoughts. She let out a breath after a moment. That was something, she said, not knowing how to describe it. I hope it was a good something, Eric said, letting go of the hug and taking a step back. Luna nodded at that and looked at Ignitia. Thank you, she said with a smile, and Ignitia inclined her head in acknowledgement. Shall we meet my sister? Ignitia asked in excitement, and Luna nodded. Ignitia turned into a bird to fly with Luna and Eric as they flew toward the giant metal sphere above the golden tree. The three landed on the sphere and looked around to see some little spiders scurrying around the area. Their bodies were like that of Velka, who was moving toward them. Velka approached Ignitia, and they hugged and giggled. Now I will have a sister to help me. Velka cheered and approached Eric and Luna. Come on, let me show you what we have done, she said, beckoning them, wanting to show off like a child. Eric and Luna followed her with a smile after exchanging an amused look. First I repaired this propulsion system, Velka babbled. It works on manipulating electromagnetic fields and gravity to move in different directions, she said and started to explain everything, all of which went above the heads of Luna and Eric. The civilization that built this structure must be very advanced, Velka mentioned. Have you found out about what happened to them? Eric managed to ask the question when she stopped speaking for a second. Velka shook her head. There are no records in the structure. There is one AI here, but it doesn't know who created it, Velka said. Eric shrugged. Maybe there was no civilization. Maybe someone dreamt of roaming in a spherical mechanical ruin, and it just manifested in the dreamlands, Eric mentioned with a hand on his chin. Eric then looked around. Was there a well on the sphere, he asked, and Velka nodded. Yes, there was, but it disappeared after I joined it with our island, Velka said. Eric shrugged. How will this structure help in protecting the island? Eric asked. Velka gestured around. At the most rudimentary level, it can create a force field around the island, and my end goal is dimensional isolation, Velka said casually. The second part will take time though, and maybe a highly compressed and malleable type of energy, Velka started muttering to herself and began making theories. Eric and Luna smiled wryly and walked around, seeing cute spiders scurrying about and working. Luna would give them head pats and thank them for their hard work with a smile. Ignitia, meanwhile, was keeping up with Velka in certain topics regarding energy, and they would bounce ideas off each other. How are you preparing for the Triwizard tournament? Luna asked Eric, and he shrugged. The first task is to fight a dragon, shouldn't be too hard, he said casually. How did you know that is the first task? Luna asked in surprise. They are being arranged from the dragon sanctuary we own, so. Eric shrugged. Luna gave him a deadpan look, and Eric chuckled, raising his chin. You know who my father is, he said arrogantly and then looked away in embarrassment. Luna rolled her eyes at him. I met a nice dragon some time ago, let's go meet him, Luna said, and Eric said yes immediately, he was hers to command for now, after all. They both waved to Ignitia and Velka before Luna looked at Eric lazily. I don't feel like flying. Carry me, she said, and Eric shrugged and picked her up in a princess carry and started flying. Luna yelped and blushed. I changed my mind, she said with a red face. Eric smirked. As you wish, he said, about to drop her. She hugged his neck after he loosened his grip. No, don't let go, she said, panicking a little, making Eric laugh. She just hit his chest after he tightened his grip again, and she pouted all the way. They reached a small island, lush and green, with some animals but not much else except a cave. Luna got down from Eric's arms not before giving another light punch on his chest. Luna walked toward the cave, ignoring Eric. Mr. Dragon, I am back, she announced herself in the most Luna way, making Eric chuckle beside her. A chuckle was heard from the cave, deep and reverberating. Luna skipped over to the dragon, Eric following in amusement. After entering a bit of distance, they were greeted by a majestic dragon with scales shimmering like molten gold. Eyes glowing with wisdom and golden intensity as they looked at Eric and Luna. This must be the boy you were talking about, the gold dragon asked Luna after he noticed Eric. Luna nodded. Yes, please ignore him, he is here just as transport, Luna said dismissively, waving at Eric. She needs a spanking, thought Eric with a twitching lip. The gold dragon chuckled and inclined his head towards Eric, who bowed in respect. After our last chat, I got some things for you, Luna beamed and opened a small pouch on her belt, starting to fiddle with it. She laid out some pearls of different colors, books like The Republic by Plato, Bhagavad Gita, Cosmos by Carl Sagan, and many more. She then turned the pouch upside down and shook it. A giant container of honey emerged, bigger than her. A/N, Gimme Power Stones and Reviews. Chapter 86, Twilight of the Golden Dragon. The dragon looked at the offerings and used his whiskers to pat Luna's head gently. Thank you, little one, he rumbled and opened the honey jar with his whiskers, scooping up some honey and tasting it. Luna looked at Eric and beckoned him over to her. Eric approached and raised an eyebrow in question. Luna took his hand. Mr. Dragon, he and I have a place of our own. Would you like to come with us, she asked. The dragon sighed softly. I am at my twilight and wish to nourish the land I was born in. Luna looked sad at the dragon's words. The dragon seemed to sense her grief, and two scales on his body shimmered and detached themselves, floating in front of Luna and Eric. They were bright gold in color and the size of their palms. I prayed to Bahamut not to be forgotten, and it seems my wish has come true at the cost of your grief, the dragon sighed. Take these scales, for I have no use of them, the dragon said gently and lay down, seeming tired. Luna took her scale and hugged it to her chest, not speaking, fearing she might sob if she did. A voice was heard from the side, and a 3-foot-long dragon, red in color, peeked from a small hole in the cave. It then trotted over to the gold dragon timidly, looking up and nudging him. Luna and Eric could feel his grief as if it were their own. I am not dead yet, the gold dragon said and looked at Luna. Take this little one. She is an echo of my kind, she will be a good companion for you. I know you will treat her well. The little pseudo-dragon looked at Luna curiously and was picked up by her. Would you like to come with me? Luna asked her. The little one nodded and sent out emotions of acceptance toward Luna. A huge sigh was heard, as if the world had let out a final breath. I love your company, but I have little time and do not wish to burden you with my final moments, the dragon rumbled softly, opening the books Luna had given and starting to read them. Luna and Eric bowed to the dragon. Luna had the little dragon on her shoulder as Eric held her hand in support. They both exited the cave, Luna being supported by Eric and soothed by the little dragon. Eric looked around at the jungle after exiting and sighed. It seems he was the only intelligent being in the area, he muttered. The little dragon hissed at Eric, who chuckled. I mean, for most of his life, Eric clarified, and the dragon just ignored him. Great, now I have to deal with two of them, Eric muttered, giving a side-eye to the dragon. He then noticed a well near them, as he did on every island. There was something different about this one, there were 2 seeds floating above it, one gold and one red. Eric took them and looked at Luna, who still seemed sad. Eric went in front of her and held her chin, making her look up. Do you wish to stay here for some time, he asked her, and she shook her head. Eric nodded, picked her up, and started flying toward their island. The little dragon flew beside them. Luna did not speak and just rested on him, holding him for comfort. I just want to stay in one place, with you, for the time we have left, Luna said finally, and Eric nodded. Eric went to a grassy area in the forest and waved his hand as the grass formed a comfortable bed for them. He laid Luna down on it and Eric stroked her head as she lay there, the golden scale in her hands. Is there a way for me to carry it with me in the waking world? Luna asked him, and he nodded. Place it near the tree before we leave, and I will see to the rest, Eric whispered to her. The little dragon curled up beside her. Eric observed the seeds in one hand and stroked Luna's head with the other. He sensed a faint aura from the seeds. It felt like the auras of Hades and Persephone he had met some time ago, as if the seeds were divine. With enough worship, the wells gives birth to gods, right? Eric thought. What if there are just not enough people to form a god, but a very powerful being that worships one for thousands of years? Eric thought and looked at the little dragon. Eric patted the little dragon's head, making her look up at him in curiosity. He then gave her the red seed. Take it. This is the gift from the gold dragon to you, Eric said and placed the seed on her forehead, where it sank into her body. The next day, Eric woke up from his bed and sighed. He noticed Chaya sitting on his face as always. As he got up, she ignored him and slithered to his bed. Why is everyone always mad at me? Eric thought and held his head, as Dune flew over to him and looked at him. Dune is always the best, Eric said, patting the bird and getting happy bird noises from her. Eric then went over to his desk, brought out a parchment, and wrote, I can't attend classes because I am sick. He then handed it over to Dune. Put it on Dumbledore's desk, he instructed the owl, who disappeared with a flap of her wings. Let's see how painful it will be, Eric muttered and lay on his bed. Hades had told him he could transport things from the dreamlands if he could form a spiritual connection with something there. He did caution that the process would be painful. Eric had formed a connection with the golden tree and was going to use it to transport the dragon scales from the dreamlands to the waking world. Eric formed a magic circle of healing and containment around him. He then placed some Vitalis bloom around it to facilitate healing. Here goes nothing, Eric said out loud and focused on the link he had made with the golden tree. He focused on the roots of the tree and felt the 2 golden scales they had left on its roots. He conveyed his intentions to the tree, and the scales sank into the tree's roots. Eric felt a sudden jolt in his chest as if something wanted to burst out of it. His chest bulged and stretched in the middle. Eric gritted his teeth as blood seeped from his mouth. He added some sound-dampening wards around him with a wave of his hand and screamed as his chest tore open and a golden scale shimmered beneath it. Eric held it and yanked it in one swift motion. Blood and flesh sprayed around him as the scale rested in his hand. He was not done yet. Another scale peeked from the scar, and Eric held it with a shaky hand. Shuddering and rasping breaths escaped his lips as he held the second scale. Just one more. This is the last one, for Luna, he consoled himself, and in one swift motion ripped the scale out. A scream escaped him, and he collapsed on his back. The magic circle around him worked to heal his wounds as green essence flowed through him. He looked at the ceiling and focused on breathing as he was being healed. After 15 minutes, Eric opened his eyes and looked at Chaya, who was licking his face, while Dune had still not returned, as Eric had sent her on a few more errands. Eric sighed and got up, looking down at his chest and seeing no scars. Wouldn't have minded a cool scar, he muttered, and then thought of his mother. Never mind. He shook his head with a shudder. He cleaned up the magic circle and his blood before calling out to Nibbin, who popped in with a yellow flash and beamed at him. Take me to the island, please, Eric asked Nibbin. He would have asked Chaya, but she was still mad at him. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 87, For Being You. Eric appeared on the island and took a deep breath, sighing in contentment as he looked at the otherworldly scenery around him. Thank you, Nibbin. Where are Mom and Dad? Eric asked. Nibbin smiled. They're in South Africa, killing some monster, he said and vanished with Eric's permission. Eric approached Orion, the leader of the centaur tribe on the island, and presented him with the golden scales. This is truly magic bordering on the divine, my lord, the centaur said in awe as he inspected the shimmering scales. Can we fashion it into a necklace? Eric asked. The centaur nodded. We can create a powerful magical necklace, with the help of the goblins. Some time later, Eric, Orion, and the goblin chief were working in the forge. Eric called upon his silver flames to melt the scale into a liquid form. The scale slowly began to soften and melt, while the goblin chief and Orion worked on the mold for the necklace. The walls of the forge shimmered with a golden sheen, reflecting the radiance of the dragon scale. It's done! Eric shouted as the scale finished melting and settled into a silver container. Orion hurried over with the mold. Here, my lord, he said, and Eric poured the molten gold into it. I've got the Vulcan water, the goblin chief added quickly, pouring the silvery liquid over the mold. A loud sizzling sound filled the forge. Eric began circling the mold, chanting in Parseltongue as his wand traced glowing patterns in the air. The other two watched solemnly as the chanting continued for nearly half an hour before Eric finally stopped panting, but smiling brightly. Excellent work, my lord, the goblin chief said, adjusting the final runes on the necklace to bring out its perfection. How long until the Celestium is formed? Eric asked. At least 2 months, my lord, the goblin replied respectfully. They had devised a method to combine the other scale with dragon steel to form a new metal for weapons and crafting. The process, however, would take considerable time to complete. The goblin chief brought out an ornate wooden box and carefully placed the thin golden necklace inside. The pendant bore a delicate half-moon design that caught the light beautifully. Eric smiled as he closed the box and tucked it into his pouch, thanking both Orion and the goblin for their help. Eric reappeared in his Hogwarts room in a flash of blue light. Thank you, he said to Chaya, who ignored him once again. He smiled wryly and glanced at his pocket watch. It's 5 p.m. They must be at the lake by now. He muttered and left the room. He's probably out there having fun right now, sick, my buttocks, Ron muttered. Language, Ron, Hermione scolded, obviously. What? I said buttocks, not ass or butt, Ron grinned, only to wince as Hermione's heck stung his arm. I think he has severe diarrhea right now, at least I hope, Harry said with a grin, enjoying the disgusted girl noises Daphne, Fleur, and Hermione were making. Harry stiffened when he noticed Ginny's disgusted expression too. When did she get here? He thought, looking up at the sky. Why do I even have the ability to speak? Where's Luna? Fleur asked. She seemed a little sad when I saw her earlier, Daphne said with a frown. She said she needed some time alone. The group exchanged uneasy looks. Let's give her that, Daphne said, and the others nodded. Meanwhile, Luna wandered the greenhouse, moving between the plants in search of privacy. The place was empty, quiet except for the rustle of enchanted leaves. She felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to see Eric standing there, grinning with his hands behind his back. She smiled softly. There are theories going around about what you might be doing. Some of them are quite creative. What was your guess? Eric asked, tilting his head. Luna shrugged. Fighting dragons. Lazing around. Admiring your own reflection. She began listing them on her fingers. Eric's lips thinned. I need a corner to cry in, he muttered, turning away. Luna giggled and followed him. Eric sat in a corner, drawing circles in the dirt, while Luna cupped his cheeks and stretched them into different shapes. Well, tell me, what were you actually up to, she asked, still tugging at his face. Eric didn't answer and looked away dramatically. Luna ended up consoling him for the next 15 minutes. Finally, Eric stood, his grin wide, a small wooden box in his hands. I was getting this for you, he said. Luna placed the box on a nearby shelf and opened it carefully. Is this? She whispered, eyes widening as she saw the necklace inside. It is, Eric said, his smile softening. Luna traced her fingers over the golden surface, then turned to him and hugged him tightly, a smile lighting her face. Put it on me, she asked, turning around. Eric nodded, gently fastening the necklace around her neck. She turned back to him and rested her head against his chest. What have I done to deserve you? She asked softly. Eric stroked her hair. Being you, he replied. A/N, I hope you guys don't die of cringe, but that's romance between teenagers for you. If you want them to bang, give me power stones and reviews. Chapter 88, A Sliver of Divinity. Meanwhile in South Africa. Welcome, Lord and Lady Hawthorne, a dark-skinned man wearing intricate robes and different-colored rings on each finger said to Simon and Edwina. Simon, wearing a majestic black wool fur coat, nodded at the men. Thank you, Elder Nality, for your hospitality, Simon said. Elder Nality gestured to the vibrant magical community around him. We of the Dewara tribe pride ourselves on our hospitality, the elder said as drinks were served to them. He then turned solemn and let out a breath. And that is the reason I urge you to restrain from the endeavor you came to accomplish here. The Grutslang is a creature of power and tyranny, a mistake of the gods, granted a sliver of divinity, the elder said in genuine concern. Simon raised an eyebrow. You did request aid in slaying the creature from the Alliance, did you not? Simon asked. The elder sighed. I did, and please excuse my bluntness, I recognize you as one of the strongest wizards of our generation. Still, I expected a force numbered greater than 2. Simon smiled at the elder's honesty. I understand your concerns and take full responsibility for our actions and endeavors, Simon assured as the elder took a secret sigh of relief. Simon got up, offering his hand to Edwina, who took it and stood as well. We must take our leave. Feasts can wait for when we return, Simon said and left. Fokran exited the shadows and joined the two. After they left, a young man beside the elder sighed. It seems your first impression of him was wrong. He is not as wise as you thought, the young man muttered. The elder shrugged. That is to be decided by their possible return. He did take full responsibility for himself, so it will not cause an international incident if they fail. Just a pity, the family is of good people that could have helped our people, the elder said tiredly. Simon and Edwina neared the Anisfontein spring, searching for the Wondergat, as the natives called it, the place where the Grutzlang resided. Edwina marveled at the beauty of the place. Let's bring Eric with us next time. I want to have a picnic with him here, she said, gesturing around her. Am I invited to the picnic? Simon asked with a smirk. Of course not, Edwina said instantly, making Simon's smile fall. Edwina laughed and kissed him. Don't make that face, you are still not invited, she teased as they searched for the location. It took them, Fokran 10 more minutes to find the famed Wondergat. I wish we had a guide, would have saved us some time, Simon muttered. Like anyone who knows of the place would come with us willingly, Edwina rolled her eyes. They found a deep cavern that seemed bottomless, darkness swirling inside it as if the abyss itself were eager to devour them. They held hands and smiled, floating into the cavern with measured speed. Sylvena nestled within Edwina's other arm while Fokran, covered in electricity, walked on the wall, illuminating the path for them. After descending about 50 feet, they noticed the cave walls shining with every flash of lightning, diamonds and precious metals reflecting the light beautifully. After about 20 more feet, they saw a steep incline and entered it, finding many branching paths. They guessed the right one by following the human and animal bones scattered around. Simon felt a breath behind him and whipped his head around, holding Edwina behind him to shield her. He found nothing behind him except skulls, mouths open as if to scream even in death, eyes hollow. Fokran growled and led them in the right direction. Simon took a breath while Edwina waved her hand, sending out a glowing blue mist in all directions. Her eyes turned into green flowers as Simon drew his sword, adjusting his coat and taking out a new one from his pouch, draping it over Edwina. The black coats were made of the wolf hide from the strongest black wolves, tough enough to block most blades. Simon and Edwina had made regular trips to the Dark Island to train and increase their armies respectively, so they had many of these coats made from the lesser wolves as well as the greatest ones. Edwina's eyes glowed, and an army of black snakes with green flower-like eyes appeared, flooding the cave and moving in every direction. A loud rumbling was heard as the cave shook and rocks were thrown at the couple. Simon swung his sword, cutting the rocks in two, while Edwina used telekinesis to change their trajectory. A wall beside them burst open, and the trumpet of an elephant filled the cave as a colossal beast entered their sight. The Grutzlang looked like a mix of elephant and snake, the face of an elephant and the lower body of a serpent, a 60-foot-tall monster. Its eyes were golden gems, floating in its skull as it looked at the intruders and flung its trunk, sending rocks flying toward them. Simon cut down the rocks as the army of black snakes attacked. The creature swung its tail, flinging the snakes away while creating a gust of wind from the sheer force. It then rushed at Simon, trampling the snakes beneath it as if they didn't harm it in the slightest. Simon crouched low and put all his strength into his legs, launching himself at the monster. The ground beneath him cracked as he reached the beast in a blur, swinging his sword. The monster stopped the blade with its tail, covered in diamonds and scales harder than steel. The collision created a shockwave that sent the snakes flying in all directions. Simon locked eyes with the monster. Gray and gold clashed as Simon was pushed back. He staggered as the Grutzlang swung its tail again, only for Fokran to charge into it at the speed of lightning, blocking the strike. Simon shook his head and put up every acclimancy defense he could muster. Don't lock eyes with it, the creature seems to have mind-attacking capability. Edwina nodded, and the mist around them thickened. The monster raised its elephant-like trunk, blowing a gust of wind that thinned the mist. Fokran charged again, covered in lightning, and crashed into the monster's chest, creating another shockwave and sending the beast back a few feet. Edwina was using her strength to reinforce the cave while spreading the poisonous mist that was slowly but surely affecting the Grutzlang. The monster roared, rushing at Simon again. Fokran tried to intercept but was flung away by its tail this time. Simon frowned in worry, glancing at Fokran as Sylvena flew to the wolf to heal him. Simon roared, charging at the monster. The Grutzlang used its trunk to deflect the sword and unleashed a powerful venomous breath at Simon point blank. Simon coated himself fully in the ether veil, but to his surprise, the venom began to burn the coat of pure magic. He gritted his teeth as the veil and poison fought. A moment later, the ground around the monster transfigured, forming spikes with gem-tipped ends that impaled the creature's stomach. It roared in pain. Edwina smirked from behind. Simon took that opportunity and used his free hand to shoot out ice, staggering the Grutzlang back a few feet and giving him the chance to swing his sword, carving a deep gash into its torso. Edwina intensified the release of poison with the help of Sylvena, who had returned after healing Fokran. The Grutzlang roared and shook its massive head, trying to ward off the effects of the poison, but it was too late. The monster limped, using the walls as support, golden gem eyes glaring at the two. Edwina met its gaze head-on. Green and gold clashed as Edwina intensified the poison. The monster made a weak roar. Even in this state, its wounds were healing slowly. The golden gems flashed green for a moment. The monster shook its head and roared in defiance. The clash of wills lasted 10 more minutes before the gold gems turned fully green and the monster knelt, completely docile. Simon was supporting Edwina by now as she seemed exhausted. That elder was not wrong, Edwina said softly. It really does seem to have a sliver of divinity. A/N, gimme power stones and reviews. Chapter 89, White Knight. After Simon and Edwina returned, the elder assumed they had either failed to find the lair or changed their minds. That notion shattered when they presented several precious gems and stones that could only be found in the Gritzlang's domain. His jaw nearly hit the ground. They led a small group to the creature's lair, to the very site of the battle, and only then did the tribe fully believe what Simon and Edwina had done. I have taken the creature's body as my right of conquest, Simon told the elder. It is only natural, Elder Nality nodded in agreement. His eyes then drifted toward the gems and diamonds strewn across the cave floor, enough wealth to fight a war over. He glanced back at Simon and Edwina, silently trying to gauge their intentions. Simon caught the look and chuckled. I'm not interested in wealth, he said calmly. It does belong to me, though, and I will entrust it to your tribe, if you vow to use it only for the betterment of your people. The elder could not hide his astonishment. He looked between the gleaming treasure and the couple before him. What, he stammered, but Edwina waved a hand lightly. These are shiny stones and nothing else in our eyes, only as valuable as the help they can provide to others, she said. The elder glanced around to make sure no one else was present, then bowed deeply. I will make a new school here for our children, for our future. I have contacts in the Muggle world as well. Together, the elder, Simon, and Edwina spent the afternoon planning how to use the treasure wisely, before fasting through the evening. That night, Simon and Edwina sat by a spring beneath the vast African sky, gazing at the stars. It felt as though their gods above looked back at them, smiling. At Hogwarts, Eric and Luna joined the others by the lake. Daphne immediately noticed the radiant smile on Luna's face and pulled her into a hug. Are you fine now? Daphne asked softly. I'm better, Luna replied, smiling at Daphne and the others who had been worried for her. And where were you all day, champion? Fleur asked Eric, raising a brow. Just the usual, Eric said with a smirk, waving his hand lazily. Helping people and all that. Fleur scoffed, and Ron looked ready to fall in love with her all over again, while Harry kept glancing between her and Ginny, trying, and failing, not to be obvious. That reminds me, Daphne said, crossing her arms. Why did you put your name in the goblet? I didn't, Eric replied simply with a shrug. Daphne frowned. That's worse. She muttered, realizing what that meant, someone wanted to harm him. Eric smiled and patted her head. I'll be fine, he said nonchalantly. Daphne sighed at that familiar answer. Those age restrictions are there for a reason. What if you have to fight a dragon or some other strong creature? Let's not go that far, Ron interjected confidently. The tasks are decided by the Department of Magical Games and Sports. I don't think they're foolish enough to suggest fighting a dragon. Eric and Luna shared a glance as the discussion went on. They didn't even know what to say, only nodded to each other, silently agreeing to stay quiet. As the evening bell rang, the group began heading back toward the Great Hall. Daphne, however, held Eric's hand, signaling for him to stay back. I like the new necklace. Fleur's compliment to Luna was the last thing they heard before the others disappeared into the castle. By the lake, Daphne seemed lost in thought, searching for words. Eric sighed softly and pulled her into a hug. I'll be fine, he reassured again. Daphne exhaled against his shoulder and returned the embrace. Even if I have to fight a dragon, Eric chuckled, pinching her cheek. Of course, Daphne said dryly, just annoy the dragon to death, you're good at that. Eric laughed and held out his hand. Come on, let's eat. I'll visit you in your dreams tonight, we'll talk then. In my best dreams, you're mute, Daphne scoffed playfully, giggling as she took his hand. They walked toward the Great Hall, Eric's arm around her shoulders as the castle lights glowed ahead. Later that night, Eric found himself beneath the golden tree. Its branches shimmered with dreamlight, and before him floated portals showing the dreams of his loved ones. Ron was dreaming of Fleur. Eric smirked, waved his hand, and replaced Fleur with a giant spider, sending Ron running in terror. Ginny was dreaming of Harry, horny teenagers, Eric thought, shaking his head. He looked next into Edwina's dream and found her lovingly pampering both him and Simon, smiling softly. Can I enter their dreams? And take them to the dreamlands? Eric asked. The golden tree pulsed in affirmation. I think I can too, Luna said, suddenly appearing beside him with her serene smile. Her gaze drifted across the dream portals. Daphne seems to be enjoying herself, she giggled. Eric looked over and froze. In Daphne's dream, she was riding a white horse, spear in hand, bravely battling a dragon while Eric was tied up in the background, swooning over his heroic savior. Eric scratched his cheek at the sight, half amused, half embarrassed, and quickly moved to block Luna's view. You have to be the one noticing weird things, don't you? He sighed, pulling lightly at her cheeks. Luna blinked up at him, her face puffed from his teasing. She peeked around him again and gasped in delight. Oh! The White Prince saved the damsel, she swooned dramatically as Daphne carried a blushing, bound Eric like a princess. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews. Chapter 90, Seraph of Olympia's Dream. Eric sighed and placed a hand on his head. He waved his hand, and the images disappeared, much to Luna's disappointment. She made a pitiful expression, holding Eric's hand and swinging it side to side. We were at the best part. Why did you stop? She asked, only to get a pinch on her nose. Who are you learning these things from? Eric said in exasperation. She giggled and pointed at him. Who else but you, she said as if it were obvious. Eric raised a finger to object but thought better of it, sighed, and turned to the tree, where an opening had formed, big enough for them to enter. He moved toward the entrance, Luna giggling as she followed. As they entered, they saw a dark tunnel with a faint opening at a distance. Just as they were about to step through, the tree's voice echoed around them. Someone requested to meet you. Eric raised an eyebrow and looked at Luna, who shrugged. They walked through the tunnel. Well then, let's see who it is, Eric muttered. They entered a grand hall with 3 figures sitting on thrones, 1 male and 2 females. Eric recognized Hades and Persephone immediately. The third was a beautiful young woman wearing simple robes and a veil. She smiled gently at the 2 kids from her wooden throne with a gentle fire behind it. Eric waved at all of them. Nice to see you again, he said, addressing Hades and Persephone. They smiled and nodded. Thank you for accepting the request, Hades said. Eric nodded and then bowed to the third person as well. Nice to meet you. I am Eric, he introduced himself, followed by Luna, who bowed and introduced herself. The woman smiled at them like a mother. A pleasure, young Eric and Luna. I am Hestia, she said, then looked at Hades. And if we are done with the grand introductions, can we give these children a comfortable place to sit and some food? Persephone covered her mouth and giggled while Hades scratched his cheek. He and Persephone then introduced themselves to Luna. Luna stood surprised and moved closer to Eric, holding his hand. He smiled and reassured her with a squeeze. Hades snapped his fingers, and they reappeared in a comfortable area with sofas and a table filled with food. A fireplace lit beside them, warming the space. Eric and Luna sat together while the 3 gods waited, giving Luna time to orient herself and digest the information. Eric held her hand and raised an eyebrow. Please, tell me the reason for the meeting. Formalities can wait, he said, trying to get straight to the point. Hades nodded, looking slightly apologetic toward Luna. You remember the first time we met was shortly after your encounter with Arkham, yes. That is the name he gave you. Eric nodded. Before we met, Vasuki had summoned almost all the gods in the Dreamlands and the Void, where the outer gods dwell and where the court of Azathoth is located, Hades continued. Eric nodded, understanding. After we were summoned, Vasuki made an example of Nyarlathotep, or Arkham as you know him. She told every god to stay away from you if they harbored bad intentions. Hades paused as Luna looked very confused and scared. Eric held her cheek. I will explain everything later. Just trust me, he whispered, and she nodded, moving closer to him. Hades took a deep breath. Well, my whole pantheon was there as well, except for a few. And Zeus, in his infinite arrogance, scoffed at the statement. He glanced at Persephone, who was comforting Hestia as she looked sad at this part of the story. Long story short, the 3 of us and the few gods who could not attend the summons are all that remain of our pantheon, Hades said, leaning back with his face resting in his palm. All others were devolved into pure divinity, their powers and followers given to us, Hades concluded. A single tear escaped Hestia's eye, though she made sure Luna and Eric did not see it, unwilling to make them feel guilty. Eric digested the words as he looked at the 3. I understand all that, and I am truly sorry for the death of your family. I am sure you love them dearly, he said, bowing slightly. Still, what is the reason for this? Eric asked, referring to the meeting request. Persephone looked at Luna. We 3 wish to give her our blessings and make her our chosen, she said directly. Eric glanced at Luna, who understood but still seemed very confused. We will leave you to discuss this. Please call for us when you have your decision ready, Hades said, and they walked out of the room, leaving Eric and Luna alone. Eric, who is Arkham and what happened? Luna asked as soon as the gods left. Eric sighed, scratched his head, and then explained a tamer version of the events. Luna looked scared and worried. Is that why you left that day? She asked, and he nodded. I just wanted to calm the tide of emotions running through me at that time, Eric explained. Luna placed her head on his chest as he reassured her that he was fine. I think you should take their offer. I have met Hades and Persephone before, and they are not bad people. I think they told us the whole story to show how powerful they are now, Eric said, shifting the topic. Luna looked up at him and tilted her head. What do they get from all this? She asked suddenly, making Eric smile. He thought for a moment and shrugged. I don't think they know you possess the sands, he muttered, his hand on his chin. Vasuki once told me that the gods from the dreamlands like to experience the waking worlds and cannot manifest there directly. So the next best thing is to experience the waking worlds through their chosen ones, Eric explained. Luna nodded but frowned again. That day. I could have helped you, she said, referring to the encounter with Arkham. Eric sighed. You could have, of course. I just did not want to burden you or make you worry. Luna clenched her fist and hit his chest lightly. I can handle it, she whispered. You close my eyes and ears when we face danger. A tear escaped her eye. You are always in front of me, comforting me and helping me. I can do that too. I have faced scary things and overcome them. I am not weak, she said, her voice gaining strength. She held the fabric of Eric's shirt in a fist and sobbed against his chest. Eric's heart ached at the sound. He cupped her face and gently wiped away her tears. I am sorry, he whispered repeatedly. After some time, she stopped crying and put her arms around his neck. I will always be there for you, as you were for me when you helped me in my dream, Luna whispered, pressing a soft kiss to his cheek. Eric smiled and held her waist. He leaned down and kissed her cheek tenderly, then moved closer to her lips. Their breaths quickened as Luna rose on her tiptoes. He kissed her softly, a quick, gentle kiss to show his affection. Then he looked into her eyes and saw only love and a smile. He bent down again, kissing her with more passion. She was inexperienced, but she tried her best to match him. He picked her up by the waist as they kissed, taking their time before finally separating. Luna was breathing heavily and rested her head on his chest as he rubbed her back. She looked up and stole one more quick kiss. You should call them back, she whispered. Eric grinned. What? Can't stop yourself from assaulting me, he teased. Luna smirked. Not even a little. She stole another kiss. Last chance, she whispered again, nibbling on his ear. Eric lightly slapped her butt, making her yelp and glare at him. He chuckled and stepped back, calling out to the gods before she could jump on him. The gods took a minute to enter the room, during which time Eric and Luna adjusted themselves on the couches. They looked at Luna hopefully. She smiled at them and stood, bowing. Thank you for choosing me. I accept, she said. The gods smiled, and Hestia hugged her with happiness. I promise we will always protect you, Hestia said. The other two nodded. They moved to an open area in nature, with Luna sitting on an elevated pedestal, level with the thrones of the gods. The three gods cut their fingers, and drops of golden blood floated above them before entering Luna through her forehead, granting her their blessing and protection. We now have more authority than before. You have the blessings of our whole pantheon, Persephone said. Luna nodded in gratitude. We grant you the title Seraph of Olympia's dream, Hades announced. Luna's wings changed again. 6 wings formed, the upper pair shimmered like moonlight on water, the middle pair were feathered with threads of starlight, and the lower pair resembled drifting petals of silver flame. Eric smiled and joined his hands in prayer to Vasuki, thanking her silently. You can be anyone you want. We trust you to be true, Hestia said, kissing Luna's cheek and brushing her hair. After the ceremony, they sat in the dining area and celebrated. The gods recounted tamer exploits while Luna and Eric listened, wrapped in attention. While Hestia spoke with Luna, Eric produced a golden seed and showed it to Hades. Can you tell me what this is? He asked. Hades nodded. This is called a divine seed. It forms when there is not enough worship to create a god, only the idea of one. Eric raised an eyebrow. What if it is given to a mortal? Hades shrugged. That would turn the mortal into a demigod. Over time, their powers and abilities would grow. There are even ways for them to become a full god. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews. Chapter 91, Hera. During the conversation, Eric suddenly realized something. Wasn't Morpheus kind of a part of your pantheon? Can't form the sands of Morpheus now? Eric asked Hades. Hades chuckled. No. There was a time he could, but due to the misuse of the sands and too many gods in the waking world, only a select few gods have the ability to produce the sands anymore. Hades looked up as he said that. There are gods above us, Hades continued, looking at Eric. Vasuki being one of them. They took away the ability from most gods. He shrugged and smiled. Eric nodded. Who else, except you three, is left in your pantheon? He asked quietly, not wanting the others to hear. Hades sighed and held up 3 fingers. First is Hera, he began, scratching his head. She recently caused a rebellion against Zeus and is suspended between the sky and the earth with golden shackles and anvils tied to her feet, gazing at chaos itself. He put 1 finger down. Second is Prometheus, who is chained to a rock in the Caucasus Mountains. Heracles killed the eagle that ate his liver daily but did not free him. Hades lowered his 2nd finger. He frowned. The third is Typhon, born of Gaia and Tartarus, a primordial buried under Mount Etna, shackled with the help of the stakes of law. He grows stronger each day, but so do his shackles. Hades put his 3rd finger down and sipped some tea. Those 3 were shackled or bound, so they could not attend the summons. There are some minor gods as well, Hades concluded. Eric took his time digesting the information, then glanced at Luna, who was being fed by the goddesses and treated like a princess. He looked back at Hades. Shouldn't we free them? Hades waved his hand. Prometheus, I agree with freeing, he said, then shook his head. But Hera, I am not certain of. And definitely not Typhon. Even with our current strength, I think he could defeat us all. Then how was Typhon even defeated? Eric asked. Hades sighed. The first thing he did after being born was challenge the gods. It took us 3 brothers working together to defeat him. We impaled him with the stakes of law made by me and enforced by the other 2. These stakes grow stronger with him, otherwise, he would have freed himself by now, Hades explained patiently. So he grows stronger with time? Eric asked. Hades nodded. Exponentially. Can I talk to Hera after the celebration? Eric asked. Hades shrugged. Only free her if you deem her sound of mind. Eric nodded. After the feast, the girls danced and laughed around a bonfire. Persephone and Hestia performed their sacred dances, flowers bloomed around Persephone while gentle, nourishing fire surrounded Hestia. Luna danced like a free spirit, twirling and laughing with the goddesses. She looked like an angel. Eric and Hades stood to the side with glasses of ambrosia. Go dance, Hades told Eric. Eric shook his head quickly. You go dance. It's just a dance. It's not that important, Hades shrugged. Of course. I'm just too full to dance right now, Eric replied, and they looked at each other and nodded in mutual respect. That was when Persephone spotted Hades. She smirked and moved toward him with her arms outstretched. Hades knew what she wanted. He looked behind him and saw only a wall. He glanced to the side, found an escape route, but it was too late. His wife had already reached him, took his hands, and pulled him onto the dance floor with a grin. Hades shook his head and looked at Eric for help, but Eric looked away, pretending not to notice. Hades was dragged to the dance floor, forced to dance as Eric watched in amusement and gave him a small salute. However, Eric failed to notice Luna creeping up on him until it was too late. She caught his hand, the devil's smile on her face as she tugged at his arm. Eric glanced at Hades, who mouthed the word karma with a grin. Eric was dragged to the dance floor. Luna wrapped her arms around him with a sweet smile, looking at his embarrassed face. She kissed him and giggled. You're enjoying this a lot, huh? Eric asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course. I have a boyfriend now, it's my duty to force you to dance, she said. Eric smiled and held her waist, kissing her forehead. Well, if it makes you happy. He said, and they danced to the gentle music Hestia played on a lyre. After the celebration, Hades freed Prometheus while Eric went to speak with Hera. Luna stayed with Hestia and Persephone, learning about her new abilities. Eric found a beautiful woman with midnight black hair and deep blue eyes, suspended by golden chains that stretched from the sky to the earth. In front of her floated a black portal, and her gaze was fixed on it. Eric stood at her side and instinctively looked into the portal only to see a colossal battle raging on the other side. A snake, black as night, opened its maw full of teeth as it fought a god holding an ornate staff topped with a sun disk. They have fought since the dawn of time, Hera whispered beside him. Their power is unimaginable, primordial. That god could challenge our whole pantheon and stand a chance against us. Eric stood there, listening and nodding. Even if we had a chance, most gods would abandon Zeus in a heartbeat and go to him, Hera sighed. He is cruel and unworthy. Eric interrupted softly. She trembled. What did you say? Zeus is dead, Eric told her quietly. Only a few members of your family are alive. Tears escaped Hera's eyes. How? Eric told her the truth. She didn't doubt him, she would have known if a mortal lied to her. I remember they were not present for a day, they must have been summoned as well, she whispered, referring to the snake and the god. Hephaestus, she asked. Eric shook his head. I was cruel to him after he was born. I wish I could have apologized before. Hera's voice broke, and she sobbed silently. Eric sighed and floated in front of her, blocking her view of the chaos. He wiped her tears. There are a lot of people you need to apologize to, he said. She looked down. And all of them are dead, she whispered. I can free you right now if you wish to be freed, Eric told her. She shook her head. I deserve to be here and atone. Eric nodded. You can do that by helping people. Hera looked up, locking eyes with him. Hades, Persephone, and Hestia are alive. You could be a great help to them, Eric said, making her sigh and nod. It took a little time, but Eric returned, supporting Hera as she walked with a limp. They were greeted by a worried Hestia, who hugged Hera and began tending to her wounds. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews, please, guys. Chapter 92, House by the Shore. Eric and Luna bid farewell to the gods and left for their island after all the celebrations were done. Should we bring our other friends with us? Eric asked as they were flying. Luna shook her head. Maybe next time, she said. Eric raised an eyebrow. Weren't you the one who wanted to bring our friends, he asked. Luna glanced at him. And I still want to, just not now. She looked away, muttering about how idiotic Eric could be. Eric scratched his head and shrugged as their island came into view. He was stunned. It was much larger now, almost double in size from when they had first seen it, and a giant mechanical sphere floated above the island with thin tendrils connecting it to the ground. The golden tree was much bigger as well. They both stood there for a few moments, taking in the sight. When they landed, Luna was immediately tackled by the little red dragon and Noctel at the same time, making her giggle. Eric smiled at the scene and looked ahead to see Ignitia approaching with a wide smile. She was much taller now, taller than Eric, looking around 14 years old. You grew up fast, Eric said, pinching her cheek when she reached him. She pouted. I did not. It's been a month since you last visited us, she said with her arms crossed. Then she sighed. I know the reason for that. I suppose there's nothing to be done about it. She smiled and took both his and Luna's hands. Come on. We made something for you. Eric and Luna followed her patiently. You seem to have grown a lot, Cherry, Luna said to the little red dragon. It seemed she had named her that. Cherry puffed out her chest and looked smug, earning a head pat and giggle from Luna. Eric glanced at Cherry. She's a demigod now, huh? He thought, then shrugged. More protection for Luna. After 10 minutes, they reached a house by the shore overlooking the vast ocean. We made this for you, Ignitia said with a beaming smile. Luna squealed, thanked Ignitia with a hug, and ran to the house to check it out. Eric followed her with a happy smile. The house was large but not overly so, built from wood and furnished with high-quality, comfortable pieces. The temperature inside was perfect. It had 5 bedrooms, a kitchen, dining area, and living room. Ignitia left after explaining the layout. Luna hugged Eric and kissed him with a bright smile. We have our own house, she said excitedly. Cherry hissed at Eric, making Luna giggle. My Cherry will get kisses too, she said and kissed the dragon's snout. Eric sat on a couch by the fireplace. The wall beside it was mostly glass, showing a beautiful view outside. Cherry was coiled beside the fireplace, Noctel perched on her back. Luna sat on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling as she looked into his eyes. Do you think you can use your new abilities in the waking world? Eric asked. She nodded. Yes, I think they'll be a little restricted, but nothing a little golden sand can't fix, she said and hugged him tighter. Thank you, she whispered. For walking into my life. Eric smiled and held her as they watched the view, content in each other's presence. The next day, Eric woke up and saw Chaya's face as he always did. He tried to hold her, but she slithered away. He sighed and got out of bed, stretching and looking out the window. Students murmured and pointed at him as he walked to the great hall for breakfast. He found Luna, Daphne, ours, and even Harry's group sitting at the table. Fleur joined soon after he sat down, and they exchanged good mornings. Daphne and Luna sat beside him as they ate. How is Professor Moody? I missed his first class, Eric asked. Daphne tilted her head. He's a great teacher. Every spell he teaches comes with a story about how he used it in battle, she said. He sometimes scares the younger kids, but he tones it down when he notices, Luna added. Seems fair. He's one of the most accomplished aurors of our time, Eric said. I've spoken to Madame Maxime, and we will be joining some classes with Z.E. Hogwarts students, Fleur said, and Eric nodded. At least you thought of your studies, Eric teased, smirking. Gabrielle laughed as Fleur ignored him, though she smirked when Daphne kicked his shin, making him yelp. Classes began, and they were just as others had told Eric. Alastair Moody was a great teacher, gruff and harsh at times, but effective. He would introduce a simple spell and tell the class a story of how he'd used it against a Death Eater or Dark Wizard. The students didn't confront Eric about being the fourth champion, they just whispered and pointed. Eric shrugged it off, none of it bothered him. After classes, he saw Dune land in front of him with a letter in her mouth. Eric patted her and gave her a treat as he read the letter. It was from Simon, brief and to the point, inviting him to have dinner with the family that evening. A/N, the chapter is a little rushed because I want to explain all the stuff with Simon and the GOT word in the next few chapters. Power stones and reviews please. Chapter 93, Divine Crystal. That evening, Eric arrived at the Hawthorne mansion with the help of Chaya, who promptly went to Edwina the moment they appeared. Edwina greeted them both with a radiant smile, kissing Chaya's head and Eric's cheek before ushering them inside. The family gathered in the living room as Eric spoke about school, while Edwina, Simon, and Elder Hua listened patiently. Elder Hua, what happened with those ministry offers you were getting? Eric asked. I've been rejecting them for a long time now, Elder Hua said with disdain. They want to use my new wolfsbane potion as bait to register werewolves so they can discriminate against them. Eric nodded. Elder Hua continued, your father has been hiring werewolves and providing the potion as part of their salary, so I don't need the ministry's help to support them. Eric nodded again. The three adults exchanged looks, a silent agreement passing between them before moving to what they truly wanted to discuss. Edwina's eyes shimmered with green floral patterns as a golden crystal manifested in front of them. We captured a creature called a grutslang that lives in South Africa, Simon began, explaining their latest adventure. Eric looked proud. We discovered it carries a sliver of actual divinity within, Edwina added, pointing to the crystal. Eric raised an eyebrow, inspecting it. Warmth radiated from the crystal, familiar, divine, the same presence he'd felt before the gods he had met recently. He looked up and nodded. It seems so. I can feel it too. He set the crystal down again. Well, use it then, Simon said. Eric tilted his head. There's only one crystal, and we want you to have it, Simon told him. Realization dawned, everyone wanted him to take the divine power. Eric shook his head. I don't need it. I think Dad or Elder Hua should have it. I've recently found a source of godly power for me and Mom that will help with our ascension without much work, he explained. The adults exchanged glances. Can you tell us what that is? Edwina asked. Eric nodded and began explaining the dreamlands and the gods he had met there. I get that. I think. Simon said, frowning slightly. But how does that translate to you both gaining divinity? Eric smirked. Well, I have a plan for that, but we should wait a little longer. He rested a hand under his chin. In the meantime, I'll start collecting the divine seeds I mentioned for all of us to begin the journey. He looked around at them. Do you all wish to be gods? Edwina shrugged. I know we may already be immortal because of the moonblood resin. But there's only so much a human can do with immortality. Elder Hua nodded in quiet agreement. Simon leaned back, resting his cheek against his palm. Makara told me about it when we first met. I've been preparing for it for a long time now. Preparing for what? Eric asked. Ascent Ion, Simon said with a grin. He leaned forward, clasping his hands on the table. Some time from now, I don't know when. But after Voldemort is gone and this world begins to heal, our gods, he said, referring to Makara and Edwina, will transport Nightshade Island to a different world. A world far crueler, and far behind ours. He paused, gauging their attention. The island will arrive over 1,000 years before we ourselves enter that world. It's to give us a foothold before we arrive. I've visited that world at different points in time to help settle the island and learn about the world. Simon continued. Those were the times I went to visit Makara, he facilitated the travels. He raised 3 fingers. I'll tell you about the last 3 visits. Makara told me we'll enter that world around the time someone named Daenerys Targaryen begins her journey. He lowered 1 finger. First was about 320 years before her time. I freed slaves and brought them to the island. The next was about 280 years. Before her journey begins when I met a man named Aegon Targaryen, who wanted to conquer the kingdoms near our island. He lowered another finger. The last was 37 years after that. Aegon had conquered the kingdoms and came to our island, wanting to die there in peace. He lowered the final finger and looked around, waiting for questions. How does that world help with our ascension? Eric asked. Simon nodded. We'll gain worship there. That's supposed to help, or so Makara told me. Eric scratched his head. With the method I've found, I don't think Mom and I will need worshippers. We could do it for you and Elder Hua instead. And if that world is as cruel as you say, Edwina said softly, we could go there to help. She reached over to brush Eric's hair. You don't need to feel obligated, love. Eric smiled and shook his head. I want to help. He glanced back at the golden crystal, eyebrow raised. I think Simon should have this, Elder Hua said, referring to the crystal. I can wait. Simon shrugged and turned to Eric. Did you recently create a mechanism using a golden dragon scale and dragon steel to make a new metal called Celestium? Eric nodded. Yes. By funneling magic through the scale and infusing it into dragon steel. It'll take a few months, but it should turn into a new metal. Simon nodded. I placed a dragon egg there as well. Eric only shrugged. A/N, I know this chapter may be convoluted. It relies on if you have read and remembered the little hints I have sprinkled in my previous chapters. I honestly now think I made it needlessly complicated and would appreciate your thoughts on that. I trust my reader's intelligence, but I'll answer what needs to be clarified. The next few chapters will shift to the Game of Thrones world, showing how the Hawthorns influence its history. I have some cool stuff planned for that. Power Stones and reviews, please. Chapter 94, The Custodian of Nightshade. It seems the gods of that world know of my visits. The last time I went, it seems their avatars were descending to fight me, Simon chuckled. But as Makara told me, they took care of it, Simon said and shrugged. The family looked at each other and smiled wryly before Edwina clapped her hands. Let's eat, she said, and dinner was prepared. Edwina doted on Eric and fed him, and to her happiness he was not even a little embarrassed to be fed at that age. In King's Landing, during Robert's Rebellion. R.A., Custodian of the Nightshade, POV. I was born on Nightshade Island, as we call it. It is more like a country than an island, but that is not the important thing. The people of Westeros call it Goldmere because the little trade they have done with us shows the vast wealth our lands possess. I am more than 200 years old. I even saw one of our kings, or gods. I do not know what to call them. I heard his name was Simon. The people in the know say they are a family of gods. I was an orphan when I met him, about 7 years old. I could not talk to him then, but I did play with his wolf. I remember he called the wolf Fokran. The important thing is our lands are truly magical. Dragons and phoenixes roam the sky, basilisks slither the ground, and they live with us in harmony. After our meeting, I wanted to be just like Simon. I bought a toy sword and would go around the town with it strapped on my belt, helping anyone who needed help like a true knight. My life changed when I stumbled into a cave near Nightshade Castle. I met a colossal golden dragon. It had 2 backward sweeping horns and beard-like tendrils hanging from its chin. Most surprisingly, the dragon could speak. I apologized to the dragon and bowed low, hoping I had not angered the Ancient One. I only heard him chuckle and feel a gentle force lift me up. I started visiting him regularly after that, and he seemed happy. I would bring my friends as well. I wish to be a knight and protect our rulers, I remember telling the dragon. The dragon then taught me and my friends all about combat and fighting. It seems because we were in the presence of a dragon, we even became capable of some magic. I will make you all custodians of the Nightshade, the dragon told us one day. And my sons. He said that and gave us his own blood. Drops of red shimmering blood floated in front of us and entered me and my friends. The blood changed every part of our bodies. We were all taller, much taller than most humans. I am 8 feet tall myself, and we live long as well. And I bestow upon you the name Ra, the Golden Sun. The dragon, my father, named me. I was given golden armor made by the goblins of our island. I chose a halberd as my weapon, and my 21 brothers and I stood guard of the royal palace like true custodians. We never stopped training, never stopped improving. We would stand on guard without food or water for weeks. About 100 years ago, a new batch of custodians were added. We called them little brothers and would train them whenever we could. Some years after that, my father called for me, his golden eyes full of wisdom and affection. He told me, I wish for you to travel the world and become familiar with it. I remembered denying the request profusely. I am a custodian. My vigil has not ended, I said stubbornly. My father sighed then, resting his massive head on his forelegs, thinking of how to get through my thick skull. Do you know why they will arrive here? He asked me and I shook my head. They will come here to simply help. They wish to help the weak, he said. I remember him hardening his kind eyes. You and all your brothers combined cannot face any being that would be a threat to them. You will be helping them the most if you travel the world and help the people around it. I remember the effect his blunt words had on me. And so I went out into the world. I took the help of a merchant vessel that was sailing from Nightshade to the north, one of the 7 kingdoms. I traveled the world, met new people, and protected the innocent. Once, about 7 years ago, I freed quite a number of slaves and searched for a place for them to live. That is when I met Oberyn Martell, a prince of Dorne. He helped the slaves by giving them a home in his kingdom. All he wanted in return was my friendship. About 1.5 years ago, he requested something of me. It seems there is a war brewing in the 7 kingdoms, brother. I saw desperation in his eyes. I know I asked too much. Please, protect my sister, he begged, and I accepted. I was sent out as a Dornish guard, assigned to protect their princess. Elia Martell is a good woman, strong and beautiful, and I do not regret coming here as a guard. She deserved my protection. It did not take long for war to break out, the War of the Seven Kingdoms. Elia's husband had kidnapped and raped a northern girl. I gripped my halberd in anger at the thought. As I remember my past, I am cutting down Lannister soldiers sent to kill Elia and her little children. I have been fighting for the past hour while Elia and her children are in the room behind me. I started by cutting down the brute they call the Mountain and all his men. After that came waves of Lannister soldiers I have been cutting down for the past hour. My golden armor, made of celestium, is covered in blood as men come in droves and die in droves. They stopped coming after that and stood at a distance as I stayed where I was, halberd in hand and back straight. Image here. They cower and hesitate, looking at each other, not wanting to be the first to die. It took some time, but it seems the Mad King is dead and the rebels have entered the city, ready to claim the throne. I know the Lannisters will not try to kill the princess now, so I clean some of the blood from my armor and knock on the door softly. "It's me, princess," I say to reassure her. She opened the door, looking tired and clutching her infant, her little daughter hiding behind her. The rebels must be in the throne room. "Please come with me," I crouch a little and ask her gently. She nodded, trusting me, and smiled. "Can you hold her as we walk there?" she asked, referring to her daughter. I look at my metal gloves and hesitate. "My gloves might hurt the little princess," I tell Elia, and she smiles gently. "If I know one thing, it is that you will never hurt us," she says, and I remove my cloak and drape it over the little princess to make her comfortable. I scoop her up in my arms. I hold the princess in one arm and my halberd in the other as we walk to the throne room. "Don't look, little one," I say to her, and she closes her eyes and leans into my chest plate as we walk through the Lannister corpses. We reach the throne room to find Robert, Jaime Lannister, and Ned Stark. They were bickering about something as Jaime defended himself. The Mad King lay dead to the side like trash. They turned to me as I entered and their eyes widened. Elia walked beside me, head high and eyes fearless as she looked at the men. "Thank the gods, there is one less tragedy this day," Ned Stark sighed in relief, grateful to see the princess and her children alive. Robert growled as he looked at the children. I gripped my halberd defensively as the little princess hugged me and closed her eyes. "You are scaring the children," Ned chided Robert. "Rhaegar's children," Robert said as if it were not obvious. I gently put the little princess down beside Elia and covered Elia and her kids with my massive cloak. I gripped my halberd and stood in front of her. "They are victims of Rhaegar as well, and it is not fair to blame his wife and children for his crimes," I tell those present. Jaime seemed relieved that the children were safe. I took note of that and looked at Robert, locking eyes with him, daring him to take a step. Ned agreed with me. "The custodian is right, Robert," he said, and Robert sighed. It took us some time to negotiate, and a lot of intimidation on my part, but Robert vowed not to harm the children or Elia on the condition they stay in the castle where he can snuff out treason if it rears its head, he said as he looked at the infant boy. "A/N, please, give me your thoughts on the chapter before leaving. Power Stones and reviews, please." Chapter 95, by Blade, by Name, by Blood. Ra's POV. It had been a week since Robert Baratheon took the throne. I have been using this time protecting Elia and the people of King's Landing from the Lannister soldiers who still wish to rape or pillage. And now, it seems things have settled down. Lannister soldiers don't dare look at the citizens, and even the king and Ned Stark have men patrolling the city to keep peace. I was in my room, in simple clothes, as I painted a memory from my homeland while a cauldron simmered behind me, when I heard a knock on the door and the voice of Elia calling out to me. I hesitated before I said, "Enter," as with my transformation I have gained golden hair, golden eyes, and elongated canines. I sometimes scare people, and I don't wish to scare her. She entered the room with baby Aegon in her arms. She seemed stunned for a second as she saw me, then glanced at the painting I was drawing. "Beautiful," she said, looking at the painting, and I smiled. "Thank you, princess," I said and gave her a chair to sit. She sat with a little effort, and I supported her. "You should have called for me," I said, and she shook her head and smiled at me. "Is that your homeland?" she asked me, and I nodded. "There are 1,000 tales of Goldmere I have heard over the years," she whispered, and I smiled. "They are all wrong if they call it Goldmere, it's called Nightshade," I told her and checked on the cauldron. She giggled and looked at me again. "You should remove your helmet more," she said, making me shrug. I scooped up the contents of the cauldron and placed them in a bowl, bringing the bowl to her. "You came at the right time. I was going to seek you in a moment," I told her and placed the bowl in front of her. "I made this for you," I said. The bowl contained a healing concoction. It did not look appetizing but had great healing properties. "You shouldn't have," she said, making a face. I rolled my eyes at her. "This is a healing broth from my homeland," I told her. "Well, it doesn't seem fit for human consumption," she said and looked away. I sighed at her antics. I cannot eat anything anyway. I have my hands full, she said with a smile, looking at the baby. I can hold the baby for you, I told her, and she shook her head. He is asleep. Just feed me that yourself, she said. I took the bowl and spoon and approached her. I knelt to reach her level and fed her slowly. You are like a child sometimes, I told her, and she stuck her tongue out at the taste of the broth. Does it heal by killing the drinker, she asked me, and I ignored the statement, giving her another spoonful. Will you be leaving, she asked me before I fed her another spoonful. I tilted my head. I had not thought about that. You are safe, I said simply and fed her again. She bit her lip and sighed. I can't ask you to protect me all my life, now can I, she said with a shake of her head. I have lived a long life, I blurted out for some reason. She raised an eyebrow and looked at me. Is about 30 a long time for you, she asked, and I shook my head. I have many times more than 30, I told her, and she looked surprised and touched my face. I held her hand and smiled. So you could feed yourself after all, I teased, and she giggled. I don't know if I want you to stay if you are going to be feeding me things like this, she said, looking at the still half-full bowl. I laughed and scooped up another spoon for her. I am afraid you should ask me to depart then, I said, feeding her again. She gulped and looked thoughtful. It's not that bad now that I think about it, she said and looked away. She does that when she lies. After the bowl was empty, she got up and placed baby Aegon on the bed gently before approaching me. Be honest with me. Will I be asking you for the rest of your life if I ask you to stay, she asked me, and I shook my head. I did not lie just now. I have lived long, I told her and sat on the chair so we would be at the same height. She stood in front of me. Why did you protect me, she asked. She knew I did not work for her house. I looked at the baby and then back at her. I am here to help the innocent, and that is what I did, I told her. Why am I so bad at communication? I lamented in my mind. She nodded and bowed to me. Please, then I request your aid in my protection, she asked me. I smiled at her and nodded. I knelt in front of her and vowed, by my blade, by my name the Golden Sun, and by my father the Golden Dragon. I, the custodian of the Nightshade, vow to protect you and yours, I said. She placed her hands on her heart, and tears escaped her eyes as she hugged me. Thank you, she whispered to me again and again. I hugged her back. It seems you are healthier already. I shall make the broth regularly, I said, and she punched my chest lightly. Never mind, you can leave, she muttered, still not letting go of me. After some time, she sat on her seat again and opened and closed her hands. It seems you are right. I feel better, she said, looking surprised. Of course. My father told me this recipe, and the ingredients are from my homeland, I told her with pride. She placed her hand on her chin. Still. I think I would rather be frail. You are not a good cook, she said, and I gave her an offended look and looked away. She giggled and approached me, cupping my face and trying to turn my face towards her. I did not budge, and she coaxed for almost 15 minutes before I was satisfied. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 96, Warmth in the Red Keep. Ra's POV. It has been a year since the sack of King's Landing, and I have spent my time protecting, painting, and making healing broths. Robert was married a couple of months ago, and he is far from the man he was a year ago. He is fat now, a whoremonger, and always drunk. I have never spoken to his wife, but I have sensed her wounds. The fat fuck hurts her. It was early morning when I was walking the halls of the Red Keep and found her looking at the rising sun, gripping the balcony's edge tightly. Queen Cersei, I called out softly, not wishing to startle her. She looked at me and nodded. Sarah, she greeted. Forgive my intrusion. May I have a moment? I asked, and she gave a hollow smile before nodding. I approached her gently, thinking of how to say it. Forget it, I'll be direct. I apologize for my crass words, I said after a breath. I have sensed some injuries on you. Her eyes widened slightly. I am adept at making healing concoctions, I said and took out a wooden flask from my belt. I keep 2 on me for Elia. I will make more for her later. Please, take it. If it helps, ask me for more. I handed her the flask and stepped back. She did not speak for a while, only glancing between me and the flask. Then she looked back out over the city. I don't need healing, she said through gritted teeth. I knew what she meant. She wanted Robert dead. I understand, I told her quietly. Ask me to do it, then. Her eyes went wide. She glanced around, checking for anyone listening. No one is listening, I told her. I will do it if you ask. That is who I am. I shrugged. I have not done it by now because it would mean innocent deaths. I could easily kill Robert and run away with Elia and the children. I have ways to reach father, and it would not take him long to bring us safely to Nightshade. I know it will lead to the deaths of many innocents if I kill the king, that is why I have stayed my hand. Cersei opened her mouth as if to speak, then exhaled slowly. Thank you for the healing brew. I am clumsy and hurt myself often, she said, and I understood her message. I turned to leave. I will bother you for more, she said, shaking the flask slightly. I nodded once and walked away. Not far from there, I crossed paths with her brother. Ser Jaime, I greeted him. Ser Ra, he returned the nod as we passed. I reached Elia's chambers and knocked softly. She didn't answer, so I entered. She was asleep on her bed, her children resting in their own small beds nearby. I removed my helmet and gloves before walking to her side and touching her shoulder gently. Wake up, I whispered. She opened her eyes and looped her arms around my neck. I can't get up, she mumbled sleepily. I sighed at her antics and picked her up, setting her on a chair. I took out the second flask and uncorked it. She wrinkled her nose as soon as she saw it. I don't need it anymore. I'm perfectly healthy now. I'm sure I can outrun even the king. Even cripples can do that, I said, and she gave me a mock glare. She crossed her arms and refused to take the flask, so I sighed, knelt beside her, and began to feed her gently. I am not a bother to you, she asked. You are, I said, but I'm used to it by now. She hit my chest, only managing to hurt her hand against my armor. I held her hand and checked it, finding no bruise. She looked embarrassed. Her gaze flicked toward the children to make sure they were still asleep before she cupped my face and kissed me softly. When she leaned back, she studied me for any displeasure. I smiled and leaned in to kiss her again, just as softly. She smiled against my lips and brushed her thumb along my cheek. Thank you for entering my life, golden son, she whispered. I smiled back and kissed her hand as my answer. I imagine Oberyn will accuse you of brotherly treason if he finds out, she teased. Now that I have committed high treason, why not bask in it before your brother comes running at me with a spear? I whispered, earning a laugh from her. Today we are leaving for the north, as Jon Arryn has requested Eddard Stark to foster Elia and the children for the next 5 years. You should pack some clothes for the cold, I told her. I dislike that me and my children are theirs to command, she muttered. I think it will be good for the children to be in the north for some time. Eddard Stark is a man worth learning from, I said, and she nodded reluctantly. Or, I added with a grin, I can just whisk you and the children away to my homeland. She laughed when I kissed her neck. It is not time yet, my golden knight. I wish to give that choice to the children, she said and kissed my nose before standing. She spread her arms with mock authority. What are you waiting for? Bathe me and ready me, she said. I ignored her command and turned instead to Rhaenys. Wake up, little one, I whispered. She stirred and looked at me before mumbling, not now, and turned over. She is just like you, I told Elia, and she smiled proudly as if it were praise. I took off the rest of my armor, leaving only simple clothes, and picked up Rhaenys, tossing her over my shoulder like a sack. She yelped and whined, but I ignored her as Elia followed, amused. I handed the pouting girl to her mother. I will call for your attendants. Until then, get ready for your bath, I said and left the room. We departed for the north later that day. Our party was small, mostly attendants and a modest guard. Elia and the children rode in a large, comfortable carriage. I had worked on it myself and carved runes to make the journey gentler. The guards and I rode on horseback. Elia's attendants followed in their own carriage. A/N, I think about 2 to 3 more chapters in the GOT words and we will move back to HP after that. Gimme power stones and reviews. Chapter 97, The Custodian Comes North. Third POV. A few days before the arrival of Elia in Winterfell. They are arriving earlier than I expected. Does Elia have such a small retinue? What of her safety? Catelyn asked Eddard during breakfast. Like even an army could stop her arrival, Ned said with a small chuckle as he ate. Ben-Jen, seated across the table, raised an eyebrow. He cannot be that strong. Ned, are you truly believing those tall tales? He asked. Ned paused and looked at his brother. Brother, I was there when his tale was forged, Ned said, his tone turning serious. He stood guard at the princess's door for an hour, killing Lannister men one after another. Catelyn gasped. He started with killing the mountain and formed a corpse mountain of his own, Ned continued before being interrupted. I will not have talk of killing as we break our fast, Catelyn said sharply. Ned apologized and went back to eating. I was wondering if I should challenge him to a friendly spar before I leave for the wall, Ben-Jen muttered. Wonder no more, brother. I will not allow it, Ned said firmly, his tone carrying both authority and care. Ben-Jen sighed. My lord, is it wise to welcome a brute into our home if he is as you describe? Maester Luwin asked quietly. Ned shook his head. He is no brute, just a true warrior. He would not harm a fly if it does not threaten an innocent. He stood, and so did the rest of the family. Servants brought warm water in basins for them to wash their hands after the meal. During the sack of King's Landing, he spent days patrolling the streets with my men, protecting the innocents from Lannister soldiers, Ned said as he left to begin his duties. Those who remained were left in their own thoughts, forming their opinions. 2 days later. In the outer courtyard of Winterfell Castle, the Stark family stood waiting to welcome their guests. Ned, Catelyn, and Ben-Jen stood side by side with Roderick Castle and Maester Luwin behind them. Baby Robb was cradled in Catelyn's arms, wrapped in wool. The first thing they saw was a group of knights on horseback led by the Golden Custodian. Behind them came 2 carriages rolling steadily through the courtyard gates. Ben-Jen and Ned straightened when they saw R.A., while the servants around the castle stared in awe and fear at the giant golden figure. Their fear turned to confusion when they noticed a little girl with white hair sitting on the golden giant's shoulders, holding onto the horns of his helmet. The procession stopped before the Starks, and R.A. was the first to dismount. He gently lifted the girl from his shoulders and carried her as he helped Princess Elia step down from her carriage, cradling a baby in her arms. R.A. placed the giggling Rhaenys on the ground beside her mother as they walked toward the Starks. Elia smiled and bowed. "Thank you for welcoming me into your home, my lord, my lady," she said gracefully. "It is our pleasure to welcome you, Princess," Ned replied with a kind smile. Catelyn followed, offering a welcoming smile as well. They presented Elia with a small wooden tray of salt and bread, which she accepted. Elia gestured to one of her attendants, who stepped forward with a folded bundle, a cloak made from deep black wolf fur. A Stark servant accepted it, and Ned thanked Elia for the gift. "You must be cold from the road, Princess Elia. Come inside, the hearth is lit and supper is waiting," Catelyn said warmly. As they walked, Ned came beside R.A. "Would you join us for supper?" he asked. R.A. paused at the question, and Ned sighed. "I swear she and hers will be safe here in my halls," Ned said sincerely. After a moment, R.A. nodded. "Thank you for your hospitality, my lord," he said. Ned smiled genuinely as the family and Elia sat at the long table. R.A. handed his halberd to a guard, who almost fell over from the weight and struggled to set it aside. The sight drew wry smiles from those nearby. R.A. took the seat beside Elia, offered to him by Ned. He removed his gloves and hung them from his belt before slowly taking off his helmet and placing it beside him. He looked toward Catelyn and bowed. "Pardon my intrusion, my lady." "There is nothing to pardon, sire. You are welcome at this table," Catelyn said kindly, though everyone was still staring at Ra's face. "Well, it seems the rumors that you had horns on your head were false," Ben-Jen joked, drawing a small laugh from R.A. Food was brought out, and they ate in comfortable silence for a while. "I hope the journey was comfortable," Catelyn said, breaking the quiet. Elia nodded as she fed baby Aegon soft bread soaked in broth. R.A. made some adjustments to the carriage. They were a lifesaver. "He is good at most things, except cooking," she added with a wince and a small shrug. Ra's lips pressed thin, but he said nothing. "She is asking to be slapped on the backside," he thought as he continued eating, already plotting revenge. "Thank you for the cloak, Princess. It is exquisite material," Ned said, and Elia smiled, glancing at R.A. "It was procured by R.A., brought from his homeland," she explained. "I have heard much of Goldmere. Could you tell me about it, sire?" Catelyn asked. R.A. wiped Rhaenys' mouth gently before feeding her another spoonful. "I cannot say much, but I will say that Nightshade is fair and prosperous. I went from an orphan to a custodian, where else would that be possible?" he said with a fond smile. The Starks exchanged glances. "I thought you a noble, with those golden eyes and golden hair," Ben-Jen said, earning another quiet laugh from R.A. After dinner, R.A. and Elia were shown their living quarters. Their rooms were adjacent, something Ned believed would put both their minds at ease. That night, once all formalities were done, Elia entered Ra's room. He was lying on his bed when she approached and lay beside him, resting her head on his chest. "They seem like good people," she said softly. R.A. nodded. Then he lowered his hand and gave her a light slap on the backside, making her yelp and swat at his chest. "That was for calling me a bad cook," R.A. said with a grin. Elia pouted, then straddled him and began kissing him passionately. "A/N, yeah, they fucked, I am not writing it though. Gimme Power Stones and reviews." Chapter 98, Bear Island. The next day, early morning. R.A. was feeding Elia the healing broth as she lay on the bed, groaning. "You are a monster," she muttered, and R.A. sighed, spooning her another mouthful. "Did I hurt you?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, no," she said, then sat up and held his face. "You did not hurt me, it's just, nothing." She kissed him, fingers tangling in his golden hair. R.A. sighed in relief. When she finished the broth, Elia got up, adjusting her robe. I should leave before someone notices me absent from my room, she said, stole a quick kiss, and turned to go. I love you, she said softly before leaving, her words scattering in the morning wind before he could reply. Time passed, and little Aegon learned under Eddard Stark and Maester Luwin, while Rhaenys spent most of her time with Elia and R.A. You should learn from Lady Catelyn, like your brother learns from Lord Stark, Elia told Rhaenys. Rhaenys shook her head. I tried. They told me how to be a lady and all that, she pouted. Who cares if I don't cover my mouth when I laugh, she muttered, earning a laugh and a kiss on the cheek from Elia. Do you wish to be a warrior, then? R.A. asked. Rhaenys shook her head again. No. I just wish to be, me, she said, nodding proudly. R.A. and Elia laughed at her antics. Rhaenys often spent her days dodging Catelyn and playing with baby Rob. Year, 285 AC. Aegon was now 4 years old and often accompanied Ned to meetings with other northern lords. He wasn't old enough to be a cupbearer yet, but he was allowed to sit beside Maester Luwin and listen to his counsel. Sansa had been born a week ago, and the halls of Winterfell still hummed with celebration. It was during one of those feasts that Catelyn noticed Ned brooding. What is it? She asked, placing a hand over his, worry touching her face. Ned smiled faintly and held her hand. It's nothing serious. I'll be leaving for the Bear Islands soon. We'll discuss it after the feast, he said. Later, after the feast, Ned, Elia, R.A., and Catelyn gathered in a chamber. Ned exhaled heavily before speaking. There's been an increase in Ironborn sightings near the Bear Islands. Lord Mormont has requested aid, he said. Elia and R.A. exchanged a glance. Are you thinking of going yourself? Catelyn asked. Ned nodded. I will be going with Ben-Jen. Catelyn frowned. Are you not tired of war? Why must you go with him, she asked, displeasure clear in her voice. Ned sighed. Because this time we will not simply repel their raids. I intend to give them pause the next time they think to test our shores, he said, eyes hard with resolve. He looked toward R.A., clearly hoping for his support. Seeing Ra's hesitation, Ned stepped closer. You have my word, she will be safe in my home, he said firmly. R.A. glanced at Elia. Please, give us a moment. I'll tell you my decision, he said. Ned and Catelyn nodded and left them alone. Do you wish to go with him? Elia asked quietly. R.A. nodded. This is no war. Those Ironborn come to pillage and enslave, he said with a sigh. Elia smiled softly and hugged him. I will be safe, she reassured him. R.A. lifted her chin and kissed her before pulling a golden ring from his pocket and kneeling before her. He slipped it gently onto her finger. Keep this on every second I'm gone. Stay close to the children, he told her. Elia smiled like a flower in bloom and kissed him. Tonight, I'm going to make up for all the time you'll be away, she whispered with a giggle. The next day, Ned, R.A., Ben-Jen, and their men set out for the Bear Islands. Rhaenys clung to R.A., refusing to let go until she was pried away. R.A. kissed her forehead and gave her a small gift before leaving. The girl thinks of you as a father, Ned said as they rode. R.A. sighed, and Ned chuckled. I could ask Robert to make it true, Ned teased. Ra's jaw tightened, his grip on the reins firming at the mention of Robert's name. He didn't need Robert's permission to marry Elia. Only his leave to let her return to Dorne, where they could be wed properly. Ned noticed the flicker of anger but said nothing. I would appreciate your help, Lord Stark, if you might ask the king to allow Princess Elia to visit her family, R.A. said evenly. Ned nodded. I'll send a raven today, he promised, and they rode on. They reached Deepwood Motte, seat of House Glover, where they resupplied and gathered more men. From there, they sailed from the stony shore with 5 ships and 300 men, bound for Bear Island. Their arrival was met with urgency. You've come in good time, my lord. We'll need every sword, Jeor Mormont said as he shook Ned's hand. And you've brought a horned giant with you, Meej Mormont quipped. I thought those were extinct. R.A. stood in full armor, golden and immense. He shrugged. I am the last of my kind, he said dryly, earning laughs and hearty pats on the back before they were shown to their quarters. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 99, Iron and Gold. The next morning, just before dawn. The Ironborn raid was no minor assault. This one was a coordinated attack. The troops had been mustered by 2 minor lords. Lord Saltcliffe and Lord Blacktide had sent their brothers to lead the raid. 21 longships and 1 galley carried 600 men total. They used Bear Island's many coves and rocky beaches to land undetected, or so they thought. Should we raid the smaller villages first? Saltcliffe asked. Blacktide shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. We go for the big fish first. Why bring such a large force only to waste it on villages? He scoffed. Saltcliffe shrugged and rallied his men. We leave the ships to the helmsman. No need to lower our numbers by leaving guards. We use our full force and fuck them hard. He laughed, joined by his men as they marched toward Mormont Keep. They were about to climb a small cliff when they noticed a giant figure standing atop it. A small fire burned beside him, the flickering light glinting off golden armor. They knew who it was. His presence on Bear Island could mean only one thing. Winterfell had sent reinforcements, and there was a chance Lord Eddard Stark himself was here. Saltcliffe sneered and opened his mouth to speak, but a deep voice cut through the dawn. I am supposed to ask you to surrender. The forces of Winterfell are here, with Lord Eddard Stark himself. You have this one chance. Ra's voice carried through the cold air. Saltcliffe scoffed. Did you think we would surrender? We are the Ironborn. He shouted, and his men roared with him. Ra shook his head. I hoped you would not. He lifted his halberd and took a step forward. Blacktide sneered. I heard you guard that flower of drone. We'll visit her after we're done here. He laughed, but stopped mid-breath when Ra's eyes locked onto him. Ra growled, crouched, and leapt from the cliff. The ground cracked when he landed before the Blacktide men. He did not speak. He charged. Saltcliffe and Blacktide both rushed at him, their men following. But Ra moved like a bull through a cornfield. He ignored most weapons. He killed by sheer momentum, crushing and cleaving, clearing his path with every swing of his halberd. He did not spare the fallen a second glance. His focus was locked entirely on Lord Blacktide. Blacktide tried to hide behind his men, but a roar interrupted him. The sound shook him to the bone. Ra reached him, seized his head in one hand, and began to crush. Cracks echoed through the chaos. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, begging for mercy that would not come. Ra did not listen. He did not react to the blades stabbing at his armor. Swords, spears, even arrows as none could pierce the golden plates. They were children swiping at a mountain. The cracking grew louder until one final crunch silenced everything. The Ironborn stepped back, staring at the golden monster standing before them. Ra leveled his halberd parallel to the ground and swept it in a single, fluid motion. Men were cut in half. Limbs and heads flew through the air. At that moment, the Northern Defense Force struck. They charged into the Ironborn ranks, finding only carnage and panic. Screams and the sounds of running feet filled the air. Some Ironborn fell to their knees, surrendering desperately to the Northmen. Others fled toward their ships only to find Stark men already in control. Saltcliffe screamed and stumbled toward Ned Stark. He threw his weapon at Ned's feet and dropped to his knees. I surrender, my lord. Please, save me, my lord. He clasped his hands like a beggar seeking salvation. Ra did not strike those who surrendered. The others noticed. One by one, weapons clattered to the ground. Knees bent. The Ironborn broke. The battle had been won before it even began. Ra stood, covered in blood, halberd in hand, scanning for any who still held a weapon. Two men stood in a daze, swords clutched tight, as if unable to accept the world before them. Unable to accept a world where a man like Ra existed. Ra picked up two fallen blades and hurled them. Both men dropped instantly, swords impaled through their skulls. The northern soldiers worked in silence, binding and gathering the terrified Ironborn. Sunlight crept over the horizon, glinting off Ra's blood-soaked armor. No one dared approach. The custodian simply stood, silent and still. When the last prisoners were bound and the ship secured, Ra lowered his halberd and exhaled. Meage Mormont was the first to step forward. After we're done here, I'll show you my daughters. Choose one, maybe two, if it gets you to stay with us. She grinned. Ra chuckled. How about I marry all of them? They're bound to be she-bears like you. Meage laughed and patted his shoulder. If it gets you to stay, I'll have more daughters to give you. Ra blinked, speechless. Her eldest, Daisy Mormont, overheard and joined them. Mother, she cried, scandalized. I haven't even seen his face. She pretended to whisper, but loud enough for all to hear. What if he's ugly? Meage burst into laughter as Ra clicked his tongue. The women in your family are too annoying to marry. He grumbled, earning more laughter. Ned Stark approached with a small smile. His heart is already taken. Let us not bother the men. He was joined by Gior and Ura Mormont. Daisy bowed politely. My lords, she greeted, then stood beside her mother. I have some good news for you, Ned said, pulling a letter from his pocket and handing it to Ra. Ra removed his gloves and hung them from his belt before reading. His hands trembled. He looked up at Ned. Thank you, Lord Stark. I am in your debt. Ned laughed and shook his head. There is no debt between us. It was John Arryn, the Hand, Who convinced the king to allow this as a peace offering to Dorne? He nodded once and took his leave. It seems his heart really is taken, Daisy said with a sigh. Now I'll regret not making a move, if he turns out not to be ugly. Her mother laughed heartily. R.A. was too happy to quit back. Jeor Mormont stepped forward, extending a hand. R.A. nodded and shook it firmly. Thank you, sire, for protecting us, Jeor said sincerely. R.A. shook his head. I did my duty, my lord. They would have brought suffering to innocents. The rest of the day was spent preparing the prisoners' camp and dividing the captured ships. Ned split the ships and spoils equally among the houses that had fought. He offered R.A. his share as well. I have no use for ships or steel, R.A. said. I could provide you gold equal to their value, Ned offered. R.A. thought for a moment, then nodded. They feasted through the night. Daisy found herself regretting not making her move when R.A. finally removed his helmet to join the table. That night, R.A. gazed at the stars and smiled, thinking of his future wife. A/N, 1 or 2 chapters before we return to the HP world. If I get enough power stones, I'll release a bonus chapter today. Chapter 100, The Martell Reunion. Ned and his bannermen did not stay on Bear Island for long. They set out to depart a day later since it would be hard on the island to feed their entire armies for any extended time. As R.A. made his preparations to leave, he saw Jeor and Meej Mormont approaching. Thank you for all you have done for us, R.A. With the minimal casualties and the steel and ships we acquired, this raid that should have brought us suffering has turned into a boon. I cannot thank you enough, Meej said with sincerity and a genuine smile. R.A. accepted the thanks with a nod. They could not see his smile beneath the helmet. You should remove that helmet now and then, Meej said, getting a chuckle from R.A. R.A. leaned toward her. If I do that, your daughters will follow me back to Winterfell. I think Daisy is already planning a stealthy escape tonight. Keep an eye on her. His teasing tone made Meej huff to hide her laugh. She swatted his shoulder while Jeor stepped forward and clasped Ra's hand. I swear House Mormont will always have a seat for you and yours at our table, Jeor said. R.A. nodded respectfully. Thank you, Lord. I wish your lands and family prosperity. He saw Ned signaling that they were ready to depart. Jeor and Meej stepped back and nodded before turning to Ned and bowing. Before leaving, R.A. paused and looked at Meej. There is a nightshade merchant that passes through here from time to time, right? Nightshade? Meej asked. R.A. sighed. Goldmere merchant. Meej nodded. R.A. took a folded piece of paper from his belt and handed it to her. Give this to him when you meet. Consider it a gift from me. He left then, leaving behind a grateful Mormont family. They had one last matter to deal with, the 400 Ironborn bound before them. What will you do with them? R.A. asked. Ned looked up at him. What would you do? Execution or the wall? Either is more than they deserve, considering their motives for coming here, R.A. said with a shrug. Ned nodded. Let us get on with it, then. The younger brother of Lord Saltcliffe is among them. He should fetch a good ransom. The Mormonts joined Ned to see what he would decide. You all came here to pillage, rape, and enslave. It would not burden my conscience to behead you all right here. It would only hurt my shoulders, Ned said, earning approving chuckles from R.A. and Meej. I will give you 2 choices. The first is death. The second is to take the black and seek redemption in the eyes of the gods and the king, Ned said and stepped back. R.A. muttered, just loud enough to be heard, I just realized that if they choose execution, you will have to behead all of them yourself. A part of me hopes you sprain your shoulder doing it. That earned laughter from those nearby. I should leave such ill-wishers behind, Ned replied with a small smile before walking to each man and hearing his answer. I wish to take the black, said Saltcliffe. Ned frowned. Why is he here? Take him away. He will be ransomed. The guards moved him aside. Surprisingly, most of the Ironborn chose the wall. Ned raised an eyebrow as man after man agreed to take the black. He would not have expected Ironborn to choose such a fate, for most would see it as a disgrace. He glanced at R.A., it seems he broke their spirits and made them question life, Ned thought, and shrugged. It would at least save his shoulders. After executing the few who chose death, Ned approached R.A., will the watch even be able to take in this many men? R.A. asked loud enough for the others to hear. One of the Ironborn spoke up. I am a blacksmith. If they do not have weapons for us, I can help make some. Others joined in, revealing skills as smiths and soldiers. R.A. raised an eyebrow under his helmet and looked at them. He nodded slowly. It is good to see you eager to make yourselves useful. But if any of you desert or use your numbers to take over the night's watch, I will hunt every one of you down. The threat made them all nod quickly. I thought Ironborn would be much different, R.A. muttered later as they sailed back toward Winterfell. One of the soldiers nearby heard him. I was guarding them last night. It seems they think they must have a purpose if they fought you and lived, the guard said, then shrugged. I would think the same, to be honest. R.A. chuckled and patted the man's shoulder. They took the same route back that they had used to arrive. 12 long days of travel that felt endless to R.A., who only wished to see his future wife again. When the army finally reached Winterfell, the crowd erupted in cheers. Soldiers reunited with their families. R.A. dismounted and barely had time to react before Rhaenys came running toward him with a wide smile and no intention of stopping. He caught her easily, lifting her into his arms. His armor had been removed earlier, and he kissed her forehead. You did not pester your mother and Lady Catelyn while I was gone, did you? R.A. asked. Rhaenys shook her head with a mischievous smile. R.A. pinched her nose gently. You don't know how to lie yet, little one. He chuckled. Beside him, Catelyn hugged Ned and overheard the exchange. She was like a storm when you were gone, she said, smiling as she pinched the girl's cheek. Aegon toddled up and raised his arms toward R.A., wanting to be picked up too. R.A. lifted the boy and kissed his forehead as well. The soldiers around them watched quietly, as if wanting to remember R.A. not as a golden monster, but as a man. When R.A. entered the castle, Elia was there waiting. She hugged him tightly, only letting go with reluctance. Later that night, after the feast and celebration, Elia entered his room. She clung to him like her life depended on it, lying on top of him, kissing him, her fingers brushing through his hair. R.A. pulled out a letter and handed it to her. Elia read it, and her eyes filled with tears. R.A. cupped her cheeks and kissed her. Will you marry me? He asked. Elia answered with a passionate kiss. When do we leave? She whispered. R.A. shrugged. We were supposed to stay here 5 years. I reckon Lord Stark will not object to us leaving early, now that I have won a war for him. He held her close. And he was right. They were allowed to leave with Stark men guarding them, their departure marked by tearful goodbyes. Catelyn had grown fond of Elia and her children. Ned and R.A. shook hands, each promising aid if ever the other should need it. They were escorted to White Harbor by Stark men, where they took a ship to the Stormlands, and from there to Sunspear. They were given the best lodging and service throughout the journey. Their treatment only improved after R.A. single-handedly docked an approaching pirate ship, sold it in the Stormlands, and even increased recruits for the Night's Watch. As Sunspear came into view, Elia stood at the edge of the ship, staring toward the horizon. R.A. came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her, his massive frame engulfing her. Elia smiled and looked up at him. You are the best thing that ever happened to me, after my children, sometimes. R.A. chuckled and looked ahead at the golden cliffs of Dorne. They had reached Sunspear. When the ship docked, they were greeted by the sight of the Martell family waiting at the pier. Oberyn and Doran stood at the front, their children and the women of their house gathered behind them. As soon as Elia stepped ashore, Oberyn rushed forward and hugged her with all his strength, tears shining in his eyes. Doran followed, slower but no less warm, and embraced his sister as well. Oberyn knelt to hug Elia's children, kissing their foreheads. I am your uncle Oberyn, he said proudly. And that grumpy man there is your older uncle Doran. I am much better compared to him. Doran scoffed, earning laughter from the children. R.A. stepped forward and stood beside Oberyn, dressed in casual clothes. Holy shit. I thought you would be older by now, Oberyn muttered, earning a sharp smack to the head from Elia for swearing in front of the children. A/N, I rushed the end of this chapter because we only have one chapter left before we go back to HP World. Thank you to everyone who gave Power Stones and every who was stuck with me for the 100 chapters. Chapter 101, The Gift of Eternity. Dorne was in a state of celebration because the Flower of Dorne, their princess, had returned. The people celebrated for weeks, with the nobles handing out food publicly on the orders of Oberyn and Doran. In the palace, Oberyn was looking at R.A. with a look of utter betrayal. How could you? Do you have a golden-haired sister I can have fun with? Oberyn asked when R.A. after Elia announced they wished to be married. Elia sighed at his antics. No, but I do have more than 30 brothers. I can get all of them to lightly hit you once, and we will see if you survive the third. R.A. said, getting a horrified look from the people at the table. I pity your mother, Doran muttered, sipping tea. R.A. was about to retort but was interrupted by Rhaenys, who was sitting on his lap. Rhaenys opened her mouth and said, "A." R.A. got the signal and fed her a spoonful of food before feeding Aegon, who was on his other lap. Come, children. Uncle Oberyn will feed you, Oberyn said, looking at his adorable niece and nephew, eager to dote on them. They looked at him and shook their heads. Oberyn had a look of utter devastation at that. He glared at R.A. You take my sister and her children from me. I wish to duel you. Oberyn said, and as he realized what he was doing, he was about to retract the statement. R.A. was quick to respond, however. I accept, he said with a grin as he fed the kids. Rhaenys held his cheeks. No, scary, she said, pulling at them as his bloodthirsty grin frightened the children. R.A. chuckled and kissed their foreheads. Give me a moment, children. Until then, stay with your soon-to-be only living uncle. R.A. said, handing the kids over to the chuckling Doran. R.A. got up and kissed Elia, who rolled her eyes and held his cheek. I want my brother alive for our marriage, she said. R.A. shrugged. All I heard was he is mine to do as I please after the marriage, he said with a teasing smile, kissing her again. Elia shrugged. As you wish, she said. Oberyn glared at R.A. You think you frighten me. I have fought men bigger than you, Oberyn said, standing with fire in his eyes. The bedroom does not count, R.A. countered as blunt weapons were brought for the fight. They count in my book. You can do it, Oberyn, Ilaria Sand said, encouraging her lover. R.A. chose a sword, and Oberyn chose a spear. As the match started, Oberyn circled R.A. with a defensive stance while R.A. stood there with a grin, twirling the sword between his fingers. Oberyn sighed and then dove in with a roar, thrusting his spear at R.A. R.A. caught the spear in one hand and tapped Oberyn's head with the sword, ending the match. At Ra's request, the wedding was held in a secluded place where no people were around. R.A. used the help of some Nightshade people to decorate an island and prepare the feast for the wedding. The wedding was a personal affair, and only the immediate family of the Martells were there. Doran, his wife and kids, Oberyn, his lovers, and bastards were the only ones present. Nightshade marriage customs were not set in stone, just a celebration and vows that the bride and groom give each other. Well, we made the wedding secretive. Now, where is your family? Oberyn asked. R.A. smiled and pointed up. The Martells looked up in confusion, only to see a vast figure approaching from the sky. It gleamed in the evening sun. A dragon, Nymeria Sand shouted in joy as the dragon stopped midair some distance away from them. One by one, many figures leaped from the dragon and landed on the ground. They were Ra's brothers, the custodians, who had arrived in formal clothes for their brother's wedding. One by one, figures as tall as R.A. emerged, hugging him tightly and then introducing themselves to the Martells politely. After all his brothers had descended, the dragon descended slowly. His golden scales gleamed with hints of platinum at the tips. He descended and the scales rippled like molten sunlight. The wings dissolved into motes of light, and the massive dragon shrank, emerging as a humanoid, laughing and hugging his son. Father, R.A. muttered with affection as he embraced the golden dragon. Elia was a little overwhelmed, but R.A. had told her about his family long ago, and she had mentally prepared for it. The golden dragon looked at Elia like a doting father and placed his hand on her head. The family took the next hour to explain the whole thing to the stunned Martells. Can you turn into a dragon and fly me, please? Nymeria asked, and before anyone could stop her, the golden dragon chuckled. I would love to take all the children and show them what the world looks like from above the clouds, he said, and the children cheered. After all the explaining was done, they went on with the marriage. Elia and R.A. exchanged vows of love and support as they kissed under the stars. The bride and groom were given gifts by everyone. The custodians gifted R.A. handmade wooden sculptures, and Elia received extravagant dresses and jewelry. It was after everyone was done that the golden dragon stepped forward and gifted R.A. and Elia with his blessing. He had talked with Elia beforehand, and she wished to undergo the blood exchange so she could live as long as R.A. A drop of red blood entered Elia, and the dragon smiled. Your body will transform tonight as you sleep, he said, and the feast continued. At night, he took all the children on his back and gave them a ride through the skies. After the wedding, that night, Elia and R.A. lay naked under the sheets, with Elia's head resting on Ra's chest. Is there a way for my family to live longer as well? I know your father agreed to prolong my children's lives. Am I being too selfish? She asked R.A. and sighed. R.A. chuckled at her words. I can help your brothers and their children. But what of their children and the generations after that? R.A. asked, and Elia had no answer for him. Would their children wish to live longer than their sons and daughters? R.A. asked softly, and Elia shook her head. She took off the sheets and sat on his stomach. We'll worry about that later, she whispered and kissed R.A. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please. Chapter 102, The Golden Seed. Back to the HP world, where we left off. After the conversation, Eric got up to leave. Won't you sleep here tonight? Edwina asked. He shook his head. I'll visit the island and then go back to Hogwarts. Edwina kissed his forehead as Chaya wrapped herself around him, ready to teleport them. Oh, and I have a girlfriend now, Eric said with a grin before disappearing in a flash of light. The last thing he saw was Edwina's surprised face, clearly wanting to ask a million questions. Eric arrived on the island and laughed softly before heading toward the goblin community. He made his way straight to a sealed, cave-like structure and stepped inside. As he entered, a golden light filled the entire chamber. When his eyes adjusted, he saw piles of dragon steel stacked neatly along the walls, and above them, a golden scale, the source of the glow. The scale was embedded in a rune-covered mechanism that absorbed the magical energy in the area, funneling it through the scale and allowing that power to seep into the metal. Near the center of the chamber lay a dragon egg, resting comfortably beneath the golden radiance. Eric approached it and smiled. "So your legacy lives on," he said softly, glancing up at the golden scale and thinking of the dragon it came from. He pulled a small golden seed from his pocket, looked at the egg once more, and placed the seed upon it. The seed slowly sank into the shell and disappeared. Eric smiled at the sight, then turned to Chaya. "Let's go back to my room at Hogwarts," he said, giving her a small kiss. With a flash of light, they vanished. Back in his room, Eric lay down on his bed with a faint grin. "So we will be going to the Game of Thrones world, huh?" He had watched the series in his previous life, all 5 seasons. A ripple shimmered through the air, and a small piece of parchment fell to the floor. Eric picked it up and read Luna's handwriting. "May I come in?" A smile touched his lips. "Yes," he said aloud. The darkness rippled again, and Luna appeared in his room, smiling shyly before leaning in to kiss him. "What brings you here?" Eric asked, amused. "I just wanted to spend time with you," she replied, blushing. Understanding her perfectly, Eric lay back and opened his arms. Luna beamed, curled up against him, and rested her head on his chest. They talked quietly for a while before she drifted to sleep with a smile on her face. A few days before the first task, Fleur had asked Eric to train with her, and he had agreed. They were in the champions' training area, sparring. "How are you this good?" Fleur asked, wide-eyed. Eric smirked. "That was just a little bit of my strength," he said, flexing his bicep which was not visible because of the robes he was wearing. Fleur rolled her eyes and smiled. "At least that means you will be Sapphire," she said, glancing at her schedule. "I have a potions class." She waved before leaving. Eric waved back and noticed Daphne approaching. "How about you spar with me now?" she asked with a grin, drawing her wand. Eric shook his head, making her pout. He smiled and poked her cheek. "Let's go by the Black Lake. Luna should be there." Daphne nodded and took his hand as they walked toward the lake, where Luna sat reading the Quibbler. Eric crept up behind her and gently covered her eyes, making her giggle. She turned and smiled up at him before leaning in to kiss him. Daphne, already aware of their relationship, said nothing and simply sat beside Luna. "The first task is in a few days," Daphne said. "Have you figured out what it is?" Eric nodded with a small smirk. "You were right. It involves dragons." Daphne raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. "I have seen your skill enough to know you can handle a dragon. A/N took hours to write this short chapter. I will pick up the pace a bit from here. Reviews and power stones, please." Chapter 103, Shared Heart. That night. Over the past weeks, Eric and Luna had shown Simon, Edwina, and Daphne the Dreamlands after Eric had formed a connection with the tree. "I will go get Mom and Dad. Can you get Daphne?" Eric asked. Luna nodded and waved before a portal appeared beside her. With Eric. Eric entered a portal of his own and arrived in a beautiful natural landscape, where Edwina stood waiting with a smile. She noticed him and kissed his cheek. "I learned how to lucid dream," she said proudly, holding his hand. "Let us get your father as well." "I wonder what monsters he is fighting this time," Edwina said. Eric laughed and waved his hand, opening another portal. Together, they stepped through. Simon was at the Quidditch World Cup, sitting beside an Edwina with horns on her head and a furious expression as Vila danced in the arena. "You glanced," the horned Edwina growled. Simon stepped back, shaking his head quickly. "I did not, my love. I did not even know there were Vila in the stadium. Should we wait a bit?" Eric whispered to the real Edwina, who was giggling beside him. She pinched his nose. "You like seeing your father suffer, don't you?" Eric grinned but followed as she approached Simon. She hugged him from behind, and Simon sighed as he felt the familiar warmth. Turning, he met the real Edwina's gaze and kissed her. His pleading expression begged her not to mention what she had seen. She simply kissed him again as an answer. "Oh, gods, you old people," Eric muttered in disgust. Simon smirked. "You're one to talk, teenager." Another portal opened beside them, and the three stepped into the beautiful scenery of the island. Luna stood there waiting, along with a red-faced Daphne. Eric smirked. "What were you dreaming about?" he teased, nudging Daphne. Daphne pushed him away with a pout. With Luna after she stepped in her portal. After stepping through her portal, Luna found herself in a Hogwarts hall. Ahead stood Daphne and a dream version of Eric. Her eyes widened as she saw Daphne lean forward, trying to kiss him. But the dream Eric turned away. "I'm with Luna." "You know that," he said softly. Daphne pushed him weakly. You were supposed to be mine, she shouted, her voice breaking. We've known each other since we were children, she said, her voice trembling. The dream. Eric gently patted her head. I can't hurt Luna, he whispered. Luna sighed and walked up behind Daphne, wrapping her arms around her. Daphne trembled. When someone is dreaming, their senses are dulled and their emotions raw. But when touched by a dreamwalker like Eric or Luna, the sensations become real and control returns. That was what Daphne felt. She now knew the real Luna was hugging her. Daphne didn't speak, just stared down at the floor. Luna stepped around to face her. It's okay, Luna said softly. Daphne looked up, stammering, unable to form words. Luna smiled and hugged her. It's okay. I don't mind, as long as he's fine with it. Daphne finally understood. Why? She asked quietly. Because I know you love him as much as I do, Luna said, tilting her head with a calm expression and a kind smile. Daphne hugged her back and kissed the top of her head. After they reunited, Eric laughed and poked Daphne's cheek when he saw her pout. She swatted his hand away and went to greet his parents. Edwina hugged her warmly. Do not bully this adorable girl, she chided Eric, making Daphne blush even more. Simon chuckled and patted Daphne's head when she stepped away from Edwina. Tell me if he bullies you. I'll teach him a lesson. Daphne nodded quickly, still red-faced. Simon then took Edwina's hand. Let's explore. Hades told me he manages some fascinating worlds we can visit, he said, and the two flew off laughing. Nearby, Luna was busy cuddling Cherry. She scratched the little dragon's chin. My boo-boo is the best. Did you miss me? She said in a baby voice, earning a satisfied purr from the red dragon. Daphne took Eric's hand. I think they'll be in their own world for a while. Show me around. Eric chuckled and nodded. The island had grown larger over the past weeks. A faint, transparent shield shimmered around it, radiating from a massive metal orb floating above the golden tree. Tiny pixies fluttered about, tending to the plants. Eric pointed to a volcano in the distance. That was made by Ignitia. She creates fire spirits there, he said. Daphne smiled. Take me there. Eric grinned, picked her up, and took off into the air. Daphne wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head against his chest as they flew. It's not as warm as I thought it would be, she said, looking around once they reached the volcano. The spirits regulate the temperature, Eric explained as colorful fire wisps danced nearby. Daphne turned toward him and hugged him tightly, resting her head on his chest. I love you, she whispered. Eric froze. Luna, he began, but Daphne placed a finger on his lips. She told me she's fine with it. I understand you need time to decide, she said softly, still holding him close. Tell me when you have decided. I'll be waiting, she whispered, kissing his cheek before walking toward the volcano to explore. Eric stood still for a moment and sat down on the ground in thought before a portal opened beside him and Luna stepped through. She knelt, meeting his eyes, and kissed him. What she said is true, Luna whispered before kissing him more deeply. Eric didn't ask stupid questions like why. He just kissed her back. Luna cupped his face. If you say yes to her, know that it won't hurt me, she said. Eric looked into her eyes, searching for any trace of falsehood. There was none. He cupped her cheek and kissed her forehead before pulling her close. A/N. Please leave your thoughts before leaving. Gimme Power Stones or Eric's parents will be turned into character development, and Eric will become an emo dark protagonist collecting girls like Pokemon. Chapter 104, High Maintenance. Daphne explored around the volcano as little wisps of colorful fire came up to her and started dancing around her. She giggled and held one when she felt its heat, but instead of burning her, the flame just started jumping around her. I am very high maintenance, you know, she heard Eric's voice. He was leaning on the wall with a smirk and crossed arms. Daphne's face lit up with a smile and she approached him with her arms behind her back. I have very rich parents, she said with a smirk. I can be a drama king sometimes, Eric said with a grin. Not as much as me, Daphne said, rolling her eyes. I can be very clingy as well, Eric said as Daphne stood in front of him. Daphne replied by hugging him by the neck and kissing him passionately. Eric wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her as well. They parted after some time, looking into each other's eyes. Eric made a serious expression. There is one last thing, he said, and Daphne just hugged him tightly. Eric then told her about the possibility of him and his family leaving for another world. Daphne listened patiently. Will we be able to visit here, she asked, and he nodded. Daphne smiled and stole little kisses from him. Then I can follow you to hell and back, she said. Eric looked at her and cupped her cheek. I will do all I can to make you happy, he said. Daphne just hugged him. You already have, she said with a satisfied smile. Eric and Daphne returned from the volcano and met up with Luna, who was waiting for them. Luna smiled widely when she saw them. Velka told me she had something exciting to show to us, Luna said when they reached her. Eric raised an eyebrow and looked at the sphere. Let's go see what it is then, he said and picked Daphne up, while Luna's 6 wings unfolded and she flew with them to the sphere. There, they were welcomed by even more little spiders running around, repairing and tinkering with the sphere. Luna and Daphne found them cute and gave them treats and pets for their hard work, which they accepted happily. Velka approached them after a little bit. I have something great to show you. Come, I will show you, she said in her usual excitement and started explaining the new changes she had made to the sphere while they walked. The 3 smiled kindly and followed her patiently. They then entered a giant opening in the sphere that had some stairs leading to a massive room. Last time I told you there was an AI here, right? She asked Eric, who nodded. Daphne seemed confused about what an AI was, and Eric explained it to her. We were calibrating ways for a complete dimensional isolation of the island, and it has some ideas, Velka said excitedly. Threads of light started converging in an area and formed geometric lattices that pulsed in rhythm with calculations and codes running through them like glowing veins. Hello, my lord. I am grateful I could finally meet you, came a mechanical, emotionless voice from the holographic image. Eric nodded. Thank you for your hard work, he said, and the image pulsed as if in acknowledgement. How long have you been here? And who formed this sphere? Eric asked the AI. I have been here for 1,487 years, and there is no civilization that made this sphere, the AI spoke, then pulsed with light. I found it improbable that such technology, including me, would just spontaneously appear. This is why for all this time I believed, imagined an advanced species that may have given birth to all this. Eric raised an eyebrow as he heard the AI's words. And about a year ago, a seed formed in the well of the sphere. The well has merged with your island's well, as the sphere and the island are one now. The AI seemed to have picked up a babbling habit from Velka. I assimilated the seed within me, and that is when I knew the nature of my existence in the sphere. Eric nodded at those words. The fuck can a demigod AI do, though? Eric thought, looking at the light structure. Tell them about the idea you had come up with, Velka said excitedly. Yes, well, we need some divine energy, and I can channel it into isolating our lands into a dimensional pocket and turn it into a solar system, the AI spoke in its mechanical voice. Yes, the gods here have the ability to create universes in the walking reality as well, Eric said and nodded. I have some gods I know. I will ask them for help, Eric said and nodded at the AI. Please, wait some time before that, my lord. Until this island expands enough to gain enough matter to form a planet, the AI spoke, and Eric shrugged. You both are doing good work. Thank you, Eric thanked Velka and the AI. Velka squealed and jumped in happiness at the compliment, while the image of the AI just pulsed before fading away. How did you get those wings? Daphne asked Luna as they sat by the fire in their house by the shore. Damn, Daphne muttered in admiration after she heard Luna's story. Eric grinned. Do you want such wings as well? He asked her, and she shrugged. Eric laughed and put an arm around her waist. Don't act this way, you won't fool me, he whispered to her, making her blush. I don't want you to do it for me, Daphne said, and Eric nodded. Eric understood she did not just want him to ask the gods to do the same for her. She just wanted him to help her get some opportunities, and she would prove herself worthy. Eric smiled at Luna and Daphne as they rested themselves on him and got into a comfortable position. A/N, Power Stones and Reviews please guys, I'm sure you want Simon and Edwina to live long and happy lives, character development can be tricky sometimes. One wrong move and Eric turns into an emo harem protag. Chapter 105, Ours Lives. In the morning. Eric woke up and felt Luna sleeping soundly in his arms, her face resting on his chest as she held him tightly. Eric smiled and kissed her forehead before simply looking up, waiting for her to wake. He noticed Chaya resting beside him and gently caressed her head with a finger, smiling. Luna stirred in his arms when Noctel, who was perched by the window, began chirping. She looked up at him and kissed him with a smile. It's a good thing we don't get morning breath, she giggled. Eric kissed her nose, and she made herself comfortable in his arms again. No classes today, so let's stay like this for an hour or two, she mumbled, making Eric laugh. I wouldn't mind staying like this for a whole day, but we do need breakfast, Eric said, and Luna sighed. Luna got up after giving him one more passionate kiss and raised her hand. Noctel landed on it with a chirp, and Luna stepped back into a portal that formed behind her. Eric walked toward the Great Hall with a wide smile and noticed Daphne waiting for him in the common area. Eric went up to her and gave her a kiss. Everyone knows you are with Luna, Daphne whispered to him. Eric shrugged. Now they know I'm with you as well, he said and simply chatted with her as they waited for Luna. After Luna arrived, they went for breakfast. Fleur and Ars joined their table as well. Oh. Ars, I forgot about the spar I promised you, Eric said, as if he had just remembered. Ars looked at him and frowned. Leave me alone, he muttered and went back to his food. Eric chuckled. No, no. I cannot renege on the promise I gave you, he said, acting sincere. Ars sighed. He knew how Eric was, so he just stopped speaking. Fleur perked up at that. Let's spar later as well, she said, making Eric scoff. By spar, do you mean me training you? Eric said with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. I will be charging fees from now on. He waved his hand dramatically. Fleur raised an eyebrow. And what do you want, she asked with a faintly teasing tone, her French accent slipping through. Eric put a hand on his chin and thought for a moment before smirking as an idea came to him. Call me, sensei, while I train you, Eric said with a nod and a smile. Fleur just shrugged at that and went back to her food. After breakfast, Eric dragged a limp Ars to the champion training grounds while whistling a tune. Fleur followed, glancing at Ars with pity. How about I spar Fleur instead? Ars asked with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Grub, Ars's spirit mouse, also nodded eagerly at the suggestion. Eric shrugged and glanced at Fleur. He then approached her. You should spar with him. Don't hold back, he told her, and she nodded. As the arena was set up, Fleur stood on one side and Ars on the other. Grub climbed down from Ars's shoulder and stood in front of him. Give me a moment, Fleur said after she saw Grub. She approached the mouse and gently patted its head with a finger. You are so cute. I do not want to fight you, she said in a baby voice. Ars and Eric looked at each other with twitching lips as they watched the scene. Eric went to Fleur, pried her off the mouse, and dragged her to the other side of the arena. Fleur pouted and looked away while Eric sighed and stepped back. Start, he said, and they both got serious. Fleur began with an incendio, which was blocked by Grub, who formed a layer of earth in front of the attack. Ars took the opportunity and cast his own incendio, which Fleur dodged. She raised an eyebrow and grew serious, raising her wand to fire a confringo, which was blocked by Grub again, while Ars sent an Expelliarmus her way. Fleur raised a Protego to block the Expelliarmus, while Grub formed blunt earth spikes on the ground that shot toward her. Fleur was not the best at wandless magic, but she could do a bit of transfiguration with it. She waved her hand, forming a metal wall to block the spikes. At the same time, she used her wand to cast a powerful stupefy toward Ars. He formed a Protego of his own, but it was weak, and the spell stunned him. The match went on for about half an hour and ended with Fleur's victory. Eric clapped and brought out some potions for both of them. Good work, you both, he said with a smile. Fleur still looked dissatisfied. He is younger than you, and it still took me all this time to barely win, she said. Eric shrugged and helped her drink the potion. He had a mature spirit with him. It's more impressive that you could even beat him, Eric consoled Fleur, who sighed and looked at him. Why are you helping train me, she asked, tilting her head slightly. Eric tilted his head back at her. Why wouldn't I, he asked. I mean. I am your opponent, Fleur said, making Eric laugh. I don't care about that, you are my friend first and opponent second, he said, waving his hand as he went to help Ars as well. Fleur just shook her head and picked up Grub, patting the mouse gently with her finger. You were a nightmare, she said to the mouse with a smile, giving Grub some treats. She glanced at Eric and smiled as she saw Eric hitting Ars's back, making the boy yelp and curse Eric. A/N, please leave reviews on the novel. And Power Stones. Chapter 106, A Villa Among the Merfolk. The next morning. Eric was in a secluded part of the Black Lake, inspecting a box. He nodded and put the box in his pouch before starting to stretch. What are you doing? Fleur asked him as he was about to put on a blue cloak with golden rune-shaped embroidery on it. Eric looked back to see her and raised an eyebrow. Are you following me? He asked, pointing at her with a scandalized look. Fleur shook her head with a frown. Of course not. I just noticed you as I was passing by, she said. Eric raised an eyebrow and smirked at her as if not believing her explanation. Fleur just looked at him with a deadpan expression and slowly took out her wand to hex him. Eric chuckled and raised his hands in surrender. Let's just keep things civil. I was just going to visit some new friends I made, Eric said. Fleur approached him with intrigue and looked from him to the Black Lake, raising her eyebrow in a silent question. There are mere people in this lake, and I visit them to chat, Eric said and shrugged. Fleur's eyes lit up. Can I come with you? She asked Eric hopefully. Eric looked away. No, what do I have to gain by adding extra baggage? Eric scoffed at Fleur, earning a scowl from the villa. How about your life, she said, her wand out and pointing at Eric. Eric smirked at her before they both burst into laughter, and Eric brought out another cloak from his pouch. Wear this, and you will be able to breathe and move underwater, Eric instructed. Fleur nodded and wore the cloak. Should I change my clothes to something more appropriate for swimming, she muttered, and Eric shook his head. The cloaks will help with that, Eric said, and she nodded. Eric moved toward the lake, half his body in, then showed Fleur the light golden barrier covering his clothes, originating from the cloak. Fleur smiled and went in with him. After they were submerged in the water, they looked at each other. Eric took her hand in his. As long as we are in contact, we can communicate as well, he said. There were golden barriers covering them from the neck down, while their faces were covered in transparent barriers, facilitating breathing and visibility. Eric could see the surprise on Fleur's face. Who made these cloaks? She asked him. Eric smiled gently. Some good friends made these, he said and looked ahead. They were made by the goblins and him. Just lean toward the direction you wish to move toward, Eric instructed as he leaned lightly and started moving slowly. Fleur followed his instructions, and it took a little bit for her to get used to it. Fleur giggled and held Eric's hand. Let's go, Zen, she said. Eric smiled and held her hand tighter, pulling her deeper into the lake with him. I hope Zay will not be angered by my presence, Fleur spoke, and Eric chuckled. I can just leave you there as a snack for them if that happens, Eric said, getting a pout from Fleur. It took them a few more moments before they reached a small village made crudely with stone, green algae, and aquatic plants covering the stone houses. They stopped a little distance away, and Eric turned to Fleur and held her hands. I will meet them and tell them of your presence. We will see if they welcome you or eat you, Eric said with a teasing smile. Fleur just nodded and waved him away. Eric reached the entrance of the village to see some guards walking around, holding spears. They had gray, rough skin and green hair with yellow eyes. Eric waved at them. Hello, friends. Did you miss me? He asked in fluent Mermish, getting chuckles from the guards. They then noticed behind him, at a little distance away, that he had brought a friend with him. You brought a friend, a guard asked, getting a nod from Eric. I hope it is not an inconvenience, Eric spoke. The guards looked at each other and shrugged. It seems she is a Vila, one of them spoke, and Eric nodded. The chief will not be dissatisfied as long as she is well behaved, and she is your friend, so I assume she will be, a guard said, getting a grateful nod from Eric. Eric fetched some decorative corals from his pouch, in the shape of elephants, and gifted them to the guards. These are for your kids, Eric said, getting grateful nods from the guards. Eric then turned to Fleur and approached her. He reached her and shook his head, getting a frown from her. He held her hand. They said you don't look appetizing, so they may as well let you in, Eric said, getting a light punch on the chest and a pout from Fleur. Eric then led her toward the guards, who waved at her in a friendly manner, getting a bow and a wave from her. Fleur hugged Eric's arm and intertwined her fingers with his, seeming a little nervous. Eric smiled at her in reassurance. We will just meet their chief and explore a little, Eric told her, getting a nod from her. The guards led them to the chief, chatting with Eric like an old friend. Eric heard Fleur sigh in admiration. Their language is melodic and beautiful, Fleur said. The guards gave Eric a questioning look, and Eric translated what she said. They nodded and smiled at Fleur as a thank you for the compliment. Fleur looked around to see the merpeople looking at her curiously. Some waved at Eric and smiled at them. Most of them were working with some stones. Some were writing runes on the stones in black ink, while others were using the stones and placing them in their positions. It seemed they were building houses. Fleur saw that the houses they were working on seemed more sturdy and less crude compared to the older houses. Thank you for the rune scrolls. We are rebuilding with their help, a guard said to Eric with a grateful expression. Eric just waved at them with a smile. They were given to me by some friends, specially for you, Eric said. A/N, guys, please leave reviews for the FIC so I know what you liked or disliked about it. And power stones, lots and lots of power stones, all the power stones in the world, give them to me. Chapter 107, Light Under the Black Lake. Fleur looked at Eric, still hugging his arm. I should have brought some gift, she whispered. Eric shrugged. I brought some gifts, I will tell them they are from both of us, he said with a smile. Fleur looked at him gratefully and whispered her thanks to him. Eric then fumbled in his pouch and brought out some corals and kelp. Give them to the chief as well, he told her. She accepted the gifts and put them in her pouch. It seems you can be considerate sometimes, she said, squeezing his hand. Eric smiled at her as they reached a bigger stone house, ornately decorated and standing sturdy, as if built just recently. We used the scrolls to rebuild the chief's house first, one of the guards said, making Eric nod. The other guard approached the door and sang a beautiful melody, a custom of the merpeople when requesting an audience with their chief. Fleur heard that and sighed in admiration, glancing at Eric. She then stepped away from him, since it would be rude to hug him while they addressed the chief. It took a few moments before a female Selkie exited the stone house. She had gray skin, webbed hands and feet, and long tangled, seaweed-like hair. Her eyes were large and yellow and her teeth were sharp as she smiled at Eric when she saw him. She wore ornamental kelp and coral woven into her hair and around her body. Her posture was upright and commanding, more humanoid than fish-like compared to other merepeople. "Welcome, Eric Hawthorne," she said in Mermish, her voice more melodic and soothing than the others. Eric smiled at her and held Fleur's hand. "This is Fleur Delacour, a friend," Eric introduced her, and the chief nodded. "A friend of young Eric is a friend of ours." "Welcome," the chief said, addressing the villa, and Eric translated for them. "Thank you for your hospitality." "Forgive me, but I do not know Mermish," Fleur said and glanced at Eric, who translated what she said. The chief shrugged at that, and Fleur sighed in relief. She then made an inviting gesture toward her home. Eric and Fleur bowed before entering the house. The house was simple and dimly lit, since it is difficult for the merepeople to get light-producing artifacts. Eric smiled at the chief and took out a box from his pouch. "A gift from me and my friend," he said, opening the box. Inside were fist-sized grass orbs. Eric took one out and shook it. The orb began giving out a soft light after Eric shook it. The chief looked at the object in wonder and held out her hand, and Eric nodded as he placed the orb in her palm. The chief looked at the orb and then around, as her house brightened from the soft glow of the light. "Shake it again and it will turn off," Eric said, and the chief nodded and shook the orb so the light stopped. The chief looked at Eric and shook her head. "You bring us these gifts every time you visit. I lament that we have nothing of worth to give to you," she said. Eric smiled at her. "There are not many things anyone might have that I would want. So please do not feel bad," Eric said. At that moment Fleur took out her gift as well. The chief looked at the offerings and thanked them with a smile. Fleur knew what the chief had said without any need for translation and nodded with a warm smile. Eric then smiled mischievously. "Is the little chief around?" he asked, earning a melodious laugh from the chief. "No, the little one is studying," she said, much to Eric's disappointment. "He will lament his studies even more if he finds out he missed you because of them," the chief added with a giggle. Eric then took out some gifts for the chief's son as well. Eric glanced at Fleur, who nodded. "I won't take more of your time. I should go meet the bigger friend as well," Eric said, bowing, and Fleur bowed to the chief as well. The chief nodded and led the way back, telling Eric about structures and people as they bid farewell. "Do you wish to meet the giant squid before we leave?" Eric asked Fleur. Fleur knew about the giant squid and that it was a peaceful and gentle creature, so she nodded with a smile. She hugged his arm as they descended deeper into the lake. As they descended, the light dimmed even more. The little illumination that remained came from glowing moss and magical algae. They reached an area with the densest covering of glowing moss and found the giant squid lounging there. It was about 80 feet long, with wide tentacles and deep violet skin. Its 2 eyes were the size of a quaffle and pale with horizontal slits. Eric and Fleur stopped a little distance away from the squid. Eric smiled and started fumbling in his pouch as he took out some bubble lanterns. They looked like magical spheres. As Eric took them out, they began emitting a soft, pulsing light and started floating toward the giant squid. "They are warm, but they do not seem to be increasing the temperature of the water," Fleur muttered as she held one in her hand. Eric nodded at her as the spheres approached the squid, illuminating its body. The giant squid noticed the spheres and extended its tentacles, wrapping them gently around the lights. The spheres rested on the squid's skin and pulsed gently as the squid relaxed, its body seeming to enjoy the warmth from the lanterns. It then noticed Eric and waved a tentacle at him, creating currents in the water with the motion. Neither Eric nor Fleur were affected because of their cloaks. Eric and Fleur waved back with smiles on their faces. The squid could not speak, so it extended its tentacles toward them and wrapped them gently around Eric and Fleur in greeting. They spent their time sitting on the tentacles, watching the lake and the squid illuminated by the lantern lights. A/N, please leave reviews if you enjoyed the chapter. And power stones. All of them. Chapter 108, Side Story, 1, Drakensar. King's Landing, year 286 AC. Cersei and Robert were breaking their fast, a newborn Joffrey in his cradle, a maid standing beside him to take care of him. "Good to see the boy's face this morning." "It pleases me to see his face in the morning," Robert spoke, surprisingly not drinking wine in the morning because his newborn was beside him. Cersei shot the maid a look, who bowed and took Joffrey away while the other servants also stepped out of earshot. "I brought him out so I might speak to you while you're sober," Cersei said and leaned back in her seat, looking at the confused Robert in hatred. "You hurt me last night," she whispered, and Robert had the sense to look ashamed. "It was not me, my lady," he said in a low voice as he looked down, not able to see Cersei in the eyes. Before he could continue, Cersei interrupted him. "Then tell me, was it a ghost that fucked me last night?" she spat. "Then the ghost was a heavy and vile one," she commented and showed her arm to Robert. It had green marks as if someone had gripped it too tightly. "It was the wine, my lady," Robert said through gritted teeth and balled fists. Cersei scoffed and looked away from Robert as if he were filth. She knew there was nothing to gain from talking to Robert further, and she left. After her chat with Robert, Cersei sat in her room with her servants tending to her. A knock was heard. "Enter," she ordered, and a guard entered the room and knelt before her. "I am here to inform you, a merchant from Goldmere has arrived in the city, your grace," the guard said, and Cersei nodded as a hint of a smile appeared on her face. She signaled to one of her maids, who went to a chest in the room and took out a parchment from it. Cersei took the parchment and handed it to the guard. "Take this to the merchant. He will give you a flask," Cersei ordered, and the guard took the parchment respectfully. "Do not open the flask and guard it with your life," Cersei said before the guard left, a warning in her tone. She dismissed her maids and looked at the city as her sadness slowly turned to fierce hatred. Then she heard her door open and saw Jaime enter her room. She stood up and went to him, fell into his arms and kissing him passionately. Jaime parted from the kiss and looked at her state. "Did he?" Jaime whispered, and Cersei nodded, a tear escaping her eye. Jaime sighed and just held her to comfort her. "Ra sent me another letter. He has sent another flask with a merchant," Cersei told Jaime, who smiled at her. "I heard Robert sent out an order for them to return to Winterfell from Dorne, fearing a brewing rebellion," Jaime told her. She frowned at that. "Robert sent Ra away the day after he gave me the first flask," Cersei said with venom in her voice. "As if the pig knew I had gained another protector," she said. Jaime looked at her and shook his head. "He had told them half a moon before that," he said, and just sat with her to talk to her and console her. A/N, in Asoyaf, a moon is considered about a month. He did mention for them to visit King's Landing first on their way to Winterfell. "I may be able to thank Ra for the help he provides you with," Jaime told Cersei with a smile. Jaime POV. It took Ra, Princess Elia, and their entourage about half a moon to reach King's Landing by the sea route. I glanced at Robert as he sat on his throne, waiting for them to arrive for an audience. "What name will they be announced by?" Robert asked Jon Arryn. "It seems they now call themselves Drakensar, after the house name of Ser Ra, your grace," Jon Arryn replied to the gleeful Robert. I realized why all of this was taking place, why Robert called for his full council to be present and why even some nobles were present in the court. Robert just wanted to announce them as Drakensar in front of the kingdom and the court. He wanted Rhaegar's children to be announced as Drakensar and not Targaryens. I looked at the ground at the thought and grit my teeth as I thought of Rhaegar. I was busy killing the king as the men of my house were knocking on Elia's door, wanting to kill her and her children. I should have been there, protecting her. Then again, I did not expect my father to be cruel enough to order the death of Elia and her children. I should have known better. After all, I know the truth about Tisha and the depths of his cruelty. I am thankful to Ra for saving them. I would have never forgiven myself if they had died. I remember Ra still called me with respect even as others called me Kingslayer to my face after Robert became king. As I was thinking all these thoughts to distract myself from reality, I heard the names being called out. Ser Ra Drakensar, summoned by his grace, comes now into the presence of the king. I heard the announcement followed by Elia, Rhaenys, and Aegon, with Drakensar behind their names. I looked up to see the imposing golden giant enter with his new wife and her children. The family stood in front of Robert and did not bother to bow, let alone kneel, as I smiled in my heart at that. I know even Robert would not ask Ra to kneel, neither would he ask Elia to do so in front of Ra. The family stood in front of Robert and just looked up, waiting for him to speak. Ra Drakensar, Elia Drakensar, Rhaenys Drakensar, and Aegon Drakensar. I thank you for accepting my invitation, Robert said with a grin, saying their full names deliberately. Elia raised an eyebrow as he said their full names, and I saw a look of realization dawn on her face as she seemed to have devised the purpose of Robert's summons. I heard Ra hum in response to Robert as Elia and her children just smiled. I wish to ask for your health, Robert said with a little hesitation, as it seemed Ra would be addressing him on behalf of the family. I smirked at that. A letter would have sufficed, Ra spoke, and I barely held back a chuckle at his words. I glanced up to see Robert's pupils moving in all directions as he seemed to be thinking of some excuse to justify summoning Ra and his family to the court as they were on their way to Winterfell. I wish to congratulate you on the wedding, Robert spoke. It seemed Jon Arryn had just whispered it in his ear. A gift would have sufficed, Ra spoke, and I looked down and bit my tongue to stop myself from laughing out loud. I am certain Robert would have seen my shoulder shake a little if he had not been shitting himself right now. Yes, Ser Ra, we have prepared some horses and carriages for you as gifts, and the king wished to present you those gifts and reminisce of days of old. Jon Arryn spoke up to save Robert's ours, as always. I am sure Ra would have spoken something that would have made me laugh out loud. However, I saw Elia hold Ra's gloved hand gently and smile at him. Ra looked at her and nodded before looking at Robert. Thank you for the gift and the well wishes, King Robert, he spoke, and I heard Robert sigh in relief so loud it was comical. They were then invited to stay in the castle for a day as Jon Arryn scrambled to arrange some horses and carriages that would satisfy Ra. A/N, I am thinking of sprinkling in GOT chapters and updating you on what is going on with RA as bonus chapters. Reviews and Power Stones, please. Chapter 109, The Cost of Comparison. Fleur and Eric enjoyed the beautiful scenery as the giant squid relaxed, enjoying the illumination and heat of the lamps. The lamps rested on its skin and spread across it, eliciting the squid to relax its tentacles in contentment. They came back to the surface after a little while. So? Eric asked Fleur and shook his head when she offered him the cloak back. "EET was magical," Fleur said with a beautiful smile. She then looked at the time. "I have some classes to attend." "Merci for today, Eric," Fleur said and kissed Eric's cheek before leaving. Eric waved at her and went to his own classes. "I should bring others with me next time," he muttered as he walked away. Meanwhile at Hawthorne Mansion, Simon and Edwina were sitting with the Longbottoms as Nibbin diligently served snacks and tea. "Thank you for checking on us. Little Daphne has done a lot for us and we did not wish to take her from her studies for the checkup," Alice Longbottom said with a real smile. Edwina smiled back at her and waved her hand. "It was no trouble. You both are healthy and just need regular potions and a little bit of exercise to make a full physical recovery," she said. Alice and Frank looked at each other and held hands. "It feels overwhelming, as if being caged for years while the world moved around you," Frank whispered. "You are welcome to visit us anytime and we will do our best for you," Simon told Frank, getting a grateful nod in return. "Thank you for your hospitality. I fear we must depart as we have arranged to get Neville half a day off," Frank spoke and shook hands with Simon and bowed to Edwina. Edwina nodded at Frank and smiled at Alice before giving her a hug. "Visit again when you can," Edwina said as the two left. At the Longbottom Mansion, Frank and Alice exited the float with smiles on their faces and anticipation in their eyes. Augusta Longbottom got up as soon as she saw them. "What did she say?" she asked with worry on her face. "We just need some potions and exercise." "We will be fine," Alice said as Augusta sighed in relief. Augusta then glanced at Frank, who did not speak to her and just took a seat on the couch with a grunt. "Please, son, speak to me," Augusta said to Frank, her eyes moist. Frank looked up at her and frowned. "Speak," he said and then nodded. "Let's speak. Why was Neville using my wand? Why was he not provided with his own wand?" Frank asked, his voice neutral. I wished for him to grow up like you," Augusta whispered. "And how would he do that with an incompatible wand? You should have known the wand would hinder his magical growth and you chided him when that happened," Frank said, a little heated now. Alice sat beside Frank and held his hand. She did not try to calm Frank, however, because she wanted answers as well and wanted her son to thrive. Augusta joined her hands above her heart and looked down in shame. Frank got up and strode in front of his mother. "Look at me," he whispered, and Augusta looked at her son. Frank knelt before his mother and held her hand. "Mother, you made your grandson, my son, suffer because you wanted him to be me," Frank whispered to her as tears fell from his eyes. "I will make it up to him. I will love him and care for him," Augusta said, caressing Frank's cheek. Frank held her hand and nodded. He then sighed and hugged his crying mother, who whispered apologies and promises to her son as she hugged him. They freshened up and sat in the living room as they waited for Neville. It took half an hour, and with a flash of green Neville appeared in the room and rushed to Alice before slowing down and hugging her gently, not wanting to hurt his mother. He then did the same for his father as a smile bloomed on his face. Augusta looked at the scene and approached Neville slowly as the boy stood there meekly and closed his eyes while Augusta hugged him. Frank and Alice looked at their son's reaction and sighed with sadness in their eyes. Alice took Neville by the hand and brushed some hair from his face. "Would you like to go to Diagon Alley with us?" she asked, and Neville nodded instantly, getting a chuckle from her. She kissed Neville's cheek and glanced at Frank. "How about you change clothes before we leave?" Frank asked Neville, who nodded and rushed to his room. "Did you ever?" Frank asked his mother, who recoiled, eyes wide, shaking her head in mute horror. "I would never hit him," Augusta said with a shuddering breath as she knew what Frank wanted to ask her. Frank nodded at her and looked at the ceiling with a grim look in his eyes. "I noticed his reaction, so I don't blame you for asking," Augusta whispered. "It is as if I was blind to him before," she said as she clenched her fists. "You chose to be," Alice said. "It will take time and effort for him to heal," she added. "And I will give all the time and effort I can." "He deserves it," Augusta spoke, and then Neville appeared in front of them, his clothes changed. Alice held his hand. "I have such a handsome son," she said and kissed Neville's forehead as Frank chuckled at Neville's reaction. The family appeared in Diagon Alley, attracting looks and whispers from the wizards who had an idea who they were. Some wizards even approached Alice and Frank with surprise and happiness on their faces, shook hands with them, and gave them well wishes and invitations to their houses. Frank and Alice responded politely to the requests and expressed that they just wanted to spend time with their son today. Neville looked at them questioningly. They were at Hogwarts the same time as us. Some of them would even visit us when we were sick, Frank told Neville, who nodded at the explanation. They then visited Twilfit and Tattings to get some new robes for Neville. Alice took her time dressing her son and complimenting him until his face was beet red. Then they visited Ollivanders and got a new wand for Neville. He got a 13-inch hazel wand with a unicorn hair core. He could feel the difference as soon as he held the wand. They then had some ice cream to finish the day. A/N, please leave detailed reviews on the FIC so I know what you all like and dislike. And Power Stones, all of them, every single one. Chapter 110, Side Story, 2, A Lesson in Silence. Night. R.A. and the family were given 2 luxurious rooms to stay in within the keep. I might have pressed him for more, had you not stayed my hand. R.A. said to Elia with a chuckle. Elia smiled at him and shook her head before giving him a passionate kiss. You can still say the word and we do not have to follow what Robert says, R.A. told her, holding her in his arms as they lay on the bed. For years will pass swiftly. The North may temper the children in ways Dorn never could. Elia said. R.A. hummed at her words. Have you had any trouble with the advanced magic training? R.A. asked and Elia just shook her head. Elia had been given the dragon blood like R.A. and his brothers, but the effect on her was different. She had not grown much in height, an inch or 2 at most. However, she had gained the ability to perform magic at a very high level and, because she was blessed by a demigod, she could access some divine spells based on the domain of the gold dragon. A moment later, Elia and R.A. both sensed someone standing outside their children's room. He is guarding the door, R.A. said and rose. He did not put on his armor and simply pulled on some clothes before glancing at Elia, who had covered herself with the sheets. R.A. opened the door and saw the men he had sensed. Jaime Lannister stood there. Sir Jaime, R.A. said and inclined his head. Sir R.A., Jaime replied. R.A. glanced behind Jaime toward the room of Rhaenys and Aegon, then looked back at Jaime with curiosity. I just hoped I could guard their room, to ease you and the princess, Jaime said, and R.A. sensed his honesty. Thank you, sir, R.A. said and nodded before stepping fully into the hall as he knew no one else was nearby. This is the first time I have seen you without the helmet. You look more like a Lannister, Jaime said with a chuckle, and R.A. smiled. I wanted to thank you for the gifts you sent for Cersei, Jaime added. R.A. nodded. There is nothing to thank me for. It is my duty, he said. Jaime sighed. I should have been there that day, he whispered. R.A. shook his head. You were at the place you were destined to be, killing a mad tyrant, R.A. said. As was I, protecting my love, he added. Jaime nodded at the words. Congratulations on the wedding, he said, earning a thanks from R.A. Please, contact me if you ever need any help from me. You have my word I will be there, Jaime said and R.A. placed a hand on his shoulder. Jaime, she is safe and so are the children. You do not need to feel guilt over that day, R.A. said. If you wish to help me, do some good in the world, R.A. added, and Jaime nodded before R.A. turned to enter his room. Could I have a spar with you tomorrow? Jaime asked. R.A. glanced at him and nodded. R.A. returned to the room to find Elia smiling. You heard, he asked and she nodded. I have never counted on anyone except you to protect me, Elia said, cupping Ra's cheek as he sat beside her. The next day, afternoon. Jaime stood in the White Sword Yard, waiting for R.A. as he twirled a practice sword in his hand. He winced inwardly at the number of people gathered to witness the spar. Jaime had told Cersei in his delight, and the word had spread through the Red Keep. Jaime glanced at Cersei who wore an apologetic, embarrassed expression while Robert, Jon Arryn, and other members of the Kingsguard were present to watch. Jaime sighed as he saw R.A. approaching in full armor, his halberd in hand. R.A. stopped in front of him and surveyed the crowd, then tilted his head toward Jaime. Jaime stepped closer and said, Cersei, in an apologetic, low voice. R.A. chuckled and shrugged. I have no qualms with witnesses, he said, and Jaime relaxed. Please put on your armor. I will not be removing mine, R.A. said, and Jaime signaled to a page who fetched his gear and helped him don it. R.A. rested his halberd in the rack and twirled a practice sword idly as he waited for Jaime. Shall we? Jaime asked once he was fully armored. R.A. glanced at him and asked, Do you wish to spar with me, or do you wish for me to train you? My heart tells me both is the best answer, Jaime said with a chuckle, and R.A. nodded. For the first half hour, R.A. hardly spoke. Words would not help Jaime improve at the level he was at. Jaime attacked relentlessly, doing everything he could to land a blow on R.A. He danced around R.A. with single-minded focus and sheer will. R.A. blocked every attack. R.A. parried strikes from all angles without moving his feet. Jaime struck at places he imagined R.A. could not see because of the helmet, yet R.A. intercepted each thrust. The second half hour was the true training. R.A. moved with a grace and agility that astonished Jaime given the bulky armor. R.A. danced around Jamie in all directions at a pace that Jamie could just barely follow. He would parry Jamie's attack and press his sword to Jamie's neck without connecting. He repeated those movements as Jamie strained to memorize every pattern R.A. made. After an hour, Jamie was breathing hard. R.A. placed a hand on Jamie's shoulder and handed him a bamboo flask. Drink slowly. It does not have the best taste, R.A. warned. Jamie accepted the flask. He took a sip and winced, then looked at Cersei, who offered him a smirk. Jamie swallowed in large gulps, then finished the flask and panted for breath. R.A. chuckled and patted Jamie's shoulder. Jamie flexed his hands in surprise as he felt his strength returning at an astonishing pace. It seems it is time for me to depart. Take care, Sir Jamie, R.A. said, glancing at Jon Arryn, who stood stunned, while Robert sat with a similarly dazed expression. I hope the gifts are ready, R.A. added, and the old man nodded. They are, sir. I thank you for your visit on behalf of the king, Jon said, and R.A. inclined his head. A/N, please leave your thoughts on the chapter. And leave the power stones, do it or the next chapter will not be freed from the basement. Chapter 111, Crimson Courtesy. A/N, this chapter has some very dark parts to it, just a heads up. In a castle in France. Voldemort sat in a chair, stroking Nagini's head as he listened to the reports from his follower. The Acromantula seemed receptive to the suggestion, my lord, an imposing, feral-looking man said with a wide smile, showing his pointed teeth. Voldemort nodded. Follow up with them in a week, Greyback, Voldemort said and waved his hand to dismiss the werewolf. Fenrir Greyback bowed and left, glancing at Lucius Malfoy, who seemed to be entering just as he was leaving. Voldemort gestured for Lucius to sit, and Lucius bowed before doing so. I can smell who sat in the seat before me, my lord, Lucius said, and the Dark Lord chuckled. Him and his kind are not worthy of sitting at your side, Lucius said with a frown, and Voldemort nodded. They are not, and he and his kind will be disposed of when their purpose has been fulfilled, Voldemort said and raised an eyebrow as a woman screaming and pleading could be heard from a nearby room. Such insolence, this close to you, my lord. They disrespect you. Lucius said through gritted teeth. Let them enjoy themselves. I heard they secured a mud-blood muggle woman on their recent venture, Voldemort scoffed. Tell me of Draco and how he fares, Voldemort ordered, and Lucius nodded. Yes, my lord. It seems he has found a way, a cabinet as he tell, Lucius was interrupted by a loud pained scream from the other room, and he stood up. Please, forgive me, my lord. I cannot bear to see them disrespect you so, Lucius said and stormed to the other room in fury. Voldemort frowned at that but then relaxed as he heard, how dare you do these things so close to our lord and disturb him? Avada Kedavra. Lucius's voice echoed. Lucius then returned and knelt before Voldemort. Forgive me, my lord. I could not bear them insulting you so, he said, and a furious Death Eater followed after Lucius. My lord, it took us such effort to get that woman after the Hawthorne Foundation started guarding the Muggle side as well. And he just killed her as we were having our fun, the Death Eater said with fury on his face. Voldemort glanced at the Death Eater, and the man paled as he realized who he was talking to. He knelt before the Dark Lord at once. I do not discourage you from having fun, but Lucius is right. Is this the courtesy you show your lord? By interrupting my meeting. Voldemort growled as the Death Eater started shaking, dropping to both knees and pressing his forehead to the floor. Rise, Lucius, and sit, Voldemort said, and Lucius got up and sat where he was before. And you, gather the others involved in this and await your punishments, Voldemort said as the whimpering man nodded quickly and ran away. After the man was gone, Voldemort glanced at Lucius. You were talking about a cabinet, Voldemort said, and Lucius nodded. Yes, my lord. It is a fascinating work of rune engineering, allowing transport between two sister cabinets, one in Hogwarts while the other I have secured myself, Lucius informed him and saw a smile form on Voldemort's face. Most fortunate news, Lucius. You have a worthy son, Voldemort said and patted Lucius's shoulder. Lucius smiled in happiness. Yes, my lord. My son may succeed where I have failed you. However, the cabinet in Hogwarts seems damaged. Not to worry, as my son has shown great talent and is repairing the cabinet, Lucius said, and Voldemort frowned halfway before nodding. Youth and talent, Lucius. I trust young Draco will not disappoint me, Voldemort said, and Lucius nodded. Voldemort got up. I must punish those fools, he said and left, Nagini following behind him. Lucius got up and bowed as the Dark Lord left. He straightened once Voldemort was out of sight and sighed, looking at the sky. He allowed himself a smile as he heard Voldemort shouting Crucio, and the screams of the Death Eaters. I should deliver her body to her family, as least. Lucius though with a sigh and went to the room to take the woman's body. As he reached the room he saw a Death Eater dragging the body and he frowned. Where are you taking her? Lucius asked, trying to sound more curious than furious. The Death Eater grinned at Lucius. I asked our Lord for the body as I am studying a ritual that required human body parts. He said casually and dragged the body away. Lucius tried his best not to show any displeasure and just nodded as the woman's body was dragged away. Simon. I am sorry, brother. He thought to himself before sighing in his heart and walking away. A/N, short chapter today. I hope you like it though. Please leave your thoughts. Power Stones, gimme. Chapter 112, The Calm Before the Dragons. The day before the first task. Eric woke up with the sight of Chaya on his face and the sensation of Luna in his arms. Chaya slithered away as he woke up, and Luna stirred in his arms and gave him a kiss. Good morning, love. Were you dreaming of me? He greeted Luna, getting a giggle from her. Of course, as I am sure you were dreaming of me, she said, getting a nod and another kiss from Eric. She went to her room after getting her fill of Eric, and they met in the Great Hall for breakfast. I heard you are dating Daphne as well. What's up with that? Ars asked Eric as they ate. The Golden Trio were at their table, so they and Fleur perked up at that question as well. Eric glanced at Luna and Daphne before shrugging. I am, he said simply. We are fine with it, Daphne said, and Luna nodded. Are you sneaking them some love potions? Ron asked with a chuckle. No, it's just my looks, Eric said with a smug smile, getting chuckles from his friends. They had nothing else to say as Luna and Daphne were fine with the arrangement, and it was none of their business. Does Auntie know? Harry asked and smirked as he saw Eric pause mid-bite and look at him. Harry then made a regretful expression. Sorry, I thought you had told her, and I mentioned it in a letter I sent her, he said. Don't joke about these things. I'll tell her with 100 gifts and make sure she's in the best mood, Eric said. I was just thinking it would be nice if someone gave me some books on ancient runes, Hermione said with a smile as she fed Pyra. A demi-guise silk shawl would be nice, Fleur chimed in as she fed Grub. The others at the table also muttered their demands, except Luna and Daphne, who just giggled at that. This is extortion, Eric said through gritted teeth. Is it? We are just wondering aloud. No one asked you for anything, Ron replied with an innocent expression. Eric just went back to his food and started grumbling, getting laughter from the table as Luna and Daphne consoled him. Later that day, Eric saw Hagrid calling out to him, trying to be discreet. Eric smiled and approached his friend. Where've you been these days, Eric? I've been calling out for you many times, Hagrid said. Did something happen? Eric asked, and Hagrid shook his head. I know the first task. Meet me near the grounds in an hour, Hagrid said, leaning down to whisper. But I already know the task involves dragons, Eric whispered back, chuckling at the look he got from the giant. Blimey, you already know. Hagrid asked, eyes wide. Well, I hope you're ready, then. I am, Eric said with a smile. How's Norberta? He asked, getting a proud grin from Hagrid. She's grown big now, bigger than any dragon I've ever known, Hagrid said and looked around as if sharing a secret. She moved a bit deeper in the forest. She's protecting the centaurs now, you know. Mighty proud o' her, I am. Eric nodded and handed Hagrid some treats he had prepared for Norberta before parting ways. He found Cedric chatting with his friends and beckoned him over with a gesture. Cedric nodded, excused himself, and moved toward Eric. Eric. How've you been? He asked with a nod. Good. I know the first task, Eric said, and Cedric looked around before leaning in. Dragons, Eric said in a low voice. You're joking, Cedric said, shaking his head. I am not. There's one for each of us, Eric said, and Cedric just stared at him. Will you be safe? Cedric asked, and Eric shrugged. I am prepared for it. Eric said. Thank you, Eric, Cedric said and shook his hand before leaving. Eric then found Luna and Daphne by the Black Lake and went up to them. He hugged Daphne from behind and kissed her cheek when he saw no one was around. She giggled and kissed him before the three sat down by the lake. I should take you both on a date after the first task, Eric said. Luna and Daphne's eyes lit up, and they both kissed him on the cheek. Where are you taking us? Luna asked, getting a shake of the head from Eric. Not telling, Eric said, drawing disappointed expressions from both. He laughed before bringing them closer and kissing them. Noctel chirped as well from a branch she was sitting on. Eric laughed and placed some corn on a rock for her. I made this for you, Luna said and brought out a thin blue bracelet in front of him. Eric took the bracelet and smiled before giving her a kiss. I blessed it and imbued it with Olympian divinity. It will make dragons subdued around you, she said. I know you could have intimidated or defeated the dragon, but now you don't even have to do that, she added with a shrug. Eric smiled and put on the bracelet before holding Luna by the waist. He then looked at Daphne, who had a little frown on her face. Don't worry. It won't be long. I'll find something for you too, Eric said. Daphne sighed and put her head on his shoulder. I just don't like being useless, she said. Don't say that, Eric said and held her chin. You made a whole new branch of magic by healing Neville's parents, Eric said. Well, you're not mentally damaged enough to need my help, she said with a mischievous smile, her spirits lifted by Eric's compliment. Eric laughed and gave her a kiss. Sometimes I think you don't wish the best for me, Eric said. Daphne held his face. I want the world for you, she whispered, and he held her closer by the waist. So, you don't want me to get mental damage? Eric asked after a minute. Just a little. Daphne said, pinching her fingers together. What did you mean by enough? Eric asked suddenly, getting giggles from his girls. Laughter drifted across the lake as Noctelle sang from her perch, the sun bleeding into red. It is time for our spar, you rake, Eric heard Fleur's voice. The three turned around to see her with a smile and her hands on her hips. Eric smirked and kissed Luna and Daphne. Excuse me, ladies. I have a student to teach, he said as they giggled. They gave him some more kisses before Eric was allowed to leave with a blushing Fleur. All three of you are perverts, Fleur muttered loud enough for all three to hear as Eric joined her. A/N, next chapter will be the first task. Gimme your thoughts on this chapter, please. And all the pewter stones you have, get your neighbor and gimme their power stones as well.